as he dey us, he dey pay. When I say as he dey pay them, he dey see us. As he dey see us, he go dey pay.
Ladies and gentlemen,
from Eurocopo Studios in New York City, welcome to Wetin Concern Me, your favorite news and current affairs quiz show. I am your host, Dr. Njakiri Davido.
Distinguished Senator Dr. Patrick Ifeanyi, to the Senate President. Notification of movement from the Young Progressives Party, YPP, to the All Progressives Congress. I am willing to formally notify, and I hereby notify and inform the distinguished Senate President and our colleagues of irreconcilable differences between me and the leadership of my party. I have therefore resolved to move from the Young Progressives Party, YPP, to the most important party in Africa, the All Progressives Congress. As a dedicated politician and a representative of my people, I believe that this move has become exigent owing to the growing need and call from my constituents to align myself, my political party, and my people with the best values and practices inherent in the All Progressives Congress, the ruling party in Nigeria. After careful consideration and due consultations with members of my family, my constituents, my political associates, and critical stakeholders of Anambra State and Igbo. And after thorough evaluation of the political landscape in Nigeria, particularly the good works being done by the All Progressive Congress since the emergence of Asiwaju Bola Tinubu as President Commander-in-Chief in Nigeria, I have come to the realization and conclusion that the All Progressive Congress is better suited to champion the ideals and principles that I hold very dear.
Give me small spoon. Give me some water.
And that's what God is telling our Father in the Lord. If you decide to vote, if Tinubu wins, all of you are going to join. That is God has spoken. Just let it go live. Let it go live has spoken. Just we have said it. Let me say it in English so that the world understands. Okay, sir.
If Nigerians vote for APC, Nigeria will sink. We will in poverty, and the economy will be in shambles. If the government of APC continues, Nigeria will suffer extraordinary. I'm not in support of anybody. As a matter of fact, I don't vote. And I will never vote. I am telling you that we have never seen Archie before. Then this is when we now experience more hardship.
Kódà àṣẹ wá bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní ìnira ni.
We will be sick, the economy will be sick.
Kódà àṣàárẹ̀ ọjọ́ ajé wa náà yóò ṣòjòjò.
I'm not saying anybody should like.
Is the 2/3 of senators sitting, present. There are few instances, like the amendment of the Constitution, and some parts requires 2/3. That means the senators, before voting, will be informed that they will vote on a certain matter, and they need to be present so that the 2/3 will be achieved. But any decision that comes up like this during the sitting of the Senate, the 2/3 means those that are here. Thank you.
Senator.
Yes, vote is required. It is 2/3 of the Senate of the senators seated. But have we taken consideration of how many senators are seated and how many people have agreed that we say we are 2/3? And apart from that, sir, this point is very necessary because since we started this Senate, you said it's a corrective Senate. We have been ambushed all the time that bills are very sensitive bills are brought and are expected to be passed with the speed of light, which is not good for this country. Every senator here is supposed to be adequately informed. He does his research, he comes to the floor and makes a positive contribution. But in a situation where even money bills are brought and we are expected to pass it within 2 hours, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't go well for this country. Sir, you are on seat today. History is going to judge you that things like this are not good for this country. Thank you very much, sir.
This is what you pass is good for the country. History will judge me right. If what you are passing with the speed of light is in the interest of Nigerians, history will judge me right. I don't think we will come here to pass a bill that will not be in the interest of the Nigeria. So your point of order is noted.
Okay. Children are born and put on a rubber stool. No, I tell people, Dr. Damages, you need to come, if you want to know the level of poverty in Nigeria, you need to enter the Nigerian hospital. You'll be walking at the doctor, sometimes you cry. Sometimes we use our money to give patients. So when people see doctors go on strike, I get mad. I had to leave. It's painful. You see a child that you're taking care of. After a few days, the child is retrogressing. The child is getting worse by the day because the drug you recommended, you prescribe for the child, they cannot take the child's prescription to the pharmacy. There is no money. They don't have money in their account. The little baby that is so fragile, you manage to take their blood sample. They cannot process the blood sample because the person at the lab said, no, they don't have the money in their account. They will take my salary if I process this sample. So you watch the innocent baby retrogress. What do? You take our money from your pocket and give that parent, madam, please go and put in this account. Let me see this child get better. And we're here defending thieves because they give you $5,000, $1,000. What is $1,000? Children are born and put on plastic chairs in Nigeria. Are we not ashamed of ourselves? And we'll call Obi stingy. Let him be prudent and let us have functioning hospitals. Let us have good roads. Our people are dying. Children are dying by the day. I had somebody when I was in Calabar, and when I was still a medical student, the man I used to buy something from at Amarian Market, his child was born premature. Guess what? But the child was older than the other child that survived. Why did his child die? Because the child missed the last incubator that was available. The other child that was born that was weaker had the incubator. His child did not have any incubator. They had to wrap the child and put a lamp beside him. That child died. Oh. And you people have the effrontery to come here and defend Tinubu and Atiku.
Oh no, it's so sad. It's so sad.
You want to know poverty? Enter the hospitals of Nigeria. You don't know nothing. So we have to be very careful what we say. Very careful. There's poverty in the land. There's poverty in the.
That's a good question. That's a great question. I don't know what is wrong with them all. I don't know what is wrong with them. Somebody is asking for where you do your course and you are sure you did your course there. I agree with you. But a lot of what we hear, because you didn't hear this direct from Tinubu, Because you know lawyers are very funny. Sometimes lawyers will say, you must not say this. I mean, you know what is happening to Donald Trump right now? Donald Trump that guy is walking himself to jail. And he's coming down to say that, oh, well, it was my lawyer who said it. It was your lawyer who said it. It was your lawyer who said that you should march people to the Capitol and stage a coup. People who stage coup in Nigeria, they never live to tell the story. That's what I tell them. They never live to tell the story. They are summarily tried within a short time and sent to jail or made to face the firing squad. That is the way it works. But it's only in America where somebody put a gun to your head and you say, all right, well, you are quoting the First Amendment right. What is First Amendment right? What is it? I don't understand. So I don't know why he's denying Atiku the chance to go there, because the news media, they tell a lot of lies, things that are not true. I knew this man went to Chicago State University. I knew that. I won't like
Dr. Wumi, yes. if you were aware of Tinubu when he was at University of Chicago,
yes.
Can you elaborate on us the accusations whether he was actually distributing drugs and was a drug dealer in Chicago in those days? What do you know about this?
Okay, thank you, sir. I heard about it, that he was distributing drugs, and I know a lot of people who distributed drugs. Who was the girlfriend of?
But let's be more specific. So look, we've all heard that Tinubu was a big drug tycoon. We have all heard that. What kind of specifics? I mean, when you say you heard that from people, were your friends the ones who were buying from him? Did he tell them that he was selling? Like what can you tell us as a distinguished man around that area at the time when Tinubu was there? What can you tell us that he was really up to?
Well, what I tell you, I don't know whether, in fact, the first time I saw drug, I thought it was Ilubo.
And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is
and you
not
took my time to talk. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my time.
No, I'm coming.
Alexi, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time and he's using it to defend
No, sorry. I'm sorry.
Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
It has been over 2 weeks since anyone saw in public Bola Tinubu, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. His government has now found it necessary to explain to 220 million Nigerians where their president is. They see all of us as mumu people without brains, without a sense of where our rights as citizens begin and their rights as leaders end. Meanwhile, these arrogant people spend our money and make decisions that impact us all daily. They enjoy the privileges that come with their positions, but are too big to be accountable to us, the people they are supposed to serve. They may not know this, but this abuse of our dignity, this debasing of our humanity has an expiration date. Correct me if I'm right. Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Have Your Say 247. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. Today is Saturday, the 14th of October, 2023, and we are happy to have you as part of our show. On our show today, we are going to ask several questions. One of them is, where is our president, Bola Tinubu? We understand that he's sick. How sick is he? We want to know what you know, whether you are concerned that for the past 14 days, we've not seen him in public. Nobody has seen him, and no explanation from the government. Again, we are going to ask the question, how long is Akpabio, the Senate president, going to last in that position? It appears as if some of the senators in Nigeria are beginning to get uncomfortable with what he's doing, how he's running the Senate. I want to know what you think about his time in office so far, and whether he's the kind of person we need in this government. Now we're going to go into Hamas and Israel, the ongoing fights in the Middle East. We want to look at it from many angles. We want to look at what Pastor Enoch Adeboye said, the prayer he had for Israel. We want to look at the debate going on across the country and across the world on that topic. And of course, other issues in the news, including Davido and Chioma. They got a bit twins delivered in Atlanta. And all the other stories that you're looking at. So we want to hear from you, and we want to welcome everybody to join us today in this conversation. So let me start by bringing in the people who are here already. Of course, remember our rules. Turn on your camera if you want to join us. And let's be respectful of people, and let's have fun. Let's make it entertaining and interesting conversation. There are a lot of people in the studio. If you want to turn on your camera, so we can please, can you mute yourself? I'm hearing noise from somewhere. Okay, I think it's concern. Your connection is not very good. All right, welcome. We are going to start the conversation. Chioma, thank you. Is that Chioma okay, I'm just kidding. Chioma, thank you so much. Tone. All right, so welcome everybody, and it's going to be a long show, very, very tough and interesting conversations we're going to have. I mentioned some topics. I just want to, for the people who are here, if there's anything big that I missed, that I didn't talk about, you think is very important we should add, I will give you an opportunity now to let us know what is of interest to you that you think we should discuss. Let me start with you.
Yeah, Doctor, thank you. Good morning. There's so many things going on in the Niger Delta over this pipeline contract, and also laying of the pipe also from all the way from the Niger Delta houses to Lagos. That's why so-called Dangote refinery is not working. They really need to manage that part very well. They're trying to close everything and everything, but the way they are going about it is just a way of trying to make few people relevant, more or less, that instead of them to do more transparent thing, that looking for big wins to bribe and to have their way. And I strongly believe when they do things like that, you know the outcome, and the people that is left behind will still end up go back and destroy this pipeline. So it's a big news, but they're trying to code it, and it's causing problems. Rivalries, faction have started springing up.
All right, thank you, Paul. We put that in pipelines. What's going on? But I also read that our oil production just went up to 1.7 million barrels a day. So that's a good thing, and that means more money for the government.
But Doctor, how true can that be? other than because of the attack Tinubu that with the government is saying that we are losing 400,000 barrels daily, 400,000 barrels daily for 1 week. All the money we are borrowing, we can make that money ourselves. You understand? So because of the shame for them to say, this is what we are losing. So as they shame them, then they just stand up and say, oh, we just increased. It's just funny. There's no transparency in our government.
Yeah, of course, we agree on that. Thank you so much, Paul. Femi?
Yeah, good morning, Doctor. So I have a couple of things that I thought might be relevant that you might want to add as well. Starting from the newly auditioned, in my own word, EFCC chairman, the appointments into the likes of CAC, NITDA, and of course the continuing what people would readily refer to as a continuing urbanization in terms of the appointments is becoming ever more glaring, as a matter of fact. And of course, when you add the lifting of the forex on the CBN restrictions, as well as Dino Melaye's outcry, if you will, regarding the 4 times desire to escape assassination, perhaps. And then maybe not so interesting because this has become a pattern. The mass wedding conducted in Kanu, and of course, you know how much you heard of how much was paid for the bride price, and the fact that who turned out to be the person that was the, what do you call it now? The bridesman's father of the day, and the groom's, well, that's on the side. And of course, the removal of the FCT from the TSA thing. I thought that's interesting as well, because like I was jokingly telling one of my friends, I said, officially, Wike has become the president of Abuja. And maybe not so much, but this might become an issue with time as well. The Lagos, what I think might become a controversy surrounding that Chaguri deal, the high-tech thing concerning the Lagos-Calabar road. There's a lot. Nigeria is a vibe. There's a lot. Nigeria is every week is like it's a journal. So I'll just keep it at that for now.
All right. Thank you. Let me ask you this. This EFCC, what's the controversy I know I've seen some things. What is the issue?
Oh, yeah. So that dude, I made sure I wrote his name down because I knew I might screw up somewhere. Ola Olukoyede. It's a couple of things. Part of it has to do with, in Nigeria, we don't obey. We make laws that we never obey. One of the controversies, the main controversy has to do with the interpretation of the EFCC Act in itself. Regarding the fact that the person must either belong to or be either part of a law enforcement agent or have retired from a law enforcement agent. And if I recall, being a lawyer is a lawyer. Being a lawyer doesn't make you law enforcement in the sense of being a police or whatever. I may be wrong, but I mean, that's not what it looks like. It looks like it's being breached. Also, it was part of Magu's team as well. And it was one of those that was suspended alongside Magu. In fact, it was, I wouldn't necessarily want to use the word grilled. That might be too strong a word. But it was one of those that was questioned during the Magu trial, who a lot of us, rightly or wrongfully, believe was political, because even when you go back to the case Ribadu and that other lady, everything in Nigeria always has political connotations tied to it. So whether one doesn't like the fact that Magu, for example, even the way his chairmanship continuously was being renewed was kind of controversial because it seemed to have breached laws. But it still served the purpose because, in a way, it was doing a good job, even though it was still controversial. There were things it was doing that was wrong as well. But anyway, back to this guy. So I think basically it's that and the fact that it's also Yoruba.
All right. Thank you. We'll add that to the conversation. Righteous Man, welcome to the show. We can hear you. Unmute yourself, Righteous Man.
Shabbat Shalom.
Yeah. Nice to have you.
Good evening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what's
Dr. Rudolph, you are a very great man. You are a wonderful man. Your works are really enticing and inspiring.
Thank
I've been forwarding your works to some of my friends, and they were really, really shouting. You were hidden before that many people did not know about you, but I think this platform is doing a great work. Thank you very much. And thank you to every panelist that is there. In Nigeria here, just like the previous panelists submitted, it's a vibe, it's a genre. You can't finish what is going on here. It's really quite humongous. The press conference of Peter Obi as regard to Tinubu coming out to really identify himself and prove that he is Tinubu Ahmed, whatever. That is raising a lot of dust here, counterattack, and they are trying to turn it into a war zone. And the Supreme Court justices that have been commissioned, that is going to oversee the case, the Tinubu case, PDP, and the Labour Party, again, the capturing and butchering of students in Benue State. I think this Fulani henchmen, let me not profile any tribe, but this Boko Haram group of people and the henchmen, they captured a transport vehicle and took all the students there and butchered them. No one escaped. About 28 students were butchered alive. And it's just something terrible that we are hearing this morning. I think yesterday or this morning, the thing is spreading. And then again, the appointment of a redeemed pastor as the EFF chairman. I'm confused.
EFCC.
Yeah, EFCC chairman. Sorry.
What's wrong?
Trouble here is too much. My head is blowing. So the man is.
What's wrong with a redeemed pastor being anything in the country? Does it matter?
Yeah, the thing is turning to trying to please the Christians, and again, being a Yoruba person. If you look at one of the problems that General Buhari had in the last administration, the people were not happy that 96% of his appointments were of the people of the same region.
You just brought out that figure from where? 96%.
No, that's true. Check it. Majority of people hold. It's possible.
Yeah, no, don't.
It's possible. Okay, hold on, Dr. Rudolph, hold on. The current appointment that Tinubu has carried out, the only Igbo person that is in this appointment is the Chief of Naval Staff. Apart from it, all the appointments have been, you will just pick a little bit of middle belt, then the rest are Yorubas. I think the previous speaker mentioned it, and that is true. In fact, the thing is is triggering a reaction in the north. If you look at what is happening to the Senate president today, that man might be impeached any moment from now, because it's not that he's not doing well, but they are going to use it as a scapegoat to warn Mr. President that the north is not happy with him.
All right. We'll get to those things. Thank you so much, Righteous Man. At this point, we just want to know topics that we are missing. We are not yet in the conversation. Concerns, welcome to the show. You look pissed off. We can't even hear you.
Okay. Good day, everyone. Good morning, good day, and good evening, everyone, depending on where you are speaking from. I'm concerned about the poverty in Nigeria. The poverty is so much. That is one. I'm also concerned about those who believe they own Nigeria. Those that own Nigeria want to keep Tinubu there to continue to control Tinubu, which is not good. And it's also affecting us that are abroad. They must know that those abroad also are helping the country. The money the country is running with is the money mostly the money from those in abroad. And when they're doing this and those in abroad start having the problems, it's going to affect Nigeria so much. And again, I want to talk about this issue of last week. There was a priest or what from a priest of Methodist Church. He was complaining about how the army, the military, are killing people or burning houses in Bende, Kigwe. It is not right. You can't burn innocent people's houses because an army officer died. If somebody is killed in a village, the police have to investigate and arrest those. Are not going to kill many people or burning people's houses. If they throw 2 old women, according to that priest, throw them outside their house and burn their houses. And he was hearing that they were shouting this. It's a jihadist language. Those military men. You can't be doing that to people because the person you burn his house, he spent so much money to build that house. It's an innocent person. He may revenge the next day, the next time. He may go and revenge. And when he revenges, then you can burn more houses. You don't do that in the country say they're civilized. That is not good.
Thank you.
And that thing is about...
Oh, I wanted to rush to get to everybody so that we can start the conversation. Okay. Thank you. I like what you mentioned about the issue in Imo State, I think somewhere there about the military. And I want us, when we talk about Hamas and Israel, to try to connect the two together and see how we view this. Dan, welcome to the show.
Yeah, good evening, good morning, good afternoon, greetings to everyone. I think the guys who have spoken have said everything. Both the one I forgot and the one that you have on the day's program. So let me just pass over and wait for my time to talk about it.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much. Tone, you're next. We can hear you, Tone. All right, we are going to...
Doctor, also, you want to check the audio. The audio is still kind of bouncing, kind of. I don't know where it's coming from. Any one of us from the panelists.
Is it my own audio or everybody? I had done very well. Tone, we can hear you. Maybe you can go out and come back in. Okay, Ovie, you're next.
Yeah, Assalamu alaikum.
Yeah.
I mean, these days, now, what's his name? Steve Ivory, I think, wrote a book years back, said, act like a lady, think like a man. So, in terms of Nigeria's situation, I have decided to be acting like the 1%er and act like every other broke Nigerian. Why am I saying that? I'm following the story of my friend, Abdusalam Rabiu, that is the owner of Boa Cement, whose net worth has just skyrocketed. I've gained about 3.5 billion within the last year. So we are doing good. My community is doing good in terms of as far as the president administration is concerned. So that I'm more focused on that area now, how the elite thinks. So,
all right. Thank you. Janaba, welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Rudy, and thank you, fellow panelists. Just like Righteous Man mentioned, one of my concerns is the butcher of these people in Benue State, and the general concern of the insecurity is a concern, and I think it affects everybody. Thank you.
All right, thank you. The priest of peace.
Okay. Hello, Onado, my people. It's been a long time. So I just came back from Nigeria. You know, as much as I so much love to go back to that place called Nigeria, it's unfortunate, you know, what is going on there. And what I saw on the topic you are discussing is unfortunate that nobody should be surprised at the kind of people that we have at the helm of affairs trying to in the leadership of Nigeria. Akpabio is not doing anything. Tinubu himself, we know that he is very, very sick. And if you can remember when I was saying something here a couple of months back, and I said, what we are going to see is a Pro-Max raised to power 3. That is what is happening. It is not going to get better. If anybody is going to tell you Nigeria will get better, that person is a wishful thinker. It will not get better. The only thing that will make Nigeria better is the collective interest of the average person in Nigeria. The average person in Nigeria to come together and decide how Nigeria should be. And we put people who are integrous into the leadership of Nigeria. Outside that, Nigeria is irredeemable. Take it from me. I have said it time without number. Until that happens, Nigeria will continue to go down as we are seeing right now. Because as you can see, nobody is leading Nigeria. There is no leadership in Nigeria. It is completely hollow. Nothing is happening. And I pray that something will happen to bring about this needed change in the polity. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, the priest of peace. Tone.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, okay, good.
Hi, good day, everybody. Okay, I don't know, where do I start commenting? Okay, let me comment about the Israeli war with the Palestinians. I see a lot of political leaning towards Palestine, but I think what people should do is to go back in history and actually understand what's been going on. And this thing has been going on for close to 1,400 years now. So it's just not enough for you to just say, okay, they've been run over by Israel, and therefore they reserve the right to bombard. But I don't think it's just right for you to just start dropping bombs in Israel with no provocation. So I don't know where this is going to go. It's going to get dirty. We don't know how long this war is going to be. But I think there's more to this war, and I think all fingers right now are definitely pointing towards Iran. So nobody's safe.
All right. Thank you. Let's begin the conversation from Tinubu, and then we will go to Hamas and Israel. And then we'll come back to other issues in Nigeria. So let me start with you, Paul. We haven't seen these are what we know. We have not seen the president in public for 2 weeks. The first question is, are you concerned? Is that the way it should be? They've not explained to us where he is. Do we deserve to know where our president is? Decisions are being made. We are seeing appointments being announced. That's the only way we know there is a government in office. According to SaharaReporters, he has only attended the weekly Federal Executive Council meeting once since he was inaugurated. Is that how we should run things? I remember before his inauguration, when he was president-elect, he left the country, disappeared in France, and we complained, and people say, oh, he has not been sworn in. When he's sworn in, he won't do that. The president should have some level of accountability for the people that he governs. So, Paul, what is your take on that?
Doctor, I don't know. I know people will insult me. I don't even know whether you will like it, but I'd like to put a background to it. And the shake, let the shake. Baba, we know where he shouts, Emi Loko. We already know that this man is having so much health issues. I don't even know whether the Hamas people also kidnap him. That's why we are not seeing him. I don't even know. But he has gone before when the Hamas did what they did. We all know Tinubu is having serious health issues. Bringing people, they are flying people from France to take care of him. They try to equip the clinic in the villa. You understand? Just because of him. And from source, they even say why they equipped the clinic, they had to let so many people go because they are trying to cover up so that any information will not leak. So technically, the clinic now just look like it's a private room to the president, where other people don't have access to. That is how bad he is. And the man is having challenge. And doctor, in as much as they try to make him understand and not to watch all these things that is going on, it's just hard for him not to watch some of those things. And those things that are making him depressed. You understand? With age and every other thing, he's getting tired, he's getting weak, plus his health issues, plus all these things that is going on everywhere. You understand? Inside the country, outside the country. They are trying their best in their own way, but the economy is still dwindling. You know, every step they take, when people diffuse it again, you understand, it come out that even while they try to do the best, their best is just not anywhere close to good for me to even say enough. So those things can bring someone down. Let us tell ourselves the truth. So the man, they are just hiding him and everything. This is the game they will play till eventually they can't hide it no more. Because there'll be a time where among his own so-called cabinet, you understand, will start fighting among himself because some people are more relevant than the other. Remember, Fanika Ode is hanging there. You understand? We are waiting. We don't know when Fanika Ode will burst and everything. So you just see division. That's all I can say for now.
All right, thank you. Femi, you're next.
Okay, so I might get the dates correct wrongly. So maybe I shouldn't put a date to it, but it was about May 2010. It probably was May 5th because I was trying so hard as I guess tonight to be sure about that date. That was when we woke up to the news that a lot of people suspected that Musa YarAdua was dead. Prior to then, even prior to the elections, it was quite public knowledge that he had health issues. Previously, we had the case of Abacha as well. Of course, in his own case, it wasn't like he was sick initially, but at least somehow they were able to manage that to the point where Atiku Abubakar took over, and that's kind of like stabilized things a bit. Now, getting to Buhari, who, if for nothing else, the only reason why some of us kind of gave him a chance was because we thought at least he would fight corruption, because that's one of our major issues. But the moment you initially saw the ends that he was playing, we were like, what's going on here? Now, with Tinubu, I tell one of my cousins and some of my family members that try to defend him that if there's one person that is very difficult to defend, it's going to be Tinubu. It's going to be very, very difficult to defend, even more difficult than Buhari. And the reasons are legion, and there's no need to even bore anybody with any of the reasons, some of which we know. So no one is saying anybody is perfect. But one thing, however, that kind of strikes me is how much we seem to like think we have this thing about materialism and holding on to things. I don't know if it's a black thing or if it's a Nigerian thing, to the point where even at the detriment of our health, we don't want to come out true. Recall that other governor as well that I may have left out. I think it was Zamfara, the one that had that plane crash. That you remember? I think you were trying to say something, Doctor.
I said I think it was Taraba, not Zamfara.
Taraba, yeah. And remember all the drama that came with that as well. And of course, that's not to take away the Ondo state governor who, of course, by God's grace, he eventually came back. Now, Nigeria is such a complex country. It's a difficult country to rule, especially in the way it's structured right now, to the point where, I mean, we might as well do without a government like that one of those popular comedians said. It's Nigerians or not. It seems sometimes you just look at Nigeria as run on autopilot. We don't necessarily need a president per se. Nigeria will probably run better without a president with the keys locked and thrown into the ocean right now. Now, we don't know where this is going to end. But I don't even know what to say. It's just that basically all I'm going to say is we've seen this before. Let's just say I don't know where this is going to end. It's just unfortunate that we continue going round and round in circles and we keep being the same. Nobody comes out to say anything. It's as if they don't owe no allegiance. After all, sometimes it's as if did we actually elect anybody anyway? I beg.
All right, thank you, Femi. Righteous man, are we just wasting time talking about this? Is it important? Righteous man, you have to unmute yourself.
Yeah, Rudolph, is very important. You know, thank God for my brother, the Prince. I won't call him Prince of Peace. It's only Jesus Christ that is Prince of Peace. So, but I will call him Prince. So I thank God Prince's submission, you know, is a reflection. What he submitted is a reflection of what he saw on ground here. Nigerians are dying. The poverty level in Nigeria is unbearable. As I'm talking to you today, a bag of rice is going to 60,000 naira. Last week, I told you it was last week or 2 weeks ago, I told you it's 55. But as of today, it's clocking 60,000, and yet it's not Christmas time. There is no leadership in Nigeria as of today. No leadership. Absolutely no leadership. Some people are saying it could be the first lady that is dishing out orders. Some are just, nobody has seen the president. He just appeared once and disappeared. Since then, we've not seen anything. There is no electricity. There is no even fuel. There is scarcity of fuel as I'm talking to you today. In Lagos, where I live, many of the filling stations are shut down. There is no fuel. Everything is just gone. I think Nigeria requires overhauling. We just need to start from the beginning again. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Concerns. This is my concern. People appear to be lowering the bar, try to lower expectations. It's already low, but it's being lowered every day. People appear to be happy. There was a picture, a video they are circulating saying this is your president. He went here, he here. But that's not how you govern a country of 220 million people. A country in distress, not even a country that is you can say that you can go on autopilot, so to say, you know. But this is what we are seeing, and people are justifying that, lowering things lower than it was yesterday, the previous administration. Is that the way to go?
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Well, it's unfortunate. When you look at Nigeria, you see Nigeria as a place that is either captured or under a spell. Nigeria or a cursed place. Or whether you say the leaders are cursed. Because if you see the people who are supposed to come out and talk, they're not talking. Only you can see Dele Farah to me and few others who are speaking out. But those who matters most are not coming. Those who are supposed also to follow these people and save Nigeria, they are not saying anything. Tinubu is not supposed to rule Nigeria. They know what Tinubu did. But I think that what the problem of Nigeria is that those that captured Nigeria, it's not even like, for example, when Tinubu came in, it was not the Yorubas that brought up Tinubu, that supported Tinubu initially. It was the Fulanis, the Buhari's people that supported, and those governors that supported that brought out Tinubu. And they know the reason why they brought out Tinubu. They brought out Tinubu so that they can be able to control him, because they know that it's not perfect to rule Nigeria. They know all the baggages he have. So, and still today, even the judges that make that judgment, I believe the judges that made that judgment was written by APC lawyers. So all these things that is happening to Nigeria today, the people that are suffering it more are the poor people. I saw what the other man said before. The level of poverty in Nigeria, when you watch all these comedies and how ladies are behaving, selling themselves for 1,000 naira, 2,000 naira, 500 naira, uselessing their lives, you must see that the country has a very big problem. They can't like so, let me say Dan Tata, what is that? Dangote and so on, and all those billionaires who are benefit from Nigeria. They don't want Nigeria to be good. So that is why Tinubu is still there today. If that they want Nigeria to progress, like you see, I see an interview of the man who made Singapore great. I saw the interview he had. I've been to Singapore before. I've been to Malaysia before. I've been to many of these countries. I see how they progressed. They never progressed like Nigeria, like what Tinubu is doing now, or some Yorubas are doing now, bringing helping Tinubu to appoint only Yorubas. You can't run a country where you appoint only your fellow tribesmen, like what Buhari did. Buhari did for 8 years, and at the end of the day, where are we today? We are like worse, we are one of the worst countries in the world today. You bring everybody, those that have good minds, good ideas for the country, and they will run the country very, very well. Like what the righteous man said. I know that for me, I believe that it's not Tinubu that is giving those orders. It is the wife and the chief of staff. Those are the people running Nigeria today. And that chief of staff have this one of ruling Nigeria, or even you have intention of that if Tinubu goes out, he will be part of he will be the leader of Nigeria. That's why he's doing whatever he's doing. So for me, I believe that if those that believe that the old Nigeria can cover their faces in shame and they said, no, Nigeria have to be good, they will do something, and the Supreme Court will do something that Nigeria can move forward. All of us, we are suffering abroad. If anybody who say he's in abroad enjoying, no matter whatever you have, you are not enjoying. Only when you go back to your country that you can be able to enjoy. Those in Nigeria today, they can't enjoy because the government is not doing very well. And as we are here, everybody, most of us want to go home. But where are you going? Which country are you going? It's better for you to be a slave here even than to go back to Nigeria. But if the country gets better today, I believe that all of us will go. We will go. We are tired of staying abroad. I stayed abroad for many years. I come back, but still, it is not. Nigeria is not a place to write home about. Things are not good.
Thank you, concerns. Dan.
Yeah. I don't know what to say, but I know I've been able to diagnose Tinubu's sickness. It's CSU. You know, CSU is a big disease. Chicago State University sickness. Do you think a man like that will survive? All these things flying up, and is he not a human being? Yoruba used to say Tidojue. You know when Yoruba say Tidojue, I want to rule Emilokan. Now you don't see him now. The fire burning from all sides. What do you expect? I just pray that he just fall down and die one time so that things will change. Yeah, yeah, this is what I pray. I told you the day he entered I wish him bad luck.
No, Dan, you can do that.
I withdraw that. I'm just trying to tell you my feelings. People are dying in Nigeria also. People are being kidnapped every day and they die like that because of one man. So I'm sorry if I use that. I went to the extreme, but I'm trying to tell you my feelings from what other brothers are saying.
Yeah, but wait, hold on. When you say because of one man, it's not now that dying started. It's not because Tinubu came that people started dying or people started being kidnapped. It's not because of one man. So you have to frame what you're saying.
No, I'm framing it where you just don't. I think you are trying to beautify what I'm saying. I'm saying it the way it is affecting me.
How is it because of Tinubu that people are being killed, that people are dying? People always.
No, the damages. When somebody came to power by telling us before prelude to coming to power, he told us that Emilokan and gave us a long history that Moti Sinwoto have been serving. Now it's my turn by force. It's not saying even the election, they just ate our money. So when somebody came into power with that system, other people used to hide their own before, but Tinubu came to us, went to his background and told us Emilokan. Then Otidojue now, you force yourself in. Then you have to take the hit. That's what I'm trying to say, Dr. Damages.
I'm not saying he shouldn't take the hit. I'm saying that it's not right to say that people are dying because of him. People were dying when Jonathan...
Dr. Damages, somebody jumped inside the lagoon when Tinubu raised the price of remove the... Didn't you hear that? Okada rider.
Was that the first time people jumped into the lagoon?
Even if it's only that one occasion, that somebody could not fill up his tank to do his daily hustling and just decide to finish it up there. Is it not part of it? It's part of it, Dr. Damages.
No, I'm not saying that things are not worse than they were, but I'm saying it's not the same thing to say that people are dying because of him. People have been dying.
But he could not remove the fuel subsidy. He was trying to dodge it until he left power. But Tinubu came and said, I remove it. That alone had killed about 200 people in that same day. Shock everywhere. Shock absorber was destroyed. Management system was destroyed. And you expect such a man not to die? He will be sick because you think they don't listen to us. This program, this our program, Righteous Man said it. People are listening. I see the comment section. I see number of people increasing every time. All these things, they bring it back to Baba. This is what people are saying. Kilafeshe. The man is confused. And this is what will bring sickness. This is what will bring tiredness. This is what will bring confusion to that type of mind. And that will affect him. Okay. And to just land in that's my point. I love what is going on in Nigeria. To be honest, I don't pity Nigerians anymore. Many years ago, I would leave my bed for a Nigerian to sleep upon it while I sleep on the floor with my wife, who is a white woman. I will tell all the lies in this world. Now, my brother, this and that. In our culture, we used to do this. I will sleep on the floor with my wife. For somebody I don't know, in Nigeria, I just want to help him. So, and I've seen the fire of Nigerians. I don't pity Nigerians at all. Because we Nigerians, even though we are blaming Tinubu, we have our own problem. So what is happening in Nigeria, sometimes, sad to say, I'm happy. So that maybe this revolution that we have been calling will come up. So that Nigeria will be changed. Because we know the problem of Nigeria, but we refuse to change it. And then we suffer, fellas says, suffering and smiling. The preachers of today will tell us, don't worry, go better. Nothing is getting better. Let me drop here for a while because I have a lot of pain in my heart, you know. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Ovie. So how much of what we're seeing is politics? How much of it is real? And is that the kind of politics that we should be playing?
Well, I think the last time I checked, we practice representative democracy. So, and as of yesterday, Donald Akpabio, who is my state House of Representatives, I know where he is, where he was now, where he is now, was giving an award to the best graduating students who happen to be from Ososo, both WAEC and NECO. Give him an award. The closest non-representative to me, I would say, is the Baseki. Baseki is there fighting with his deputy, so I know where he is. Peter Obi is my House of Representative. The last time I checked, he's kind of project in my village currently. And Oshomole, who happened to be my senator, yesterday was debating bills. So as for the president, I don't really care the way he doesn't know me, doesn't have to know me. People who I give my mandate to speak for me on my behalf, I know where they are. Either they are performing to expectation, that's another thing. So I've always said it's presidency is for the we 1%ers. And I look among my friends, the likes of Dangote and the rest. Well, so far, we're not worried. We are pretty much, it's weekends. We're kind of a normal life, partying and doing our business. So where the president is, if the men who are close to him are not worried, I don't think, I'm not worried. All I need to do is to check on my people to know where they are. Yes, you ask me, so how much of this is politics? I mean, do I actually need to go in detail again? Many noise going on. So to me, yes, it's politics. If it's, I think it is this platform and maybe Sahara, as you already said, that is actually keeping tab as to where the president is. Every other press, every other agency, everybody seems to be, carrying on like their daily life. So that's
Ovie, is there any democracy, any serious democracy in the world where something like this will happen? The president will disappear and no communication with the people. And when people start complaining, and then we start seeing videos and pictures being put out there to make people calm. Is that right? Is that the standard we want to set for the next generation?
Well, I think I would say, is there any serious democracy in the world? Show me one, then I'll tell you exactly what they
Okay.
are doing.
So what is your idea of democracy? Do you think something like that could happen in America, where the president will disappear, or in Britain, or in Canada, or in Ghana? Where has it happened? Okay.
Yes. Well, Rudolph, if we actually want to go that route, the current president that we have here, that the American that you call, and terms of Bola Tinubu, how many of them, between the two of them, who is actually aware of where he or she is at every moment among the two of them?
Okay.
From your view, from your public observation, who there is seen, don't know where he stands at every particular time among Bola Tinubu and our president here.
So you are comparing Biden with Bola Tinubu.
You bring Democrats as an example now. You choose America, and we have the same thing going on. Yes, we see Biden, right? But does he see himself?
Hold on. We're not playing now. Does Biden take questions from the media? Does he answer questions from the media? Is there a press conference at the White House every day explaining what the government is doing? That's all the basic things. We're not talking about.
The spokesperson to Tinubu was on TV yesterday explaining the activity that the government is doing. Is it not the same thing? Right? The White House have press briefing pretty much every day. In Gele, our own press to the president wasn't there, actually doing the same thing. What am I trying to say here? That we see that democracy with the practice, Abi. This is, if we believe that it's true democracy we are practicing, then why are we complaining? We all seem to believe in the system that we are operating. From the one, my approach towards this party democracy that we are practicing, we know it's not for us and we cannot sustain it. But everybody seems to agree with it. We participate. We talk about it every day. People buy from the contest and all that. So this is what you get when we choose this kind of democracy. And I just thank God you brought America, which is the top of the chain. The same thing is happening. It might not be exactly as we see it, but it's the same thing. The people don't have to say who governs them, how the person carry out daily activities. We don't know. That's a fact. That is not how the system is designed. We cannot agree with that. But as we speak today, that's how it operates. So, as I said, me worrying about where the president is, as if I don't have anything to do. As I said, people who are invested so much with everything are not worried. So why should I? I'm worried about people who represent me, people who are, whether I vote for or not vote for them, but they are there with my name. I'm worried about them. Where are they and all that? And if I know where are they, then the top of the chain is, I should not worry about that. I mean, what would my worry be?
Nothing.
Sure. Doctor, please let me say goodbye. I'm going to work. Have a good day.
All right. Thank you. Janaba, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Rudy, once again. I think everybody have the right to channel their anger the way they want to. I think as a president of a country, of course, we should wish him well. And if you have any health issue, hope he come out of it well. No human being, whether you wish them well or wish they are dead, solve any problem. And we should be mindful of all those things. We're all going to die one day. So death is not something you wish somebody or you don't wish. When it comes to the policy of Nigeria, all Nigerians contributed to what is going on in Nigeria, including those that are not in the government. If you don't understand how government work and those that represent you from the constituency, your House of Rep, your Senate, your governor, if you cannot hold them accountable because you don't understand politics, always go straight to the head, of course, then the people will continue to take advantage of you because you don't know how, what to do to put pressure on politicians for them to deliver for you. And The Nigerian youth, I will advise them that they get involved in politics more in time of channel their whatever they want to get done from their government to a center of mobilizing themselves in a very good channel where you can get things done. In the afternoon, where I am around after 3, I would like you. You will see live video and the mindset of so many people. They think it's about politics and tribal politics. They think it's about hate in some ways that people put it. So maybe I'm in a different place now. In the afternoon, you see a lot of people and you hear their opinion and how they think we represent on this channel. Some people, you hear their view directly from them, and they are well-informed Nigerians, so you can see where people are politically or otherwise. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Jonathan. And I look forward to that. Just send me a message when you're ready, and we'll come to you.
All right. Now we'll be leaving shortly, and I'll join again.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, brother.
Soon.
Okay. People are saying the APC and their supporters are saying that yeah, blah 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 blah. Tinubu showed up in this guy's house, Carlo, I believe. I do not believe that clip was a recent clip. See, these people have got antecedents for lies and presenting skewed narratives. I believe that clip was an old clip. They just showed it just to show. I mean, why do you keep appointing people by the day? Every day just appointing people, duplicating the same role and all that. He's not even talking about an economic team that will get the country out of this mess. See, at the end of the day, this is just going to end in a mess. And with regards to Dan's thing, I think it was I understand where it's coming from, but I wouldn't wish anybody death. It's only God that gives life and sustains a man, you know. But however, I can understand what he's feeling. People are dying because of 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 uh, of the people in leadership, especially this present leadership. It's just a pro max of Buhari. People are dying, people are suffering, they don't care. It's all about inviting all the criminals. I mean, if you look at his cabinet, it's filled with all the known criminals in Nigeria. You know, somebody that was kicked out of the EFCC is now the EFCC chairman. How do you reconcile that? There's no integrity. No, when you talk, they will call you either IPOB or they call you some Igbo name and all that. You know, so we can move forward. This is going to end in tears. And my prayer is the day is going to happen. It's not going to happen pretty. We might see all the things that have happened in our neighboring countries across West Africa and all that. The day this thing is going to happen, boy, it's going to be bloody. That's all I can say for now. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Prince, Master Prince, you're next.
Good morning, Dr. Rudolph. Good morning, other panelists. Pretty much, do I even know how I feel about all these things? I'm highly disappointed. And the funny part of it is that when you speak, people try to look you up in your, in your social media. I'm not afraid of anybody. I'm not scared. I've said this time and time without number. Their new tactics now is that they come and they start attacking you. But the thing is this, those people who do that, who engage in such a thing, are cowards, idiots, and stupid. Okay, I can use the word idiot. It's not a bad word. Somebody who acts idiotic is idiot. It's so sad that they do those things. They engage in propaganda. If a president is sick, why don't they let the people know? Everything is shrouded in secrecy, in secrecy, in secrecy. Do these people really know the damage they are doing to this country, to that country? You really know? For them, let me not allege they are amassing well, but at the end of the day, it's just all for power. One day, people have been saying it. I've heard, I don't know if you listened to the interview with, is it Major Copeland? He said it. Nigeria is gonna, is tempting, kind of like tilting towards Somalia. They're even saying that it's gonna be worse than Somalia. They've tried to tribalize everything. They've tried to make things look as if we, especially they said those in diaspora that we are crazy. But we're trying to help, and they will not listen. Let God be their judge. That's all I can say for now.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's go to X0. You're home today. Welcome.
I'm at home today, Dr. Damages.
Yeah.
I greet you all in the house. I beg, I want to sing a short song for us all, please.
Ah, wow. Okay.
Emi lokan, Baba we know where they shout Emi lokan, and they shake like
I thought you had composed a song for us that we are going to as opening of this show. I didn't know that.
Yeah, the guy break my heart.
Ovie, people like Ovie and Perogi, they're in the same level. These guys are diplomats. I'm sure Ovie is a diplomat. This guy will never go straight to the point. I was hearing him talk about how you don't see other presidents, so our own case is not peculiar. Baba, how you go say you don't see your president? Then it's not new. This is new. We knew all this when he was coming to power. We knew all this. Hand they shake, leg they shake. Baba said this is storm. Now where's Baba? Where's Baba? This thing is no joke. This is going to be the first president that is not going to be able to appear in public internationally. Because where is it going to appear that people are not going to come out and ask these questions? First, the citizens of the country and our people will come out and ask the countries, the presidents, why are you bringing this guy here? And then we will ask the guy again, Baba, where your certificate? This is an embarrassment. This is what they were clamoring against, that this is going to cause irreparable damages. And the damage has been done. The damage has been done. How is it going to appear anywhere without being asked? It cannot appear in BBC. It cannot appear in CNN. I mean, you should look at now. How can you say this market? And they have already appointed many collatas everywhere to be spewing from. I mean, when you hear some kind of people, spewing there. I saw the one that Perogi wrote recently. I was ashamed. Apart from the fact that he came here to deny knowing who then, he still wrote again. So many people are diplomats, but they don't want to reveal it. But we know they are paid to do this, their thing, But let's be watching now. Shebi, it is Emilokon. It's your storm. Yeah, now carry on.
Yeah, you want double my pay? I beg you, my pay don't finish. I'm running out. I'm running low.
Thank you. Ebike, welcome to the show. Ebike, can you hear me?
Good evening.
Yeah, hi.
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead, Ebike.
Okay, good evening.
We can hear you.
Good evening, everybody. So, the issue of
okay. Ebike, your connection is not
LD. It might be LD. Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Okay. I just decided to stay indoors. It might not be LG. That's something that we can speculate about. The question I want to approach the subject is Nigeria is very, very unfortunate over the years. The leader at the highest level that is really prepared to govern. It is either leadership is foisted on the circumstances, or they just want to assume that position for the sake of the title and the privileges attached. In Tinubu's case, even during the campaign that because the man 2015,
Ebike, we can't hear everything. You are cutting in and out. I know you're in Nigeria, but maybe you should try and join us again. Get off and come back in, and we'll see whether it will be better. But we couldn't make up the sentences you were saying.
Okay, let me try that.
Let's go to General Thomas. Thomas, welcome to the show.
Good morning from Melbourne, Australia.
It's nice to have you.
Yes. Yeah, thank you, my brother. I just think everybody speaking against the president and the country, they are one of the so losers, obedience, because they don't win the elections. So we should continue doing that. Moving forward, Nigerians are looking forward to make the country great. We don't care about what they lost everything. They are going to Supreme Court, they will lose again. But I'm praying for Nigeria to be much better. That is just my prayer. And we are waiting for Peter Obi to come out to speak about his certificate as well. The F9 parallel he got that he claimed he used to enter the university. So, Rudolph, did you see the Labour Party conference?
Yeah, I saw one of the groups making statements. Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, so Peter Obi, he loves to jump out. If anybody is frying dodo, he will talk about it. If somebody fall down in Lagos, he will talk about it. Now they've come out now. Why can't he come out and debunk all what they said about him now? If he claims a man of integrity that he claimed, I expected him to come out within 24 hours. It's going to 48 hours now. So we are waiting for Peter Obi's comment or his comment about what he said. Thank you, Rudolph.
All right, thank you so much.
Rudolph, please, can I make a statement before you leave?
No.
Please, can I make a statement? It's very
Okay, go ahead, Prince.
Thomas, we have a topic that we are dealing with. You need to desist from always coming here to tribalize things. It's not fair.
Thank you,
it's not
Prince.
fair. You can go to your own platform and do whatever you do, but don't come here to bring up things that we are not discussing. It's just to gaslight people. It's not right. You need to stop.
Thank you.
I don't know how old you are, but you're adding like a child. Thank you.
All right. I wanted to let me say this.
Hold on. Please hold on.
Thomas, hold on. Let me say this.
Have I ever said anything tribal?
No, Thomas, hold on, Thomas. So, the reason why when people come in, I let people talk about topics that they think is important. Okay. If Thomas had said this at that point, it had been, I would say, that's a topic that I actually saw that. I didn't think it was big from my own perspective in terms of what should be discussed. But if it has been brought up by people, I would have added it on the list of things that we should discuss. So I don't think it's, so that's why when he was saying it, even though it's not the topic, I was thinking, okay, if it's important to him that we discuss it, we could discuss that. Also, I want to use the opportunity to say that I'm still hoping to announce the day that Peter Obi is joining us. I'm in touch with him, and we are trying to get a day that will work. He will be here, and we will talk about all those things. I think any politician should be able to answer any question, and that's why I'm saying that Bola Tinubu too, as a politician, as the president, should come out and explain to us what is going on with him. It's not acceptable to me, and it shouldn't be acceptable to anybody, because it's not about Tinubu. We can go beyond Tinubu. 8 years from now, somebody else will be there. That person might decide not to show up for 1 year. And what are you going to do? You that is supporting that the fact that the president has not explained to us why he has not been out there talking, doing anything for 2 weeks, won't be able to say to the person coming 8 years from now, who decides that I'm not going to show up for 1 year, like in Cameroon, the guy goes to Geneva, stays there for 6 months, he won't come back to the country, and he's running the country. It could happen. And is it at that point that you start crying, oh, this is not good? But when you can stop it from the beginning, you didn't. That's all I'm saying. I don't care about a particular person, and if we shouldn't. I don't care if he's so big that he's the president. You shouldn't do that. I don't care who you are. I think we should agree on that. This is Nigeria. This is our country. It's not about who is ruling today. I'm interested in who will be there 24 years from now. It could be somebody from one part of the country that will say to you, if you didn't do anything to Tinubu now, why should you do anything to me? I can grow from Niger. That's all. And I think the more people think that way, it's not about protecting anybody. I don't care if Peter Obi comes here, you have a question for him about his certificate. We should ask him. All right. Hosford, welcome to the show.
Yes, good evening. Good evening, all. I also greet all the people in the comment section. You guys are fighting the good fight. I want to say something because I've always had an issue with this. Anytime I come online, maybe I might be in the background listening. I'm very young compared to everybody on the panel.
Are you
I'm
saying
here to learn.
Are you trying to say
No, I'm not saying but I'm saying I'm very young compared to everybody on the panel. So I come on here with the mindset of I'm here to learn. I'm here to listen and learn from more experienced people that have actually lived life and speak from experience. They're not just talking, they're speaking from experience. But somehow when I come online, I see people online for the world to see saying the president of their country should die. It's strange. We might not like Tinubu, but it is not. I don't think it's mature. It's a matured way to speak online. I feel if you're going to speak online, you should be at least eloquent about the things you say. You should have knowledge and not just spew things. Because I don't understand why you would have a disagreement with Tinubu. We all do, but it's not fair that you would come and say you expect the president of a country to die because you're opposing what he has done or how he got into office. For me, it's not something I would say I'm learning from, but instead I come here and I'm in disbelief at the way some people speak. So I don't think it makes sense. Thank you. That's what I have to say.
All right.
Sorry, Rudolph. Did somebody say that?
Yeah, somebody did. Yeah, thank you. He took it back after I challenged him. Hosford, thank you so much for your observation. Let me say this. You also been introduced to Nigerians. This is real Nigerians. That you find different types in Nigeria, and that's what you see on a platform like this, where we don't vet people, we don't tell people what to say, we don't interview them before they come online. But also it's an opportunity to learn for people, to learn that there are people who think in a certain way, and for them to have opportunity to rethink. I don't think he will go anywhere else and say something like that again, hopefully, because he now saw the reaction of people. So all these things are a whole package. You are not going to get, I wouldn't want you to have an artificial picture of Nigerians. They are good people, they are bad people. It's the whole thing that you see here. And hopefully you'll be able to pick the one that you think is right and the ones that are wrong. And people learn, people grow. There are people who have not had the opportunity to come out in public and say things, and they get it now and they say things, they see direction and they change. They feel that this is not right thing to say in public. Also, I want to also mention that I'm getting messages that the comment section where we appreciate everybody who is there, that a lot of people are not being respectful of people and things like that. It's too early now. We are just 1 hour into the show. We shouldn't be there at this point. I think we're still putting together how to manage that segment of this show. But please, can we respect everybody? All right, let me go to Oberika. Is Oberika there? All right, I don't think off screen. Okay, Ebike, let's hear you. Ebike, go ahead.
Let me unmute myself. Doc,
Yeah, go ahead.
am I audible now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Like I was saying, like I was saying that Tinubu was not really ready to govern. He just want to be the president. That's just his lifelong ambition, and it seems he has gotten it. And there's really nothing more. There's really nothing more to prove. So he might just decide to just stay back because the state, Nigeria as a state, have been captured. That's pure and simple. The judiciary is in his pocket. The National Assembly is in his pocket. Nobody expects anything to come out from those places. So if he feels so unthreatening, there's nothing threatening him, nothing propelling him to do anything extraordinary. So the man might just decide to just stay back and relax. People will speculate he's sick. Personally, I don't think he's sick. Because since he came back, since after the election, since he came back from Paris, the man has been exuding some kind of exuberance that I've not seen in him all this while. So I don't think suddenly we just force it to the extent that we won't be able to appear in public.
Ebike, where did you see him exhibiting something? What did you just say now?
But after the election, he went to Paris for some time. He came back. We saw him in public often. He went to the UN. We saw him there. So there's no really any sign of frailty. Yeah.
I thought you were talking about after he came back from the UN.
What, Doc?
I thought you were talking about after he came back from the
UN. No, not after I came back from the UN. No. I was just saying that I just trying to connect. Between when he came back to you, I don't think between now and then a kind of sudden calamity will just befall him that he won't be able to appear in public. So the man might just decide to just stay in Absol Rock, doing other things. People are just signing for, people are just making announcements because there's no accountability in Nigeria. That's just one thing. There's no accountability. And for Tinubu, every structure of the society that might pose an opposition to him, apart from the opposition candidates, are already in his pockets. Is it the press? The media, the few media organizations that are not doing the part, they are trying to earn them, harass them using the regulators. Those ones with time, they are likely to kowtow to his policies and just play along. Is it the judiciary? Is people already there? The legislature, they're already there. So what else? What will make him to try to want to do anything extraordinary? He has already achieved his lifelong ambition. So that's it. I think, like Doc said, we should begin to look beyond them. Like the point now is what we come for. Nigeria is going to just be docile and allow somebody to perpetuate in this manner, or even somebody else worse, because it's likely to be worse than Buhari now, or somebody like worse than to succeed him. That's what we should be thinking about. We think about right now, and it's very, very unfortunate that we are at this point. But we, Nigeria as a country, if we are a country with a conscience, by now Tinubu should be on his way out. With the revelations that just came out from Chicago, that apart from the certificates issue, I think the most serious issue there is the entry documents used in even gaining admission. That is where that is the most damning thing against him right now, which the courts are not going to consider. It is the people that are going to consider that. That should be decided in the court of the court of public opinion. And if the court of opinion are finding guilty, by now the legislation should be there. The Senate especially, there should be a mechanism for its impeachment on the way right now. But unfortunately, nothing of such can come up. And if that cannot be, then how can we hold him accountable as a nation? I really see no way out as it is right now. Personally, I see no way out. That's just it.
All right, thank you, Ebike. NWC will be the last person on this topic. We are going to Hamas and Israel. After that, we come back to Nigeria. Now, one of the reactions to Tinubu's issue with Chicago State University was that in an effort to defend him, a lot of people went after Atiku and Atiku's own certificates and names and all those subjects. And we saw in the last 2 days when Peter Obi released his own certificates, and people now are pointing at some things in the certificate that they think. So we combine that when we talk about Nigeria, when we come back to Nigeria after Hamas. Dubisi, you're next.
Good morning, Doctor. Good afternoon. It's afternoon here already. Good afternoon, my brothers in the panel. Can you all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. How are you?
I'm fine.
Okay.
Well, first of all, concerning Tinubu's health, no official thing has been said. It might still be his master stroke tricks. He might be well, cooling off in the villa or somewhere, and his surrogates are the ones running the show. And I don't wish him bad. I wish him good health, but we know he's not competent to be there as a leader. So for me, I just take it as a rumor for now until something more substantive is said, or if we have true journalists who are really doing their job, who do investigative journalism in the right way, and get more scoop for us. Then concerning the way he runs the country, he has taken the Buhari playbook and he has taken it a gear further. I thank God Femi is from the Southwest. Me, I have friends too from the Southwest who speak the truth like Femi. We are all seeing what is going on, the appointments, and they are all key appointments. All are aimed at shutting up anybody who wants to dare him. Then in a multicultural, multi-ethnic country, it's not run that way. But I'm not even looking at those things because for me, he didn't win the election. He has a lot of questions on his credentials. And what came out from Chicago is equally very clear that the certificate he got there, they didn't give it to him. And even like the last man who spoke, the entry requirement he used in getting admission from Southwest College or Shadley College into Chicago was forged. It's very clear. If it were here, that is even where people will even start from. By saying that ab initio he is not even qualified to even go to Chicago. That means whatever he got there, be it transcript or whatever, is not. He didn't. They are all null and void. But we know Nigeria how it works. So coming back again, I'm saying that the way he runs the country, his appointments, I'm not surprised. That is who he is. The same way some of us spoke about Buhari 8 years ago, some people say, "Oh, give him a chance. He's a honest man, integrity." But we also what has happened now. So this will even be a worse. If this man's government lasts, it will get worse than Buhari's own. He's not even talking about a serious government should even, first of all, tackle insecurity. That is number one, because it's spreading everywhere. See, well, I didn't even know about these people who are kidnapped in Benue and they were slaughtered. I just had it on this platform now. And if it has really happened, that's a big concern, just like the other ones that has been happening. Security is the number, not even the economy. Security is number one, because if you tackle security, it will take care of many areas of the economy. People can go back to their farms. People can do their business without fear and all that. The economy will begin to breathe a little. But see how the country is now. The man is not ready to govern. He's just there to run the country his own way, the way he has been doing his thing, because that has always been his way, not the normal way, the backdoor way. I don't want to use the word criminality, but that is what it is. So we can come here and speak as we say, as we usually come to speak and hear our view. We hope that all we've been saying all these years, if a true government that wants to listen comes in, they will pick some ideas on what we say and what other people say on other platforms. Because the country is really in a bad shape. Ovie, I'm not addressing you, Ovie, but I want to mention what you said about your reps, that those are the people you are looking up to, what they are doing. They can hardly do anything. You know where they belong. You know they are part of the system. I don't know what Akpatasin has done for your people in the last years that he has been there. He may have done some things, but if they want to do more, just like my own people in the House of Reps or Senate too, they know what to do. They all should be calling for the president to take, or let me have, I would draw that word president, it's not my president. They all should be calling for the man there, right now, to
take security serious. The executive arm of government, they're supposed to be calling on the military people to say, what are you people doing? Because this is affecting everybody. But because they themselves, they and their families and their friends, they are not affected. They fly by air. Even when they want to move by road, the roads are clear for them to move freely. You have millions of soldiers. You have thousands of soldiers and policemen on the road to keep them safe. Then the ordinary man suffers. My concern is about the ordinary Nigerian. Those of us here abroad, we are feeling it too because we get inundated steady by worries back home, economic hardship back home, and all that. So I don't see anything he can do. Anybody expecting any good from this regime is just dreaming.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you so much. Just to summarize on this topic, we look for small things. In New York City, they said the police will stop you. They want to stop you and deal with you when you are still breaking glasses before you start robbing banks. They want to take care of things when they are small. That's what we are not doing in Nigeria. If a president of Nigeria comes back from travel abroad, and typically, you know what happens? People will wait for him at the airport. We see him come down from the plane. He will shake the hands of people that were in the same plane with him. And then he would enter his car. And that did not happen. That should be an alarm to Nigerians that, something is not right. If we allow that, if we allow things to happen that shouldn't happen, what it means is that other things are going to be happening. We saw that under Buhari, nobody was questioning things. And the Emefiele was just spending money at the central bank, billions. And we thought it was okay because we support Buhari. We don't want to question him. And then at the end, we are seeing what happened and we are shocked. It's the same thing that is going on. We can't let this happen. That's not because you don't like Tinubu or you don't like who is the current president. Yes, president. All right. We are going to move a little bit. Let's talk about what is the talk of the story across the world, which is what's happening between Israel and Hamas.
But one man, sorry, Rudolph.
Yeah.
Regarding
I look like one man.
regarding this presidency,
I'll put in a video. It may play.
If we actually mean business, we are serious. There's actually a laid down way to either quit the president or take him out. Yes, you can say the power lies with the people, but there's a channel you have to go to. There's a reason why I decided to say, okay, I started with saying that we are pricing representative democracy. We saw what happened in the U.S. Capitol 2 weeks ago, where their speaker was impeached. It's through the same process. We should channel this energy to our representative. What is their take? If we
entire lives
compare
the
this
presence of a foreign army that controls the movement.
Obi, I'm sorry,
not just of those young people, but their parents, their grandparents, every single day. It's not just when settler violence against Palestinians goes unpunished. It's not right to prevent Palestinians from farming their lands or restricting a student's ability to move around the West Bank or displace Palestinian families from their homes. Neither occupation nor expulsion is the answer. Just as Israelis built a state in their homeland, Palestinians have a right to be a free people in their own land. I'm going off script here for a second, but before I came here, I met with a group of young Palestinians from the age of 15 to 22. And talking to them, they weren't that different from my daughters. They weren't that different from your daughters or sons. I honestly believe that if any Israeli parent sat down with those kids, they'd say, I want these kids to succeed. I want them to prosper. I want them to have opportunities just like my kids do. I believe that's what Israeli parents would want for these kids if they had a chance to listen to them and talk to them. I believe that. Now, only you can determine what kind of democracy. You will define not simply the future of your relationship with the Palestinians, you will define the future of Israel as well. As Ariel Sharon said, I'm quoting him, "It is impossible to have a Jewish democratic state at the same time to control all of Eretz Israel." If we insist on fulfilling the dream in its entirety, we are liable to lose it all. But the Palestinian people's right to self-determination
All right, Obi, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you. I already keyed in the video, and that was why you were cut off.
That's fine.
But let me just say this: there are so many failures from different levels. So the first thing is this: the media. There's a reason why there's media covering the presidency, any presidency. It's a 24-hour thing, and they should know where their subject is. And they should inform the people of the country. This is what the president is doing today. The same thing with the governor or your local government chairman. There should be a media covering that. So, but we know that the media in Nigeria is under stress. We know that there's an effort to compromise the media. It's not today that it started. So that is going on. But when the media is now doing the job,
under stress or under threat.
Both, both, because there's internal stress and there's threat and everything. Then the second one is also the lawmakers. Of course, we hope that one day we're going to have an independent arm of government, the National Assembly, but we don't have that yet, and that's one of the ways that we could make sure that things are corrected. We don't have that, and then the third part is the people. When all these people are failing us, the judiciary, the National Assembly, the media, the people will have to do something. And when I see the people making excuses for what should be in their own interest, that's when I get bothered. All right, so let's go to the other subject, Hamas and Israel. It's a very wide topic, and we can look at it from several angles. I'll just let people weigh in based on what we know today. What is your take? And then we can go in depth. Femi, let's start with you.
Okay. Doctor, you're supposed to start with me. I'm the first person. If you go like that, then I'll be last.
Okay, Femi. Okay, sorry. Actually, I was looking at. I don't know the layout now. Okay, I changed it. Let me start with Paul because Paul was actually the first person. Paul, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. So, Doctor, talking about this Hamas and Israel thing. First of all, because this issue is coming more external, and the big brother that is creating a lot of problem happen to be where I domicile, the US. You know, Christians, the evangelical might push for all the care. Christian in Israel is just 1.9%. It's less than 2%. The Muslims are 18%. The Judaism are 73.8%. So people should know this before, because when our Christians travel to there for pilgrim, whatever, many people might think Israel is a Christian country. This so-called Israel that we're talking about, they also punish Christians. They also punish Muslims. But I don't want to go there. I just want to look the big picture, and I just touched religion a little bit. Now I want to bring race to it. When I mean race, now I'm talking about races. The Holocaust that we're talking about, according to the Israelites, they said they lost 6 million people. They lost 6 million people to the Germans. Today, they find an easy way to come together. You know why? The people who break out all this deal, they are white people. But when it comes to this Palestine, they are not white, they are brown. Even when legitimately these people own this land, they treat them, they gag them. You understand? Look at everything. These people can't even leave their country. They cage them and everything. And you just feel it's okay. You know, I was talking to somebody in Nigeria many years ago, not now. The guy said something. He said the way the Arab work, they understand very well that they can't fight the so-called West. But they understand the way the West feel, the way the West get emotions when they lose one of their own. So the Arab is added to lose 1 million to take one of the West. And one of the West can cause a lot. We saw what happened, how Jimmy Carter couldn't go for second term. You understand? We saw all these things that is going on. And the same thing that is still snowballing right now. How they are complaining, how they are losing their own. They are sending special force to go rescue the Americans that were kidnapped and every other thing. What about other countries that lost themselves? I blame the US because why I'm blaming the US? The US just came out from the Second World War. They became world power. They are part of people who broke the deal. Yeah, we know the Britain broke the deal more to put the Israel there to form their own country and the likes. But I want to believe that if the US asks Palestine, Israel to shut up, let's find a better way, not this way that we're doing it. I don't think Israel can oppose them. I don't think Israel can oppose them. But because it's a race thing, it's not about the fight that is going on. It's just a race thing where you don't like people. And I've seen it living in the West, where human beings like pets more than other colors. You understand? If I take my dog for dog walk, I see white man, I see people who like my dog. How old is he? Oh, he's cute. Tomorrow, if I walk past that place with that dog, they don't want to talk to me. So they won't like my dog more than me.
Or do you want them to say, how old are you? You look so cute. Is that what we are going for?
Oh, somebody just asked that question. How old am I? Is that I'm still looking for more wives to marry. So I'm still young. I'm still capable when it comes to that aspect. So, right. Doctor, it just I feel bad with what is going on. See what they are doing. And when you see the so-called West talk about clean energy, don't destroy the ozone layer, all these things that they are throwing down there in Yemen, are they keeping the ozone layer clean? I'm asking the question. You are the one furnishing them all these things that they are keeping, that are throwing there. Is it keeping the ozone layer clean? These are the likes. You understand? If children see what is going on with their parents, don't you think somewhere along the line, they know their enemy when they see one? Do you think the people who take down my parents, take down my grandparents? I don't know my enemy. Do I need an historian to tell me my enemy? I know my enemy when I see one. You understand? Like Peter Tosh would say, you understand? Everybody's talking about justice. How about we talk about peace? Let us just do peace. Let us make this world a better place. But I don't see that with the West. You understand? They keep influencing. I'm so happy with what I learned from these few days that this thing is going on. So if they have given the Jewish people land in Uganda, this is what we'll be going through in Africa. I think I have to apologize for forefather. From what forefather has been saying for donkey years. I need an apology for forefather. I will apologize to him when I see him today. That's my take for now.
All right. Thank you, Paul. Righteous man.
Yeah, Shalom Shabbat.
Now, Doctor, you decided to escape me.
No, I'm coming to you. They were the first that when we started the show to talk.
No,
so.
it was
it was me, Femi, then Righteous man.
Oh, okay. So
okay,
that
okay, Femi, take over.
I'm coming. No.
After Femi.
Go ahead, Righteous man. I'm coming that way.
Okay. Shalom Shabbat.
We're going to court.
Shalom Shabbat.
All right.
Doctor, I sent a video to you. I don't know if you can play that video, because a son of the founder of Hamas made a confession of what the intentions and agenda of Hamas is concerning the Jews and Israel, and then concerning the Muslim war. I think you should try to see how you can play so that people can actually know. Let us not begin to work on the surface of this problem. It's more than that. Now, when we come to this issue between the Palestinians and the Israelis, I am somebody that look at the foundation of a problem before I speak. This thing is over 4,000 years old. This issue we are talking about, it did not start today. And if I have to say it somehow, there is a spiritual being that commands the physical, then I have to believe the prophetic books that speaks about the Jewish and their Arab neighbors. This book, which is the Bible, said there will never be peace between the Arab and the Jews. So whatever any man is trying to achieve in order to bring peace between these two brothers, they are brothers, it can't work because it's divine. God has his program concerning the Jews and the Arabs as much as he has program concerning the whole world. So no matter the sentiments, no matter whatever we think, no matter the humanity in us, no matter what we are trying to project, if it is actually prophetic, divinely inspired, man cannot sort the problem out. Where I have my heart is for those little children that have been killed. You know, I was in the parlor watching the will I call it a movie, the war movie. And at a time I told my wife, I said, Israel must stop this. And she too seconded, you know, that they should stop this. Because seeing those children crying, seeing them being killed is not normal, you know. And what caused this problem? It was caused by Hamas. Because Hamas is not Palestinians demanding for freedom. Hamas is a terrorist group wanting to eliminate and kill the Jews. They said they will never allow Israel to exist. Now, if you come to me and say you are going to kill me, I won't keep quiet. I will make sure I defend myself at all costs. And that is what Israel is doing. How will you go to Yom Kippur when they are celebrating their Yom Kippur? The little girls and boys that were holding a party dancing, you went there and you shot them, almost 300. You beheaded children. You went to their houses and killed a family and burnt them. And you say Israel will not reply? Israel is not Africa. Israel is not Nigeria. So my submission is that man cannot bring peace between the Arab and the Israelis. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, righteous man. Let's go to Femi. Femi, let's hear from you.
Yeah, so first of all, I don't know if anybody can. I know, Tone. You remember I mentioned this guy the other time, Moshe Dayan. Again, I enjoy anybody that has patience to read. It's about 7 and something pages. The story of my life, and I previously mentioned when we were on another forum on Dr. Damages that the dude, it turns out to be one of the greatest Israeli generals of all time, one of the greatest generals, period, of any era. Now, I first read this book in June 1997. And that's opened my eyes and my brain to a lot of things. And that's why for a lot of topics, if not every topic, I always hope that people would do away with sentiments and what they think they know. And to my brother, I'm not mentioning names, be careful. There's a lot of videos out there that you got to verify. They're not necessarily true. You got to be very careful. I'm saying it from two angles, because even the likes of CNN and the rest of the news media, Al Jazeera and all that, they, at least I'll say they're doing a decent job of trying to verify videos. And I'll say this, I work in the IT space, and as big as IT is, I can tell you for free, there's a lot of things going on. It's easy to edit videos, so do not think everything you see online. In fact, I'll tell you, majority of what you see on, well, let me not say majority, a lot of what you see posted online is not true. So I'm just saying, that's one. Now, but to the topic and to tie it down to the book I showed you, when I read the topic, and of course, just like Alexander, please, I just want you to join us. Let's be careful the kind of words we use, because YouTube has a flag for saying things that is considered anti-Semitic. Dr. Rudolph lives in New York, where we have a very large group of Jews. I live there as well, so we know the way this
Femi, can I interject a bit? If you say anti-Semitism, you must balance it. People that are coming here to abuse another to throw our
Yeah,
shades on other
generally.
So
No,
yeah, so
generally.
no,
Yeah.
no, I'm just saying that, bro. I understand you're 150% correct, but you need to balance it out so that we just understand. So it's not just about Israel. We need to be respectful of other ethnicity as well.
Let me try and finish my thought so I don't forget. But thanks, though. But often in the comment section, I try to put it there as well. That people be careful about when we discuss. It's just because we're discussing this topic right now, But anyways, so the reason I'm gonna try and be as brief as way from here because I know I've taken a lot more time. Now, after I read the book and I did a lot more research, not gonna lie, prior to 1997, I never realized that Israel, as we know it, is they practice Judaism mostly, and that's now because it's a good thing when you have to re-educate yourself. And that got me on the line to trying to evaluate things, especially in light of so many accords, the Camp David Accord that had been the agreement that they had from 1979, I think, the Oslo Accord. There's been so many accords, and that's when I realized, even when I was younger, it did not obviously did not start today. But when I first got when my consciousness first got alerted to this Israel-Palestine thing, even prior to 97 when I read this book, I had my sentiments versus when my thoughts shifted once I began to realize that there was more to this than, okay, yes, we have the biblical period and then the pre-biblical period, the post-biblical period. Now, taking it from the post-biblical period, when a lot of the Jews were scattered all over Europe, the Palestinians had already taken over. I mean, they were practically the owners of the land at that point in time. However, just as the way I try to describe this to people when I try to explain it to them is when you see what happened to the elections in, especially in Lagos, what the likes of Ononuga were saying, that there had been things like that, there had been undercurrents about how Igbos, for example, were beginning to take over lands in Lagos. But then I told people, I said, it's the indigenous that are selling the land. It's not similar, the same scenario with what majority of what's going on has to do with land. The Palestinians initially had no problems when the Jews were coming back. They had no problems. In fact, I was listening to a Jewish woman today who's based in England, who's part of the protest in central London as of today. She is actually against the way the retaliation is being carried out because there are consequences, not just for that region, but for the entire world. Part of which just the fact that strip of land, that particular Gaza Strip, because I had enough time to watch the various various news agencies, depending on what side they're holding mostly to. That strip of land is so small. And the whole idea is that when you include the likes of West, I forgot what you call this one, Western, I forget what West Bank. It previously belonged to the Palestine, especially after the League of Nations had allowed the Britons in the aftermath of the Second World War to administer that region. They allowed them to partition it to the point where, they were like, at some point, they were like, let's try and divide this thing in such a way that, of course, that was the forbearer of the two-state solution that you keep hearing. Let's divide this thing in such a way that, you would have an independent Israel and you also have an independent Palestine. Now, this is where Britain is complicit. What they ended up doing was they ended up giving majority of the land to Israel. And what a lot of people do not realize, and this is something else I found out a couple of years ago as well, that same Israel that you see now was also had an alternate name. It's also called Palestine. Maybe not an exact alias, Now, one of the things you also need to understand is that initially when a lot of Jews were coming back to the land, what they were doing was they were buying the land. Just again, like the analogy I gave to you from about Lagos and the Igbos, they were buying the land, some lands, and they call them kibbutzim in plural. And at some point, when so there was growing resentment. I think it was in the 20th century. There was growing resentment because all of a sudden they were like, wait a minute, what's going on here? All of a sudden, it looks like these people are beginning to take over the lands, and it's almost like without recourse to the fact that they're almost like, yes, it might, to them, they might, because at that point in time, there was that Nazism thing that was growing in Europe, in Germany and Austria, especially. But even at that, we're embracing you doesn't mean that you should now try to take over our entire land. That was the beginnings of what you see today. So whatever happened, we are where we are right now. And all of the politicking, all of the horse trading that you're seeing right now is beyond sentiment, because the next thing you know, it might come down to the point where even the little Gaza Strip where these people are landlocked, because that place is so densely populated, is unbelievable. It's not only have they been narrowed down into that little Gaza Strip, but they're not even being allowed. Like everywhere is blocked. There's a blockade. There's been a blockade since 2007. I don't know if you're aware as well. Those guys are suffering. And they have not forgotten what happened previously. It's almost like you came back to take a land that you originally welcomed. It's an all lot of dynamics, really. I'll just keep it there for now. I'm just saying this because of people that do not understand, like Pastor Adeboye, the dynamics of this thing that just speak to sentiments, especially not realizing that Christianity in Israel is probably just 2%. I'll keep it that way for now.
All right, thank you, Femi. Let me just say before we continue, this is a very sensitive topic. I've been getting flags from YouTube, before we came on air, I posted some videos yesterday on this topic that I made. They were all flagged by YouTube. So we have to be careful. People were saying videos that people sent to me. I'm not playing them. There are so many videos on both sides. Why I want us to have this conversation is that there are implications to us in Africa and in Nigeria. We can learn something from this. And that was the angle that I had in mind. We could talk about how Adeboye, the video he made, basically praying for Israel, without any mention of the children of Palestine that are dying. And most of our people, when we look at this, we either look at it because we are Muslims, so we look at it that the Muslims are being killed, and we are Christians, we look at it like, oh, we have to support the Jews. But there is an angle that is often left out, which is really about the humanity of people. I have an extreme view. When people say, "Oh, children, women, and children," as if it's okay for soldiers to be dying. If you are soldiers, if that's the case, then they should build a fort. Not soldiers go to the field and fight, not fight where people live. So anyway, so this is a very sensitive topic. So when you are addressing it, I think maybe the best thing is just to find a way to. I'm getting feed from somewhere. Femi, why is it from? Go ahead, Femi.
Tony, please, I apologize. I just want to say one thing that I just realized just this morning. In addition to what I forgot who it was. I forgot who said that. In addition to do you realize that only this morning I just realized that it wasn't just Uganda that was offered to the Jews that were being ostracized in Europe. They actually had the option of Argentina as well. I only realized that this morning as well, which was interesting for me.
All right, thank you. So, the purpose, I'm willing to take the risk of our whole video flagged, but I think we need to discuss this as a people, not from the perspective of you are supporting this side, you are supporting the other side, but I want people to reflect and think about it in terms of, for us, you look at yourself as an African. Who are you? How do you look at this? Are you seeing your own bias in the way you look at this, in the side that you are supporting? If the reverse is the case, do you put your leg in the shoes of the other people, what will you be thinking about? Because we don't do that enough, and that's the problem in our approach to issues in Nigeria. we look at it from our own, whatever group you think you belong to, and use that perspective. You're not thinking about the other group. And I felt that this would be a good example of us looking at things, using this as an example. I did that in class yesterday on Thursday. Instead of talking about African history, I talked about what's happening there. And it forced students who are familiar with the issue in the Middle East to look at it from different angles. And the outcome was really interesting. So that was why I thought, not that I'm not aware of the censorship and the sensitive nature of this conversation, but we should have conversations that are tough, that will make us think, not just to repeat the same thing you believe in. That's not the goal. Play the same videos you want to play. People have been sending videos to me. When they see the ones that favor them, they think this is the truth. The ones that did not favor them, whatever position they believe, they think that is wrong. They will ignore that. They will they want me to play for them. So there is a way to look at this. The point is that people are dying. These are real people. Most of them had nothing to do with what's going on. They don't, and that was why I played the Obama speech. Obama was speaking, and he was speaking in that area. He was telling them, everybody, they were all there, and it was something that was more balanced. All right, let me go back to, I think the next person is Ovie. Ovie, go ahead.
No, it's me.
You skip me.
He's going that way. It's me. He just came in. It's me.
No, Tony is Ovie. I removed him because he was.
No, he just came in. He just came in.
No, I know. Tony was, the arrangement was that
Ovie was sleeping before.
Yeah, people complained that he was sleeping. He said he wasn't. So
it's funny. Why I don't know why they're saying that.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
It's like Kenny. I don't trust Kenny. Kenny wanted to bulldoze over a way. He's used to that. Yes, I mean, this is a very well. Rudolph, thank you for actually shedding light on it before I even speak. That we should look at it from, if you put ourselves in the shoe of people, what is happening there. And I think that's why, if you look at it from historical perspective, you pick a side. If you look at it from regional perspective, you also pick a side. But if you look at it from the power dynamics, right, the big brothers of this world, and you look at the geographic politics that happen around there, you understand that however you want to see the Israelite people, there's a need why America is pretty much adopted them as 51 states, right? How do you check the power dynamics in that region without the likes of the Israelites and the Lebanon? And if you look, the two countries, it's been adventures that non-human beings should be pray for. And from that angle, I think to be saying there's going to be lasting peace, I think it's pretty much just wish, just like the last Femi said. Yeah, if you go to history, the accord upon accord up to Donald Trump time, in fact there was a discussion 2 weeks ago before the terrorist attack and all that. So just look, it's going to continue like that. Unfortunately, that's the world we live in today. And then now putting ourselves in their shoe, I mean, what is happening in Gaza is what's different from what is happening in the northeast, northwest, and the southeast. People are being slaughtered every day, being bombed every day. It's the same thing, right? But maybe because for one reason or the other, if there's no alarm, people are not being carried away because it's going on for too long. Because there's exactly no difference. If you go to Chibok, before I actually left Nigeria, some of the guys that work for me as well are from Chibok, and you don't know they speak English. You speak Bra, they tell you how they don't sleep, right? Every day, families and the whole full village is moving. They're on the run. That's in Borno State. So it does. If you want to look it from that room, there's no difference in what is happening right now that we are seeing. And when it's just that, the kind of emotion that we are invested in, just like Drew put it, Adeboye's speech. I don't expect anything less from Adeboye. I mean, where does his powers and his money and everything come from? If there's no Israel today, I don't think Adeboye will exist. So to say that you will speak, I mean, yes, as a human being, religion aside, you should speak for both death, either your enemy die, but again, these people invested billion and time praying for their enemy to die without necessarily shooting a gun. So somebody who built his wealth, his lifestyle, based on your enemy must die. So if that is not happening, what do you expect him to say? So a normal thing from that is its own, which is unfortunate, because at the end of the day, we are human first before every other religion, ethnicity we choose to align ourselves to. So it's just very unfortunate. And again, going by history, you will pick a side. If you're going by religious perspective, we always pick a side. But as a human being, just you don't even need to go to Gaza. Just go to your neighboring states, either Borno or Anambra. You see the same thing happening.
Yeah, thank you, Ovie. Ton, you're next.
Okay. Just want to quickly respond before I just make my very short point, and I'll allow the next person to speak. Proverbs 15:8 says that the prayer of the wicked is an abomination to the Lord. And I'm addressing Thomas and his fellow Agbedo idiots, that all their prayers is an abomination to the Lord. Okay? All their prayers. Anybody that supports evil on this, even the people that speak from both mouths and call themselves Egbon, professors, doctor, and all that, all your prayers that Tinubu will serve 8 years or 4 years is an abomination to the Lord, just so you know.
Amen.
Now, moving forward to Gaza, like Doctor said, it's a very, very touchy subject that we need to be very careful about. I will lean more to the spiritual side of things rather than political. At the end of the day, yes, killing people, killing children is not a nice thing. I know that. And we forget that Israelis do not see themselves as Christians, they see themselves as Jewish. Okay? Now, on the other side, Palestinians, we have some Christians there. So it's a lose-lose situation. So, but I will lean as a person, I'm speaking for myself, on the more spiritual side. I will take the side of the Israelis. You can't come to my land and bomb up everybody, kill people unprovoked, and you expect me not to react. I will react. I will crush you guys. I know that. So that's just my position for now. Thank you.
All right. So we're going to Prince.
It's my turn, no?
No. It's not a turn. You just came. We're going round. The Prince. Go ahead.
Ton, before you get out, I saw what they were doing on the comment section, and you see, none of them can face me. I've challenged them. I've thrown the challenge to them. They can't face me because they're all bigots. That's what they are. Going forward, when I speak about Israel and Palestine, I've asked this question times without number. Is God a partial God? I don't think so. Why do I say so? If most of us do your research, you will find out that you even have more Christians in Palestine than you have in Israel. And it baffles me when I see people talk about, we are praying for Israel, we are praying for that. I'm not saying you are free at what you pray for, that is you. But to me, at the end of the day, I don't think that there are certain people that is being preferred by God than others, especially when there is the New Testament, where Jesus said he came not to condemn the Old Testament, rather to fulfill that which is written in the Old Testament. People talk. You see the hate. Both sides have problem. To me, both sides have problem. I'm not supporting the Hamas attacking those people who went to to celebrate their festival, but at the same time, that does not give that so right to Netanyahu to almost wipe away some people, innocent people that didn't do nothing. They should go after Hamas and leave those, these other people alone. Look at people in Gaza Strip today. They are stranded. Some of them don't even know where they're gonna sleep. There is crisis brewing. Christians, Muslims, Jewish, pagans, and all that stuff. We all worship God in different ways. Can we live and let live? And I ask this question: what are we afraid of? Some people you see, people who claim to be Christians, they keep telling you, "Oh, the world is ending. The world is ending." Then repent. Do the right thing. Do the right thing. And what is the right thing? Love thy neighbor as thyself. You see people who claim to be Christians, but they are when it comes to treating their fellow human beings, you see them treating their fellow human beings as if they are nothing. You see some, the same thing goes to Muslims too. Can we just live and let live? That is me. I love justice, and I live for justice, and I work for justice. That's who I am. Nobody can change me for that. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Prince. We have someone who is helping us with fact checking, and he just sent in to me that there are more Christians in Israel than in Palestine, and that there are 180,000 Christians in Israel and 48,000 in Palestine. So that's one checking.
Israel is more of Judaism. Let that person check more.
Dr. Donatis, that fact check is wrong.
Oh, it's wrong? Okay.
Yes. There are 1.9% Christians.
No, it's not, no. He used the figures, not the percentage. He said 180,000 Christians in Israel, and then 47,000 in Palestine. So
we should be talking. We should be dealing with percentage here.
No.
Number doesn't matter.
Oh, okay. All right. I see what you're saying, but in terms of numbers, okay. All right. Let me go to who is next. I think the next person is.
I'm next.
Okay, Hosfor, yeah.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Before I start, I would like to call out Righteous Man. Righteous Man, I've listened to you talk a lot, and some of the things you say are very insightful, but there's always a tone of bias whenever you speak. You cannot tell me that Israel has the right to anything. We are all equal in God's eyes. If you call yourself a Christian, I believe you also agree that we are all equal in God's eyes. So you cannot say the Palestinians are whatever. I've forgotten the sentence you used. You always sound biased, and it does not make sense. I would ask you this question, and if you do not know, I suggest you do your research. You cannot come online and say there are videos, you've seen videos, and you sent videos to Dr. Damages and he should play them. I would ask you, what was the evidence that America used to invade Iraq? And if you do not know, I will answer that question for you. There was a lady that came and testified to Congress that Iraqi soldiers went into hospitals, removed babies from incubators, and took the incubators. That was the cruel picture they painted of Iraq. And American Congress passed and said they were at war with Iraq, and they went to war and bombarded Iraq. Only for us to find out 2 years later that the lady in question that was veiled up in hijab, she was the daughter of one of the ambassadors to America from Kuwait. It was all a psyop to rile up the American people to support Congress, to push funds towards weaponry to fight Iraq. So we cannot, history is filled with sabotage, lies everywhere, spread everywhere to push different kind of narrative. You cannot come and tell us that babies were killed. Where did you get these videos? Where are they coming from? Are they verified? Times without number, we've found out that the evidence that they proved to go to war used to show that, okay, these are the evidence why we need to fight. This is why this person is evil. They were all lies. So you cannot come and say until they are verified properly. You cannot, I would not accept that. I don't support violence against innocent people in any form or shape. But if we're going by the latest agreement, either in 1990 or 1993, the Oslo Accord, it was signed, but Israel never enacted it. It was never enacted by the Israelis. Recently, the UN, we know that UN statements are non-binding, but they also said the agreement should be implemented. But no, nothing is happening, and the Palestinians keep dying. I'm not saying I support what they did, but one thing we have to acknowledge as humans, sometimes we step back from emotion and think rationally. The most dangerous animals are the ones that you've cornered when there is no other option but to fight. The weak can beat the strong sometimes. You always give your enemy a leeway to escape. These people have been dying for years. We hear this happen, 10 Palestinians died, nobody is talking. I would also refer you, the Al-Aqsa Mosque. I'm not a Muslim, but I've been following this. The mosque that was recently destroyed by Israeli soldiers. The most recent event. Nobody talked about it. It went under the radar. And we knew that this is a holy site for the Muslims. Like the way they revere Mecca. This mosque is also revered. And you, as a Jew or a Christian, you go and destroy their holy site and expect them to fold hands. No, their backs are against the wall. I'm not justifying what they did, but we have to look at it rationally and say what is bad is bad. And we have to come to a resolution, not sending weapons to one side to fight the other side. So that's my 2 cents, actually.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much for Ebike. You're next.
Thank you very much. I've unmuted myself. Thank you very much. I'm very glad that a lot of people still have some humanity left in them. So the issue about Israel-Palestine, maybe specifically right now, Israel and Gaza, residents of Gaza or Hamas per se, is a very sensitive issue. And those who are trying to use religion to try to analyze this issue is very unfortunate. The fact is, before 1948, there was no state of Israel. Israel is the state of Israel as it is today is an artificial construct, and that is the root of this problem. Today, the people of Gaza, they are resisting the people of Gaza are resisting the blockade, the embargo on them by Israel. They've been living in an open concentration camp since at least 16 years. I don't know the kind of outcome people expect from that kind of situation. You are breeding animals, you are breeding wild. Like the last speaker said, you cannot expect something different out of it. So when they react, that is just a react. Like what happened. I keep saying what happened on Saturday was tragic. The whole picture is not really clear. There are a lot of propaganda around, a lot of things that are being imputed to justify what Israel is doing to the people of Gaza. The indiscriminate bombing, this is open genocide that has been committed in Gaza. And the people that say that the custodian of the world police, the custodian of freedom, custodian of democracy in the world, they are fully behind the atrocities of the state of Israel against the defenseless people of Gaza. Because the fact is, these bombings are not targeting Hamas. That is just the truth. These bombings are not targeting Hamas. They are specifically targeted is a terror campaign against the people of Gaza, holding them responsible for the actions of a few people within their territory. Is what they call is people aptly described as a collective punishment. It happens. It's something that has been repeated. Is a tactic that has been used by even America, and they are encouraging Israel to go ahead with it. And people are coming to see. Look at what is happening in Gaza. People are going through untold hardship, untold suffering. Even the ones that want to escape through the only opening left, that the Rafah crossing into Egypt, Israel refused them exit. They keep bombing the border, the border that they should not leave. They should not leave. They should not leave Gaza. If you are bombing there, you don't want them to leave. So what is the intention? Beyond genocide and ethnic cleansing, what kind of interpretation can be given to that again? It's pure genocide and being backed by the West. And I think after this episode, if it finally subsided, if it does not escalate into a wider conflict, which I fear that's the direction it's going. But if it does not, the little credibility that the US and the rest of Western Europe particularly have in the global South will be eroded completely. Because people are beginning to see them for what they are, pure hypocrites. They choose where to defend so-called democracy and freedom. They choose where to defend it and where to just turn the eyes away. If you preach democracy, for God's sake, whatever it is that Hamas represents, they were democratically elected in Gaza in 2006. After that election, that is where the embargo started. Say, no, people of Gaza, you don't have a choice. You don't have a choice to choose. You don't have a choice to choose. You cannot choose Hamas to govern you. So for that, you will suffer. And that is what has been happening in that little strip up to now. You caged over 2 million people in a very little, less than 400 square kilometers of land. You block water, block food, no medicine. They cannot go out, they cannot come, no going out, no coming in. Then you expect not to breed animals. The man that have been fingered in this planning this attack, this atrocious attack against Israel. Now it was reported that his family in 2004, his wife and children were killed in an Israeli airstrike. Even he himself is incapacitated to wheelchair because of various assassination attempts against him. So what does that kind of man have to lose? You've killed his wife, you've killed his children. What does he have to lose? So it is a product of the failed policies of Israel, supported by America and the UK particularly, and their allies in that place over the year that brought us where we are today. Like this clock did not start ticking on Saturday. We must be able to look at it in an holistic way. And I think it is a shame that America, which has had unrivaled rule of this world since at least the fall of Soviet Union, cannot, in good conscience, push for a amicable resolution of the crisis that they themselves have a hand in creating in that place. And instead, they are instigating, they are trying to escalate it. For what? I don't know. Because if this thing escalates, the effect on the world will be disastrous. That is just it. Thank you. That's all I have to say on this.
All right. Thank you so much, Ebike. I'm under pressure to end this topic from Adeboye.
Can I?
Yeah, but
I've not spoken now.
It's my turn. No, it's my turn.
Yeah, I know. But this is what I'm going to say.
Ebike a question. Can I ask Ebike a question? Because there's something he said I wanted to clarify, just so that I don't leave with.
Okay, no problem. I'm here. If Doc allows.
I didn't hear him well.
Go ahead, CM. But I want. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Just a question. When that was on a week today, yes, last Saturday, 7th October, when the thing happened then in Israel, do you know who Hamas we are targeting? Were they targeting anybody, or just want to call them, or they just decided to commit mass murder? Do you know who Hamas was targeting to kill? Where you see the people in the desert. I'm coming. When you see people in the desert.
I hate being gentle. When I'm gentle, I don't get space to talk. Okay. It's okay.
All right. CM.
It's a question.
Say, hold on. We're not going there.
On who particularly they are attacking is not something that I want to go into. But the truth is, I don't want to be selective that they have right to attack you.
Ebike, I muted you. I'm meeting everybody. I just got a message from the United Kingdom's terror watchdog, saying that glorifying Hamas will break the law. So one of the conversations that is important as a result of what's happening is that even the freedom to discuss this is being curtailed all over the world, even in America. on TV, on campuses, people are being punished for airing their views. Because
can I just relate it to Africa?
Yeah, that's actually what I want to do. Without let's leave the details of what happened. I want to hear as an African, what did you learn from what's going on? And just briefly, because we have to get into the end.
Thank you. Let me
Okay.
No,
okay. Do I come back now?
Yeah, I'll come to you soon. But first, then we go around. I want to get everybody. Just what did you learn as an African? What is your take on the way this is going, the way the world is reacting to this, and you can apply it to what's going on in Nigeria, which is actually my angle. Go ahead, Ndubisi.
Okay, before I start, so this topic is off now. No more talking about Israel, Palestine.
No, I didn't say it's off. I'm saying leave the details because there is in contention. People are
okay. Let me say a phrase about it. What is going on is not. It breaks my heart. It's a tragedy for humanity, and I expect the sane world to come together and find a solution and be impartial about it. Because what we've seen now is that the innocent are suffering on both sides. It's not anything to write about, but let me leave it that way. Well, like for the implication for Africa, or what we think about Africa is that Africa is like we have been left in the cold. There are killings, wars going on in various parts of Africa, but the rest of the world, particularly the Western world, they care less. People die every day. There are terrorists in Somalia. They are there in our country, Nigeria. They are around the Western, West African area, including Nigeria, Niger, Chad, and Cameroon, and all that. They are all there. We have some of them. The ISIS are even in North Africa, getting their brothers down west involved in what is going on in our country and other parts. Nobody cares about that. And then the grinding poverty that we know is around Africa, even though African leaders are heavily indicted in those things. So what I'm saying, the West is not paying so much attention on what goes on in Africa. But this conflict that has happened now, everybody is weighing in and trying to proffer solution, which is good. But I will want them to equally pay attention on what is going on in Africa. Because if it is good for Africa, probably many Africans will not be trying to find their way to the West, where they feel there is peace. So of course we have stayed back home and make our country better. The West should equally get involved and keep an eye on what is going on in Africa. And by calling African leaders who always come over to this place to lie to them about how their country is good, to call them to order because they see all these things. That's my take for now. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's go to X0. Is that?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes. I've been reading about this current situation in the Middle East, and to relate it to Africa, because I don't want to talk in details. You'll find that Africa is not ready for what's happening in the world. What you're seeing playing out between Israel and Palestine is power play. You need to be strategically positioned in this world as it is today. The world is a more dangerous place than it used to be. And if you're not strategically positioned, you might be wiped out. Sometimes, if you go to war, when you lose that war, it takes you maybe 1,000 years to get back to where you were before. Even your land might be clear. You find that your land has been reduced, and there's no sympathy. This is not a world where the right person wins. Now, if you reflect on what's happening in Africa, you find that we have two or three power blocks. We have the I don't know if you know the Horn of Africa. The Horn of Africa is a power block that likes to do things within themselves. They are blacks, but they're not really your brothers. They will not tell you. They will choose themselves first before they consider you as a Nigerian. But you will see yourself as we are all blacks. No, And then we have the Arab Africa. It's another power block. People like us in the Western Nigeria, we are powerless in the power structure of the world, of Africa. The Northern Nigeria, as it is now, can put all of us in their pocket for the next 1,000 years because of their power structure. They are strategically aligned to Saudi Arabia. They are strategically aligned to Iran. There are some of them that are aligned to Iran. Who are we aligned to? In the southern belt of Nigeria. Who are we aligned to? We are nobodies. We don't align with the West because look at what's happening. Nobody's listening to you in the Southeast. Nobody's listening. Nobody cares. But do something in Sokoto now and see how the Muslims in Saudi Arabia will send messages. They can actually capture you and put you anywhere. So we need to start waking up. I'll relate this to what forefather used to say. Africa needs to wake up, but we need to wake up from our power bases first. We have two power bases that are strong. We need to wake up our own side of the power base. I think there's a path we align with. Nigeria, Ghana, and all those. There's this western part of Nigeria. We need to wake up and solidify our base. Otherwise, if the world goes at war with each other, our lands, everybody, we have no power.
All right. Thank you. Kenneth.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Good day, everyone. PSA, and this is because of Kulata. Please help me beg Kulata to stop admiring me. I'm fortified straight. I'm straight to the core. So Kulata, take note, please. Now, this is it. We were talking about what is going on over there. Somebody was saying that I would like to quote what I'm saying, so because of their freedom of speech, that Israel could have targeted Hamas. And I think my brother CM was trying to ask a very important question. Who is Hamas targeting? Or who did they actually targeted? If there is something like that. So you don't tell Israel how to retaliate. So I think Israel have been, I think they are being so kind, you know. But this is it. We are talking about what is going on in another man's continent, while neglecting what is going on in our own vicinity. Some time ago, in the late 60s, there was a country that was invaded. Most of these Arab countries supported the invaders to finish about 5 million population, and nobody is talking about it. And we are here talking about Israel and Hamas. See, if I'm a god, I will simply give Israel very straightforward. I don't know how to put this, but something has to be done. You know, something has to be done to avoid repetition of what is going on. You can't come to my house and begin to take my life, and you now trying to restrict how I revenge. I can revenge anyhow I want to revenge, and I'm not going to be sorry for that. So killings are going on in Nigeria. We should be talking about it, but we can't hear it anywhere. Today, if you go on social media, pray for Palestine, pray for this. See, somebody here stated, I think it's a Hosfall that an embargo was laid against Hamas, right? If embargo is laid against Hamas, embargo is laid against the people of the southeast Nigeria, right? When or southern Nigeria, when the elected, just as you put, you pointed out that Hamas was democratically elected. I think it was not Hosford. I think somebody said that Hamas was democratically elected. Somebody was elected in Nigeria, and we know that person to be a patron to a terrorist group. What they call them, Boko Haram terrorists, right? So you can actually elect a terrorist in your country. That doesn't give them legitimacy to target another person's territory. Now, So moving forward, I think we should be talking about the thief that we have in Aso Rock. That now has it has a spokesperson in Arise TV. If I had called in earlier, when Dr. Damages was asking if there is anything you think that should be, that should be in the list of today's discussion, I would say that Ruben Abati should be on that list, because I think Ruben Abati is trying to destroy the image of Arise TV. Arise TV has, to my knowledge, built a very good reputation, and here we have someone that a failed politician who overnight turned to become a journalist, trying to destroy the image of Arise TV. So Arise TV should be very, very watchful with Ruben Abati. His level of bigotry is becoming, something else. We shouldn't have such a person in such platform where we have enlightened minds like what's his name, Rufai, Ojinika, and the rest. Then we have a very big old bigot among them, spoiling everything for Arise TV. So they should be watchful, Now, we have someone that forged a certificate, someone that stole someone's identity, someone that has no identity, and where we have one man coming to sing funny identity. I think somebody sang a song here, Exenero. Let me help one man. I think he was trying to play Oliver the Cook, right? Funny identity. Oh, Tinubu, funny identity. This guy is a criminal. we should be calling him out for thieving someone's identity, forging certificate, and rigging the election. So we shouldn't be discussing how he appointed. I was watching one news and they're discussing about how he appointed one clown as a EFCC chairman and one Olodo as a CBN governor. This guy in question in Aso Rock shouldn't be there in the first place. So we should be calling him out and asking him when is he going to vacate that house, that Aso Rock. So this is what I have for today. Kulata, sorry, you already know why I called in. I urge you to pipe your anxiety low. It's only tone that will be, angry with you guys. I've overcome you. Your level of attack on comment section is like a vitamin C to me. So carry on. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Before we go to
Dr. Rudolph, please let me respond to Hotspot. He mentioned
when we get to you. Let's.
Okay.
Let me just say this. Kenneth, thank you for your contribution. But just a correction. Ruben was a journalist before he became a politician, before he became spokesperson for the government of Jonathan. And I've extended the invitation to him to come on this platform.
So he's a round envelope journalist wandering around looking for money.
I happen to know him. I've invited him to come on this platform. I'm still hopeful that one day he will accept and come on the platform and we can talk to him.
We'll be glad to have you.
Chim, yes.
Yeah, so good day to everybody. This subject is a very thorny one. It's not something that you can easily make a contribution to without offending anyone or being accused of being...
I'm sorry, a second, please. A second. Dr. Damages, I'm challenging Kolata openly here. Kolata and I should forward our WAEC certificate degrees to you so that you publish it here. So,
okay, I beg let me continue. Let me continue. Later on, you can't meet your lover, Kolata, so if you can love yourself. Anyway, so like I was saying, it's and shout out to all of the people on the popular side. Shout out to all of you. You guys make the show rock, whatever your views are. Anyway, so back to the issue. This is a very thorny one. It's not an easy conversation to have, because in the sense that you would offend people. You wouldn't offend like you rightly already told us. I'm not sure what they are trying to hold you to, so I will be sensitive enough so that I would not offend the SSS, the world SSS, wherever they are watching us from. Anyway, so my views is this: hypothetical question, and no, don't need to answer. who started this current crisis? This one that we have today. What happened? Where did it start from? Who struck first? Was there peace and somebody decided to say, I love trouble always. I hate peace. Like our meme, popular meme during our election is. So, I mean, there was peace. And I don't know that if somebody steals your property, let's even say Israel stole Palestinian land for the purpose of this conversation. I've heard people say, "Oh, there was nothing like Israel, and then the Western world created them and all that." Okay, fine. Let me without necessarily conceding, but let's have that conversation from that perspective. So, do you have the monopoly of violence to say somebody took your property, therefore you go after him and use force, you kill, maim his relatives just to get that property back? I don't know in what world that is rationalizable. I don't know where it is. I'm not saying the people of Palestine should not live. There should be I believe in live and let live, even though I've watched Live and Let Die. But I believe in live and let live. So let's say, yes, their rights were denied. What belongs to them was taken. Is there a way of sitting down on a round table and resolving it? Has there been efforts to resolve it? Agreed, there might be no perfect solution. I mean, if my children are struggling over something at home, I am not sure that if I come and split that thing like Solomon in between and give each person a part, that anybody's going to be happy. It's utopian. I'm an idealist. I'm sorry, a realist rather. I don't believe in utopia. I know that there is no perfect solution anywhere in the world. You understand? There is no perfect solution. There will always be contentions. But what I do not understand is when people say, you struck me and maimed me, I want to strike back because I am unforgiving. Yes, I'm unforgiving. I want to strike back. And then you rationalize my striking back. Therein lies my confusion as a person. Do you understand what I'm saying? These people really get me. You struck me. You maimed my leg. And now I want to strike you back in my own way and pick out your eye. And everybody's saying, no, it's wrong to take your eye off, but it's okay that my leg has been maimed. So I don't get it. And I want to relate it back to Nigeria. When we had our boo-boo in office, there were people going around, especially in the Middle Belt, killing farmers, maiming people, saying they wanted to take their farm. It went on for a long time. And these people suddenly said, you know what, we would retaliate anytime we're attacked. And our boo-boo said, don't retaliate. Don't fight your brother. If your brother kills you, don't retaliate. And we are all Nigerians. We were here when this happened. We remember when Buhari was begging people in Benue State not to retaliate if some certain people attack them. This is the same thing that is happening around in the global issue when it comes to what's going on in the Middle East. I don't care. I know. Look, I'm in the media world myself. I know that information can be manipulated. I know sometimes news is told from the perspective of interest. I know this. So there are media houses that are pro-Palestine. There are media houses that are pro-Israel, and they will milk it to suit that narrative. But what I expect is for rational minds to always be, like somebody rightly said, have a cool head and ask relevant questions. And my number one question is, how did this current issue start? If these guys felt, okay, they needed to resolve something, is it possible to come to the table and resolve it? Why are they not coming to that table? Why do they prefer to go and maim innocent people who are not politicians? And then when the people of those people they've maimed want to retaliate, some people now say it's wrong. So that's where I'm coming from. And then lastly, when it comes to how this affects us as Africans, well, somebody said Africa is not strategic, but I disagree. I just believe that Africans are not playing their politics properly. Niger is very strategic to the point that France depends on them. So, but Niger needs to play its politics well to say yes.
Can I interject in that? Please, how many is what's the population of Niger? And then
sorry, Xero. Yes. Please let me not lose my time. You can ask that question when I'm done. So Niger is strategic. Niger is strategic to the extent, and strategism has nothing to do with population. What is the population of Israel? But Israel is strategic. So my point is, you're strategic to the extent that you have value to offer the world. And anybody who has value to offer the world and is able to know how to premium that value, that is to the extent that your strategicness will be taken seriously. So I personally believe that there is practically no African nation that is not strategic. What we lack is our ability to, manage what we have in such a way that we are a beautiful bride. You understand? How strategic is Ukraine to NATO? What's all this fuss about in Ukraine? Ask me. But they are strategic enough for people to say, you know what, we will go and die there because they are strategic. So this is my own perspective. We need to play our cards very well. I do not believe that because it's happening in the Middle East, then therefore we should not discuss it. For me personally, any problem anywhere in the world has a potential of impacting the rest of the world. What is happening in Ukraine has created a lot of inflation, economically, hunger, and all that because of what is going on. So it's important to us. So let's not always try to bring this, what is happening on that man's land. It's the world. And as long as we're in this world, everything is important to us. That's my perspective this morning.
All right, thank you, Chim. Let me just add something to what Chim said. It's very important that we remember this. In the danger of a single story, Chimamanda, that TED talk he gave, he mentioned something that once you watch it, you won't forget it again. He said that when there's a conflict, it's very important to know where you are beginning to assess that conflict. So, for instance, if you look at the story of the America and the Indians, if you start the story from where the Indians pointed their guns on Americans, I mean Europeans who came here, then the story will be different. But if you start the story from when the Europeans came and the Indians welcomed them, the story will be different. So just to address what Chim was trying to say, in various debates about this, people have said what happened last Saturday. If you start the story from there, the outcome you are going to get is different. But if you start the story from before, then you have a different outcome. So it's very important that we remember that. No,
Rudolph, can I just ask him a question? Then
no, we can't, because that would mean that we are stuck with him, and we have to keep going. The other people want to hear.
You don't want to be stuck with me, Rudolph.
Yeah, no, because we have to leave this topic. Go ahead, Sam.
Okay. Thank you, Rudolph. Good day to everybody. Like the question you asked, I wouldn't want to mind this what is going on in the Middle East. I can only take a lesson from it, and that is what I'm going to relate, which is personal to me, or in a way a little bit not just personal but beyond personal. The headline we see and the things we hear on the cable network news all over made me to now know that Biafran soldiers were indeed brave. Our forefathers, I'm taking this personal, they were indeed brave. Because I understand that Gaza is a small place. And from what the chap said, the Israeli defense minister, he cordoned off everywhere, closed them, no light, no water, no food, no fuel. This was what land, air, and sea blockade Biafran suffered. Yet, they were able to put their scientific ingenuity and held Nigeria for 3 years. So today, I'm trying to relate and draw a lesson. So this is, and remember, this is an age of IT in which what is happening there, no matter the refugee camp, I'm not trying to make, I sympathize with them. They have their cell phones, they can still send a picture out. Consider what happened 1966 to 1967 to 70. There was nothing like cell phone, internet, or anything. Everything depends on BBC propaganda or Tony Enahoro for Minister for Information for Nigeria and what Gowon put out or what Oju was able to convince the world. So today, I pay real tribute and homage to our Biafran heroes. They tried their best, given the type of blockade they suffered then. No food coming, that's why they gave away Bakassi. Cameroon were promised if they seal up that Bakassi area, it will be given to them after the war. That's why Gowon gave it out, so that food will not come through there. The Benue Nugu axis cut off, Asaba area. I think my friend, what is the name? Mr. Is it no, not is it Prince? Yeah, I think Mr. Prince, California, the one from Asaba. Even Tony, they will all agree. From Asaba area, they are Igbos anyway, and in an attempt so that they can see food and then say that disown their brothers from the east, that they are not. They want to welcome the federal, yet they were slaughtered. And that was where the massive killing take place. People like Alani, Ibola, Kirade, that's where they made their name. And all those people, they were the people that slaughtered Asaba people. Anyhow, is there the gallery they built for them October 7, I think 1968, is there. The show of shame, the gallery of shame, and then the heroes that they labeled them. So what is happening in Gaza today reminds me of the heroic exploits of the Biafran soldiers. When a people is being bombed from the air, from the sea, Benjamin Adekunle Obasanjo, third Marine Commando, that is where they became general. They will claim they murdered everybody. So yet our people were able to hold their own. So I can only say from what I've seen now, I can now imagine. I wasn't born then. I didn't witness the war, but from the books I read and from what happened, what is happening now, I now know what it means to cordon a people off, no food, no water, nothing. Yet Biafrans were able to do it. So today, if for whatever anybody say, I'm proud of my forebears, my forefathers. They did the best within the circumstances and against all odds. They were able to hold on and then saved those that were able to save. Creativity, or I know the difference, and then they made they made the distinction between know-how and knowledge. They were able to invent so many things they did, so many just to keep people alive. It's not easy. When the powers like this country, they were driving fighter jets, dropping bombs all over the Biafran land. Go and read the book of Frederick Forsyth. That is the most accurate reportage of the Civil War because it was released 1969 at the height of the war. He wrote it and released it. So whatever anybody is writing after that is just a mere gossip. So today, that is the lesson I take. Am I happy that it happened? I'm not happy, but I'm just learning a lesson. I'm just saying. So this is what it means to barricade the people and they be shelling them morning, afternoon, night. Thank God for my forebears. I'm so grateful wherever they are. They will continue to rest in peace, and I must continue to remember them. I can never forget my history. Whoever think it's easy should go and put his head and try. When they barricade you the way they are doing and then shelling you morning, afternoon, night, then let me see how you are going to manufacture a pin. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Sam. Ed, you're next.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Damages. Really, there is no way to go about this issue without stoking some sort of passion on either sides. So I'm going to try to be as careful as possible. In terms of how this affects Nigeria, I would say I'll try to look at it from the response of Nigerians. There are actually two streams from which Nigerians respond to this issue. The first stream is this group of people who have some sort of resentment for the West. And in some ways, they could be justified because when we see the way maybe France has been operating in Francophone West Africa, you see why some people do not like the West. Some people treat the West and anybody or anything that the West represents with some sort of suspicion. So a lot of people who are anti-Israel on this issue are probably coming from that perspective that this is just another expression of Western oppression, Western dominance. And then the other stream will be people who are probably looking at it from a Christian perspective or from, should I say, a religious perspective or an Islamic perspective. So there are people who are looking at it straightly from an anti-West sentiment, and then there are people who are looking at it from a religious perspective. So in the religious group of people, you have people who are looking at it from, I'm a Muslim or I'm a Christian. And then there's this question that always comes, the question of first, that what Christians should not support Israel because Israel is not a Christian country. They don't have a huge Christian population. But I think that might just be a very shallow way of looking at it. Because if you're truly a Christian and you understand the dynamics of Christianity, you might want to see the deep spiritual relevance of Israel to Christianity. So it's not just maybe it's a pretty simplistic way to look at it from a theological perspective that, oh, you don't have any business supporting Israel as a Christian. There is no theological basis for that as a Christian. And then the Muslims, definitely they would want to support the Palestinians because they're Muslims. And that brings me to the point you just made, Mr. Rudolph, about where do we start from when we are assessing this issue. You tried to put the starting point at sometime around 1948, where the nation of Israel as it is today was formed. But then that land has existed for years. It has existed for over 5,000 years, at least in recorded history. And we might want to ask ourselves, who were the people who inhabited this land through history? We call it Palestine today, but the name Palestine was only given to it during the Roman conquest of what was called Israel or Judea. It was actually called Syria Palestina, which was a derogatory term that the Romans used to describe the land following a Jewish revolt, right? So it was not originally called Palestine. It was originally called Canaan, right? And from Canaan, it became the land of Israel. And from Israel, it became the land of Judea. And then it became Syria Palestina, which was where the word Palestine came from and was held onto the land for all those years. So for me, I think if we're going to use indigeneity, like you being an indigene of that land as the basis for ownership of the land, we probably would want to ask ourselves, who were the earlier settlers in that land? Maybe if you can adduce a case for Palestine or the Palestinians being descendants of Canaanites, maybe there could be a case there, and which I'm very open to learning, if that's the case. But from the historical documents that we have, the current Palestinians do not trace their origins in real sense to Canaan, right? So, but having said that, again, I would not want to take a side in terms of what has just happened, because the death of one person reduces humanity as a whole. So for me, I would rather there's a ceasefire on both sides. Let's say I believe that the Palestinians, if they are having statehood, will guarantee the safety, the mutual safety of both states, then by all means, let's go for that. But I would not just like I will not take a side, and I would not say, well, the Palestinians do not have maybe a need to be sympathized with in terms of the innocent Palestinians that have been killed, right? So, but I just don't want us to bring up some very shallow arguments and just say, oh, well, the land belongs to the Palestinians because it's called, or it was called the Palestinian Mandate in the 20th century. No, there's a long history. The Israelites were actually dispersed from their land, and the diasporans had to come in. So it's not like, oh, they had a choice of either going to Palestine or Uganda. There was a reason why the Israelites wanted to go there, because they have an historical attachment to that land. So let's be very clear about that. And then another point that was made, and I think it was Paul that makes this point, was that there's some sense of racism in this because the Israelites are white. And for Christ's sake, the Israelites are Semites. They're not whites. And even if you're going to, sorry, a call came in. If you were going to judge in terms of the overall classification of the human race, do you know that the Arabs are actually classified as Caucasians? I was surprised when I found this out. So we think of Caucasians today as your pure white people, but the Arabs are actually classified, the Arabs, the Semites, they're classified as Caucasians. So let's be very clear about that. The Israelites, of course, there is a lot of Ashkenazi Jews that have intermarried into Europe and all of that, and they look quite like white people today, but they're actually Semites, and they are very closely related to the Arabs in that sense. But again, I think this war should end. It does not profit anybody. And I don't want us to try to just take sides as a way of justifying the war. Please, we should just pray for peace and sue for peace on both sides. That's what I'd say.
All right. Thank you so much. What I'm going to do is I'll let people who are here to weigh in to say something. That's Dexter and Nze, and then I'll let Righteous Man to respond to something someone said about him, and then we change topics. We go back to Nigeria because there are so many things going on.
After Righteous Man, I'd like to respond to something based off what I said that I think has been misconstrued. It's not going to be long, but I will take that last. Not a problem. I'll wait.
Okay. All right. So after that, we will then talk about Nigeria, and this is what I think we should talk about. We've seen what happened at Chicago State University and how initially there were people pushing for saying that it was not forgery or it was forgery. Now it transformed. We're at the point where we are talking about the next level was everybody did that. You know, Atiku forged, that Obi forged. So we will have that conversation after this. But let me go to I think who is next? I think it's Dexter after you, Nze.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages. Yeah, nice show you're doing here. I think I've been listening from the beginning of the show, and concerning the matter with Israel, I think the last speaker, Ed, I mean, I think he did justice to the topic. I think many of us just kind of read the history from halfway, and we don't read the holistic history of the matter. But I think what we should also focus on is what is the pathway to peace between the Israelites and the Arab world, because this is not about the people you call Palestine. It's about the Arab world. I think that is why it's not easy. Somebody referred that it's America's problem. The problem is not America's problem. The problem is far beyond America's problem. America only inherited the problem. So how it will be solved, I don't know. I'm not sure I know. And I'm not in any position to condemn either parties, but I think the sanctity of human life is something everybody must hold with high regard. There's no reason to maim and kill people. But it's not easy. If they come and kill you, would you stay back and not react? So I think it's a very sensitive topic, and when we are talking, we should try and put away our bias, whatever it is, and just look at the sanctity of human life. If you hold human life with high regard, there is no reason, absolutely no reason. The lands we are talking about today, tomorrow there can be a flood and the lands will disappear, and that's the truth. People will migrate. That's the simple truth. If the climate becomes so bad where you are present in America, you will migrate to Africa. It's simple. So these lands where I say, you find out that it's inconsequential. So the people fighting over, the Arabs are saying, Israel must never stay. All those things don't matter. Because if tomorrow there is a snow age, people will migrate. Even animals migrate. Then also relating this to Nigeria, I think also it comes to, being truthful and being honest. Example, in Nigeria, there has been genocides taking place. You have people being killed, like one of the speakers was saying, in Borno. What happens in Borno is horrific. And we don't seem to talk about it down south. The people down south don't realize that there is a jihad taking place, there's a genocide taking place in the northern part of Nigeria where ethnic nationalities are being wiped out. But because it has not affected us, many of us we don't really feel it. It doesn't affect us. You go to places like Benue is taking place, places like Plateau is taking place. Even Zamfara, the local ethnic nationalities, the Fulanis are not actually originally from Nigeria. But I have no problem with people migrating into your place. But the question is, to what regard do you hold the human life? Is it worth killing somebody for land? I don't think it's worth it. So we also need to address it in Nigeria, because whether we like it or not, there's an Arab influence in Nigeria. It's the simple truth. There's an Arab influence in Nigeria, and if we don't start talking about it, the truth is that the Arab world is highly strategic. Whether we like it or not, they are very strategic, and we need to start speaking up and let people know that, look, human life is very important. Whether you come from Chibok, whether you come from Kafanchan, whether you come from Umahia, wherever you come from, it's very important. Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Let's go to.
Good day, dear friends. You know, the reality.
Wait, hold on. What did you say? Good day, who?
I say friends.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I just want to make sure I don't know what I had. You know, I'm just trying to.
Okay, you had dear friends.
Yeah.
The reality is that wars take lives. Wars take lives of innocent. And I think that man deludes himself if he thinks that war does not take innocence. And that's why man should do everything for within his power. War should never be his default position. War should never be the default position in any instance, because wars take lives. Simple as that. There is a war currently going on, Russia and Ukraine. It's a war. Innocents are being killed. And nobody is talking about it this way. We're all focused on Palestine. What innocents are dying. Innocents shouldn't die anywhere. But innocents are currently dying in Ukraine, and more in Ukraine than they are in Russia. But there's a war going on. People are being killed. Talking about, there's this emotional thing. I think it's blackmail that I don't know whether it ever works. And I've heard it here a few times, where people say things like, oh, there are fewer Christians. What has that got to do with Christians? So, okay, if the whole Arab world, which is mostly Muslim, coalitions around Hamas and Palestine, who then supports Israel, since they are just Jews? They are the only Jewish country on earth. And so Christians. So it's not that, let's take religion out of these equations, because the only thing religion does is to make people totally biased and take their eyes away from what is before them and get clouded by religion. Okay, we talked about Pastor Adeboye. He says, I pray for Israel, and he prayed for Israel. And so what's my business with that? Why should that give me a concern? You know what number of people who are praying for, who are standing for Palestine as we speak, all over the world, especially the Arab world. Know the number of prominent persons in America and other who are openly standing for Palestine. So why should it take the hair off my head that somebody said I pray for Israel, and he actually allowed himself to be intimidated to delete what he said? But that's his business anyway, not my concern. But what I'm saying is that let's take religion out so that we can make some progress. How does it? If you talk about danger of a single story, like somebody already said, where do you start? Do you start 5,000 years ago? Do you start 2,000 years ago? Do you start 1,000 years ago? Do you start in 1948? So I leave history alone and focus on now. What led to the present emphasis? That some people entered another person's country, killed their citizens, abducted their citizens. Do you know that if they didn't abduct
hold on.
Okay, so, all right. Okay, no. Let's leave that and move on.
No, hold on.
Okay.
I want to ask you a question. The reason why
Go
you're
ahead.
saying focus on now, okay?
Yeah.
So when you focus on now, and whatever you do, if you don't count what happened in the past, okay? Don't you see the danger that by focusing on now, you are not going to get the whole story?
Okay, let me answer. If you focus on
or something else happens, you say you don't want to focus on the past. Now, the now that you are ignoring, you are focusing on will become part of the past. Because whatever happens tomorrow will be as a result of what's happening now.
Okay.
It's connected. It's not
Okay, let me tell you something. I'm not saying obliterate the past. You can't obliterate the past. What I'm saying is that to have peace in the Middle East, where do you start? Because there must be peace in the Middle East. Or going through this cycle every 4 years, every 2 years, we pray for Palestine, we pray for Israel. Every 3 or 4 years, the world will go on an ending cycle of praying for Palestine and Israel. Do you start 5,000 years ago? What happened? Somebody asked that question. Let's look at Saturday last week. Some people went to a place, kidnapped people. What I'm saying, how do they get it? Release those hostages. They are not prisoners of war. There was not a war at the point you took them. But let me leave Palestine and Dawah alone. Let's look at Africa. Africa, how does it affect us? Somebody talked about the southern Nigeria not having alignments. It is simply because of religion, the way the religions are built. Christianity is not built the way that Islam was built. Islam is the way of life of its adherents. Christianity is not. Islam is a way of life. Yes, it is totally tied into the being of the adherents. Christianity is not. So why we can have a problem in Sokoto and have Saudi Arabia jumping in because of religion, you would not likely to have a problem in Enugu and have UK jumping because of religion. No. UK is going to be talking about human rights. It's going to be talking about free and whatever. The other countries are talking about religion. So what do we learn from it? Let's find ways to solve our problems and try as much as possible. Let's stop fighting killing people for God. Don't kill people for God. I don't understand why human beings think that it is within their power to kill for a supreme being who has all the power on earth to do everything, anything he wants to do. Don't kill for him.
All right.
If somebody destroys his church, let him kill the person if he wants. If somebody destroys his mosque, let him kill the person if he wants. But as far as we keep jumping into matters we don't understand, claiming that we are fighting for a God we probably do not understand, we will never have peace.
All right.
It's happened a number of times. Let's stop killing for him and find ways that we exist as human beings at the physical level, not the spiritual. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Thank you. We're going to take 2 minutes
yeah,
break.
It's my turn.
2 minutes break. When we come back,
Yeah, my
right
turn.
and Chim to respond, and maybe Olumide. But let's hear a debate, because we are not the only ones who are debating this. Let's hear a debate between two former Harvard professors that was on Fox News. Let's watch while we take just 2 minutes break, and we'll be back.
I would tell them what the context is, how we found ourselves in this situation. I would not jump for a military invasion and a genocidal attack on a
genocidal attack
on Gaza.
No, it's not a genocidal
where are they supposed to go?
When you're
where are
killing
they supposed to
terrorists.
go? This is like Warsaw, 1943. Where do they go?
Where do they go?
Yes.
Let me tell you where they go. They go to the UN. UN is keeping
from Gaza to Geneva?
They go to no. The UN has places in Gaza. They go to the Rafah crossing.
UN people have been killed in the last few days.
They go to Egypt. They go.
Egypt, how they
wait a
can't
minute.
get out.
Let
Come
me
on,
make
brother.
another thing clear. Gaza City is very dense. But Gaza itself, the Gaza Strip, there's lots of room. The Israelis have said, get out of Gaza City. Go to Rafah. Go to Khan Yunis, go to other places. And you know what Hamas
With
is
no
saying?
water, no
Wait
food,
a minute.
no electricity,
You know what
all
Hamas
in the
is
dark?
saying? Hamas is saying, don't go.
Oh, I'm not here to defend Hamas.
Well, you are here.
I'm not defending Hamas.
Wait a
Don't
minute.
you ever lie on me like that, brother. I'm defending the suffering of Palestinians.
I want to hear
Hamas itself committing war crimes.
I want to hear you say.
Anybody who commits war crimes are barbaric. I'm saying that explicitly, but I want you to say if the Israeli Defense Forces are killing children, are they barbaric too?
No.
Are they ever barbaric?
No. If they target children.
Yes. Have they ever targeted children?
No, absolutely. Never in the history
78 years.
have they ever targeted a child
you got to get off the
deliberately.
crack pipe, man, please.
No, they have never targeted
they
a child.
killed one innocent person?
Not purposely.
Since 1948?
No, not
Are they
purposely.
that pure? Are they that
You don't have to be very pure not to kill a
please.
child. Not to kill a child.
They killed 550 in 50 days.
Because they're being.
All right. That's a little bit of the debate. You can see we're not the only ones who could get at each other in this debate, but it happens and it's very emotional. The rest of the world are having this conversation. All right. Let me go to Righteous Man. Righteous Man, go ahead.
Yeah, my brother Hosford, I may excuse you. I may excuse you because I think maybe there was fluctuation, there was breakage when I was talking that you didn't hear me well. I may take that to excuse you for the accusation you leveled against me. Because if you play back, if maybe after this program you play back what I submitted, I was saying that this issue, if you look at it, it did not start today. It's about 4,000 years ago. And then if we want to go through the book which we consider to be holy, which is the Bible, you will discover that the personality called God had put a kind of a blockage between the Arab and the Israelites in terms of peacemaking. And I submitted by saying, if actually there is a God that exists, and these words of prophecy came from him, then it will be difficult for humanity to broker peace between the Palestinians or the Arabs and the Israelites. And I also said that yesterday we were watching TV, myself and my wife, and we saw where these children, the Palestinian children, were being carried, they were soaked with blood. Then I said, no, Israel, this must stop. Maybe you didn't hear me. I told my wife, I said, no, this thing must stop. It shouldn't continue. So, and I also said, how did this thing started? Last Saturday, the Shabbat day, the celebration of Yom Kippur, these people were celebrating and were holding parties. Some group of individuals called Hamas went inside the territory of Israel and got these people destroyed. And then will you say that the nation of Israel will fold their hands and watch? That is what escalated into what we have today. But I was surprised when you were saying I sounded biased or whatever. Well, you hold your personal opinion, but my conscience is with me and I know what I have said. That is why I came back to say, no, I have to put you right so that maybe there was a breakage during the communication time that you didn't hear me well. That was why you quoted me out of content. Okay? And
right.
when I asked doctor to play a video, it's not a must. I sent a video, it's led for him and he used his discretion not to play it. Fine, it's okay. I didn't quarrel about it. So get it right, please.
All right, thank you, Righteous. Chim.
Okay, so Dr. Damages, so one of the things personally for me, you know, I always hear this thing, it's common language we use, trying to create a balance. By the way, bringing Doshwat and that black guy, I've forgotten his name, to Fox. I don't know who keeps doing that. I never learn anything from two of them. They will always just, what is left for them to use hammer and hit each other on the head. So, but because they speak, you know, across each other. But the point I'm trying to make is this: I'm sufficiently informed educationally about the history of the Middle East and the Palestinian-Israeli conflict. I was old enough to see all the efforts. And I repeated it here. I said, no effort is going to be perfect. But I constantly saw all the efforts made between Yasser and Yatsin Rabi and all the other previous Israeli prime ministers brokered by several American presidents. We were here in this world when Yasser Arafat signed something that looked like he gave away, and instantly he was eliminated and assassinated. Oh, sorry, it was first of all the Israeli prime minister that was assassinated for what his people felt was a concession they did not agree to. So these histories are there. In my contribution, I couldn't have gone as far back as that, because as far as I'm concerned, anybody who doesn't know the genesis of all these things, then go and educate yourself before you come. What I was saying is there was supposedly relative peace. I know there are conversations going on in the background on how to resolve whatever the crises are. And from the blues, right now, in this generation, in this instance, from the blues, some people decided to apply terrorism to the issue. These guys who were having a party somewhere, they are not Israeli government. They are not Mossad. They are not whatever you think you want to call them. These were innocent people. And for all you care, there might have been nationals of other countries in that particular function that were impacted. We're not talking about this. And then some people went there and kidnapped them, killed, maimed, or whatever that happened. So what I was saying is this: there was peace there going on. And then somebody went in there. And I accepted. Remember when I was speaking, I said, let's even agree that you don't want to call that place Jewish land. You know, let's even agree that the Jews have stolen your land. Let's agree. So you will kill them to get it back. That was my point. So it's not as if we can, to what end do we go back? We can go back to as far as we want to go, but the sentiments will always remain. The emotions will always reign. People will take sides, like Ed has already said. Those who want to be balanced will try to be balanced. I'm not trying to be balanced. I'm just trying to speak the truth as much as I know it. So that's my view. So for anybody who's wondering, oh, why this? No. My point is, some people were innocent and you went there and maimed them. If you maim them, there is an authority responsible for them. That authority is not going to sit back and rationalize with you. That authority will act. That's what it means to be a responsible government. They've acted. Now they are acting. You are angry that they are acting because their actions don't suit the way you want them to. If you maim me, my father is going to come out for you. If you maim my child, I will come out for you. It's as simple as that. So as long as we are able to recognize this, nobody has the monopoly of terrorism or terror. Nobody has so. If you terrorize any group, those responsible for those people or who feel they need to protect them will respond, and that is what is happening. But like people have said here, let's look for a way to bring back peace in that place. I believe in a two-state solution. Let the Palestinians leave, let the Israelis leave. How that's going to be arrived, it depends on both parties. The concessions they are going to be able to make. They live and let live, they will be willing to give to each other. But if anybody says, I want that whole place for myself, and I want to annihilate this other group, sorry, that group you want to annihilate will respond. That's just my perspective.
All right, thank you. Why we don't want to push this further, we want to move to other topics. Chima, I want to make sure you understand that when you say something like, that's why there's a debate. When you say something like, there was peace, some people will tell you there was no peace. Some people will tell you that if we are living in an open air prison, that is not peace. That if you don't have your own government, you can't leave your country, that is no peace. So, but that's, by the way, I just wanted to point that out. It's easy for us to, from our own perspective, say there is peace. But if you are the one in that position, you won't say there is peace if you live in that kind of environment and situation.
And I hear you. I hear you.
All right. So I will just go to Olumide, 2 minutes, just 2 minutes. I know you. I just want. We can't hear you, Olumide. Okay, go ahead. All right, he's gone. Forefathers, welcome.
Yeah, thank you for having me, Rudolph, and greetings to everyone on the panel, the chat, and to the viewers. Yeah, this issue in the Middle East between the Israelis and the Palestinians, I consider it the most evil conflict on the face of the earth today, because of various reasons, not because people are just fighting each other. That conflict, it kind of unmasks the nature of the world that we live in, where we see people's rights being abused on a daily basis, and you see the powers that be like, no, leave it, let it carry on, because it's all right. The UN passes resolutions after resolutions after resolutions asking for the founding of the state of Palestine, but they are being denied. There has not been one specific issue that has been vetoed more than the resolution on behalf of Palestine in the UN. That is how devastating that stuff is. If you study the Palestinian conflict, then you realize how useless the UN is. Because Russia, all of them will be on one side. America will just keep vetoing it, keep vetoing every single thing they try to do to fix that conflict. And people don't see that. They just see, one side hits one side and the other side hits the other. No, but one side is gaining. The other side is losing all the time. And you think it's an equal conflict. It's not an equal conflict. One side has lost all their land. The other side is gaining and carries on gaining while the UN fiddles. While the international community, because now I'm talking on behalf of, from the point of view of 8 billion people in the world. I'm not talking as a black person here. Because if as a black person, I can have argument that this is actually suiting us. Because let them keep killing each other. Because those same Palestinians, if they see me in the Arab world tomorrow, they'll treat me like trash. Some of them anyway, not all of them, obviously. But in the context of the main conflict between both sides, they've tried to reach peace many times. And the side that is gaining from that conflict refuse to reach peace because they feel like, why should I reach peace when I don't have to? This power in the world is on my side, and I will just keep sending my people to keep building land on some other people's lands and pretend as if it's my legitimate fear of insecurity. which Israel has the right to be paranoid, given their history. If you hear about the history of the Jews and the persecution they've gone through for the last 2,000 years around the world, culminating in what happened with the Nazis, you can subscribe to be paranoid. Like that's how I'm paranoid for our people. We are not paranoid, but they are. And I understand that instinct to be that paranoid about their security around them. However, they became corrupted by power, and which this is something people should be careful about. Because when you have power over people, you feel like you can do whatever you like with them. If they were so concerned about security, Palestinians don't hold any security threat against them, especially if they reach a peace deal with them. So why carry on? No, because now you have power over them. You know you can take their land. You keep sending your people there over and over again, building more territories. The UN keep condemning it. America keep blocking it. America will tell you not to do it, but they will keep protecting you from the UN this in actions. I've never seen a conflict so evil because it is set up to remain the same way. And the question you have to ask yourself is why? Some people talk about religion and all the rest of it, but it's not. It has nothing to do with religion. This is about control. Just like they have control over our leaders by using our own fellow citizens. That's how Israel is being used in the Middle East against its own fellow Middle Eastern people too. They use them to control the Saudi Arabians, control the Iranians, and this is the name of the game. America doesn't have any business, if they actually mean for peace in this world, not reaching peace there. Why do you think they don't want it? Because if Israel was supposed to having a diplomatic discussion with Saudi Arabia recently to start having so that they can start having diplomatic relations. I mean, but now look at this, everything will be set backwards again, divided the whole region up again. While you divide people, you rule them. It's just the name of the game. I'm sorry to say, some people that think that America's hand is not in this, America's hand is like right in the middle of it all. I'm not just like pointing my fingers at America. You have to look at the people that are gaining from this, that fund it, make sure it carries on. They will use morality to say, oh, we are defending Israel's right to exist, while they have killed about 600 children already right now. 600 children, not Hamas. People say it's response. That is not response. That is control, because they value their control over that region over the little debt. This is exactly the same reason why they are funding the war in Ukraine. It's not about trying to defeat Russia. They know they cannot defeat Russia. It's to separate Russia from Western Europe. They have to separate the Middle Easterns from each other. Otherwise, the Middle Easterns come together, the Russians and the Europeans come together. America is all lonely in the Americas. They are not part of the party anymore. They don't want. Why would you want that? You have to ruin the party. That is at the heart of this problem. And sooner or later, people are going to start realizing it, because I've been monitoring this country for a very long time. Now I've seen the whole thing go up and down. America pretends as if they want peace, but they keep funding the side and supporting the side that doesn't want it at all, because they know they are gaining from it. If you want somebody to, if America wants peace tomorrow, they will get that peace. They can fund it. They can tell Israel, I'll give you $10 billion. Just give them their territory, give them their freedom. They will get it, and the UN will pass the law. Israel can't do anything about it. But they don't want to do that. On the side of the Hamas militants, people call them terrorist groups. But you see Hamas going out of Gaza to go and attack Egyptians and Americans and all the other people. Do you see them going to attack any and any indiscriminate people all around the world? They have
gone to Sinai. They have gone to Egypt, Sinai.
No, they've not. They've not attacked Egyptians before.
Sinai, go and check the Mount Sinai. They have attacked Mount Sinai.
No, they have not. Why would they attack Sinai? Israel is not there.
Check now, check.
Israel is not there, except Israelis are the ones they are going after. My point is that they are like the RA in the UK here. They have issues with the UK government and the English government, and they were going after them. That is, the tactics might be described as terrorists, which is probably true, but Mandela was a terrorist once. Tomorrow, you might be designated a terrorist because you are fighting for your people. There's a difference between a terrorist group. If they are fighting for a specific religion and they are attacking people indiscriminately, they are not going, and they don't have any legitimate right to defend themselves. These are 2 million people caged in one area, and women are having children in in checkpoints where they are trying to get to one point of the West Bank, the Palestinian territory, to another. They're having children in checkpoints. They are being humiliated on a daily basis. Have you watched the videos? Have you bothered to watch the videos? This is not even about like they are evil or anything. This is what happens when power there's an imbalance in power. You have terrible treatment of people. Nobody is talking on behalf of the Palestinians. This is exactly why black people are treated like trash everywhere they go in the world, because there's imbalance. I'm not trying to say the Israelis are any particularly evil. They are not particularly evil. If anything, they may be the opposite, because they experience a lot of tragedy in their own history too, which they should be remembering while they are doing what they are doing now.
Forefathers, can I ask you a question, please?
No, sorry, we can't.
Okay.
I want us to move away from this topic. We are done. Forefathers,
Rudolph, can you do us a favor? People are asking, there's been a lot of mention about UN resolutions. Is it possible, not today, not now, for us to know what those resolutions are, what they said, what was specifically said about how to make peace in that place? And then if those resolutions, because I want to know, I know some of them, but because I'm hearing people say resolution, as if some of us are, living under the rock. We don't know what.
Like a two-state, like one of them is two-state solution.
So not for now.
It's
just a question, a request.
Okay.
Rudolph, please, can I quickly say something, please? I'm not going to be long. So the very first major problem started from 1947. That was when there was some horse trading at the UN then. And that's why I agree totally with forefathers. The UN is totally useless. So at some point, even Ben Gurion, who the international airport in Israel is named after, and some of his people had to go back to Israel because they already gave up on the fact that that very first resolution might result in that what became the forebearer of the two-state solution. Now, somehow they were able to coerce certain countries, including France, and then Russia at the very last minute. The president of Russia at the very last minute. It's on the speech actually still on YouTube. Managed to to the surprise of the West, kind of was one of those that landed the final blow. Now, the reason why this issue of religion is important is because, again, it goes back to the major mistake that was brought up by the West, which is where the West has a major, they are the major problem in this situation, because Britain especially ended up managing to give up majority of the land to Israel. There was no pretense. And ever since then, because these people never forgot, there was a lot of things that happened that cannot be discussed here. And the amount of injustice that comes with the amount of land that was taken and given to Israel by itself, especially in the aftermath of the rejection of Jerusalem to be administered by neutrally. Because even if the Palestinians had agreed, Israel would have disagreed as well. So at the end of the day, it was like basically they gave practically most of the land to Israel. It's more than
Femi, Britain actually ran out. They could not even give lands to anybody. They ran out because the issue was too much.
But you need to understand that it was when they were on their way out that it became a UN resolution. They didn't. I know exactly what you're talking about. But they were still part and parcel of what was going on.
Yeah, Britain, we can't take them away from the issue, but I think we should just be very accurate. Have you read about
Britain was attacked? The British establishments were attacked because some of the Israelis were what we call terrorists today. They bombed this thing.
The British were overwhelmed with what we call the Israeli military today. This Israeli military today, we are overwhelmed by the British. That's why they took off.
America wanted them out of there. But the point I was making was that the Israeli militants then, they were using tactics like what you call Hamas tactics today. They blew up a hotel, killed a lot of people, hung 2 British soldiers and booby-trapped their body to use it to kill other people too. So these are the kind of tactics that they too use to build the nation that they have today. But in the end, you can blame them all you want. It's the way you have to look at it, where is power? Who is gaining from all this? Why is this conflict not ending? the Palestinians don't pose any threat to a nuclear power state like Israel?
No,
because because the geopolitics of that region allow Israel to exist. If there's no Israel in that region, maybe we will have a different world today. There's a reason why Israel is there and why they keep getting the support they are getting from wherever you think they are getting support from. There's a reason. So it's a power dynamic that is playing out there. It's all about power. If they are not there, look, just they are not far from Lebanon.
That is what I just said. That's what I just
they are
said.
not far from Lebanon too. If you look at what is happening in Lebanon, it's the same thing.
Guys, hold on. Tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa, we have Dr. Franklin Obunweze is coming on the show, and he's going to help us look at how the world is looking at Nigeria under Bola Tinubu's presidency. That's the main topic of our conversation. But of course, he will weigh in on all these things we are talking about today. From the perspective, he's a senior research fellow and the director for genocide prevention in Africa, so in Switzerland. So he will join us and he will take your questions. So if you are able to join us tomorrow at 11:30 New York time, 4:30 p.m. Nigerian time, please do. All right, we're going to change gears here. We're going to go back to Nigeria, and this is the premise of the conversation. Last week we were talking about Tinubu and the certificates of Chicago State University. Tinubu's camp were pushing back, saying that it was not forgery, that you can print your certificate. You all know the arguments that were thrown out there, to the point that they finally said, the story now became when Atiku came back and made his speech, then Peter Obi wedding, the story changed. And where we are now is that Atiku, they are questioning now Atiku's own certificates. They raised the issue that Atiku changed his name. And also we are hearing that Peter Obi also publishes, through his campaign manager, publishes certificates. And they are pointing at some things in the certificates that Peter Obi showed. So we're going to have that conversation. But to begin it, I would like people who are supporting Tinubu, if there is any of them that can come in, because I want this to be a balanced conversation. KJ.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
Yeah,
Good afternoon, everybody. I have followed the conversation from backstage or from the YouTube, and I have thoroughly enjoyed it. I wouldn't have come in because Ed has done, the best expose I've had, in a long time on this topic. But I'm just coming in because I'm a little perplexed at Forefather, the position he's taking on this issue. Because hitherto, he has always said, when the British, the Biafra question is raised, he doesn't seem to have stomach for it. The same thing that's happening in Israel, the same that's happening in Igbo land, he doesn't seem to have, stomach for it. So even hear that the people is asking, for a piece of land that they think they have ownership to, and that's one. Then the second is, I find a little, I know that, Paul Father is a well-researched fellow, and sometimes knowledge can a bit, come across, if you're not careful, as being puffed up. So when you come to the platform and you begin to, talk the way you talk, I feel a little bit consigned. It's like you are coming to give us a lecture, and this thing, this thing you are pontificating must be taken by us. No, you don't have the monopoly of knowledge and understanding of these issues. There are several things he said. I don't want to go into it. Okay,
but you are go to those things that he said is rather than him, so that we can talk about it. Forget about what did he say that is wrong?
Ovie. There are a lot of things he said that are not. I mean, you see, even the position he canvasses is sometimes a little bit, condescending to some of us who listen to it. I'm listening for the background. I'm not even a panelist. Okay, I'm only coming in to make this so that you know what. The truth remains until you cannot begin to if you don't know where a man was buried, you don't start. You start digging from the leg. Okay, and I think for anybody, I have nothing against his position, but the way of presentation is what I'm fighting. I think he should come more. Don't give us that Woloshenka attitude. It doesn't go any further. Okay, and I don't even want to weigh in on the issue of Ovie. You see, I'm like I said, you can see I'm not even dressed for this purpose, but I'm just coming in. So when you want to have that debate, I can come back in the evening. I will have that debate. But let me finish now and then go, so you can have your debate. Now, see, look, we should be very careful, Nigerians especially, because we are destroying our own society. Tomorrow, somebody will say, "Oh, how did this come about?" Okay, professors, lawyers, or some of the lawyers I respect the most in Nigeria have come across. In fact, the last one that so blew my mind, I don't even want to talk about the issue of Nigeria, is Fela Durutoye, that I've done interviews upon, projected his image in the international community, okay, to come and accept a position. For what reason? So you can see that the society itself, we are going back to the days of Babangida, when everybody who have made name in Nigeria is picked up and useless and dropped. And that's what it's going to be. You go mark my word. So like I said, I came in peace, but I didn't like the two, because you have always opposed us for saying that Igbos are not treated fairly. And you're talking about the particular people that laying emphasis to. And you're coming in this thing. I think it's a double standard. Okay, I may be wrong, but that's my position. And I think I have the right to air it. You also have the right of response. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
You have the right to be wrong.
The Southeast is part of Nigeria. You know that, don't you? But the Palestinians don't have that kind of right. The Southeast is part of Nigeria. There are whole positions in Nigeria, just like every other Nigerian. So I don't think
you see, one of the things you keep saying, and I know that Chim has the answer to it, but he has just held back. The UN resolutions that were so talked about. Go look at it. Since they have been projecting the two-state solution, who have refused to sign it? Which are the people who have refused to even put their hands on the papers? Let's not jump into the issue. Go research it. Okay.
Oh my God.
Who are the people who have refused to accept that one particular
Thank you so much. Unfortunately, you didn't come on time. We are moving on to other topics.
Okay, sir. Thank you all. Thank you for your contribution. I like it. I like it. I like it. I mean, I'm not saying anybody's contribution is not valuable. Valid. But I'm only saying that there's more that meets the eyes.
All right.
Is it already winter where you are, KJ? Is it already winter where you
nowhere, get a position for himself, get time for himself. I like that.
All right. So
guys, come from nowhere, take over the floor. That's
so
genius.
let's change the topic and we're starting from this. Let's watch.
A prolonged identity crisis that recently played out in American court system and the controversy surrounding the authenticity
it looks like you're not sharing the right screen.
Credentials of Chief Bola Tinubu.
I'm sorry.
I must confess I'm distressed as a Nigerian. In addition to the barrage of media friends.
Are you distressed too?
All right, let's see what's going on here. Let's try it again. But essentially what I want to play was a video of Peter Obi speaking. Why is he not sharing? It's sharing here. Peter Obi speaking.
That the matter has triggered at home and abroad. Have had a wholesome burden of responding to embarrassing questions about the Nigerian overall credibility as a nation. To privilege.
Can we forget about it? I'm sure we've all watched it. So I mean,
yeah.
Do we really have to?
I'm sure we watched it. All right. So let's go to the conversation. Let me see. Let me start with you, Chim. So what we're discussing now is Tinubu certificates led to Atiku's certificates, led to Obi's certificates. And the premise is that the push out there is that everybody did that. It's all the same thing. So I want to know what you know about Atiku's certificates and the issue there, what you know about Peter Obi's certificate and the issue there, if there is. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I've heard that there are questions being raised about Obi's certificate, but I'm not exactly sure what it is they are raising about it. I'll be honest. But here's my take. The whataboutery that is coming into it now is, I mean, any discerning and intelligent person should know that there is no there. There's nothing bugger, like the Americans would say, in there. Number one is, and I struggle because yes, I do acknowledge that Tinubu has fans and they want to see everybody. For them, it's like, what about you? Or that kind of thing. No, but that's not the issue. One is when it comes to Atiku clearly, and I'm not supporting him. So if those who want to dig into him, it's fair enough. It's politics. Go dig into him. He says he wants to be Nigeria's president. So once you come up for public office, all politics is good. Go and dig into him. If you genuinely find that there are portions of his claims that are false, and to that extent make him culpable of having engaged in forgery or perjury, as it were, then fair enough. I'm not going to defend him. Ditto Peter Obi. But this is the point. When it comes to Atiku, as far back as 1973, from documents we have, had an affidavit of a change of name, which is what an affidavit is all about. 1973, he said, I am Sadiq, but now I want to be known as Atiku Abubakar, no longer Sadiq Abubakar, but Atiku Abubakar, whatever his reasons were. But he has an official, acceptable documentation to that effect. Bola Tinubu, in his own case, clearly, if we have read that deposition, said that, or first of all, presented a certificate purportedly coming from the school he claimed to have graduated from. And then, based on what we have just gone through in Chicago court, it is evident that the school that says, yes, he registered to go to school through us, is saying what he presented to you people in Nigeria as an official document under oath did not emanate from us, which makes it forgery and perjury. Now, to Peter Obi, like I said, I don't know exactly what they're accusing him of. But the little I am hearing is that, if I'm correct, please, they say he didn't pass maths and English. How did he get into the university? I don't know about that. The school should be the one to come and tell us what their qualifying grades were back when Obi went to school. But at least nobody is questioning that the certificate he's presenting is false. What people are saying, which is what I'm trying to understand, is that, oh, how could you have gone in to study with a pass in English and a pass in maths? Now, my question, this is not a defense, is that he read psychology, or is it philosophy? I do not know that philosophy. Okay, I do not know that philosophy requires you to have a credit in maths. So that argument, in my own estimation, is already dead on arrival. These guys are struggling to hold to whatever straws they can find to say everybody does it. It is a lie. Everybody does not do it. So my point is, and I will rest here, is Nigerians, let's wake up. There are a lot of people who are parading themselves with fake certificates, and they want to say everybody is guilty. This morning, I'm a Christian. I read my Bible. And one thing I read when I was reading is, when the devil wanted to pull down Job, he went to get permission from God to do it. And I tried to understand what exactly was the devil after. The devil was after because God said, have you seen my servant Job? There is nobody like him. He has integrity. And what the devil was out for was to puncture that integrity. That's why he went after the devil. Because even after he did the first one and came back, he said, God, you protected him now. Okay, God, this time, let me touch his skin and then you will see. He went. And then finally, how do I know his integrity? The man's wife said, do you still hold to this your integrity? Curse God and die. It was all about his integrity. And that is what the issue is with Tinubu. It is integrity that Nigerians are talking about. So their effort, all these pro-Tinubu people are just trying to tell us that there is nobody of integrity in Nigeria. That is why they are doing all these things. That is why they have stripped Obi, and the man keeps saying, go and find out, go and find out, go and verify. Because we are going to verify Tinubu and the integrity is lacking. They are looking for a way to smear everybody with the same brush. So in my own view, I don't know what they are looking for. As far as Atiku is concerned, even if he stole someone's identity, he stole it well. He stole it well with documents. And to the extent that we are applying the law, he has a document to show. I mean, when somebody is being accused of robbery or whatever, or being involved in something, the police will ask for his how do you guys pronounce it? Is it alibi or alibi or whatever it's called?
Alibi.
So I'm not a lawyer, so pardon my use of word. His alibi. And if his alibi corroborates what he has, then all well and good. Tinubu's own alibi is not adding up. It's a simple fact for even a blind man and a deaf person, even a baby in the womb, if you give them chance to come out from their mother's womb and respond and go back, will tell you this guy's story does not add up. Is that inability to add up that we have been struggling with for the past 2 weeks? So the guy, you accused him, and he brought out his affidavit 73 to show that he changed his name legally. So I don't know, Doctor. For now, I have nothing else to add. That's just where I stand.
All right, thank you, Chim. Ed, you're next.
I mean, it's usually hard to follow Chim because most of the time it just speaks my mind, and I'm like, what do I really add? So
should we go to that?
No, let me just chip in a little bit, just a little bit. I think, well, Chim has said most of what I want to say. It's just really a smear campaign. It's that idea of let's bring everybody to our level, To Chim's allusion to the Bible, his point about what happened within Job and the devil and God, if you believe as a Christian. What was really the contention there was that the devil wanted to prove that, there's nobody that can live righteous. You're just punishing me for nothing. Like, none of your creations can really live righteous. And this man that you are so mindful of is just as bad as I am. That was really what was the contention. And that's what Tinubu supporters are trying to do here. That, well, this Peter Obi that you guys just, exalt so much, they are just all the same, all in our politics. So it still goes back to that argument. Sorry, Ovie. It still goes back to that.
No. You don't have to be sorry. Why do you have to be sorry?
You are my brother. Sorry.
Why do you have to be sorry now?
It took some
Your point.
Yeah, so that's the
all
point.
our politics.
They are all politicians. They are all crooked. That's the point they are trying to make. And, it's really hard for me to reconcile that with their stance on the so-called Tinubu that submitted a Cambridge GCE that has physics, chemistry, and biology for an accounting student. I don't know how that works. And his results were chemistry, grade E, biology, grade E. So if you were to translate that to a WASI, that would be like a PH, the same PH that they are accusing Mr. Peter Obi of having. And to what Chim really said, the standards then we're not the same standards now. A person who made a PhD in English then could probably, I'm not trying to defend Peter Obi because I don't know the university requirements, but I know of people who entered university with like an E in English and actually wrote WAEC while in the university. I know of people. That one is not something that I was told, but again, I was not alive. I was not there then when Mr. Peter Obi went to school. So I would not try to argue that case. And for Atiku, again, I'm not an Atiku fan. It has proof. Like, was he thinking he was going to be president in 1978, but yet it did what he was supposed to do. It cleaned up his act. But that's the problem. We're not saying that with Mr. Tinubu here. And to Chim's point, they are not even arguing the case that Peter Obi's certificate is fake. Their argument is that it did not pass enough to be admitted into UNN. Okay, what would you say about Buhari? Because it's the same people that have mutated into Tinubu's supporter. What of Buhari's WAEC certificates? Have we seen Buhari's grade? Is that something
we have seen his electric bill?
Those
electric
level,
bill is
you
enough.
could see clear fail. You could see clear fail. They're like F9, but nobody's even saying anything about that. But all of a sudden, everybody just becomes very, very meticulous when it comes to Mr. Peter Obi. It's just a matter of dragging everybody to their level. We're all the same. He's not a saint. And nobody's saying he's a saint, but we're just saying that he's clearly head and shoulders above your Mr. Tinubu. And live with it. Simple as that.
All right. Thank you. Femi, you're next.
So here we go again. Nigerian politics is filled with theatrics to the point where there's always reasons for people to try to make you take your eyes off the main issue. So when I saw that the news, start with the Atiku's was, for me, kind of straightforward in the sense that, for example, my middle name when I did my WAEC is not the middle name I have on my passport, but it's on my birth certificate. So that one cannot be contested. And if anybody contests it, it's almost like maybe we should start showing our certificates. I think we're going to start with you, Dr. Damages, because it's like everybody has become a suspect now. This is what it's turning to.
Very, very good point. Let me tell my story if you want to hear that. Right. Because I was thinking about this. I was thinking if I should actually run for office, that would be an issue. I think there's something fundamental in Nigeria and how we grew up and everything. I'll tell you my own. It's very simple. Growing up at home in my hometown, my name wasn't Rudolph. If you come to my village and call me Rudolph, they say, actually, my classmate at Futa Akure came to visit me at my hometown and said, I'm looking for Rudolph Okonkwo. He was also my house, my family compound. And the people we were talking to, they said they don't know any Rudolph Okonkwo. He saw one that looked exactly like me. I said, okay, you know what? Take me to your house. I want to see your house. And my brother brought him home. And my brother didn't know that my name was Rudolph. So, but it's a long story. The point was that I was Ogochukwu Okonkwo when growing up, primary school, secondary school. But when I got to Akure, nobody could call Rudolph. Nobody could call Ogochukwu. Nobody could call Okonkwo. They were having difficulties. So I said, okay, maybe I should now use my middle name. So I brought Rudolph, my middle name, to become my first name. So if you look at my certificates, my WAEC and first school living certificate is Ogochukwu R. Okonkwo. Ogochukwu R. Okonkwo. But by the time I graduated from the university, it's Rudolph O. Okonkwo. So I switched it. I didn't even know that I would answer questions about that.
Right. And the good thing about abroad, where I think basically all of us live, if not most of us, all of us live, is that a lot of what you're doing is tied to, in the case of America, your social security and even your fingerprints. And in America, for example, your last name can be your last name. For example, I don't use my original first name at work. Nobody really cares, so long as they can verify that it's still me, tied to the names I have, even when I went to school here as well. But that's on the side. So when I looked at Obi's case, I looked at the names. What I actually saw online, I didn't even see anything that was spectacularly different in the real sense. Too different. The point being that I think, again, to the point that Ed and even Chim have already rounded up, I see it's almost a case of the pig is trying to just draw you into a rough fight. That story of the pig trying to make you the same as themselves. It's not, for me, it's a no issue. If it was something, and what I was happy about was the fact that both Atiku and Obi came out immediately to show their certificates, and then the next thing you know, they're now talking about, in the case of Obi, for example, it's not like I necessarily was a supporter of Obi, but I mean, anyway, in the case of Obi, now they're talking about how he got into school. I was like, wait a minute. I know of stories of how people that took WAEC then, if you got a PA then, you probably are capable of getting an A1. Because I heard about stories of how things used to be very tough back then from my father's contemporaries. And I think finally, something I don't want to leave out. Finally, Dr. Rudolph, you probably will know this more than any, if not most of us. Was the requirements the same in terms of English? Because I think it was later on that English and maths became a big deal in terms of getting to. I know that for sure. You can correct me if I'm wrong. I think you have a better perspective on that.
Yeah, thank you. I don't know what was required for philosophy at the time Peter Obi got into the university. I have no idea. We could find out. I haven't bothered, but we could find out. But I can tell you that when I applied, depending on what you are going to study, you don't need to have credit in English and math. If you're going to study engineering, you have to have credit in which is what I studied in math. But if you are studying law, you have to have credit in English. So it depends. That was how it was. I don't know how it was when.
So, Rudolph, to corroborate what you just said, I'm a living case. I wanted to study banking and finance. I gained admission to study banking and finance, but I gained the admission before my WAEC came out. So when the WAEC came out, I had a P in maths. So that was already nullified my distance. But I was given an opportunity to change a course. So I went into public administration that did not require a credit in maths. I already had credits in every other thing except that maths. So I went into study government and public administration as against the banking and finance that my JAM admission letter states. But they changed the course and said, okay, this guy has a good result. We're not going to, because of credit, let's switch him as long as he's willing to study something else. And I was malleable enough to say, I don't mind. I'm not a do or die for banking and finance. So that's my understanding, that specific courses like you mentioned have specific O-level or WAEC requirements. If you're going to study engineering or medicine, of course, maths and English, credit in maths is required, but some less courses that are having to do with statistics per se, nobody's going to be asking you for a credit as long as it's not an F. Now, I'm not sure nobody's saying F now. If he has got an F, and I'll say, okay, Peter, you need to come and explain to us. He had a P in maths, a P in English. And those things are, for me, like, I'll be honest enough to admit, I don't know what Nsukka's, and I'm ready. I'm actually willing. Nobody's supporting Peter Obi as a do or die. Let Nsukka, if they have their records, come and tell us what their requirements back then were and how he got in. I'm okay with that. I don't have a problem with that.
Let me just say this, and I'm going to leave because Femi is here and CM is here. It's redundant for me to be here, but I want to disagree with Chim before I leave. Just give me 1 minute, and let me say that.
How did that happen? I thought we were going to.
Doctor, there's an order here. No. This is not right. No. Uncle Pansat, you can't do that. Uncle Pansat, you can't do that.
I'm trying to disagree with Chim. I'm not going for my turn.
We accuse one man of doing that you want to do now.
Because
the same thing we accuse of one man doing, you want to do it now. He's not right. No.
Hold on, I'm in charge. Hold on, Tone. That's okay. Pansat, the only way I can skip all these people to you is if you get their permission. You can talk to them in private chats. If they agree, I will do that. But Ovie, you're next.
Thank you, Rudolph. And Ed, I want to say, Ed, for that citation, you are correct. It's not a fake news. You are spot on. And
okay, thank you.
the day 50.5% of Nigerians, 50.5% of Nigerians, we come to understand that on our politics, a new Nigeria will be born. I think on the screen, all of us, I think we are a little bit, even though we are not following politics, we understand what transpired in 1999 in terms of what dominates the conversation when it comes to political fights or political drama was between the president then, Obasanjo, who was termed as a terror, and Bola Tinubu, who is the governor of then Lagos State. If there's anything Obasanjo wanted throughout his 8 years, was Lagos State. He wanted PDP to actually win Lagos. At a point, he relocated to Lagos during the campaign. That's how bad he wanted. And as a politician, as anybody in Nigeria, if there's anybody you don't want to harm as an enemy, is Gani Fawehinmi. These two men if there's actually anything anything tangible within this Bola Tinubu is anything, I think those two men would have raveled it. But for the fact that they could not do it and they are allowed to this point, that's why Congress say, man, on our politics. And I agree that Chima see that they are just trying to drag all of them. So at a point when we say all of them are the same, it's as if we are saying, oh, this one are thief, this one no be thief. No. The game, now the same principle. Keep the public docile. That's the only way you maintain your status as far as that Nigerian society is concerned. So they go begin to drag themselves. At the end of the day, all of us are criminal. And before you know, all of us will be tired, will be exhausted. And before you know, a lot has passed under the bridge. Just like maybe we'll talk about it later, how the Senate are complaining bitterly that bills are being signed, especially money bills. They go bring the come with the money, they will coerce there, they have to sign in the evening. They don't understand what they are signing. You understand? Who are the benefactors of these bills that are signing? Now, these men that we are arguing about, the Obis of this race, the Atikus, come and then be the business we run in the country, I then get up. Every aspect of anything that makes Nigeria was there in charge. But this is what they want us to be talking about. And guess what? We are good at it. We like it.
Ovie,
So,
I'm afraid that you're not talking about what we're talking about.
You're talking about what we're talking about. We're talking about certificate, result, fake, not fake. At the end of the day, we'll find out all of them are fake. Then again, my question, what next?
All right.
If we find out all of them are fake, what are we going to do? So I understand what we are discussing. Yeah, thank you. Welcome.
All right, before Tone, let me read what Alexander wrote. I think it might be interesting. For clarification, I graduated in 1976. I didn't go to university in Nigeria. I did in London, but from GHE 70 through mid 80s, it was imperative to have at least a C6 in English and math. I'm even surprised. This is a conversation, I think, is what he's writing.
Yeah, Rudolph, I think I learned my last point now before you just block me.
Okay, go ahead.
The last point here is that we quick to compare. Oh, if we look for a job, you have to meet up this. Presidency, the most important qualification is money. If you don't have it, have access to it. That's what important. And they understand that, but we don't understand that here. We see they pay attention to, because it's about who can protect interest. Certificate not they protect interest. It doesn't. I don't know anywhere they protect it. What protect interest of the rich is you having the ability to do and undo. And that's the character we keep getting to lead. But of course, when I know Grizzly on our politics, we die here.
All right, thank you. Tone, you're next.
Yeah, hi, thanks, Doctor. The issue of accusing Obi, whether he has a C or he didn't have a C, or whether he has a D or whatever, the man is going to be here in a couple of weeks' time, and please come to the panel, show your fat face, all these Agbado people, and ask him the question. I'm sure he will have an answer for you. For the person that this accusation has emanated from, you check out his profile. You can say just all fallacies, fallacious reasoning. That's what it's called. You guys can go and check it out. It's all fallacious reasoning. I mean, how can you start a man that is a stark illiterate? We start accusing him that, even to the extent they are even accusing him that he took his dead brother's details, certificate to present. That is even very, very disrespectful to his dead brother. So how can you come up with that? See, it's just all smear. You know, they say that you cannot shame the shameless. When you're fighting somebody that is that you get outside, you start quarreling with a woman that is of a loose character and all that. Whether she writes, whether she's talking and all that, you can't shame them. They can come up with anything and all. And this is what I see all the people, all the disturbed people in their mind are still supporting and defending Tinubu's lies, tissues and tissues of lies. That is what you get. So I'm not just surprised. So these people are just they are anarchists. They're confused. Confused, CORN, confused, really confused people. That's the best way I can say it, just to be polite. So I don't take them seriously. It's not an issue, Even most of the people here, all the people even that are on here, on this panel, I know that how many certificates did they forge? I know that it's only, you see, you can only if you went to school and still defending Tinubu, you've got problems. You've got problems. Thank you, Doctor.
All right, thank you. Siam.
Okay, yeah. Thank you, Rudolph, once again. Actually, on this Tinubu issue, I think I've really exhausted myself because I could have written a book on it, but I could have written and there's nothing I'm going to say. There's nothing I'm going to say. You see, as a person, but maybe maybe I give it up. See, as a person, because they brought in Peter Obi, all this energy. Even if Peter Obi forged certificate, it does not justify Tinubu forging. Let's get clear. So if Peter Obi forges, then everybody should go. But the thing is, there's a way. As a scientist, I believe in making things simple with experiment outcome. Tinubu tendered a certificate to INEC. True or false? True. Atiku looked at the certificate, doubted it, took it to Chicago State University and asked them under oath, "Is this from you?" They said no. Case closed. All of us here, starting with Rudolph, if I took a check, say to Ovie now, say, "Ovie, this is a check from Rudolph. I want to cash it. You give me this money." Ovie now took the check back to Rudolph. Rudolph said, "No, this check is not from me." So what are we talking? So what I want is...
But what if the bank give me the money? Because that's what happened. That's what happened now. I didn't give a certificate.
No,
right?
No,
if bank give me the money, it doesn't matter what Rudolph said. I don't collect the money.
Atiku borrowed the certificate from INEC to go show. Anyway, the thing is this. Don't let me help. Let me play the devil's advocate to tell them that, you see, Ojukwu said one time, say, "This time I am for peace." There was a time that Ojukwu said, "This time I am for peace." So this time, let me play the devil's advocate to help the Agbado camp. Please, beg Atiku to go to University of Nigeria and Soccer the way he went to Chicago. Or, better still, I can provide transport money. I don't care how much it is from wherever you are to UNN. When you go there, you take the photocopy or whatever it is. Tell the UNN, the registrar, if I bring them to court, say, "Swear under oath, did you give this thing to Peter Obi?" Then that is for UNN. Then you go to WAEC, what is it called, West African Examination Council. Good authorities in Yaba, Lagos, Nigerian office. Or you go to West African office, head office in Ghana. You go there, you ask them, say, "Look, somebody tendered this, saying it's from you. Is it really from you?" I mean, that is how we should do it. Come and tell me, "Oh, this, I won't do your job for you." If Atiku had been going from one platform to the other, gossiping, people won't take him serious. But today, Atiku is a hero because he went to Chicago, investigated it, came back, addressed a press conference. Ovie, you can do it. Tony, you can do it. Any of us here can go to investigate that. That is if you are interested. So for those
are you reading my book already?
Okay, probably. So the thing is this. I've exhausted myself on this Tinubu Wahala. I'm only waiting for the day he will get out. That is just my own. Please, let me leave it here. I don't want to say anymore. Thank you.
All right, thank you, CM.
Thank you very much. I'm not going to talk about, drowning. I don't know if you ever seen a drowning.
Oh, by the way, he's a graduate of UNN, and he studied veterinary medicine. And I know that
he was a student union leader. He was a student union leader too.
Student union leader, and his department is close to philosophy. I actually was at UNN. I don't want to go there briefly, but let's.
Right. Did you say he studied veterinary medicine?
Yeah.
Is it true?
Hello. You see, the thing is, I don't know if
Can we
you've
verify?
seen.
Mr. Ize was our guest last week. You guys
Can
forget
we verify
easily. He
you?
was our guest last week.
Because we're in era of verification now. So
Okay, there's some there's some animals on the comment section that you need to inject, please.
No. There's no animal. They're just
Mr. Ize was our special guest last week.
Animal.
No, definitely maybe misguided persons, but definitely no animal in the comment section. Now, I don't know if you've seen a person that is drowning. I mean, really drowning, literally drowning. One thing you notice is that the flaying arms, the arms flay, struggling to clutch at anything. It could be a broomstick. Now, you know that a broomstick cannot hold up, keep the person buoyant. But the person would, any physical thing, the fingers touch, the person will grab onto. What's the person doing? The person knows that the only thing that can keep him or her alive at that time is to hold something that will provide buoyancy and keep him or her afloat. That's what's going on now. Clutching at straws, no matter how flimsy those straws may be. At the point the person is clutching at the straw, he's probably not seeing it or knowing whether it is strong or whether it can float, but the point is that the fingers touch something that is not water or air, so the person clutches at it. That's what it is. I mean, if you have a problem with somebody's work certificate and the school is in Nigeria, it's a very simple thing. Go to court, get a subpoena, go to the university, show us the papers this person used to gain admission into a university. Simple. Or the other side, if you think further, you may save yourself the trouble and know that many universities in Nigeria take 5 credits in 2 sittings. And so that if you actually go, if you look at those P8 and P7 or whatever in English and mathematics, that if you go and look, I can bet money that you see a GCE in that record. But when you are doing this, show your certificate, basically, you show the main certificate, which is the WAEC, which is the main, has all the 9 subjects, not a GCE where you probably wrote 1 or 2 subjects. That's what I think happened, but that's really nonsensical. But the point is, like Chioma said earlier, is that, this issue of trying to prove. Now, Atiku is not the issue. Atiku saw an maybe 50 years ago, so I'm not going to waste any time on that. But Atiku is not the target. The target is Peter Obi. And why is Peter Obi the target? Obi's attraction to many is that he is different. He comes across as different from the court. And that's why those who are looking for difference flock to him. So how do you equalize this game? The only way to equalize this game is to prove to people that everybody is the same. Once you prove that everybody is the same, you remove his advantage. Simple. And once you take away his advantage, you take the game to tribe or religion as the sole determinant. That's the game. So they understand. So it's the misdirection. The people who are pushing this know. They are not dumb. They know. But they want us to start talking about it. So that anytime you talk about Tinubu and somebody will also talk about Obi. If this was 3 days ago, we'll be discussing Tinubu. But today we are discussing Tinubu, Atiku, and Obi. So we're basically muddying the waters. You are spreading the conversation. The target is only one person now, is 3. There are 3 persons. So you say, the Tinubu forged CSU. Yeah, you say, but Atiku was Siddiq. And then you say, Peter Obi had P8 in English or P7. And so we have 3 persons. You spread the conversation. It's misdirection at its finest. And actually, doff my cap for whoever started this. Because it is working. Spread the conversation. Let it no longer be about one person. With every attention focused on one person. Make it attention on 3. And of course, you know that if you have 3 persons, you are dissipating the attention. The strength and the depth and the span. That's where it's going on. So it's very simple. UNN is in Nigeria. So if you are sufficiently interested, you do what Atiku did. Atiku was sufficiently interested. He went to the court in America. Now you're not going to be paying in dollars, paying lawyers in dollars. You are paying them in naira. No matter how devalued naira is, you are still paying in that naira. So go to court. Get UNN to pull out his record. I'm sure he's there. UNN is not some crappy state like CSU that will tell you up, that will have a registered lying to the public because they have nonsense. It's a reputable institution. So if you go to UNN, you get those records. And if he didn't qualify, we will start talking about it. Because like somebody showed earlier, one man, Adam Grant, said that when you support somebody, you must have a point at which you say, no, this is the line. If you cross this line, I'm out. And that if you are not able to do that, you have no credibility. So everybody you support, there must be a line at which you say, look, did you really do this? And once you confirm that the person actually did that, you say, no, this is over. I'm no fanatic. So if you prove that the man forged anything to get admission, then you know that you are not even going to waste time doing that. You're going to spend your time on social media, throwing it into the air, modding the conversation. Anyway, they talk about Tinubu, you bring in Obi and say you make PA, and we'll start talking about it as you are doing now. That's the game, and that's what I think we don't know anybody worry about. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, sir. Let me say that for the media and the way we look at things, if somebody is bringing up something you don't want to talk about it, it makes it look as if you are protecting anything.
No, you misunderstood me. I'm not blaming the media.
No, I know, but it's also important that if people are discussing something, if you put it out there and people have conversation, and the truth will come out. Francis, welcome to the show.
All right, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, good evening, everyone. Well, before I forget, or rather before my time is up and I'll probably be cut off, Chim, please, I want to have your contacts. I wanted to have a chat with you after the show. I've sent details to Forfad, I think last week or thereabouts. But now you are here. Please oblige me that request. Rudolph, I think I wanted to come from a different perspective. Maybe permit me to just run off for the Abrahamic children, just briefly. I'm not going to delve much into what has been discussed. I think Ed did a lot of work on that. But the area I'm coming from is, I think you guys have not noticed some sort of paradigm shift regards to the Nigeria when it comes to the issue in the Middle East. Because when you said that people should review what is going on in the Middle East and then relate it to Nigeria, maybe more or less economically security, like Fofada would say, where we are lacking in terms of security, that should be the ground norm when it comes to holding and maintaining a nation, a territory. But I'm coming from the fact that yesterday was Friday that they declared some kind of protest globally. Such thing or such time before, usually in Nigeria, you expect to have some reprisal or attack to other faiths or the Christian faith, as it were, probably in the northern part of the country. But maybe because of what people have faced through within the enclave or within the northern region, as it were, probably not, was it Kaduna Kano axis or Sokoto area, no, not west and northeast. There is no attack or violent outbursts one way or the other in protest or in support of what's happening, either in support of Palestinian in the Middle East, as it usually happen. Maybe because of the pressure or the inundated insecurity and the attack people have faced within this part of the world. So maybe let's face our own problem. This one is these people's problem. So that perspective, because
sorry,
from
not to
where
interject. I
no,
think the
please,
Shah
hold on.
carry out.
No,
No, I
please,
think
no,
the
no,
Shah
no,
carry
no,
out
no,
protest in
you come
Abuja.
later, please. I'm addressing everybody. Maybe Rudolph would pick something and then I won't want interjection. You will change me from my thought plan. Okay, I'm making a general observation here. Okay, so that said, regards to why there's no attack in the north with respect to what's happening, because where I work, we are usually pre-warned whenever there is such intelligence to kind of check with our people or warn our people are staying indoor to observe these proposed, anticipated uprising here and there. But it didn't happen, whether at Port Harcourt, Lagos, or in the north. So I'm taking so much time on that, but I just want to underscore that statement that there used to be such a response from the Nigerian individuals in terms of faith. I didn't want to go into the Christians the way they try to support the nation state of Israel when it comes to this attack. I mean, growing up, I've seen it over the years. You would be wondering the so-called Christians, born again, somebody will claim to be born again Christian, and he wishes the next person that has blood running his or her vein in Philistine or Palestine or whatever they want to call it to be exterminated in one way or the other. I don't want to go into who caused what and all that, but the thing is, these are Abraham's descendants, whichever way we all seen it, they end up aggregating. If they are from one source, but they have different ideologies in life, and then they have their different supporters, and then what was he doing? Like somebody said that in America inherited the problem, but it's going to be solved by the people within the Middle East. That was why we are looking forward to the peace accord that was going to be signed between the Saudi and Israel, because UAE had just have their own stuff last time, and then we are thinking that by the time everybody, Egypt has done theirs and Jordan and the rest of them, but unfortunately, this incident would probably affect that of Saudi and Israel, and then it's going to really draw back the challenge that they have, because the two states that have been proposed ever since Obama and Clinton, or Clinton and Obama, wasn't coming through. And what Netanyahu was going for was like what we all try to observe: one state where Palestine and Israel will live, together, because he proposed that Jews will live among the Palestinians, but he wouldn't want to recognize the Palestinian as a state, because he keep pushing that if you give them that territory for them to own ammunition, rights to own arm, and the rest of them, that Israel will be frightened or threatened, which I don't want to go into the what do you call it now. Oh, somebody can cause this, like we call it um instigating this crisis for Hamas to respond in one way or the other, and then bringing everything. Because at the end of the day, it's Israel that will benefit more if they eventually have peace with all the Arab neighbors, as case may be. But that's I'll leave that at that. On the part of the politics in Nigeria, will be Tinubu, Atiku, and this core three prominent presidential candidates. The thing is this: I don't want to, like I said last time, is in the air that even if Tinubu was adopted, it's not his own making. It's not a crime. People have been adopted and they've done well, thrived well in various endeavors. So the what do you call it? The root cause of no WAEC, no secondary school, no primary, and all those things, it stems from such probably arrangements. Okay, but what's the problem here is somebody is not man enough to say, okay, this is my history, this is my genealogy, but that will not in any way take away his accomplishments, whether you want to believe it or not, in terms of what he's done prior to becoming a governor, or what he has done as a governor, as case may be. And then the thing is, I'm concerned that Nigerians are asking about his qualification, because he's now ascended to position of presidency when he was a governor. Like I mentioned that the other lawyer, that was his name now, the deceased senior, sorry, Rudolph, let me just round off in the moment. The Gani Fawemi and co, and this, what's his name, Keyamo and co, we are working on his incident then as per identity and all that. So it's not today. Such information is not new. In the case of Atiku, there was a time they were saying that he's not from Nigeria, that he's from Cameroon. And they said the Adamawa, his own northern part of Adamawa, that is in Cameroon and this and that, that his parents, what do you call it, migrated from Cameroon to Nigeria. That probably, a couple of years back when he was trying to campaign as a presidential candidate. So, and then like someone now said, this will be issues now bringing, okay, all of us, everybody have issue here and there. This is not what really we need to be discussing, which I'm sure is going to be discussed after the Supreme Court, is how do we get dollar is 150 today. I hope you guys know. So the next milestone is probably 150. Sorry, 1,150. Today is 1,050 naira to a dollar. So the next milestone is 1,500. It might be, it might get there before December. So I think we should be thinking of how do we work and then give whatever advice, which I think that is what people should be churning out. In which ways can your audience output or whatever the result will go through the National Assembly in bring up policies and like they do in US, lobby the them what do you call it, lobby the lawmakers to come up with one policy or the other. Today they already passed checks on the social security bill. I hope you guys know about that. And it didn't go through the proper debate over the whole entire assembly. It was secretly passed. So
all right, thank you, Francis. Thank you so much. You brought up a lot of things. Next,
Chim, please, I don't know. Either you get through to further through the email I sent.
Don't worry, I've written down your email. When we're done, I will send you my contact. I will certainly will.
All right. Thank you very much.
Next time, I'm okay. Next time, go ahead.
Myself. Okay, yeah, I think what amazes me with regards to what we are talking about is that you have people who are very well educated, who have gone through rigorous requirements to get to where they are in their various spheres of life, but then they start making arguments for people with less qualifications. I think what we owe ourselves here in Nigeria is we should look at in the future, in the next 50 years, what will be said about this generation. Now, somebody says, oh, why did Gani Fawemi fight it? What you must realize is that technology changes every 24 years. Within every 24 years, the level of technology you have access to is completely different. The technology my son is going to have access to, what I'm doing right now, will be considered old-fashioned. So the fact that Gani Fawemi or Obasanjo could not root out the lies does not mean that when the lies are rooted out, we will now neglect it. As Nigerians, we should ask ourselves, what are we going to bequeath to our children? What kind of society would we bequeath to our children? Is it a society whereby fraud is allowed, forgery is allowed, or is it a society whereby we will say, okay, we have moved from point A to point B? We are looking at America today. Many of us are in different parts of the world, looking at how good those societies are. And the same people that have gone to all these societies will go back to their own father's house and still want to live in shanties. That's why Donald Trump called Africa a shithole. Because we ourselves cannot even tell ourselves the truth that, look, oh, this is true, this is the truth. We start manufacturing lies. Today I was listening to Arise. There's this guy, Liberos Oshoma, who made arguments for the PPT panel that, oh, their judgment was right. Now, because the new EFCC boss, the appointment does not align with his views, he now says, oh no, look at the EFCC Act. Just look at it literally. Look at it as it is. Don't try to infer anything. You, the same lawyer that was making inference, making it complicated, bringing technicalities when it was in the presidential election petition tribunal, brought all kinds of technicalities. Now it is time for EFCC boss appointment. Oh, no, don't bring any technicalities. Just look at it plainly. It is not supposed to be, that guy is not qualified. That guy is a lawyer. He's not a law enforcement agent. Look, we have to decide what kind of society do we want. Do we want a shithole or do we want a progressive society? If we want a shithole, no problem. Let us accept what it is. Let us continue with, I don't have any, look, first of all, we're not even, the root cause of this problem is Mahmoud. Simple. Look, I don't care if Tinubu wins, but let it be the mandate of the people. Don't cheat. Don't simple. Upload. I mean, look, Nigeria. The question is, it's not hard. I know that in America, when Donald Trump won the election, they ordered a recount in some places. So why couldn't Mahmoud, for integrity's sake, say, okay, look, you people are contesting this election, no problem, there will be a recount. In 1 week's time, we will and this recount will be live for everybody to see. We could not upload the results, sorry, in real time. There was a glitch, but there will be a recount. Why can't the Supreme Court say, okay, look, bring all the ballot papers here, let us recount this thing? You know, then let it be that the Tinubu one is justifiably won. You know, then if it's a case of forgery, if the man forged certificate, how many of us, let me ask the question, how many of us, if we have companies, will allow somebody with a forged certificate to come and work in our companies as the CEO? All these people that are defending Tinubu, making up, how many of you, if you have a company, somebody comes with all that kind of baggage and they say, oh, this is the man that will transform your company around, and you have all that kind of baggage, how many of you will say, yes, come and be the CEO of my company? Like, sometimes I just wonder, what do we want to bequeath to our children? What do we want? The society we want to create. We are saying one thing with one hand, we are doing another thing with the left hand. Where do we get? How did this happen to us? How did we get here? How did we get to this point? I feel for every child growing up in Nigeria right now, every little child, because which heroes, when they look back, what are they going to tell their children? What are they going to discuss about? When a society cannot be sane, cannot just say, look, if you write in your constitution that 1 + 1 is 3, then interpret it as 1 + 1 is 3. Simple. Don't come and tell the lawyer, the judges, if you write in your constitution 1 + 1 is equals to 3, then that's what 1 + 1 is. But don't come and now say, oh, 1 + 1 is not equals to 3. It's equals. No, your constitution says 25%. No, you wrote it. Follow the law. Follow rule of. Look, Nigeria will go nowhere. Sadly, that is the truth. We go nowhere. No matter how we try to, okay, because it's my person in power. Look, we have gone this route 24 years. Buhari was in power. Buhari thought that it was time to favor the people from his region. Did it work out? No, did it work out? So anybody that is thinking along tribal lines, it will not work out. Nigeria will go, we will just go 1 step forward, 100 steps backward. And do we actually look at our children and say, okay, what are we going? These are the questions I ask. We have Nigerians all over the world. I see top professionals going to work for this admin. If it was in the places like the UK, they will say no. Like Fela Durutoye will tell the president, no, I don't want that appointment. Sorry, keep it to yourself. But in Nigeria, it's like this poverty has been distributed everywhere. There's no integrity. Nobody has this consciousness can say, Mr. President, I'm sorry, you have a lot of baggage. I can't work with you. Boris Johnson was still prime minister when everybody was decamping. Everybody was decamping. Oh God, sorry, I won't work with you again. You have an integrity issue. What was the integrity issue? Because he attended a party. That is the high moral ground. Attending a party when they said lockdown. The Secretary of Health kissed his girlfriend in the office. It was enough to resign. In Nigeria, somebody will loot. Your Senate president is a criminal that stole money from Akwa Ibom State. No problem. People are clapping for him. He was distributing handouts without accountability. They are clapping for him. I mean, what is our society?
He's an uncommon man. You should need to accept uncommon men. Uncommon man.
Some of us are defending this thing. We go to our workplaces and be holding high more. You don't deserve, any of us that you don't deserve to work in the Western world. You don't deserve it. Anybody that is in the Western world suffer and is supporting the chaos at how do gets here? What is how?
Dexter, thank you so much. You can just end it by saying who did this to us.
Yeah, exactly. That's what who did this to us? Really? Who did it? It's not God. Who did it to us?
All right, thank you. Mazi Prince.
Dr. Rudolph.
Yes.
Dexter, you nailed it. You nailed it. You know, I applaud. I was just laughing and applauding you for all you said, which was most of the stuff that I want to talk about. However, let me even say this. Since we are kind of like releasing our certificate, let us also release our identity. I'm a man, no, I'm not a woman. So that tomorrow people will not come and say, you are changed to something else to run for one position. And apart from that, my little biography is this: I am somebody who schooled around Nigeria. As a matter of fact, I schooled in Anambra, I schooled at Enugu, I schooled at Calabar, I schooled at Lagos. I went round, okay? And if you want the schools, I will give you the schools, I will give you my classmates. They are still there. And when I came over here, I still have some classmates who are Nigerians that can attest that I also attended schools here, where I obtained my AA diplomas, okay? So, the only thing is I did not do youth service, so I'm too old to do youth service. I did not do youth service. So that one is out. I'm not even going to Nigeria to run for any political office. So that's by the way. The thing is this: those people who wants to drag Obi into this, Obi has already beaten them to it. He called a conference the other day and he introduced himself. He told us. He told us about his name being Peter. He told us about his name being Gregory. He told us about his name being something, whatever, that's, something that has to do with that. Yeah, he gave us all those names. And we know him. He even told us to go to CKC, that we'll see his friends. We know him. What I can ask the I refuse to call them Agbadorians because they don't. I eat corn, so they don't deserve to be eaten anyways. We can call them the Bulaba boys. They can as well advise their man to just come out and speak. That's all we need. Come out and speak. We know they tend to hijack everything, but what is waiting for him is that. I don't know. The thing is, the global journalists are waiting for him, so he cannot even hide. It will be interesting the day he will face the world and he will tell them, "I can't speak." That's it. That will be so interesting. He did it. He did it at Onga, so that's not even surprising. However, the thing is this: when we talk about philosophy, those of us that don't even know what philosophy means, philosophy is all about Greeks. Okay, it's all about people from Greek, Greek and Greece and other stuff. You don't even need English. You don't need English. And compared to when Peter Obi went to school, those days they don't even English and math was not compulsory. Okay, Peter Obi happens to be my late brother's schoolmate or classmate at CKC. They knew each other. I even knew Peter Obi before he started coming out to run for whatever he's running for. And I'm not supporting him because he's from a certain tribe. I'm not supporting him because he's somebody from a certain religion. And the man, even after UNN, upgraded himself. He did some courses. Okay? After Lagos State. What did he could have called a lecturer in LASU and say, "Come and lecture me," and obtain a certificate that we don't care, even if it's a public administration or diploma in public administration, we don't care. That would have been nice. But it is always said that a grasshopper that is deaf is a grasshopper that go that that is being being taken care of. That I don't want to say the word that I don't want a K word that is being taken care of during war. Okay, so at the end of the day, we are talking about Nigeria. Mr. Kwesi spoke well, but I disagree with him when he says, well, whatever. Let's talk about. There is no way we can take care of Nigerian economy without, taking care of our the executive, our leaders. Because by the way, well, tomorrow when this man succeeds, people like Wike, people like Shetim or Kashim Shetim or whatever will be waiting by the side to grab it, because he has told them that power, is not served like a la carte. You grab it and you run with it. It's a shame. And those bigots that is in the comment section writing whatever they write, at the end of the day, one of them even wanted to say something. He doesn't know me. I will drag him to hell. Okay? For me, I will drag him to hell. If he wants us to drag ourselves, I will drag him to hell. I don't give a damn of what it is. But at the end of the day, just for simplicity's sake, okay, you can agree and disagree with me. The thing we all talking about is how Nigeria would get better. If this man can do us a favor, believe you me, I had a client on Monday, and we were just talking. The next thing my client told me was gonna, he asked, he said when, we started speaking, and then we were talking about Africa, and then we got to Nigeria. And I told him I'm from Nigeria. The next thing he asked is, how is our educational system in Nigeria? And I knew where he was going to. This, before God and man, this happened to me. And after I spoke to him, he was like, wow. But it is what it is. So please, Tinubu and Tinubu boys, tell your principal, let him host his own conference. He should not be using Arabambi and the Goti Apampa or whatever they call him. Okay, to scandalize people. Let him come out and speak to us. We want to hear. We will not eat him raw. We want to hear him. Let him tell us where he's from. Okay? He can tell us his village. He can tell us, his parents, even if they are late. We want to know. We want to hear now. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So let me do this. I think Femi, you weighed in, I believe. I think you did on this topic. Femi? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I did already.
Okay. Let's go up and go to show, and then forefathers, and then we'll come to Janaba, so that the pastor will end it for close it with a prayer. Sure, go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. I think I joined where we're discussing Peter Obi's credentials. For me, I've always said it. I want a better Nigeria. And I've always, admitted that there's no clean politics anywhere. It's just how murky, your politics is, how dirty is it, how bad it is. And I know it's quite bad in Africa, and people are, almost on a race to the bottom by comparing Nigerian cases to the worst cases in the world. And that's not what I want. I want us to compare Nigeria's case, to people who are doing better than us. So I've seen, people say we focus on the wrong things. These things are irrelevant. No, everything is relevant. Take nothing off the table. It should be the minimum that we're electing people who are qualified. The Constitution is there for a reason. A lot of people say they hate the Constitution. It's rubbish. It's whatever. As bad as it is, even the simplest things, benchmarks or whatever, qualifications, people are now circumventing and now saying it's not relevant. Of course it is relevant. How can you say focusing on qualification is bad? See, if Obi is found out to have cheated in any way, kick him out. If Obi dies tomorrow, Nigeria won't die. So for some of us, it's not about, oh, Peter Obi must be there. I want him in this cycle because I believe it's the best. So for some of us, it's different. It's country above everything. What I don't like what I don't like that comes from a lot of people is it's my party or my man over the country. That is not going to get us anywhere. So if Obi is found out to have cheated at any point and he has violated the laws, I don't want him to be president. Now, can you say the same? That's the difference between myself and a lot of other people. It doesn't matter. Oh, they said he was sick. As somebody in the comment section a few months ago asked me, why are you interested in Tinubu's health? And I was shocked. He's going to be my president, but I shouldn't be concerned. I was having a chat with Ovie earlier. I said, Ovie, if you're in America and could, speak at the time, old enough and all of that during Monica Lewinsky, you probably would have told them it's irrelevant. But that led to his impeachment. Yes, he wasn't kicked out of office, but it was the second.
It was irrelevant.
To be impeached.
But it was still in the office, so what's the point?
News at the time that is irrelevant, don't talk about it. Fox News won't listen to you. Your opinion won't count. They spoke about it.
Because they have an agenda.
Yes, we also have an agenda. Can we be left alone with our agenda? Everybody has one. So don't deprive the people of their agenda. It's politics at the end of the day. So telling them, see, what I see is, if I ask Ovie, name 2 things that Nigerians should focus on, you will tell us the 2 things that you think is most important, and maybe rightly so. If I ask somebody else who is not in the obedient camp, they will tell us maybe 2 different things, which means there are a lot of things we can focus on. The minute we focus on those things, you will show us something shiny and say, no, leave those ones. This is more important. Watergate happened. They broke into some place. They arrested the 5 people. Some people have said it's not important. But it became important. Let people discuss what they want to discuss. When they are tired, if it is shadows, when they are tired chasing shadows, they will chase the right things. But I think this case of, did he go to school? Did he have school sat? Is what we are discussing. It is important. Let's start from it. For me, it's a low-hanging fruit. Let's start from there. If we can't start from this, then where do we start? If we can't even say, my president is who he say he is, he went to school, he has secondary school certificate, that's the requirement. So let people start bringing, see, there's one person I respect in Nigeria that I know there's no way he paid for his certificate. Jando, who contested in Lagos under PDP. The guy's results, GC or WAEC, that's all he submitted. And it was all 8 and 9s. And people laughed and said, oh my God. I mean, there's no way he paid for that. That's his genuine certificate. That's the requirement. You don't even have to pass. So when people start saying, don't discuss it, no, please, let's discuss it. If Obi has done anything wrong, kick him out with the rest of them. And when they say Tinubu should speak, you say, no, he shouldn't speak. He owes us nothing. But all of a sudden, you don't get a on top of the matter. No, think about it. Let all of them speak. My thing is, if they all speak and they destroy each other, Nigerians are the winners. I don't care. I have no loyalty. I'm not born to love Obi. No. Nigeria is my country. Anybody who has fallen, anybody who falls foul of the law should be kicked out. Stop mollycoddling these criminals. If Obi is one of them, please kick him out. He doesn't have to be president of Nigeria. If we can't even do school sat, and we are here gathering, defending nonsense, let Tinubu say simple things. This is who I am. I went to this school. I mean, look at it now. They said, does it bother anybody defending Tinubu? This question, that he said he graduated from a school in 1970, and that school didn't start in 1974. This is not propaganda. This is not lies. This is not fake. It's from the Chicago stuff.
Melchizedek. He's competing with Melchizedek.
Does it bother you or does it not matter? As long as it's in office, my man is there. I'm from the Southwest. Obasanjo was president for 8 years. How did he benefit Ogun State? Have you seen the roads in Ogun State? I think we have one of the worst road networks in the whole of Nigeria, Ogun State. So for me, it's not a case of somebody from Southwest, Southeast. It doesn't matter. I think we should be speaking for a better Nigeria, regardless of who gets caught up in it. But some people on both sides are hell-bent on defending their criminal. My criminal is my criminal. Don't talk about my criminal. I don't defend any criminal. I'm not interested in it. If I know that my credentials will be an issue, I won't run for office after what has just happened in this 2023, because we're beginning to expose it and it's beginning to become a big issue. But some people will say, don't discuss it. And we will carry on. At what point do we start discussing things like this? 2050, 2080? Or when exactly? Or should we not bother? It's in the Constitution. It's a requirement. So let's discuss it. Whoever is affected should be affected. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you.
Can we respond?
Yes, but hold on. I want to make sure there's nobody that I'm leaving out. I think forefathers first, and then we just have Lulu. Is that Lulu? Lu. New name. All right. Forefathers.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, personally, I don't subscribe to the idea that you needed the qualification to become leader of a people in terms of formal education, because most of the Western countries will copy all these things from. They don't have that stipulation, and somewhere along the line we forget that the people are the sovereign people. They have to decide who they want. If they want an invalid, they have a right to choose it. The fact that we use this way to decide leadership, I guess, is part of the constitution now, so we have to make do with it. From what I heard, that Peter Obi got this in like pass for English and maths, I don't think that is necessarily a requirement for philosophy. Philosophy is one of the, if you want to call it one of the easiest courses to get into, but quite valuable actually. And there's a reason why most Western people, elites, send their children to go and study philosophy, because it gives you, he asks critical questions about the very existence that the reality you live in. And so from that point of view, people shouldn't be surprised that he got into university with, PP in English and this in maths. I guess that's where I can leave it. The idea of trying to, I agree that they are trying to, what aboutism, Tinubu did this, what about this one, what about that one, and all the rest. But there are, there are scales to everything. And the Tinubu's one is up there, the others are a little bit on the other side. And besides, he's the one sitting in the office right now. So what do you expect? You can't necessarily not hold him accountable for breaking the law as written in the constitution, because in the end, it will be hypocritical for me just because I don't subscribe to the idea of holding our leaders accountable in terms of for education reason, that's as a qualification requirement. It doesn't mean that you should follow the law. If the law says you have to have it, you have to have it. And if you go and forge your certificate, you have to be made to answer for it. And because if you don't do it, there will be consequences. Just like what is happening in the Middle East recently, in life, there is always consequences. Always. You can't escape it. It will come. You might not show up today. It might not show up tomorrow. Those judges might cover for him tomorrow. It will come. Because one thing will lead to another. It will lead to another. And then there will be a pushback. And then we'll all be wondering what happened? How did we get here? I was talking to a Nigerian yesterday. I told him, you are complaining about your leaders. You are your leaders. It's just that you don't recognize it among the fellow Nigerians you see. They are just like their leaders. Many of us here are like our leaders. We think we are different, but we are not as different as we think. The moment you get into that office, your family members want money, this one want that. How many of us are going to do the opposite? How many of us have an ideological base and a moral clarity to know what needs to be done? Not that many, actually.
Forefathers are aware.
Yeah, I know, but but you can say that, but it's actually when you get tested, that's when you realize this is, because I always ask this question: when does that Nigerian that was on the street campaigning and being like everyone else transform to become this type of leaders that we have? When do they transform? Because some of them were even under the Labour Party banner. They got elected under the Labour Party. They go into this in Abuja, and suddenly they transform. Because they were always the same. You just are not seeing it. And I seen it, our people, because the consciousness, the way we rationalize things, is what is leading to the decay in our society. We all participate in it. I'm complicit in it. But in the end, the way I look at things is that I always look at things from a more macro level. I think when we experience certain things, our lives and our reality will alter. It's funny enough, recently when I was listening to the CNN, the language they were using to describe what the Israelis were doing when Hamas hit was that they said they were setting all their differences aside and coming together as a people. That is what happens when you get hit from outside. And this is what I've been talking about. We Africans, we don't experience it. These Westerners are very clever. They cover up from all these things so we don't see it. The only people we fight is ourselves. But it's okay. I think I will just leave it. I don't want to go into other topics now. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So what we're going to do is go to Janaba, go to Lou, and then I think everybody must have wedding. No? Oh, you have a question, Tim, but let's go to Janaba.
No, I will respond after Janaba.
Okay, Janaba, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Rudy, once again for having me. This is not only have your say, but you dance all you can. That is a good thing this weekend. Today is certificate, whether it's Tinubu certificate or Peter Obi or Atiku. Today and even in the future doesn't matter to me. It does not solve the problem of my state and my people that are massacred today. My heart is bleeding. It's pure lack of leadership. It's insecurity. In Nigeria, where we are today, that people can just be ambushed and killed in number. None of the 18-seater, everyone was murdered. The picture is graphic. So to me, what does that got to do with Tinubu certificate or Peter Obi certificate or politics? Is all you choose sides of who you want and who you don't want. Like forefathers said, a true leader is not by certificate, but if the constitution requires it, that's okay. It should be things to be considered. And if anybody violated it, you should face the consequences of it. That is all I can say about that. But what we all have to remind ourselves, even in the Western world, we are no different from the people back home in many ways. And I hope we learn that what shaped the country wherever you live is not the government in the totality, it's the people. I mean, if we that are in the Western world have seen what is humanly possible, become tribalistic in most of our ideology and sentiment in most of things, and it's not about the real substance that we all, as a human being, we can come together to discuss our differences, empower our community, elevate the people from the bottom up, instead of downtrodden the least among us. Which if I believe that almost 99% of us here, if we have the opportunity, we may not be different. Talk is cheap. And we all can talk all we want to talk and take a political slap on anybody we choose that we believe is not in our interest. But what I want us to reflect today is that what would Nigerian be if you are the one there? Because I don't think these people have two heads. What will you do to become a better citizen of Nigeria or the citizen of the world? Let us do the little thing we can do and be fair, at least, that we can look at one another with compassion and with love. And no one should rejoice over the death of other person because they do not believe in what you believe. Then we can have a better world. And let us not be killed by the elite trying to use their power to subdue the media or to direct the media in whatever they want to their own interest. And I want to say this again, that by 3 o'clock, there will be many people here, well-informed Nigeria, who will switch the camera, and you hear their opinion. There will be Igbos, there will be Yorubas, there will be all kinds of people here. You see that we are all divided politically, and I cannot speak for them. When they come, we will hear them. And one of the young guys, 28 years old, is a PhD holder. He's well-informed Nigeria. He came here 5 years ago. Everything that he earned was his brain, and that's what brought him here. And I hope we all can learn that if we have a better society, we all can strive, and we all can give opportunity, and it doesn't have to be from your place. As far as somebody have the skill of leadership to carry out whatever is the vision of the people, then we can entrust them with our vote. But certificate, whether it will be supposed to be all na politics, whether it will be read English or he fail English or he get part in English, what that got to do with with me and what is going on in Nigeria. Or what are going to go and tell Benue people say the president Tinubu doesn't have certificate that they are discussing in the Dr. Rudolph show. What is concerned them, they are worried about going to farm where they will not be chased and be killed from the farm, and where they can, even now they cannot move freely, drive freely from one city to another. So let us also blame those people that are in position of security and power to keep us safe, and they fail us. Thank you.
All right, Jonaba, thank you. Let me just point out that, Jonaba, I agree with you. There are big issues, there are small issues, but if we don't handle the small ones, how do you handle the big one? So, for instance, if we don't know the name of Tinubu, what's his actual name, where he went to school, where he was born, and all those stories, how do you know about Alpha Beta? How do you know what he's signing off on now? We don't. So we have to start from somewhere. Maybe start from the beginning, the basics. If you can't force someone to tell you where they went to school, how can you make them tell you how much money they have when they declare their assets? How do we?
It's 100 years old. 100 years old. Go to school in your area. Go show me their certificate. Are you kidding me?
All right. So let's go to Go ahead. Who is?
Yes.
I wanted to hear from Lou. Then you can respond. Okay. Let's hear. Lou, welcome to the show.
Hello, Dr. Damages. I did say I wasn't never gonna come here again, but I felt like what did I say in Yoruba language? Ororo no they fade and Oba no they go transfer. Okay, so no one should actually make you to do what you don't want to do. Just be yourself. So I'm here to represent who I really want to be, and that is the name now, Lou. I removed the business name so I can be that Lou. So try me again now. I come in peace, but let's be at peace with one another.
From Lou to from Isimini to Lou.
Yes, this that one was when I was wearing my professional distinct, people just they punch me anyhow, okay? And I said, me I come out that, so I go come to the Niger level anyhow, for Oshodi level, for village level, on top of the tree anyhow would do. Whether you like or frown, no, I not send you. My own be say I'm here to represent, and no one is enough to take my voice away from me. The more I'm being chased away, the more I stand tall. That is me. Okay, so I'm here to represent other women that maybe are shy. I can't stand the heat, because you can see there are a lot of men here with different positive characters, gentlemen and some, troublemakers. But I represent the women.
Thank you so much.
Call the names. That would have been nice.
I'm not. I'm not a bebo, a gossip. People with different characters, but the thing is, it is not personal, and there's nothing to be bitter about. In Nigeria, we're used to gossip, isn't it? If you grew up in Nigeria, you will know that even brothers and sisters, they do fight. You do that and that, but you still move on. That's life. So I'm back. Yeah.
Thank you so much. We're happy to have you. It's very important that we have diverse viewpoints, and also very important that what I tell people is people also should stick it out and stick how did they say in Florida, stand your ground, and it's very important. Otherwise the bullies will win. You don't want that to happen. Go ahead.
Yeah. So for me, I did say I was going to stay away from politics because I'm actually studying. But, when they say if you start listening to politics, it's like a magnet. You want to know what's going on and you want to improve to know more. I'm still learning politics. What's happening in Israel, I'm not happy about it. There is no need for any person to lose their precious lives. Be it from Palestine or Israel, there should be a way for peace accords to reign. What's happened has happened. For some reason, they are there. Israel are there now. I don't know. I'm not in the shoes of the Palestinians, but I'd rather no blood is shed. But I remember some people say it's good to fight. because when you fight, you can steal territories and do stuff. It's not about all the weapons you have, but you can actually have a dialogue and sit down like real human beings with brains and talk it out. I know Israel is really upset because of what happened, but people are dying. There has to be a way to move forward and stop bloodshed of innocent children and women and the innocent people. That's what I believe in. Let there be peace between them. That's my own. Everything is not politics to me, to be honest, because we are humans first, and then we grow to learn politics and start playing it the way we want it.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Who has not weighed in on this certificate? Oh, okay, Tom, go ahead.
Hi. My sister, welcome. It's good to have you back. I know they don't know your real name. By the way, I saw you in London, but I decided not to stop you. I know your last name. I know your last name ends in A, so you know what we're talking about. I know that Lou ends in A, so I know who you are. Don't worry, I'll keep it secret. Yeah, but don't just mind, because last time I know, because they started again. People can only bully you because they when they see you, yeah, they see what they wish they can be. That's how bullies operate. So don't just mind that they're all losers.
Believe me, I'm from Umbise. Let me tell you, what Umbise is like.
I know.
That's why
Very
I
hot. Yeah.
Chioma is my sister. They say when you see Umbise, you first of all kill Umbise before snake.
Exactly.
So
exactly.
for you to really say you want bully. I grew up in the village. I'm not a posh
Don't
girl.
worry, you're my sister. I got your back. Don't mind. Don't mind. They are all cowards. Anyway.
Arrested. I didn't want to come online because I'm really scared about saying things. I don't want to cross the line and get in trouble and make my life uncomfortable where I am, because I absolutely support the rule of law, to keep the rule of internet law in the UK. I don't want to get in trouble, so that's why sometimes I have to tread with care. I'm here on gambling. I don't know. So my last name. That's fine. I got nothing to hide. If you see me and you have the balls, just say hello. There's nothing in this world. I'm not gonna eat
No.
you.
It was just that day. I was in a hurry. I just saw. Oh, I don't want to say your name. It's okay. I know you want to be known as Lou, and that's it. Well, I know what your full name is.
To hide. Yeah.
I know what your full name is. It's fine. Okay. Back to the certificate issue. See, it's not a big deal. I like the way show presents
I'll join
everything.
you again shortly when the meeting starts for the party, so you can hear from them.
Hold on, Tom. Jonaba, hold on. Jonaba, I may not be here. I thought it's at 3. It's already 4 here. I have to. I may not be here when you come on. So, but whoever is moderating, I will let them know so that they can talk to your people. Okay.
All right. No problem, brother.
All right.
Okay. So back to these.
I'm not being unruly. I just want to use this golden opportunity to say I love you, Chioma. You're my beloved sister. Yeah, from my house, we are one. So I love you.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Go ahead, Tom.
Okay. This certificate thing, I like the way Shu went about it, and he had just said it all. See, everybody that's still defending Tinubu about this thing, or trying to create a narrative that he got a P8 or F9. There's nowhere in our constitution that says you have to have a credit or you have to have a this thing. So if you got too much wala, that Tinubu got, that Obi, got an F8 or F9, or he's using his brother's details. Like somebody said, UNN is not too far. It's our country. It's not America. Go there and dig out the fact, and then tell Nigerians that Mr. Obi is a fraudster like your principal. Just go there. Just stop coming to this platform and start spewing lies and all that. Or go back to your cave, that platform that you call whatever it is and all that, and start saying half truths. Don't come here and to start disturbing us and start insulting intelligent people. This is a place for intelligent people, So don't distract the issue. It's very, very clear to the world that this guy is a forger. He forged his certificate. Everything about him doesn't make sense. Do you want to start talking about his age, his God-free age? Do you want to start talking about how old is his daughter? He's only 7 years. Is it 7 years gap or 8 years gap with the daughter? We have not even addressed that. So it's not just it's a plethora of lies, twisting, and you still defend this man. Maybe you need to have a very good talk with yourself. It's not an insult. You know, you don't have to come here and start calling people names and all that. Maybe you need to call yourself some names. You need to have a good discussion with yourself, because we can't go forward with this kind of thinking. You know, it's not about tribal thing and all that. Show comes, he tells the truth, and somebody is calling him Igbo, that is now Igbo. Yes, if he wants to be Igbo, he wants to be a honorable Yoruba man, and a Moluabi, not you deluded lot and all that call you hide your faces. Some of you even can't come and show your face on the panel and stand, even if you want to tell a lie, stand for the lie that you want to tell. What are you going to tell your children in 20 years time, 30 years time, if you're still around, you know, that you defended a lie in Nigeria? Is that what you're going to tell your children? That the most corrupt, one of the most corrupt, if not the most corrupt pretending president and all that you actually defended him? I mean, the only thing I can say to you without being too nasty is shame on you. Shame on you. You need to examine yourselves. Thank you, Doctor.
All right, thank you so much. Ndobisi.
Okay, Doctor, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's a shame that some of us, particularly those who are into politics back home or who are supporting Tinubu, could descend this low to start coming out, saying all they're saying, the usual propaganda and lies about these credentials. It is easy to find out, just like CM and some persons have said. Go to UNN, look at his, ask for his, and Obi has even said it by himself. Said you can even go to UNN yourself and find out his history there, his academic qualifications. Go to WAEC and ask. Even on the area of those P's in English and Maths, find out in WAEC what was the standard then. Do you need P's and do you need to get a C in Maths and English to gain admission into UNN to study philosophy, that course also? These are easy things. I don't know if it's Ndu or Ezra said earlier, they're trying to use the same brush to paint everybody because they have no shame. They have descended so low. They're trying to bring everybody down. And they know that Nigerians will like discussing all issues, and they want to bring it into that bracket. Who does not know that they may have even gone to check all these things even much earlier when Obi's popularity was going up, and they didn't find anything. So it's so sad. I want Obi in particular to sue that Mr. Arabambi. It's high time that man should be put in his place. The man cannot be spewing lies up and down. If one lie he spews has been debunked by with clear evidence and official documents, he will run into another lies. He will go into his usual cocoon, discussing with some APC people, and they will now concoct some lies and ask him to come and bring this one out. So these things, he doesn't even investigate. He's even like a fool. So it's so sad. They want to divert our attention from the main issue. The main issue here, like everybody knows, that Atiku is contesting a certificate Tinubu submitted to INEC, and he went all the way. He came up here to the school, subpoenaed the court, and they asked the school to come explain. The school came out and in their deposition on oath, they say that what that certificate is submitted to INEC is not from them. What else do we need? When something is not from you, what is the necessary? Do they expect the school to say it is for everybody knows that? That is what it is. I don't know why we are dancing about. Some people are dancing about trying to make Nigeria make the fool out of many of us. Some of us worked hard to get to go to school. Even those who didn't further after secondary school, some of them worked hard to even write the exams, even if they got F9 all the way. But it is here in their record. But some concocted all things in one breath. Government College Ibadan, when that one was debunked, in another breath, Government College Lagos, that was not established in 1974. So there are so many dark secrets about this man. We can't, if we want to prosper the country, we can't have this kind of man as our president. like Doctor just said, if we don't discuss this thing, how are we going to know the things he's leading Nigeria into? The deals he's doing with some people if he remains there as president. This man is all about deals and all are bad deals to favor himself and his cronies. It is not something we can just wish away. Our country is bleeding. Like I said earlier in my earlier remark when we started talking earlier, some hours ago, the main issue hitting our country now is insecurity. He's not even tackling it. If he's even tackling it and doing some things right, I guess some people may even be sympathizing with you, say, okay, let us take it easy. Let us see how we are going to, the Supreme Court will handle this matter also. But he's just carrying on like Buhari, and things are getting worse by the day. What future do we want to leave for our children? Is this the kind of Nigeria we want to leave for our children, where we have lost value for life, value for everything honorable? And like Tone said, I'm disappointed that some sane people are supporting this man. Instead of all Nigerians coming out to say, please resign. We don't even need to wait for the Supreme Court to ask him to go, to ask him to leave the place. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I will. Oh yeah, Chim and Obia will have to say something. But before that, let me just say that I will hand over to Forefathers and Show at 3. I think in another 20-something minutes or 30-something minutes. Show we talk to John Abba. He has some Nigerians, young Nigerians, who want to weigh in on this platform, tell us what they think about some of the things we've been talking about. So that would be interesting. I will be listening wherever I'm going to. But let me hear from Chim and Ovie.
Ovie, go first. Ovie was indicative, so let him go first.
Okay, Ovie. All right. Yes, I think the idea is saying that some people are saying we should stop talking about it is ridiculous. Even if we try individually to stop people from talking about it, we can't. Even collectively, we decide today now we want to start talking about it, we can't. Why? Because we did not initiate it in the first place. Elite cook it up and give it us to argue about. For it to stop, they will be the one that will engineer it too. That's the only way you can stop. So the idea that some people say, oh, now we're going to discuss them. No. I'm just saying that we should stop buying everything they are selling. Right? Show use Lewinsky as an example. I know the time. It's a waste of time and resources. Because at the end of the day, Bill Clinton continue as president. The same thing is happening to Donald Trump. He's on his way to jail. The Constitution does not stop him from becoming the president if you win the election in jail. So again, it's a waste of time. Now, we like to speak English. Low hanging fruits, small problem, big problem. And who said this certificate issue is not a small problem? It's a constitutional issue. And guess what? Maybe me and you write the Constitution. And because we take these people for a fool, we think they don't know anything. Do you think people that put the Constitution together are stupid? They put the best brain they can afford at that time. They plan ahead. They know they are going to have these issues. For God's sake, the Constitution was in secondary school. You don't even have to actually have the certificate if you graduate from secondary school. You just have to prove that you finished secondary school. So it's a constitutional issue. And the only way we can actually change it, what said we are just beating around the bush, is that when we have a government that actually have that in it, that's the only way we can change it. And how do we have that government? Not the way we are doing. Because we seem to forget that. Yes, no, we agree it's not politics. It is competition. That's how it is designed. Every 4 years, there's going to be a competition. And you don't win competition the way we are doing. Trust me. If I want to use my own profession as a professional athlete, the saying goes, if you are not training, your competitor is training. The truth is that if you are lacking competition, you ask yourself, how did you lose and how did you win? And I think we all agree that we were rigged out. Trust me, what we are discussing now, how does that address the issue of rigging? Or most importantly, how does that prepare us for the next competition? When we don't have the power to even stop the conversation, not to actually even stop the nonsense that is happening. We forget that. Then when we talk about solution and power, everything is surrounded around power. If you don't have the power, forget it. Some of the guests that the good of is bringing to us here, the guy that worked with the same Clinton administration, who traveled with him as an entourage. We asked him here, what does he think about this shenanigan? He said it depends on the government of the day. That is a man that served in the highest administration you can think of. And the government of the day is Tinubu. So before we can, if we want to put an end to all this nonsense, because it is not a small issue as we all put it, it's a serious issue, we have to get a government that actually believe that what me and you believe, which is merit. The people that actually do that constitution, they don't believe in merit. If they put merit, they will not be close to power as it is today. So these people are not stupid. So, and again, we don't have the power to stop this conversation. If you think I'm lying, we will see how this conversation will end. They will cook something up, something else. But when they are tired of this, they will cook something else up for us to stop chewing. Because we seem to forget that it's a competition. The other competitor, which is Tinubu, is putting team together. With a complaint say we know the CM. 19. Look, I just pay attention to people who are either appointing or giving a ministerial position. They are hungry lions. People who are ready to go to war in 3 years' time. Those are the people he's selecting. He's preparing. You understand that? What are we doing? Are we preparing? If this is our preparation, I'm sorry. Everybody should forgive my take. We are going to win. Because at the end of the day, trust me, come 2027, 2028, we will have this conversation again with the way we are going. And we are going to have it again 2021 with the way we are going. I rest my case. Organizing. People don't organize. We'll fail.
Question.
Okay, can I go ahead?
Ovie, just a simple question. Please, Ovie, has Tinubu survived this 2023? We're talking of 2027. Has he survived this in your own estimation?
Yes, 100%. Yes. Judgment? Yes.
He has survived it.
Yes, because 3 people need to be, 2 out of 3 need to be happy. Okay. The elite, the international community, and the masses. So far, the elites are happy, the international community are happy. Now only the poor know they're happy. And we don't care that we are not happy.
Ovie, all I need. Hold on, Chim. Let me just make sure of your hands. Ovie, Midi Press has been on for the last more than 50 years, and it's still going on. And what they do is to talk. The people doing the organizing are not there on Midi Press. They don't go there to organize. So everything you are saying is you have to understand these are different platforms.
No, yes, I agree with you, but I'm also a stakeholder in this business. I don't see any organization going on. I'm sorry if you can prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
Last time there were people who were organizing. They've set up a system and a structure, and they are doing. People are doing.
And what is the result? And what is the result?
They just started. You don't get results every day.
You only get the results in 4 years.
Okay. Yeah. I want to be proved wrong.
They just started, and you can start one. All right, Chim, go ahead.
All right. So I just wanted to round off by saying, that we've told into different areas, and I'm trying to avoid repeating some of the things people have said, but when it comes to this certificate issue and things, we've reemphasized what the core is. And what is that core? Forefather and a few people have said that, there are no educational requirements in certain countries. Yes, I agree. There are none in terms of specifics, but in the minds of the people, there it exists. And so people would be, there are things they're going to evaluate you on when you are coming into a contest. And if you fail on those things, the honorable thing, usually what people do is they step aside. I can mention many candidates who are running an American election who, as soon as they stepped out for the Americans, I mean, in Nigeria, if you have a concubine, it's not an issue. Nobody's going to come and stop you for having your concubine from running for presidency. But in America, we've seen candidates who came out to run, and it was stated that, the guy has a side chick somewhere. And immediately that matter comes up. I won't mention names. We know this and that, but I can mention about 10 candidates across both parties that have appeared on the scene to run for presidency. And as soon as they said, this guy is having extramarital issues, the guy just quietly steps out. He knows that he doesn't want that to escalate. The person goes away. In our own case, we chose to define an educational qualification. And in defining that educational qualification, we brought it to the bare minimum. So we're still arguing if that bare minimum is actually acceptable. And then somebody is saying he has more than the bare minimum, he has this, and that particular more than bare minimum is questionable. That's the issue. That's the issue we are talking about. Nobody says Tinubu. If Tinubu does not have an education, he came and say, I don't have an education. I didn't go to school. I have native sense. I use my native sense to get into Mobile. My native sense is what has been helping me to run Lagos. We would evaluate him on his native sense. And if we like his native sense, we vote him. The guy didn't come and tell us he has native sense. He says he has an education. And this is the evidence of that education. And that basis, that evidence has been found to be wanting. It's sitting on shifting sound, like my Christian faith tells me. It's shifty. The foundation is not strong. That's what we're questioning. So I don't know how we're going to get our fellow Nigerians who are arguing to understand this. I'm getting tired of having to sound like a broken record. And then secondly, lastly, people who tell us like John Abba that the poor man on the street is not interested in certificate. Yes, I agree with him. The poor man on the street is not interested in certificate. Nevertheless, systems are run based on procedures and institutions. So back again, while yes, we want to see food on our tables, but we're not going to just allow anybody who says they can manufacture food for us to manufacture. I'm sure none of us will eat from any plate. You're going to look at the plate, how clean that plate is. Ask yourself if what you're being served as food is something you want to eat. So those arguments, as far as I'm concerned, respectfully, they are lame. They are lame. We cannot just say no. We don't care what somebody tells us. Anybody can just come and bamboozle us and get it. No. In every society, in every system, there are things that society calls values. And those are some of the things we are fighting for. We want those values. And then lastly, let me just say this. Pardon me, Rudolph, I'm a Christian. I can't hide it. You understand? No matter what anybody says, I know we have our forefathers' religion. Unfortunately, I wasn't brought up in my forefathers' religion. So you have to allow me to hold it to my colonial religion. I love that colonial religion so much. So I will embrace it. David, brings me back to the concept of integrity. Joseph was a snitch. His brothers used to carry their father's business, his sheep. They were all in their father's business. Some of them were married and were in their father's business, like Judah. That was in the morning, he will go and study the Bible with his parents. In the evening, he will go and sleep with harlots somewhere. Yes, it was happening. But Joseph and his brothers will go and take care of that sheep. And they will get hungry, and his brothers will say, let's take one and kill. He will say, no, it's wrong. They will kill it. Come back and tell their father that a ravenous animal killed that particular sheep. And the guy will say, but daddy, that's not correct. My elder brothers prepared one of our goats and ate. He was a snitch, and his brothers didn't like his snitching. But snitching simply means he had integrity. That's what we call snitch. And that was because they didn't like this snitch. They needed to get this snitch away because this snitch was spoiling business for them. So they sold this snitch to Ishmaelites. And he went again to Potiphar's house and tried to have an integrity, and the woman didn't like it. So what am I going about? No society without integrity. And when we're talking about integrity doesn't have anything to do with perfection. People seem to miss this. It doesn't mean you don't make mistakes. It simply means that there are basic values defined that you stand on. And those values are things that society has said, this is the way we want to run. Our problem as a society is we've defined procedures, we've defined values we want to live by, but we break those same values with impunity, painfully. The judiciary, for instance, who's supposed to be a custodian of protecting those values, break it. The police, who's supposed to be, I just got a little parody video. I was going to share it with you later. I'll share it with you privately. And a guy stopped at a checkpoint, and the police said, "Can I see your papers?" He said he brought out his papers and he gave the man. The man looked at it and threw it at him. Says, "Don't do this again." I said, "Can I see your papers?" After a while, he understood what the man said. There is papers, P-A-Y, then pass. And there is paper, P-A-P-E-R-S. The guy was showing his P-A-P-A-R-S, and the guy said, "No, Show me your PAY pass. So, guys, somebody has already said it here. Like I said, I don't want to sound like a broken record. And I'm not trying here to come and claim I'm perfect. But you see that Nigeria that is rotting every day is because of some of the excuses some of us are making on these platforms, whether on the backside or in the front view like I have right now. No society succeeds when they begin to make those decisions. The Clinton that we say it didn't matter, it smeared him. It smeared him, I'm sure, in his conscience. Because first of all, he said, you've played that video for us, I didn't have anything to do with this woman. Then 2-3 weeks down the line, he comes back to say, I admit I had something to do with this woman. The House of Reps impeached him. The Senate, where his party had majority, decided to keep him. And then somebody has mentioned Watergate. If Watergate had slided, there would have been no impeaching of Nixon. So society has to look for a way to hold people accountable. That's why we have those rules. It's not easy. Many of us, I've asked a friend of mine some time ago, we talk about taxes. And I said to him, if your company pays you your salary complete and says, go and file your tax, I can bet you many of us won't pay our taxes. But some of us pay our taxes because it's deducted at source. Because I work in a corporate company, as before they give you your money, they remove the tax. So it takes away the moral burden on you. But I can bet you, if they give all of us our salaries, many of us will not pay that tax. But you see, society knows this. And that's why they put in those checks to say, you know what, we can't be fighting 120 million people chasing after these taxes. So you know what, company, before you pay them their money, remove this thing that is called tax on our behalf and remit it for us. That's why it looks as if some of us are honest. But you see, the point I'm making is society sets standards and then all of us follow it. It may look tough sometimes, but that's what makes the societies run. And for societies like Nigeria, where the guys who are supposed to be our gatekeepers, holding us accountable, are the ones at the forefront of breaking these rules, my dear people, we're just sitting on a time bomb. It's just a matter of time. It's a matter of time, and then we'll see how far our society goes. That's what I wanted to say. I wasn't going to, add so much, but I hope we understand where some of us are coming from. Nobody's asking for any perfection, but if we say we have set a standard, we live by that standard. God, even the God that some of us don't believe in, he says, I honor my word more than my name. He set a word and he keeps by it. That's why he's called God. It's not because he's powerful to kill us. No, he says, I set my word above my name. Let's think about that for a while. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much.
Let me quickly say this. If you allow me, Rudolph, just maybe 10 seconds. The summary of all that is going on is this. The Englishman taught me something and I keep saying it. If you can't enforce any law, do not make it. If Nigeria doesn't want to show code, don't put it in the constitution. Just do it. If you can't enforce any law, why bother making the law? That is it's a rule of life. If we do, people are talking about qualification, Tinubu, it's because it is written in the constitution. It's because the electoral law said if you present false certificate or anything, that's why people are talking about it. If you know we can't do with all those, we leave it out so that there's no basis to challenge it. But if we must put a law down, then when it comes to implementing it, we start to say it doesn't matter. After all, the whole world, you don't need the education. Why did you put it in your constitution? So if you can't enforce any law, please don't make it. Simple. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, CM. Before I hand over, just to remind everybody, tomorrow at 11:30, we are going to have Dr. Franklin Obueze. He will join us tomorrow, and if you have the opportunity to join us, please do. And for Peter Obi, I will probably by tomorrow, when I get a date when he's coming, I will announce that. But we're having that conversation, and whenever he comes, it will be a forum that will be open to everybody, and we'll talk to him and question him. For those who are interested, for the fun of it, I'm making efforts to reach Tinubu. Not that we are hoping that he will come, But I'm reaching out to Tinubu's people to come on the show, if not Tinubu himself.
I think Atiku will come.
So we are talking to everybody, every group. We don't care who they are. We want you to come here and talk to us. So as soon as we get yes from any of these people, we will announce them. So just to make sure that it's clear that
Konkozo will come now. Konkozo will come now.
It's nobody. We don't want him. I'm just kidding. If he wants to come, we'll bring him. No, at any point, even if you are not important anymore. But we are open conversation. All right. Thank you. Especially, I want to thank those that are getting some news from somewhere. Those that are supporting us with their super chats. I know I don't do that very often, but I really want to thank them because it's getting to the time when we have to renew our platform, and we're thinking of going to another platform that is better, but it's more expensive. So all these conversations, but any help that we can get from anybody helps us. Thank you, guys. And I'll hand. Oh yeah, Luke, go ahead.
Yeah, Dr. Damages, remember when I used to ask people to contribute?
Yes.
Was acting holier than thou. You need to educate everyone involved in this, because you come here to have fun, air your views, get entertained. It's like you're watching TV, you're paying for your TV license. Nothing in life is free these days, okay? So this platform, you need to explain to them how it's run. You know, you pay money to a particular StreamYard or some streaming platform to allow you to live. So at the end of the year, it's absolutely very, very expensive. It's not a joke. You need to. It's not a joke. If he's not able to pay it, none of you will come here and open your gobble. Even some of you that are at the comments section chatting away and having fun, you know, this place is booming and everyone is chatting away. You need money to maintain it. Please, let's move this place forward. Contribute. And for some of you that are giving $2, it's not enough. Please, because your words are heavier than your pocket. Give generously, as heavy as your mouth. Okay, thank you.
Lou, thank you so much. We appreciate any amount, anything anybody can get. It helps. Thank you so much. One day we will have a conversation on this. I really want to, if I can form a board and hand it over to the board. I don't care. I don't really want to handle it myself, you know. But for now, I have to. And you know, thank you so much. I appreciate everybody.
Dr. Damages, you mentioned about another platform. Perhaps it's something I need to discuss with you privately.
Yeah. If you
let's
know,
look at the cost. Let's look at the cost and all that, and we'll talk about it. I know you've got my personal number. I've got yours, so it's something that we can discuss. I'll be very happy to.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chioma. Thank you, Alexander, Pansat. So many. I don't want to miss anybody, but you guys have been very, very helpful. And we also have people who help us behind the scene, who do the video cuttings you see us post in other places. So there are so many things, people that are involved in this beyond. So we take care of them. Thank you so much for all your help.
And doctor, can I just say one thing? Sorry, I do apologize. And I don't care what anybody says now, but I just want to shout out to Godfather. Godfather is doing a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful job on this platform. He's the one that goes all the way 4 a.m. UK time, sometimes 5 a.m. Are you still don't?
No.
You're not booked.
Wait, the last time I checked, they were accusing him of being partial, even though I support.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I can understand where they're coming from, but Forefathers is just doing a wonderful job. His energy, I don't know where he's finding that from. I know sometimes we disagree, but he has never been disrespectful to anybody or whatever. But
Forefathers.
Play on words. I was playing on words. Forefathers.
Please,
I was playing on words there.
I was afraid of the mafioso family.
Thank you, Tom. Not just Forefathers, all the moderators, including Show, and there are some of them that are contributing. Not just they may not host, they may not be moderating, but outside they are doing a lot of things. You know, so I appreciate all of them. One day we will have that kind of conversation about behind the scene what happens, because I'm hearing there are people who are banned and they are wondering who banned me, why was I banned, or people who were suspended. I don't know how it works, but we'll talk about these things. I like things being public. But thank you, everybody. I appreciate all of you. I will hand it over to Forefathers, and Show will come in as soon as I leave. I think I'm blocking him. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Yeah, all the rules have changed now, just in case anyone is under any illusions.
From Abraham Lincoln to Stalin.
Come on, forefathers. Come on, forefathers.
I'm just saying. I'm not trying to change the rules now. Let's just listen to the musicians first, and we'll carry on. Yeah, that he was a great Nigerian, wasn't he? So what were we talking about? Where do we want to where do you guys want to carry on from? We can just
can we do Akpabio next?
Oh, Jesus Christ, Akpabio. Is that where we are now?
What is Akpabio? It's one of the main topics he has. It's all I can start it off for you so you know why he put it up there.
Okay, please go ahead.
Started where they said to him that history will judge him.
Yeah, I came prepared for that. That was my main. All the other ones. So basically, let me give you the prelude to the main dish, right? So let's remember. Yeah,
can I just plead the indulgence? I know some people leave when Rudolph leaves. That's standard, and that's to be expected. I mean, in the comment section and people listening, I just wanted to clear something quickly before some people leave. I've seen some ignorant comments. I wouldn't dignify the person by mentioning their name. Quite deluded person in the comment section, and I say that with all due disrespect. The person said that Rudolph gets paid and that StreamYard is free. Get some education. Google is free. Do some
I saw that too.
There are some you pay
people
for.
don't have sense.
Ovie
they don't get sense.
StreamYard. Ovie can tell you for free. So it's not like I'm defending Rudolph, I get a cut or whatever. But someone said Rudolph gets paid, that StreamYard is free. See the level of delusion. Some people will read that and run with it. So I thought I'll correct it quickly. But
and I think I actually tried to educate him. Yeah, there's a free version that can only take 6 people on the stream. So anywhere you see 9 people, that means the pay version for it.
And you only get 20 hours a month of when it's free.
Before I take you from here,
every month.
It's unfortunate that the internet has a way of educating and miseducating people. It's free. Internet is it's free in terms of you can always go there and Google things, including StreamYard, and it'll give you an idea of how it works. So, but people like to believe. See, I've come to a point where I just feel that, especially when you show face, you're brave enough to show your face. You should be able to just accept people for what they are, because people are always going to, especially the weaklings. So I don't bother myself. That's why I told him, don't bother yourself, because the more it's almost like you keep foiling them.
Well said.
You keep foiling it. No if you don't bother yourself, it's normal.
Femi, sometimes you need to remind people, you need to remind them they are idiots.
So you're wasting your time. I'm telling you now, because think of yourself as a public servant. You should be able to take these things. But anyway, to the Akpabio thing. So real quick, for someone that already had been described as being exceptionally corrupt by no less people but American diplomats, it's no surprise that we're at the level at which we find ourselves. Now, recall all the shenanigans that always happens in the prelude to whenever we're trying to appoint the House of Senate president and whatever, there's always some kind of politicking, which is understandable. It happens everywhere. Recall that at some point, there was a push for the former Zamfara state governor, Yari, to be the Senate presidency. And even the opposition, the PDP and LP, had it in their hands to make anybody but Akpabio be the Senate president. But I guess, like as you can tell right now, they're all complicit, because where all of them now, they're not even acting like opposition. Now, to where we find ourselves right now, I didn't think it was going to take long before we start hearing whisperings. We've been hearing all kind of allegations, all the way down to the fact that he said what he said the other time when they were about to go on recess. Speaking of the fact that he said he had sent some monies to their, you remember that saga? And of course, there's been all kind of things that have been going on. Now, on the back end, there's been allegations of a lot of problems within the APC ranks.
Where is the noise coming from now?
Within the APC ranks.
Where is the noise coming from?
Regarding starting from,
we are not hearing any noise on this side.
There's no noise, CM. Starting from the appointments in the aftermath of the what happened during the because of course, if you recall, the contest between himself and the Yari group, who was basically backed by Orji's or Kalu, because Kalu too had interest, if you recall, and rightfully so, in a way, hate him or loathe him. But in the aftermath of that, there was also issues when it came down to when they were supposed to be sharing positions, because that's what happens. And there's always this thing about juicy positions and the not so juicy positions. So when it came to the point where they needed to distribute positions, the juicy positions, including things that have to do with committees that have to do with oil, maybe foreign affairs, if you will, sports, maybe a Greek, and he gave it to those that actually supported him heavily. So most of those are lost out. A lot of them are part of the people that are making so much noises right now. Now, what would interest you is the person that they are pushing out at the face of, because I made some notes, the face of this what's it called? This noise is this senator, the one that slapped someone, the lady the other time, thrice.
Senator Abu. Elisha Abu.
Abba. He's the face of this thing. And one of the allegations.
yourself, no be Abba.
Senator Abu.
It's Abu. So among Senator Elisha Cliff Abu, from and it's APC as well. So it's not even an opposition thing. A lot of these things are happening from within. So in addition to the fact that they're alleging that there's lopsidedness in terms of the committee positions, there's also this thing about that came off recently that has to do with the way bills are just being passed. And what will you expect? You've seen all kinds of things that have been happening, whereby it's almost as if they don't even have debates in the House anymore. All you just hear is that something has been passed. The only time you seem to have had some semblance of a debate was when this guy was angling for us to go to war with Niger, and it was almost like unanimous in terms of no, we can't do that. Now, the other allegation, which still ties to even the agency appointments that you're seeing recently, that's making it look as if a lot of things are being assigned to the Lagos gang, the Lagos group. It's also tied to that as well, because it's almost like they feel that the Senate and the House of Reps there's no check and balances. And I'm like, how do you expect there to be check and balances when Tinubu got what he wanted, and he got the right person? Because obviously you can see that, it's almost like a free-for-all. So basically that's the premise on which what you're seeing happening is happening. And most of those that are shouting, actually, not surprisingly, because again, a lot of this thing is politics. A lot of the noises are coming from the north, but that's not to say that you don't have other opposing views as well from other parts of the country. So that's the premise on which this is happening. There might be other reasons, but basically that's the premise on which this is happening.
So can anybody jump in or want to go by order?
Because these are I think anybody can jump in on this one because not everybody like me now. I don't
They're
know much
rowdy.
about Akpabio. Yeah, he's not gotten rowdy yet. Whoever wants to speak about Akpabio's stuff can go ahead.
Sorry, 1 second. Sorry, 1 second. I think Rudolph. Sorry, Chim. I think Rudolph said, John, is it John Abbas' children or your guest? Some young people wanted to speak about Nigeria. Are they ready so we can get out of the way and we can do our Bole Kaja? Are they ready so we can? John Abba, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. They are not ready yet. They are not my children.
That's fine. Just wave when they're ready. I'm sorry, Chim, please go ahead.
I'll let you know.
All right. So
let's go by order. Let's go.
You want to go by order? Okay, then Chim can go ahead then. Except she wants to say something. Chim can go ahead. You're muted, Chim.
Okay. All right. So what I was going to say is my views or response or contribution will be less on him as a person and more on the system in terms of the National Assembly as a whole. So my grouse with anybody who's complaining about him right now, and I'm not an Akpabio like Mayogu would call him Akpabiole, is that the PDP and the LP had a chance to make a deal with dissenting APC members before the election and get a compromise candidate for themselves that will not be 100% amenable to Tinubu as a stooge. They had that chance. Sometimes some of these oppositions, they don't seem to, I don't know what they think. You understand? They had that chance before a prelude to the election. They had the opportunity of sampling different APC senators, or in the House, for instance. In fact, in the House, they had the opportunity of even electing a non-APC person if they wanted. Because if you combine the opposition's number in the House of Reps, it outweighs APC. They had that chance, but they blew it. So Nigerians are going to have to live with Akpabio for now until if he falls out with Tinubu, perhaps we don't know what's going to happen. If Tinubu continues in office, well, if he doesn't continue, like many of us, I inclusive, are praying, hoping that something happens. Maybe I'm being deluded. I agree. But you see, for anybody to come right now to come and start talking about they're going to remove Akpabio, if Akpabio and the Lagos gang and Tinubu are in alignment, it's going to be difficult to remove him. It is going to be very difficult because at the moment it is cash and carry. LP senators and LP members of the House are all culpable. They are all selling themselves in this House. Nobody is denying that they didn't get Akpabio's prayers. They all got Akpabio's prayers in their emails. So, Femi, for me, really, to be honest with you, is a nothing burger there. Really nothing. The guy is going to be there. He's doing the essence of Tinubu, narrowing it down to him. Is they have something in common. Look, let me tell you, and I don't want to keep sounding like some Bible scholar. When people are in fact, when you work in an office and people want to sample and see if you're going to play ball, there's a way there are certain things they will do. The moment they see that this guy is not going to play, they will wake among themselves. This one no go good for us. So you understand, and you're out of it. But the moment you play that ball, sometimes you don't even know you've played the ball. They just say, you're giving them the sign that this guy is going to be part of us. The moment you show that sign, they give you the job and chop continues. So I don't think Tinubu is going to work against him. He's doing what Tinubu wants. He's making life easy for Tinubu's government. And even in the US, a president will want a Senate or a House that is going to make life easy for them. That's what politics is all about. The only thing we pray for as people is that the president, the executive's policies will be good so that even if the House is passing it or the Senate is passing it, it's already in the best interest of the nation. But what we know right now is that we have a Senate president and a Senate that doesn't really care about the nation. It's all about what they get and what, they help their principal who is sitting in the executive to push. So to that extent, I can tell you, perish the idea that Akpabio is going to go. He's going nowhere. The guy is going nowhere. He's going to sit there. The only way he will live there is one, like I rightly said, if he falls out with Tinubu and Tinubu's group, and then two, if, for instance, the Supreme Court or anything happens and the power dynamics changes and Tinubu is no longer in office. But as long as Tinubu is in office, Akpabio is his man. That's just my submission.
Thank you. Ed.
Can I go now? Yeah.
It's Ed's turn.
Okay. Yeah.
Forefathers, I've been backstage
man,
for 4 hours. For
please,
4 hours, there is nothing like please. There is nothing like please for 4 good hours. What are you talking about? For 4 good hours.
Yeah, righteous man, it's clearly not 4 hours, but still, I know I saw you backstage. But
1 hour.
You know, I was. It's about
1 hour.
It's not 1 hour. It's not 1 hour. It's not a 1 hour. Check your time.
Righteous man. Even if it's 1 minute, it's more than 7 hours in Nigeria. You are right.
Okay, so
righteous man, I'm not going to spend much. I'm just going to say little.
You know what I want to say, eh? You know what I want to say? The Nigerianness in us reflects in this platform. Those in America feel superior to others because when you look at the way they package things, Chim, hold on. You make your statement. Hold on.
But it's not your turn.
We are all adults. Hold on.
Righteous man, it's not your turn to talk. We agreed to do stuff in order. Let's do it in order, don't you think?
Okay, go ahead. Let the person's turn. When it is my turn, let me. No problem.
Ed, you can ask Ed if Ed wants to concede his position. He can do that for you.
I'm not going to speak long. I just something that I found very interesting in all of this conversation is really the frontman for the Northern Coalition against Akpabio. Do you remember that this was the same guy that was one of the first to leave Tinubu's camp on the pretext of a Christian ticket? And he allied with people like the former House Speaker, I've forgotten his name, and the former Secretary, Babashir Lawan, and the former Speaker.
Babashir David.
Yeah. Dogara. So, and it was really like spitting a lot of fire during that time and talking about how, and I actually thought he left the APC, all of a sudden it's just kumbaya. So it's really, it still brings us back to what OVA says, unfortunately. Now, these guys are just politicians, right? But that does not mean I justify the whole idea of all being politics, because the politics really affects lives. But at the end of the day, the way the kind of conversations they want us to have is to make it look like there is no hope. We are all politicians. This is the only way to go. And I just found that really interesting, especially when this whole idea of the North turning against Akpabio started coming up. He was the first person to speak and say that's actually something that Akpabio is conjuring up to whip up sentiments. So, as Chim Bradley said, I don't really know, because to Tinubu's credit, he has been able to really put the Northern hegemony under some sort of leash, with his appointments, with the way he has been, going about stuff. You would think that the North would be very, very angry and they would have done something by now, but we're yet to see that. So I don't really know. Let's see how this thing plays out. For me, I don't have any dog in the fight. I want them to fight themselves, disgrace themselves, and probably we can get some dividends out of it. That's just my submission. Righteous man, you can go on.
Sorry,
you can put me backstage. You can put me backstage.
Okay, for you to tell him to go on. It's Ovie's turn.
Yeah. It's Ovie's turn. Sorry. Let Ovie go, please. Ovie. Go ahead, Ovie.
Put me backstage. I'll be back when.
Okay. So when he gets to this, you can ask Ovie if he wants to concede his turn. That's fine, but it's his turn. Okay, Ovie, please go ahead.
Yes, I think what we are discussing is very important. This is the essence of this whole democracy that we are practicing, but we don't seem to want to follow. 2 weeks ago, something happened in the US, right? This, even though people don't like comparison, but it's the same thing that is happening. 2 weeks ago, Calvin McCarthy was impeached. He was the Speaker of the House. One of the core reasons why that guy was impeached was the fact that he promised the Republican, I will do this. If you recall, if anybody that followed that election, it went to about 15 rounds before they actually allow him to become, because a lot of deals had to be reached between the both parties. But most importantly, there is a basic rule in the House, and that applies to even us too, that every year there's the amount of bill that will be debated on. They will bring it to the table, they will debate it, they will vote, and that is where give and take come in, because people who are they represent constituencies, they represent me, they represent you. What I want, if they bring financial bill on the table, like what is happening that we don't care about, internet bill, they want to regulate our madness for here, but we don't pay attention. We are looking for Tinubu in Chicago. That's okay. Like that bill now is supposed to be debated on. Maybe my constituency wants the internet to be regulated, and I will inform my senator, say, come on, no, say no or say yes to that. That's like this too in America. But until like 10 years ago, over a decade ago, that shit stopped. So they can't lump sum all the bills. They will bring military bill, financial bill, they bring them together big like this, put down for fraud, give the senators that they'll bring out today, they say tomorrow they won't sign them. How many times, how many days you get to read about 500 pages before you even say, well, consult your constituencies and all that? So, and that is what brought Kevin McCarthy promised that he will make sure he will do things the normal way. But as soon as he get in, he try satisfy the Republican, satisfy the Republican Party. At the end of the day, trust no day, and they have to vote him out. And that's exactly what I'm impressed that somebody mentioned Senator Abo. We might disagree with that guy past, but this guy is up to something. Him with the guy from Boronu, Ali Ndume. What is their complaint? Their complaint is what we should be worrying about. It's what we should come here and fight about every day. They are complaining that they'll just bring bill in the afternoon, in the morning, there's meeting center in the evening. And this had to do with money. Billions is being carried away without on our neighbor, without we knowing. Tim asked me, I don't know, I think it was CM that asked me that Tinubu don't succeed. I'm asking, he has succeeded. Yes, he has succeeded. And I am so paranoid about what we discuss is that now new administration, a new sheriff. It means everything will be started again. All the contract gone, everything will start. New people are coming in, new government, everybody. So, and once that is going on, a lot of things they change hands. And hence, they want us to pay attention what we cannot win, looking for what is not there. Right? Looking for what is not there. But we want to focus on that. So these men now, yes, they're coming from the north. And if there's anything going to happen in this administration, the war is going to come from that angle, either by tribal or religion. Somebody said they should fight so that we will gain. But I don't know if we are going to gain because we are not prepared. Right? So those men are complaining something that has to do with me and you. But because we keep forgetting that Bola Tinubu will have about 15 trillion to play with. That is what they never make us to understand. Once you are a president, you have that much budget to play with. And it might not affect us now, but guess what? That future that we want to build by just paying attention to about what is not interesting to us, we are not going to get there. That is our house. There's a reason why we are represented. If Bola Tinubu should be kicked out today, now those people feel do one. Again, go back to Obasanjo time. Consensus was reached, they have to impeach him. Tribal team have to come the beginning beg. So if we actually mean business, because we just want to see Tinubu hot. We don't care if every other person get hot. We want to say make it suffer. They say, oh, if media call the interview, I will feel embarrassed. How does he being embarrassed actually give us light? For God's sake. I don't like him. I don't have to like him. I don't know him from anywhere. The only reason I'm talking about him because he's in charge of my destiny. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I care about. Any public official. I don't care what they do personally. That's not important. But what it does with our resources, with our right, is what we should care about. And that is why that house is there. The Akpabio can be gone. If this energy we are using to look for a certificate, if we use it to back Senator Abo and the rest senator who are seeing things that they are selling our right away, if we put this energy behind them, I swear to God, Akpabio will be gone. And if Akpabio is gone, we have a chance to take Tinubu out. Because that was his fear when they don't allow Yerima to become president. And guess what? As soon as Akpabio becomes Senate president, what was the first bill they passed? They went and passed a bill that no first-time senator can become a Senate president. We don't know about that. There's a reason. So even if they kick him out now, that Yerima cannot be Senate president. So that's why you see I'm paranoid. Like just like Tuna get paranoid about military. I'm paranoid because that is the most important thing. Even though we could kick Tinubu out today, guess what? Billions have been expanded on our behalf. And we don't even know. So even if we get power, how do we reverse it? We don't pay attention. So there's a reason what I keep saying. They are the ones selling us the idea. Imagine all of a sudden Atiku go Chicago, come back. The whole conversation change. This man spent billions in competing with Tinubu. So you don't see all these things. Now. So we should pay attention. The Nigeria elite community knows too big. Why did I say that? They are friends. Trust me, let's put the three men in question: Obi, Tinubu, and Atiku. If you do deep, if they are not directly in business, either their in-laws are in business or their friends are in business. So they know themselves more than we do. So because of that, I don't care how they run their things. I care what they do when they are in office or when they are running for office. So what is going on in the Senate, it's serious. If we actually want to get anything out of this administration, we have to pay attention to the Senate. And somebody pointed out, those senators are not PDP. We could forget those ones, because if actually Atiku know that there's something out of there for him, he will be pushing the Senate where their house to make sure they put something on Tinubu's house. But it's not doing that. Obi is not doing the same thing. Neither the Congress are doing the same thing. We should be seeing the senator from Labour Party and NNPP and PDP Party giving us conference, giving us secrets what is going on. But they are not doing that. You know why? Because the men where both Obi and the rest get for that house, they are doing exactly what they're supposed to do. That's why nobody's complaining. That's why nobody's paying attention. We are focused on what they want us to focus about. That's my argument here. Not be me. When Davido, when he was running around the whole world with this issue, they pay attention to him. If they actually believe there's something there, this momentum would have been before election. But they allow his fly. They allow them select minister before he go to Chicago. They are still as they come back, we jump on them. What is wrong with us? I'm not talking about us or the, but I'm talking about generally people who, I'm not saying don't pay attention to that, but we cannot win there. We cannot. There's something you just see, you know, say, okay, this place is a long journey. And if we want to actually achieve any victory in terms of changing our laws, one of us has to be in power. This, it is that Tinubu don't know that the constitution is flawed. If it's not flawed, it cannot be president. Just look at the people when they become a president, they come. All of them have issue with either who they are or their qualification. And you think that is a coincidence? It will continue until we actually do what they need to. Take the ball, so just take the fight to them. I keep saying it. There's a reason if I give you job or if you give me job and you stay on my head. So give me just say, watch this place. If you stay there, they look, we don't see anything. Two things will happen. Either I want those plates very clean to a perfection, or I'll begin mess up. That mess up will come because I don't actually know how to do this shit. I lie to say I do this shit. Just because you are paying attention to me. And again, even though they decide to do whatever they want to do, if they pay attention. But guess what? You know why they do this. If I ask every Nigerian, including me, the bill that they are complaining about, I don't know. Right? I don't know. Because we just felt that Bola Tinubu is the most important person. He is not. He is a distraction. Just look all over the world. Within the last 10 years, look ahead of state we export to the care. They all have issue with who they are. Either they are racist or they are stupid. There's a reason. There's a reason why those people are in them want. Because they are just the distraction. Other things are going on. I just said it that Boa just went from 3.5 billion worth to 8 billion. The same economy me and you did. So the question I will ask again, do you think the elites are worrying about what is happening at the National Assembly, or they are worrying about who Tinubu is? Because that's the most important thing. At the end of the day, You will go sleep by yourself. You go know whether you get food for stomach or not, because that's the only thing an average Nigerian today is worrying about. How do we make sure we reverse the dollar? There's so many things that we should be holding Bola Tinubu administration on the boss on. But we allow the man just today. And you see the international community, as I say, I keep referring to people, go to US website, us.gov. Read the last article they wrote about Nigeria, which is less than a week ago. How then they brag, they are celebrating that they are the highest international investor in Nigeria. They're putting billions of dollars already within this year, this administration, that me and you say that they disgrace us abroad. So the question you should ask yourself, is it the ordinary Nigerians abroad, ordinary citizens abroad that are feeling disgraced because of our president, or investors? Trust me, now ordinary Nigerians who have nothing to invest in Nigeria, but people who want to invest at our own expense, right? Again, it's another conversation about this investment of the thing. Sani, former senator from Kaduna, and our own banker. I'm talking about Atedo Peter side, the guy that was running polls. He was celebrating that, yes, Tinubu was, I think it is about 43 items from the foreign, they can access foreign currency now. He was celebrating. Why a former senator was like, no, you are killing our indigenous business by allowing people to actually get access to foreign company and go and import goods. So you see, these are three illustrious people. One are lawmaker, one are staunch capitalist. You see where they are? On us. On what matters? They are not disagreeing to say Bola Tinubu no qualify you. They are disagreeing with the policy that will actually make them poor or richer within any other period of time. So if I'm being paranoid, I'm not saying stop discussing about Bola Tinubu. I'm saying that story came from them. It came from them. Why you not count 4 months ago, 5 months ago, 6 months ago? Why now? When things are being restructured, everything is they go on, they don't sell everything again for the next 8 years. Why now? So you know we say I just but there's things, important things going on, because why would they complain we don't want to do, because they say you know go do the economy well, right? That's why we are complaining. But now we don't get that, we don't pay attention to the economy. All the policies they blow in our face, nobody they ask that question. You say, just like Tunanja will always say, they promise they're going to replace our uniform over 1 million people. They are not talking about it, so we don't care. We talk about what they want us to talk about. Time is going. I'm not saying, when she'll say, yes, what time should we talk about it? What's not competition, my guy? This discussion we are having, is it going to increase our chance 2024? If it is yes, that's fine. But the most importantly, is it going to increase our well-being? Because at the end of the day, guy, a hungry man, a hungry man.
Thank you, Obi. Yeah, Lou.
Forefathers.
Oh, the young people are around.
They'll be around in a minute, but I just want to give you a heads up. Someone's going to talk to you about the state and their own view about Nigerian, with the Nigerian Tinubu certificate, Peter Obi certificate.
You are frozen, just in case you didn't catch that. Yeah, you were frozen for a moment.
It's still frozen.
It's now okay for some reason. Okay. I think Lou, you can go ahead. You know, if you feel like you can give him time, give him room when he comes in again. But or you can just finish your submission.
Room, please.
You want him to go ahead?
Yes, please.
Yeah, he's talking to somebody now. He's not ready yet. So
when he's ready, I will give space. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. I'm just a bit surprised, but at the same time wary with the way we Nigerians reason. Sometimes we are actually the problem of ourselves. Whilst the people in the Senate they're agitating to remove Akpabio, and I'm wondering, when Buhari was there, and there was sort of Fulanization in government, now is Yorubanization. Where were the people that were supposed to, fight for fairness so that different people that are qualified will be in that position? Why are these people agitating now? Is it because they've been removed? It's not them. They want to remain there forever. And then for the people creating the urbanization, they will fight to carry on with whatever they're doing, the impunity. So these elites in politics are for themselves. But I've always said there is this huge gap between the political elite and the masses they are supposed to serve. For example, take for example the election that just passed. The plan that everything was going to be fair and the masses will be given the golden opportunity for once to do the right thing, and people came out to vote. So what are Nigerians supposed to do? Is it to talk? Is it to make the law suitable so that things will work accordingly and everyone obey the law so that things can work appropriately? How are we going to make Nigeria a better place for everyone? Should we begin to look inwards into ourselves individually as people that we need to actually be better people with better behaviors? And that way, when we go to offices, we will have that personality of being doing the right things, having conscience that actually this is right. Whatever I do in position now may affect, if not my family member, but someone that I know or care about. So from where I'm sitting, it's a long journey. If an average Nigerian don't have that positive mindset of being proud to be a Nigerian, some are saying they want this, that one is saying they want that. The voices are so divided for some reason. But I know that we have a lot of problems that needs to be solved. Like forefathers is talking about security, some will be electricity, we talk about electricity. They are important problems that need to be solved. Security is highly important for any country to develop, in businesses, in every aspect of other structures that hold a country together and make it successful. So we should be responsible for who we are casting our votes for and not sell our votes. Hunger will come, even though the political people have used it as a weapon, but we can talk to ourselves to be better people that actually we want to be hungry, but do the right thing. We're used to suffering in Nigeria, isn't it? We're suffering and smiling. So why can't we endure that suffering for once and turn a blind eye to any sort of money that will buy any individual and do the right thing? Then we can begin to make our voices count. But whatever we're doing now is not going to count because some people are more tribalistic than others. We have that atom of, okay, yeah, I'm from this place, I want to fight for my people. But when it comes to Nigeria, Nigeria is a whole. Take, for example, now, it is a lot of Nigerians that actually, because of our population, that helped the entertainment to be where they are now. Look at how we fought in that area. If we can do it in entertainment, I believe we can do it in other aspects. If we can have the right mindset and do away with corruption, be just for once, be just. Be just, not just by talking. Let your attitude count. It's very important. If you don't have the right attitude as an individual, as a person, then how are you going to build a nation?
You're muted. Yeah.
When you are going to cast that vote and no one is watching you, what do? Would you do the right thing as a person? As a good citizen of Nigeria, are you proud of your country? If you're proud of your country, I beg everyone, including myself, have a good mindset. They say charity begins at home. Inside you. If you are corrupt, you cannot be a good citizen and you cannot obey the law. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, that's true. And so I think somebody said this week I heard somebody say that it takes just 3% of the people to change the nation. And if you have 3% of people that believe in what they are doing, the nation can generally be transformed. It just tells you that if our nation is not changing, it means that we don't have that 3%. There, many of us are complicit in what is happening in the country. I think that finger is not going to get me anywhere. He's not going to get you anywhere either. Yeah, please don't go ahead. Then we'll go to
forefathers.
Yeah,
can you
go
hear
ahead.
me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay, someone that just got banned now because he spoke the truth. Because all the noisemakers were just calling me personal names, which forefathers addressed at the beginning of this broadcast, that from henceforth, this should not continue. Call me personal names, someone blocked him. So it's either you or Sho. Sho have told me it's not him. So it must be you or Dr. Damages. And I believe it's not Dr. Damages, just because he spoke up and spoke the truth. So if you're banning him, you should be banning other people that have been throwing and are flinging personal insults at people. That is that. Now, this just goes to show that Nigeria will not work, because people cannot say the truth. People that we regard as honorable men, Agbakoba from my own town and all that, had now joined the Agbado Brigades. And if you go back to his past videos and all that, he's gone to, like they will say in Nigeria, anywhere with belly face and all that. The only solution to this is that, listen, it's just revolution. And when I say revolution, I mean violent revolution. I'm sorry. It just has to take revolution, because these people they are not going to get there. It's not by dialogue. It's not by anything. They are even grooming people. We are not even talking about Tinubu's son that wants to go and is it golf or whatever he wanted to go and watch and all that. His dad has got a private jet, for crying out loud. And that is impunity. So how long shall we be here? We'll be talking about the same thing. Some people that went to school will be abusing another person, insulting other people. People that are even not supposed to talk to you when they see you outside, and all that, they start talking to you. People that have not even ever carried any rifle in their that know what it is to be in the bush for months and all that, defending the integrity of a country and all that, they'll be insulting you. So the only thing is, listen, let it be done either through the army. See, it will come to one day, yeah, everything will just scatter. Everybody will collect. Everybody will just collect for this thing, because this is just getting too much. It's just getting. We can speak English or for all we know and all that. It's not going to work. People are dishonest. Everybody is about what they will grab, about what they will eat and all that. You're defending your own thief. Man here is addressing, and they're calling him Igbo. You see the mentality. There's something wrong with your head. And personal insult. Somebody comments, and if you look at the private chat, I copied it and I put there and all that. Immediately, it wasn't up to 2 minutes, he was banned. Then why are we coming here to say the truth? Let's just tell ourselves the truth. Let's just let everybody just walk out. Let's just go their way and all that. If our POB have to shoot up everywhere, or anybody that will have to come and all that, let them just do it. I'm sorry I have to use that language, but I'm just getting tired. We cannot tell ourselves the truth.
Take it easy when you bring up POB here. I think we need to see Dan, that your finger is not going to go anywhere. Dan, there is righteous man there. You had his name, righteous man. And then righteous man, please go ahead before there will be a serious.
But I came before righteous man now.
No, righteous man was here for 4 hours for what he said. Then we brought him on. Then he went out again and came back. That's why it looks like you were here before him. No.
But to be fair, Dan, you go work now. Just come back from work.
He just leave work. Which can come back? Dan just
he's still at work. Forefathers, I expect you to respond to the person that was banned. Why did you ban that guy? Somebody banned that guy. Why did you have to ban that guy?
Tone, you know me. I won't ban anybody. I didn't ban anybody.
Look at the life and all that. I copied it so that nobody will deny.
In a minute, I will address it. Don't worry.
I didn't ban anybody because you know,
I spoke for you. I said that you're not interested.
Sure.
You want to hear everybody. But please,
yeah,
Karen, whoever's speaking, would address
righteous
you.
man.
Yeah.
Okay,
There is something I discovered. It looks as if some of the people in the panel here, they have some people that they recruited to be writing rubbish. You see, we are not kids, so I'm age. As I see me, I'm above 50. I'm not a kid. I've lived in Germany and returned back to Nigeria. Some of these pranks that are being played here, it gets into my head. I say, what kind of, we are all learned people. You live in a civilized world. When we come to this platform, we should behave. You can recruit some animals at the back and they'll be writing rubbish, terrorizing people, bullying people, calling people names for no sake. What is all this now? We've grown past this rubbish. The point I want to make.
Forefather, before you go on, I
Yeah.
understand your anger, but I want you to respect the freedom of speech. Your view is you are entitled to it. They are also entitled to them. So if you say that we are in the Western world, we're supposed to know better. One of the things we enjoy is that the freedom of speech, whether you vent out in the way you want to vent out, it represents yourself. You put your name there. If it is not, the world judges you by what you present there. But we don't want to shut anybody down, and you cannot be
John
right,
Abba,
but also
John
causing
Abba,
somebody
what
else.
I'm trying to
Cannot be
say,
right.
no, John Abba, see, I understand what you're saying, but what I'm trying to say is this: we are all brought up from homes. We should have respect. You can't, on the comment side, be calling somebody a very
never
bad
even
name.
work for us in Nigeria. The way we take in Nigeria, you have not helped our institution. So if we think that the Western world are very outward, it has never helped us back home. So that is not the way we want.
So let me make my contribution, please. Show is slacking. Show he enjoys that comment at the back.
No. So there's a way you talk that just makes me laugh. There's something when you speak, you just. I know it's a serious issue.
Freedom of speech is quite limited, you know. I think just today, freedom of speech is quite limited. Just today, from what I gather, you are not, when they were protesting, doing Palestinian protests, you're not allowed to carry a Hamas flag. If you carry a Hamas flag, just carrying a Hamas flag, you will end up in jail here. You go and try that nonsense. So everything is limited.
Crime in the UK.
So, you know, talking about Nigeria, I was shocked to hear my brother this evening, his submission. I mean, tone. I've never heard him say such words, you know. CM first, at the very beginning of this program, CM said something. I started laughing. He said, talking about this Tinubu certificate, the thing don't tire him. He's exhausted. You see, the Nigerian issue, the more you look, the less you see. Every day, you get confused. Each time you try to open any book concerning Nigeria, you will end up getting migraine headache. That is just the Nigerian issue. And I think the reason why it's like that is because Nigeria is a captured state. Nigeria is captured by few individuals, and the remaining Nigerians can't do anything about it. Absolutely nothing. You see, you can project being good. You can project things that you think that should work. When you bring it down here, it will not work. That is the environment where we are in. And the earlier we understand this, the better it will work for us. All this congregating people, forming a platform for 2027, it will not work. It will not work. I bet you, God give us life. By 2027, you will discover that all we have been saying, do this, do that, Nigeria, it's not going to work. 50-something years, when I was a little child, my father was building a house. He was buying a bag of cement. How much? 5 kobo. How much is it today? We are buying it here close to 6,000 naira. It can never work. The kind of makeup of Nigeria is very dangerous. The individuals that have captured Nigerian state, before they will let go, it will look like the experience of the Israelites had in Egypt. Before Pharaoh let them go, blood was shedded. There was loss of life. For any person to think that Nigeria will be okay all of a sudden because we come to the platform, we say it, because there is one organization that is springing up and they are speaking good English, their phone is fantastic, you know, it's not going to work at all. Things in Nigeria have gone beyond what you guys are thinking. It's no longer like before. Now, these individuals that have captured the Nigerian state, they have captured it and pocketed Nigerians. They have used poverty as a weapon. Nigerians are extremely poor today. To feed in Nigeria today, you must have somebody in the diaspora that is going to back you up. If you go to any bank in Nigeria today, during the day, there are two things you are going to see. No, three. Number one, those who come to receive Western money, receiving either Rare or Western Union or MoneyGram. Then the second line, those who came to complain that they were debited when they did not make any transaction. Then the third people, the people who came to close their account. That's what you're seeing in Nigerian banks today. And these people that are on top, the elites, they are not shaking. It's like it's a normal life because they know the moment Nigerians are feeding well, that the Nigerian people will come out against them. So they make sure that nothing works. Before my motto, I use 15,000 to fill the tank, and it lasts me 4 days. As I'm talking to you today, I use 67,000 to fill the same tank. And it will not last that 4 days because the fuel we're having in Nigeria today is inferior. Now, how much do I make in a week? To spend 67,000 to 67 to fill my tank. If you tax it in a month, that's a big money. How do I make that money? You see why criminality is in the increase in Nigeria. And these people understand this thing and they know as long as the people are poor, they can't come out to fight. They cannot even ask for their right. Is it not when you have eaten, you will ask for your right? Somebody is waiting to see who will give him 500 naira for the family to eat for a day. And they are asking him to come out to protest. So they have weaponized poverty. And as long as poverty is ruling the country, there is no headway. The only headway is what Tone said. I think it's time for people to begin to see the reason why people were agitating, people were crying. Sunday Igbohosha is back to Nigeria. Is in Lagos now. Nobody knows what the agenda is. Look, we are sitting on a time bomb, and the day it will explode, the world will not believe it. And my appeal to privileged people that are in abroad today, in diaspora, is if you have any means and you have your family members that are interested in coming over there, please, I beg you, help them to come over. Sending money to keep them here won't amount to anything. If you have a means of bringing your family members that are interested to come over, please do. You have done the best for them in life. As Nigeria is today, it's not going to work. Thank you.
Thank you, this righteous man. I think, you know, Ify, thank you for coming in, Ify. You know, you have a privilege here. You know, when you want to, you know, say anything, you can go ahead and just say.
So that's your way of giving her the turn now, Abi.
Yeah, no, because women, they are not well represented here. When they show up,
What happened
they have to be allowed. Dan, that your hand is not going to veto any woman. If the woman wants to talk, she will talk. Okay. So, no, okay. See, if you want to say something, you can go ahead. Dan can wait. He's a gentleman.
If you make you give me, I get only 3 minutes. I beg.
3 minutes in London. go ahead. She says you can go ahead.
Wow, Lumbiko. Long time I never see your face. Anyway, what thing I want to talk about, me and Tone are the same mama, the same papa bonus. At the talk arise from time. The only solution for that our country where I love pass anybody where they this plan. Nobody love Nigeria reach me. Even though say I come at the street, I take grow up, but Nigeria they sweet. The time we know Nigeria, it is sweet. Something they there where they sweet. Where then just spoil that country so that all of us go run away.
It's lawlessness that is sweeting you, bro.
No, if you know Nigeria well, you feel there for village self, they enjoy Nigeria. You understand what I'm saying? Even if they go farm for village, where would they go those days? We were enjoying Nigeria. Suddenly, Nigeria just scatter everywhere, just change. And at this moment, the level where Nigeria day today, except we they deceive ourselves, no only revolution. Now, catastrophic one, no, and they'll talk all the time. People go say, oh, don't do this. You want to spoil Nigeria. Nigeria already don't spoil. People are suffering beyond. People, as I tell you, you get guys where we know for Nigeria now, where we say, if they talk to them, say, you go nearly to the put stuff for them. Now, them, they call you sometimes, they tell you some office, they go talk for you about office, I ain't let you, a bing pami. You go tell me, forget that side where you they put for and make you just anything. You understand? So why we are saying all these things is because we know the consequences of bad governance. Again, where things go reach for Nigeria, nobody feel they work out for street self. Yeah, this is why we talk about it. Not be say I get any grudge against Mr. Tinubu or whatever they are doing. Only that how they are ruling Nigeria, you get where you go reach, they themselves go run away. Because when people no feed again, those days where we run away from Nigeria, at least you feed drink garri now with granite. You go take and close down, they pray, make things change. But I was told that even to drink, if you see who give you garri, money to go buy pure water, put for the garri again go be problem. Yeah, person give you garri, water to put them again go become a problem. Not to talk of sugar and granite and all those things, or milk, make you be say you do big boy. So this is the problem. Revolution. Me I dey go. Maybe later if you join. Thank you for giving me your time. Go later. Before they sack me.
Thank you, Dan. Yeah, if you please go ahead if you wanted to contribute anything really. It doesn't have to be Akpabio.
Good evening, everybody.
There are so many things that.
Welcome.
Hi.
Maybe he didn't take into consideration the Nigeria.
Are we not tired of talking about this company called Nigeria? Because it's no longer a country anymore to me. It's a company now. Are we not tired of talking about this? It's never anything positive. It's always everything is negative, nothing positive. I can't remember since the election anything we have talked here about Nigeria that is something positive. It's just from one scandal to another, and when we come out of it, you get into another one. I haven't seen anything improve. Instead, things are getting worse every day. And I keep asking myself, what's the way forward? What's the way forward? I think I can't remember whether I show or Rudolph. Somebody was saying something, or Femi, I can't remember. Somebody said something about the list thing. I think qualification, or we start. I can't remember what somebody said. Well, they were talking about we have to start from the least thing in order to move the country forward. And the least we can do is common election. Election is the least. Just go vote and go. And we can't get it right. Before I left, I talked about the judiciary system. My younger sister, she's a lawyer. And prior all this judiciary stuff, she categorically told me and said, nothing is going to come out of it. She said, watch, nothing is going to come out of it. And after this, I spoke to her. We talked about Supreme Court. She said again, nothing is going to come out of it. Tinubu will be the president in the next 8 years unless something happens. We don't have a country. We have a company run by certain people, just like Ovia would say, elites. Number one citizen, we are here arguing about certificate. The least qualification to be the president. I think they say school sat or primary school. I don't even know. And we are here defending the indefensible. What are we even defending? And somebody is talking about Obi killed his elder brother. Is Obi #1 citizen? Does Obi have any question to answer? Or is it Atiku #1 citizen? What are we even talking? Do we even have, how do we see ourselves when it comes to other people, all of us in diaspora? Somebody's gonna be asking you, oh, what is it about this, your president and certificate? You don't even know where to start. I don't have anything. I don't know Tinubu. I don't know Obi. I don't know Atiku. I don't know any of them. But it's so shameful. What are we gonna leave for these kids behind coming up? What are you gonna tell them? You can't even afford anything in that country anymore. We're talking about certificate. No morals. And some people are saying, move on, move on. Move on from where? What are we moving on from? We talked about this thing during Buhari stuff. We talked about Enugu. I heard about Enugu's governor's certificate. For example, if we say we're gonna copy American system of government, we need to behave and act like them. The Speaker of the House removed under 48 hours. 48 hours. They don't have to do no bribe or pay anybody. They voted and vote him out. And I haven't seen any. We have senators, we have House of Rep. Nobody has ever commented on this issue. Not even one, to the best of my knowledge. Nobody has ever said something. It's just business as usual. Like I always say, every Saturday we come here and say, have your say, as if anything is gonna change. Can somebody tell me something that has changed since this presidency or these people took over? Nothing has changed, other than the economy is getting worse and getting worse. Our president cannot even grant interview. All these things are going on. He hasn't said anything. You can't even come out in front of the world and talk, say something, and people will look at you. You're talking about speaking to other people to come to Nigeria, our company, Nigeria, to come and invest. Invest in what? What are they going to invest in? In a country where there is no electricity. I keep pondering on this electricity every time, because that is the commonest thing we can give our citizens. We're not even talking about security. We're not even talking about other stuff. And you're talking about who wants to invest in Nigeria? Even you as a citizen, do you want to invest in Nigeria? You want to invest in a country where you see your future. Who sees our future or his future in a country called Nigeria? I don't. I used to be hopeful, but I am no longer hopeful. We constantly come here. Nigeria, I keep saying, is on the verge of disintegration. How much can people take? How much more? Some of us are working extra hard just to support our families back home. You send $100, they will tell you $100 is nothing anymore. You send $200, I say, $200 is nothing anymore. I was on Instagram the other day, I was listening to one of the P Square, and he said he spent $3 million plus just buying fuel a month. And he said he bought his first car, I think 120-something thousand. Just imagine, 3 million just to buy fuel. And you telling me that you're gonna get investors to come and invest in Nigeria? How? No, just tell me how. Next week, dollar is 1,000 plus. We don't even know by December, we don't know what is, maybe 1,000 something, maybe 1,200. And you have to work and grind. And we are here talking about certificates and nobody's saying anything. Nothing. We can't even agree. We're talking about what's this guy, Akpabio. One senator was challenging him the other day. Somebody said something, one day these people is going to sell this country. We wouldn't even know. Who does that? I keep asking all the time. They keep passing bills and bills upon bills and bills. Tell me, if I ask any of us sitting down here, tell me one bill you can think, or you can say that they have passed that is beneficial to the citizen. Just tell me one, because I don't know of any. If anybody can tell me one bill,
Yeah, you know the one they said you can be able to generate power in your states. I think that might help citizens if the governors can take advantage of it.
how, when,
Now,
how long? Now,
yeah, OT of Labour Party can take advantage of that on behalf of Abba.
Okay, so you know why I don't want to give OT credit? I can see everybody rejoicing and clapping. I'm not clapping for anybody that's supposed to do the job they are elected to do. I'm not clapping for him. People keep saying he's doing well. No, this is why he ran for the election. So I'm not clapping for him. I'm not clapping for anybody. I'm not clapping for anybody in this country where I live. I'm not clapping for them when they do their job. I'm not clapping for them when they build roads or give us constant power. I'm not clapping for them. I'm not telling them they are doing well. No. When you apply for a position, you know what you're getting into. These are the things they're supposed to do for the masses. When somebody build one road, we clap for the person, they will commission it. The government will be there to commission a road or to commission a classroom or to commission a pipe-borne water. Are we not ashamed? Giant of Africa for mouth. Come on. Yeah. People are leaving the country. You know what somebody said to me? You know, when this, I don't know if it's a bad word to use. The slaves, the slaves, I mean, that during that time they took them, it's kind of abomination. That now that she wants to be a slave with her family, let them bring the ship and they will all move.
Yeah.
Who wants to leave?
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
She said, I want to be a slave to them, to the Yoruba people. Let them bring the ship. We will all get in there.
Yeah, that is the mind of somebody that has completely been poisoned.
You know?
And
no, it's not because they are poisoned, forefather. It's just that people are fed up.
Yeah.
People are fed
by
up.
the same forces they want to run to. It's crazy.
Listen, let me tell you something. You know, you live in a foreign land. I live in a foreign land. And if you put the ship now and say the ship can bring like 1 million people from Nigeria and come to this country or come to the country where people will jump. In fact, 100 million people will jump in that boat.
Yeah, they will jump in, but where are they going to end up is the question.
They don't care.
Of course, they don't care. They would rather. But isn't that who is the problem here? Is it not the people that is the problem? Because other people are building their own places. But our people would rather run to go and build some other person's town.
The biggest part of the problem,
I'm not interjecting, Forefather, sorry, Nkechi. Yeah. Forefather, if you come to Nigeria and stay 6 months, 6 months in Nigeria, wallahi, I will sell my motor and give you the money. 6 months in Nigeria. Don't
tempt me now.
Come on,
that is not a bet. There's no way I cannot survive. Come on, now.
Ask John Abba. They butchered people in John Abba State. I was crying. My wife was weeping. If you see how you see Benue State students they were bombed, and nobody's talking about it. The president is not addressing the nation. What are we talking about now?
See, that's the problem. You deal with the problem, not just because you're having problems in the family. You don't run away. Our leaders are complicit. I'm not defending them for what they are doing. They are not securing our country. They are not running our country as we are not a people. What they are doing is that they are working. They are just keeping us going until their master decide what they want to do with us. That's the problem. And it's not only them, our elite and our people too have that mentality. If he just said it just now. If you bring a ship, these people know these people enslave their forefather. They will get on that ship and go. They don't need to teach you common sense to know that is a bad idea. But they will go anyway.
Sorry, I just want to interject.
This is Father, can you let John Abba have his say?
Hey! If he's sorry about that,
because of time,
it's too early. It's too early. He also said
I see. Please speak closer to your mic.
So you can hear me. Sorry for the Okay, there are many Nigerians here right now. Okay, sorry about that.
The audio is quite poor, Jonaba.
What do you think about Nigerian state right now? You disappointed or you think it's too early? Too early. You say it's too early? No comment. It's too early, it's a comment. Okay, go ahead. And look at it. What do you think about Nigerian state right now? President Tinubu is not a magician. He says not a magician. He says you be patient with him.
How long? Ask them how long.
What is complacent?
How long before people can start asking questions?
Where are these people? Are they in Nigeria?
They're in the US.
All right. These are
Like Adire yi, o bad. Abeokuta do ti wa. Gbagbe.
Why are you speaking your language?
Sorry, I thought I was mute.
Oh, you're not. Let me see. Oh my God, I want to put myself in charge. Let me see.
I will get you one. Just give me your measurement.
This is a bit confusing, actually. Let me see. I'm trying. See, you are quite. I can't hear you clearly, Jonaba. I'm not sure how the people can hear you. I don't know. His mic is often very good.
Is it not in the US? Why is the internet rolling now?
Yeah, he's moving his phone everywhere. Probably that's why. We can't hear you, Jonaba.
US that could not identify it.
We can't hear him. I don't think he knows we can't even hear him.
See, I think it's probably connected to his home Wi-Fi and not his mobile internet, and it's a bit far from his router. I think that might be the issue. He's in his garden, so he's quite far from the router. If he switches off his Wi-Fi and uses his mobile data,
to be clear,
it might be a better experience.
Yeah. Exactly. You see, that's a very good insight there. He's not done this before, so I think maybe it's something that we can do later. If he hasn't completed finished yet, Mr. Osa, I hope you are not in Nigeria, because I don't want to keep your data. So, but if you please go ahead.
No, so I think I'm done. The question: what's the way forward? That's my question. Like electricity, always ask. Where do we go from here?
Can you hear me? Good evening.
Let's understand that the Supreme Court is not gonna do anything. I just want us to understand that. Forget about this certificate because it's not gonna work. Nothing is gonna come out of it. So let's just. I hate when people say, "Let's wait on Supreme Court to do what?" Supreme Court is not gonna do anything. The only question I have, somebody says something. I think is it right, Chasma? Somebody says something now. I'm so disappointed that CSU cannot even identify whether Tinubu actually went to that school or not, because they're not quite sure.
That's the question I asked forefather.
Tinubu attended the school, but they're not quite sure. So I asked my sister a question, and I asked on the ground, is it possible for CSU to sue Tinubu? But she says she doesn't know how the law system here works, that she cannot answer that question. Because if, for example, that's the case, and they had to, come back to sue him, that's going to be very disgraceful. Because that's enough, in my own opinion, to sue somebody. If you say that my school did not present this certificate to somebody, and the person tendered this certificate to the appropriate whatever, but they said that it came from our school, it's on a ground for them to sue him. And then we'll be here still talking about whether the certificate is fake or not, whether he attended university or not. Country of 200 million people. That's so shameful. I'm so disappointed. We don't have anything to show for our country.
Can I just interject? Can I just pose a question to you?
Yeah, go ahead.
That's my turn to speak. That's my turn to speak.
The BC hasn't said anything for a long time. So
it's my turn to speak.
I'm
but
not speaking, I'm asking you a
Jonaba is
question.
back again.
Yeah, go ahead.
You gotta hold on, brothers. Let us speak, please.
I was there before the base, but he can go on anyway.
I think Xero wanted to ask Ife a question.
Yeah, go
Let's
ahead,
allow.
Xero. Ask me a
I just
question.
asked me a question. I said, now that everybody, like I said, everybody's giving up, and if we come out again now and say we are protesting, just like the NSAS, who is going to be a leader? Because the NSAS, one of the reasons why the NSAS failed was that nobody wanted to come out when they said, "Who's your leader?"
NSAS
Who's
succeeded.
going to
I'm
lead?
sorry.
Can to be honest with you, I cannot answer that question in the sense that I don't think you really have somebody to lead this movement. To be honest with you, let
Who's
me
going to
tell you
negotiate?
something. You don't need somebody to lead this movement. One thing I want us to understand: in order for us to get Nigeria back, whether you like it or not, Jonaba is not going to like this. There is nothing like peaceful revolution. That is not in the history of Nigeria. It's not going to happen. In order to take this country back, and somebody's expecting that you're going to go and negotiate with these people, there is no negotiation. I was listening to Arise TV the other day and enjoy youth leadership. I think they are fighting. And you look at these people and imagine the people, they have the oil, but look at them. You are sucking and sucking and sucking from, there is no development in that state. And you can feel their pain. So if anything happens in that country, trust me, these people is going to come out very angry. How can you say that in a country we can't even give account of our oil? We can't give account of how much is coming in and how much going out. We can't. But over there in what is it called, the Saudi, you can see how they monitor everything, even though I think it's a royal system of government is what they have over there. You can see what comes in and how much goes out. And you're
Monarchy.
talking millions of barrels of oil missing in a country. Come on. And nobody will say something. And somebody will tell you that they are tired of stealing. They've stolen enough. And people are very poor. Let us have some sense. Even though I live in diaspora, but I'm not happy that I'm in this country. I want to go back home. People are talking about investing in Nigeria, but whenever they talk about it, I keep asking them, the investment in Nigeria, is it in Nigeria your children is going to live there tomorrow when you die? These kids born abroad, they're not talking about moving back to Nigeria. It's not possible. Because it's not going to get better. People keep telling you, oh, stop confessing negatively. We live in the world of reality. It's not going to get no better until we decide to take our country. Other than that, it's going to get worse and guess worse and guess worse and get worse. There is not, don't bring Christianity. Don't bring God into this, please. God is not going to save us. I hate when people bring God into politics. Don't bring God. Other people, look at Israel. Look at other developed nations. Look at even the America. Look at Britain. They didn't fix their country by prayer. They fix it by walking. It's just human decision. You have to think. Think. 1 + 1 is 2. You don't have to pray to God to tell you that 1 + 1 is 2. I can proudly live here 2 a.m., 3 a.m. I'm not afraid of security, and I will go. Yes, somebody was saying something about gun. I was listening. Yes, I'm not saying that it's totally, but I can confidently leave my house anytime and go to occasion and come back. Anambra people that are having their convention today, I can go and come back 2 a.m., 3 a.m. I'm not afraid. But once it's 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, everybody's running home, Nigeria, going back home. Come on now. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, about this jackpot thing, I was speaking to some Indians some days ago, and they confirmed to me that I was asking them, how is it that China is ahead of you? He said, because the Chinese people went back home. When they came to the West, they learned and went back home. But for them, they don't tend to go back home. So, and there was a policy of also kind of protecting their own markets against Western interests. I said, okay, then why didn't you do your own manufacturing? He said, that's the problem. We didn't allow Western goods to come in, but we didn't manufacture to export. That was where they fell behind this in China. But China, their people went back home, and then they decided to protect their market at the same time export goods out, manufacture and export goods out. These are the tactics used. India did it halfway. Nigeria is doing all of them the worst. Our people are going, not returning. We are not exporting. We are not protecting our market. All the worst things, we are doing all of them. Something other people didn't do.
When
Father, can I
Tinubu went to
ask you a
the US,
question?
he told
Please?
Nigerians
The
in
thing
the US
has
to
been
come back
itching
home.
me.
So I'm waiting for people like Kulata to pack their bags, you know, John Abao, my people in America. Pack your bags. Tinubu came. He's talking to people directly.
Can I ask you a question?
Sorry,
Show is saying
sorry.
something now. Can't you see?
You know, that's what I wanted to say, that Tinubu pleaded with the Nigerians in America to come back home. So all these people typing and saying, haters, pack your bag, lead by example. The man you believe in is saying, come, let's do it together. You believe him, you support him, pack your bags. But you dig your heels. You rather die in America than go and...
Sure,
Righteous
let me
man,
say
please.
something. You're saying that Tinubu is asking us to come back, but Tinubu's girls, they live here in New York.
You know,
so they need to pack their bags first and start going back.
They have to protect their own now.
Forefathers, my question is this. Sure.
It's my turn to talk.
Sure. Sure, I because of you come to wherever you are. You will host me in your house and then you will laugh. So back to the issue. Forefather, the question is this. Because up to today, I am still surprised. Are you telling me that a whole United States university cannot provide visual evidence that shows that they admitted this man in their campus or whatever? Are you? I can't imagine it.
That is a long time. That's 1976 or so. So
it doesn't matter.
They were able to say they put themselves online by saying that they believe the man we call Tinubu today is the one that attended their university.
Hold on.
But they also went on to say they didn't issue the certificate. So,
forefathers, Bola Tinubu can be anybody. It can be anybody. Bola Tinubu.
But they went on to say that they are satisfied for them that it was him that attended.
You guys that are there are supposed to go to that school and tell them that they have put Nigeria in fire. Nigeria is burning because of their inability. Had it been that this university is coming from a third world country, they would have said, yeah, Africa, they don't have anything. How can you admit somebody? You have no proof of that person's identity. You guys,
I think that the school itself may have something to hide, and given that in the West, the date of birth and
Social security
one is very, very critical. You can't just get those things wrong, informed, because when the person wants to come and get the information again next time, they need that information. So if you check your files and you find the wrong date of birth, you're not going to associate them with that person. It's just that simple. They'll say you are not the one. You have to get your ID, your current ID, and show us how you change your date of birth from this current date of birth to the other one. You have to show a change of date of birth. Otherwise, the date of birth they have of the person is not. They are not going to recognize you as that. If all institutions were like that in America at that time, then there will be anarchy everywhere. You join the military, wrong date of birth. They will not even know who you are anymore. How is the bank supposed to identify you if you don't have a proper date of birth? Is one of those fundamental things. If you get it wrong, you have to go and correct it one way or the other. If you don't correct it, you have problems later on. That said, there's too many errors in that in many of the records that they have at that university. That university, to be fair to them, they were one of the worst universities in America at that time. So that's the university he graduated from, one of the worst in the country.
The university is not there. Nobody wants to go there.
Speak, or I think he's itching to leave or something. Then I would address
he's been around for a long time.
Okay.
After NBC.
NBC, do you want to speak?
Yeah.
Yes, I want to speak.
Okay.
Can I go ahead, forefathers?
Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Please, I want to draw everybody's attention to. I've just seen something on Vanguard Online. Is the INEC chairman? He's talking about the upcoming elections in Kogi, Bayelsa, Imo. Where I want to draw attention is what he said. I think the INEC, the rec in Bayelsa talked about IREV. See his quote. Let me say it. See what INEC chairman said. He said, The headline is this: Bayelsa Imo Kogi elections results will be uploaded on IREF, INEC Chioma, Vanguard Online. I think it's today. Then there's a quote. He said, the method is as provided by law. Electronic accreditation, electronic upload of results on IREF portal. So please disregard whatever was reported about the REC about what the REC said in Bayelsa. You see, he has come again with his tricks. If this is truly the law, what did the INEC defense team went to say at the tribunal, at the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal? So they know these things are by law and they refuse to do the right thing. So that is about that. What I'm trying to say is this: all these people leading us at various institutions, they are all compromised. And it's state capture, like some people are saying. They know the right thing to do, but because they have vested interest or they are working for somebody, for selfish purposes, they are never patriotic. They are not patriotic at all. They don't have Nigeria uppermost in their minds like those we have here, who do things the right way. You see what happened in Georgia, if it's your state where you live. And in that place, Georgia, it is even the party in power that are in charge of the election. The Secretary of State is a Republican, but the man stuck by the right thing and did the right thing.
I voted for him.
Despite,
even though I vote Democrat, but I voted for him in the election.
Exactly. Despite the pressure from the White House, the man did the right thing. See what this man is telling us now. So what I'm trying to say, across board, the judiciary, the legislature, the executive, and all the institutions in the executive, they are all compromised, and they are pushing Nigeria. They are pushing us to the precipice. The country is going by the day, and they have, like Righteous Man said, they have weaponized poverty. They have made people so weak that people are so weak and afraid, so that people cannot say anything. When they bring small crumb, the people will be dispersed with that crumb of food, whatever they brought. Another way, the media is compromised. I thank God for what has happened now. Like Delivery to me said, he said this round of election has made us to see through some people who we thought we are men and women of honor. We now see where they belong. This man in power in Nassau, his work has caught so many people, and it's unfortunate. I don't know how it's going to be resolved. Like if he said, many of us don't have any trust in the Supreme Court, even because everything is clear here. What does the law say when this thing happens? It's clear. But they'll go and manufacture something and push it aside because they are working for the man. They want the man to remain there. The man himself, is he performing? No way. See how the dollar is going up. And it affects everything. Since that day, he just made that comment that subsidy is gone. Everybody saw what has happened now. Oh, you are showing me. I even saw one today.
We are not seeing every. Okay, that's it. Oh my God. Okay, that's the pounds.
I think I don't know. That is for pounds. I think I saw dollar. They said 1,025 naira per dollar today. So
1,045 naira.
Okay, it has gone. It has gone. So you can imagine some of our brothers and sisters across Nigeria who are doing legitimate importation business. Tell me how they will survive now. Where would they get the enough foreign exchange to buy their goods that they sell in Nigeria? So the whole thing is just a mess. The people at the National Assembly, the man concoctedly put people that will be loyal to him. What the northern lawmakers are saying may be true, but they too, are they reliable? Are they really working for people? Or maybe because some of these things are being done behind them, they are not getting part of the crime, because that is what usually happens there. If you have people who work there, you tell you the kind of horse trading that goes on in that National Assembly, you'll be surprised. I was in Nigeria for a long time. I have friends who work there. We hear what goes on there. It's another branch of corruption on its own. Unfortunately, the labor lawmakers, they are all quiet. I don't know if they are afraid or if they have joined the bandwagon or so. But I think we should be calling them out alongside the PDP people as well. And some of them in APC who still have conscience will call them out to say, what are you people doing? particularly concerning insecurity in the country. It is too much. The insecurity is going round. It's going round. See what happened in Benue. And these women have done this thing for maybe for minutes or even an hour or more. Probably no security personnel around to stop them. It's a terrible thing. The country, the problem we have is that the institutions they are all loyal to this man. They don't want to do the right thing because probably the way some of them they are appointed, or everybody's just pursuing his own. Okay, that little crumb I'm getting, let me keep quiet. They're getting it for the sake of my own personal needs and family. That is just all it is. No patriotism has escaped, has gone out of these people. It's a shame. The INEC man is after some time he has not spoken. Now he has started talking again because it's time to do his usual horse trading and do things the way he likes. But like we are saying, only a people's movement, I don't call it revolution, only a people's movement can solve this thing. If the way it is going, there's actually nothing that will make things turn around. The people in power are just a set of corrupt people. It is even more deeper than what we had in Buhari's time. It's so sad. Let me stop so far. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, can I just put on a quick one?
Go ahead.
We keep talking about CSU. We forget one thing, that CSU is also complicit, deeply complicit in this matter, because they are fighting for their life. They are fighting for their integrity.
Sorry, Father, put me in the background, please.
Okay.
They're very corrupt. I've heard stories about people buying certificates back then, because I was speaking to an older gentleman the other day. He was telling me that it's a known fact and all that. So, the FBI is still going to release some files on him. Only God knows what is going to. Maybe even by the time they start releasing those files, maybe that one will even shock us more than what we already know. We don't know what is going to come out. So this thing is just getting messier and messier, and to embarrassment to every Nigerian. And that is what people that are standing for Tinubu are defending his lies, and that I just wonder what they think. We're not saying we should install the man. We're not saying, but listen, when an old and there's this thing about our culture that says when an old man is wrong, you shouldn't say he's wrong. That he's disrespectful, and that is where we are. You see, there's so many parts of our culture that we need to address. I know that if an old man is lying, we should tell him he's lying. If an old man is wrong, we should tell him respectfully that he's wrong. But then, if the old man then disrespect himself, I want to threaten you, like they will say, if you do anyhow, you will collect anyhow. Then you tell him what he should be told. So the thing is, we just need to start telling the truth. We just lack the truth. To start telling the truth. Some people saying that Nigeria have just. I think you highlighted it some few minutes ago that Nigeria have increased their oil production. Oil production that you don't even process, you have to send somewhere because you don't have no refinery to process it. What's the use of that? What's the use of that?
Yeah.
We're on the brink of Third World War. We don't know the implication for Africa. And people are there still supporting rubbish. Instead of us talking about how do we in the event of the bombs and all that. Listen, people, let's be real. Yeah, let's just be real. There could be a nuclear war, and listen, we are doomed. We don't even have bunkers in Africa. I doubt.
We don't build bunkers. Don't even go there. I don't understand what is wrong with us. I really don't get it.
We're just supporting evil.
Nice one.
Right here will be safe. You guys that are there, I'm just praying for you.
What kind of safe are you? Are you going to run inside the bush and expect the bush to protect you? Good luck with that one.
Or if we run into church now, expecting the church.
When Nigerians say they will be safe, they can be safe because when things like diseases come, you guys have strong immune. But when you come to nuclear weapon, okay, you guys don't have bunker. We still have we have underground. Every building has this thing under. We can still survive under. Where you say you have an underground space? What's that? The salary?
For some reason, we
talking
don't
about
like to
underground
dig
space.
anything
How many
underground.
buildings?
I don't know why.
How many buildings are even
Dig gold.
secure in
Nobody dig
Lagos?
gold, Richard.
Look at
But
that building that's
dig
failed
gold.
in Ikoyi.
Oh yeah, borehole. I guess they dig borehole to get water from the ground, not to go inside though. Because our people, when they feel like if they go inside underground, they are burying themselves somehow. I don't understand it. We never do anything underground. It's like overground. We are watching the whole world build bunkers all over the place, but we don't do it at all.
And I wanted to say that thing recently. I'll say it later. Continue. I'll talk later after you.
Yeah, go ahead, righteous man.
You see, Africa is blessed.
Oh God.
The West will fight, and we will not suffer it. You know what happened during COVID-19? They said Africa, we see dead body in the streets of Africa. What happened at the end of the day?
Righteous man, please, sir. With all due respect, you know, you're my buddy, and I respect you a lot. Nuclear war is not something to play with. So that will not be.
No, they will not throw nuclear. No, they will not. It will not come to Africa.
What? Go and ask why Germany is one of the biggest brewers of beer. Go and ask.
Okay, hold on. You know why I'm saying this? I'm just warning you guys. I want you to come out from your shell so that you can do something very reasonable. And what you're going to do, those of us that are here, we don't get strength again to do much. You guys should march to Chicago State University and ask them why.
Why can't they prove? They are protecting themselves as well. You should understand.
Okay, guys, can I have my say?
They're trying to protect themselves as well.
Righteous man
That's the situation.
has been interjecting often, so.
Yeah, nukes are more likely to be used on the continent than even before it is used in Russia or Israel. It's more likely to be used on our continent. You know, when they are testing their nukes, they tend to come to, like the French, they tested it in the Sahara Desert. And you see the Americans, they could have used the nukes against Hitler, but no, they went and used it in China because they don't want to use it in Europe. So if you think if they fight nuclear war, they're going to use it in their country first, they're going to probably use us as testing ground first.
Exactly. Go ask about Bikini Island. Island.
Yeah, they always use other people's island. They don't tend to use their own backyard to do that kind of thing. Apart from Russia, that is so massive anyway. Russia and America is quite massive, so they can afford to do that. Yeah, Janaba, your audio was a little bit off and on. I think because you're not used to doing this, maybe that's why I had that technical issue.
No, that's not true. It's maybe I was outside and I connected to the. Can you hear me better?
Yeah.
You sure you can hear me better?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay. The majority of the opinion of the people you saw, even though you couldn't hear them, many of them say it's too early. Some of them said about 2 or 3 people said they were disappointed. Other people say that the mindset of Nigerians are so backward that even if Jesus is walking on the street, it will take him more than 100 years to fix it. Others say that let us go to regional government where people can then we have a central like the old like the regional government. Then other people say that there's too much power in the center, and of course I told them about what happened in Benue today, that people were massacred in Benue, linked to be precise, traveling from within Otukpo and Makurdi, and everyone there were killed. So, and that is they said that okay, it's a security issues. Everybody have that a different opinion, and then I asked them, did they follow what is going on Israel and Hamas. They say we have a bigger problem than what is going on there. Some of them say that our problem is bigger than what is going on in Hamas and what is going on there. If we want to talk, we should be man enough to speak to our issue. And between that these are two brothers and two sisters. Then we should face our own problem back home. And I told them, okay, did they consign? They have not heard from their president for the past few days after October 1st. Some of them say it's politics, it's well. Some people say that what do we want him to do? It's all, everybody have their opinions, and that is what I wanted us to look at. That people have, some people are very open-minded people, and they just say the way they feel. And I think I respect them. I may not agree with them, but I think I still respect their own opinion, and I hope they also respect mine. And that is what they're saying. And some of them are very political and very involved in so many of these things. One of the richest or popular Nigerian is here. He first of all says it's too early, then he say, oh, no comment, because I took him unaware. Even though because he know where he belongs to, he's trying to, in politics they say walk within the fine line, because sometimes it doesn't exist, but you are trying not to, you put a different face and all of that. But in general, the majority of the people say it's too early to judge the government, but few people say they are disappointed.
Yeah, I guess I take their point about being too early, but I don't know why it's too early. It's more than 3 months, 4 months. Normally, 100 days is sufficient for you to have a trajectory of the policy they put in place. So, but I guess this is Nigeria. They've gotten used to this type of service from their leaders. I really feel bad for Nigerians.
And another thing before
2 weeks,
I
they
let
don't hear
go,
from their president. I really feel bad for Nigerians. It's just
another
unbelievable.
thing before I let go, I asked them about the state of Nigeria in terms of the appointments so far. Did they see any trouble issue there? They also come from, whether from YarAdua to Goodluck to Buhari. They say, okay, people put who they think they can serve their interest. And I said, okay, I asked one of them, which also, they are well informed people. I asked one of them, okay, if I'm an Hausa man, for instance, and you're a Yoruba or Igbo guy, and I know you can do better than Igbo guy or do better than my Hausa brother, why can't I just pick you? Why must I pick a Yoruba because I'm a Yoruba person? Or why should I pick you because I'm an Hausa person? Why should I pick you because I'm a Yoruba person and I'm making this? Why can't I pick the best regardless of where I come from? It said sometimes they say that it's a matter of trust, and it has been going on in Nigeria since 1999 when they introduced what do you call democracy. And another person says that he believes that we don't know what we are doing, that we are not ready for democracy. We should have a one man to put us straight, and along the line, we can, if we are grown up enough and know where we are going, then we can now come to democracy. That we are not ready for democracy, that there's no democracy in Nigeria, it's man, no man. So,
wow.
Thank you. I just want to let you know.
Donaba, don't go, please. I want to ask a question. Please, you are from Benue State, please.
Yes.
Sorry, this question has been lingering in my mind forever.
Before you ask me, just tell me sorry for my loss.
Yes, sorry for your loss. I'm sorry for your loss. I'm so sorry.
Thank you.
But ever since I knew about Nigeria, I've been hearing of killings in Benue State. I don't know how many times they attack the same village. Agatu, Otupo, here. The same Benue. Please, is it like people cannot organize and form security? Because if something happens more than 10 times,
exactly,
you must know that you are under serious attack. How come that this thing has happened more than 20 times? Still, there's no general security apparatus around. I mean, the people now. If it is something that the people themselves, knowing that the government is compromised, contribute for their own self, at least if these people are coming, they should make some noise so that people will escape. Always Benue. Why?
Thank you for your question. It's a mind-boggling. It's a big issue in Benue, like the one that happened today. That everyone that are inside the Benue link were killed in the blood, in the brutal execution way. No one escaped, not even single one person. I try to also to understand, even if the federal government fail, what about the state? What about the local vigilante? What are the human intelligence to see some certain people moving around in your own area? I believe where I come from, in the village I come from, there is this sense of you see a strange face and you want to know that this person is not from here, and you'll be an attack over and over. There should be an alarm where you can now blow some certain things to bring attention that there is a strange person walking around here. I don't know what this person is up to. I think in as much as we can blame somebody in the head, I think the local people are failing themselves, because when something is happening over and over again, you must ask question, where are the people on that area? What are they doing to put an end to it? What have they done so far? Well, you can imagine now, if you go to YouTube or you go to any channel now, you can't hear about it until you have to contact a very, very local way to say, okay, before I was able to get all the pictures and everything, you have to go down to a local way. It's something that we have to be in touch with my people and to see what can be done about it. I don't know. I don't have a straight answer for you, but it's mind-boggling.
Please, let's allow Francis to go. I think he wants us to say
Can I
something.
ask something to John Abam before he leaves? He wants to leave.
Francis has been very patient, so I'm a bit concerned. Francis, are you okay?
Well, Austin asked since Janaba wants to leave.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm sorry that John, sorry for the loss, but I am so disappointed with your submission. Please withdraw what you just said. The locals got no blame. This is a systemic. You see, we need to go and read system. When there is a systemic action, there is nothing you can do. This is why people resign in the Western world. This is why people who you give, do we really know what it means that we voted somebody? And this is why election is basic. I am giving you my right. And the first step of my right is to protect me. And when I give a gun, do you know what it means? That I sign for somebody to hold gun around me, and I don't have one. So this is a systemic thing. These locals cannot do anything. So when we blame them, we are really taking away what they have given us, and we are using it back to them. And when we blame Nigeria, when the system continues to fail, that is where we get it wrong. Please, the Benue people are suffering, and I don't want to go by blaming any of them. I blame any system that have failed them.
I understand
please,
what you said. I understand what you say completely. But sometimes we are political about issues, and I also understand that the head can always going to be blamed. But then we also have to calm down to see that, okay, there is this local vigilante, because I remember when Otton was the governor, he formed what is called state police or local police, whatever you want to call local vigilante. What I'm trying to say, there is no excuse to justify the failure, whether from the federal government to the state government to the local government. There's no excuse, but then is the responsibility of all of them to work together, that the safety of every citizens or the state origins, the people of Benue State and any other place this thing is happening, are guaranteed. So, for instance, go and look at it, is that when this kind of thing happens, governors are supposed to come out. the police commissioner supposed to come out. It's a normal. I'm not expecting the president to come right away, but when lives will be gone like this, wherever it's happening, if we just being just human for a moment is something that alarming and something that is a heartache for every citizen, whether, just like I made my earlier submission, whether it's a Hamas, whether it's Israeli, whether it's an Igbo, whether it's an Hausa man, no life was to be taken by another. Everyone have the right to live to their God-given potential and should be free in the society to move around without fear of being gunned down by any terrorist. Thank you.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you,
Bye
John.
for now.
Bye for now.
All right. Thank you, everyone. I mean, sorry for the lives that have been lost in Benue, like John Abba noted. It's I mean, it's been going round, Southern Kaduna, like mentioned the other time, and then Jos, what do you call it? Jos, the incidents in Jos, Plateau. So it's unfortunate Nigeria has come to this state. It's not been like this. I mean, 15 years ago or beyond, during the Obasanjo time, we weren't talking about this kind of stuff. But like I said, I think we didn't have any response or reprisal attack in the north with regards to what's happening in the Middle East now, which in the past it used to you have some reactions in the north. Maybe because people were overwhelmed with what is going on as their own local issue here, as case may be. But coming down to the generality of discussions today regards to this certificate thing, I mean, sure, I heard you when you mentioned all the parameters that we've all known, the indices of this thing not being what it should be. I mean, like I said, all from primary to now the high institution. The records has never been correct. Even the NYC, one says he had an exemption. One said, and they mentioned that was even before the exemption clause, or maybe started. I don't know. I think something regards to that effect. And the one now said he served full term. So you can't have an exemption and have also full time. So I mean, again, there was a time what do you call it? Wikipedia was edited prior to the election. That's when we started flagging 9 years before the first daughter and all that. In less than 2 days, Wikipedia, we were able to see that what was there 2 days ago is not what is there today. And then last week, it's also been updated and added Adekunle. So the thing is this: the word is not I don't want. It's not what I don't want. People should, how do you call it, calm down. This what do you call it? We've seen what we needed to know. Fine, the man that died, the former the man that worked with no, the lawyer, the one that was chasing him in 2009, the Gani Fireman, what he couldn't achieve before he passed on, we're able to get it today because of technology. So, good gracious, we have that assets to this technology today. And then David worked on it, and then Atiku now took it up legally because he's the one that will have to go to CSU to pursue it, not David, not any other one, except any Nigerian decide to sue the school, as case may be. So, we've gotten the information, but I said in one breath that information we've gotten that seems to be, not seems, now that it's been confirmed not to be consistent with the general standard being authentic. Okay. If you come from the other angle that said, oh, this guy was adopted, because I've had a very revered person in the country, I think one of these men of God also, I think the what's his name? Bakari also. I think he echoed such a word. Then the question is, some people aided him at some point. He wasn't at the age when he now maybe got information about the primary school or secondary school. What do you call it? There's nobody coming out to say his mate at primary school or even at secondary school. So now fast forward, every other thing he's done is almost questionable at various stages in life. So that's my question. Why is it now that we are not complaining? Somebody that had a lot of what do you call it, the bullion van that he used to bankroll, is it bankroll now, sponsor Tinubu, sorry, Buhari during the time when he came for his own election, and it was his own strategy that gave Buhari the pathway to Asu Rock. Buhari had tried Umezuke, Chubo Kadibu against 2003 and 2007 towards the east. It didn't work. Bakari 2011, it didn't work. And then now this guy say, he said you don't want to continue. I have a formula that will work. I will seed the block I've gathered in the west with your own 12 million, 10 to 12 million that you usually have in the north. If I give you 6 or 4 or 8 from the west or in that number, it will be enough, whatever. And I don't want to go into, I was privileged to listen to a CD 2014 prior to the election, how these things will be in various states, the results, and it tallied like in Excel. They were reading it. I mentioned it before, but because of security and all those things, so let's not go into all that. The thing is, this is a state capture, but this state capture is not just done by one person; it's by the elite, as we keep saying. Now, the question, what we should be asking: how do we change the narrative, maybe counter them? Okay, I just remember that when the Iraq had their first election after the what do you call it, that event of Twin Tower reprisal attack, when they were able to get them together, that election where the Iraqi citizens have to vote from outside, abroad or diaspora, from UK, Germany, US, and all rest. They voted and they sent that result, whatever, to the country. And by the time they tabulated it, a certain individual, perhaps the one the West was sponsoring or wanted, won the election. So bringing it back to the Nigerians in diaspora, I guess under Jonathan, they used to have this I think one Nigerian diaspora body. They used to meet in Atlanta every year. Okay, there's a umbrella body they called it, trying to what do you call it? Plan how do we ensure that they hold maybe our National Assembly, those in charge of our governance, to give them that kind of ideal, borrow the word from Ben Bruce, we want to make common sense, some kind of very good way to really administer or manage the assembly, as it were, with respect to what do you call it, oversight to the executive and all that. Because if you have that balance, then you be able to say that the country will be moving in the right direction, but not the kind of situation that Saraki had with as a Buhari in the first 4 years or so. He wasn't really a checkmating some kind of balance. There were a lot of allegations here and there until they also brought in the same person that Lawal also that did a rubber stamp for Buhari, as case may be. So, well, righteous man have said it, and then he has gotten some kind of pushback. Yeah, we would expect some Nigerians in diaspora who would have whatever a communique a month or 6 months or 9 months, a timeline to come up with, okay, what strategy can we put in place to be able to send a communique either to this, what do you call it, the federal, the National Assembly, the junior, the House of Reps, or the Senate, depending on the individuals they might just start to work with, to be able to begin to pass a certain law, like diaspora voting, for instance, is something that, yes, you want to say, oh, if you can get an OB in, yeah, he would, as an executive, put up that proposal and then probably see it through and make sure it works through. we may not wait until we now get DOB. Because what I'm saying is, at the end of the day, we're all saying that it's not likely that the Supreme Court will really revert this electoral outcome. So the question is, what next after? Fine, we might wait until after that pronouncement. What are we going to see? Or is it will be like we hear the guys in Morgan Changara and Kenya issue? Oh, they'll come out and say, I do not accept this. And then you expect the Nigerians to go on the streets. If okay, she's no more here. Okay, she's still here. You're not going to get an average Nigerians that are really going through hardship from this government to go on the street to protest over the outcome of the Supreme Court, whatever. What will only make Nigerians to go on the street is you see the fuel increase or fuel pump price increase and anything that has to do probably with food, because that's where the the poor masses will really revolt. Yes, poor masses don't buy so much on fuel when it comes to spending something like uh, um, righteous man as case may be. But as we know, the dollar exchange rate now, naira pump price supposed to be about 1,000 per liter now, but government is now has introduced subsidy again because they kept pegging it at 600 or 580 NNPC cells now. If they allow it to go to 900 or 1K per liter is supposed to go, people will revolt. Labor and everybody, they've advised the government, so they are managing it. So, but even if at the end of the day, the Supreme Court do what is known that they will do, Nigerians are not going to go on the street, because if we go, the same police that that our police is not schooled, they are not trained to protect the citizens, rather they protect the organ and the madam. It's not like in UK, it's not like in US, so the way we saw what happened with George Floyd, the issue, people were on the streets. Even the president, because of elections, the man in White House now, he was on the street as well, because Trump was like, excuse me, what's going on here? So the environment we operate here is different. They've been able to gag the traditional media. And you guys shouldn't blame Abati that he's doing what he's doing. I keep saying it. Abati is not the same age with Rufai. Rufai is young. Rufai can leave Nigeria today, go to any other country and continue his job. Yes, Dr. Abati have gone on his career, and he's careful, how he criticizes the government. He started soft pedaling, and then people are now saying, start calling him some names that are not printable. But like the other Dele guy said, whoa, this incident has really exposes people for you to know the true nature of individuals. And I want to bring it down as I close to my Igbo brothers. When you want to vent with regards to this Tinubu, this or Yoruba people, remember that for an Obi to win Lagos, it is not even if 30% or 40% of Igbos that live in Lagos voted Tinubu, voted for Obi. Obi wouldn't have won Lagos with their number. There are other people from the north or south, or southwest that equally voted for Labour Party that made an Obi to win Lagos, more so in Abuja. So when you are criticizing the Yoruba chaps for supporting their brother, you should be able to also, as you are biased towards your own brother, also know that other people will equally be biased towards their own, no matter how minute that number is. The Baba from was the Yoruba cultural group, what they call that in Afenifere, the old man Adebanjo, he's been saying even before the election, when they were trying to do the hand across across the Niger and all that, kept on saying for equity, the North have been ruling over, since before, during the military and what have you. Fine, since 1999, OBJ was able to take it from the West and then the North, and then something happened. Jonathan came in. Now it went back to the North. Yeah, Buhari. There is now ideal time for so-called let's allow the East to take it. And you guys should know that this election was not rigged by Tinubu. Excuse my French. It was rigged by Mahmoud, but he was induced. So, like I referred to the bullion van thing that happened in during the election of Buhari, it was used to sponsor this thing. But because we do not have an institution where, like what happened in was it in Abia State, where the woman refused to
Sorry,
collect the
Francis,
money.
we can round up in the next minute. I've let
Yeah,
it go
so
on for 15
it's
minutes because you
about
waited for a
the
while.
the lack of strong institution we have, that people will not be able to stand firm. But it happened in Abia. The woman refused to pronounce the results they asked her to pronounce. When she gets to Abuja, she was able to release what do you call it, the what she has, and then the Labour Party man won. So such is what I want guys in diaspora to begin to think strategies, can work with people locally down here to get it done, or to have such things, you know, to have such systems and not keep ranting and talking about, what this person did. We've all known the issue, and it's not going to change. But what is the solution going forward? Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and let me just add something.
Are
Just
you in
hold on.
Nigeria?
Just hold on for a second. Righteous man, hold on. I think we have to try to be considerate of other people that are around us, and I may have to start timing now, because some people will just go for 15 minutes and they forget that some other person is sitting there waiting for them. And I prefer conversation to be flowing anyway. So, and sooner or later we have to start. I think after Eddie speaks and
I've not spoken.
then we can start going with a normal flow of conversation. Please, Eddie, go ahead.
Sorry, 1 second before Eddie speaks. Just 1 second. Mr. Osas, I see you in the background. You don't carry duvet, you don't carry pillow. One of the rules of the show, you can't be sleeping or lying down. That's why I've put you backstage a few times. So at least, even if you're relaxing on your sofa, slouching a bit, you can ignore it, but you don't carry duvet. Yes, it is small. You don't carry duvet, you don't carry pillow. So that's why I've not brought you on. So the minute you're sat up, I'll bring you in. I've seen that you've been here for a while. So we'd like to hear from you. It's not personal. It's just one of the rules of the show. Now that you're sitting down here, Eddie, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Exero was here before me. I'll just let him go ahead.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah,
Sorry about that, Exero. I missed that.
To clear that, what we do sometimes, Exero has spoken a few times. We'll keep that, but Exero has spoken a few times. It's because, Eddie, this is your first time coming on. But since you've seated your...
No, let him go ahead.
We'll let Exero
It's fine.
Yes, I like to state things clearly, because I believe we have gone past discussion now. I want us to be pragmatic about this whole situation and be holistic. Nigeria needs an overhaul. I believe it's high time we increase the tempo from the end SARS protest. We know what went wrong during the end SARS. Where are we going to get it right? One, the end SARS refused to produce a leader. That means in this struggle for our survival or for our freedom, we need a leader, or we need leaders from the north, south, east, and west. Every one of them should have an agreement, and then we will know that, okay, when the worst comes to us, we know who is leading. Because if we don't have a leader, what are we protesting for? We are protesting because if you don't have a leader, you are protesting. After a while, you get drained, you get fizzled out, and then the powers still continue. But you must have a leader so that you can take over, because what we are trying to do is take over. Occupy. Where are we going to occupy that's going to cede power? Niger Delta, all the guys there, they have their weapons. They are not interested in justice. They just say they are Niger Delta this, Niger Delta that. They are all interested in the oil money, and they are doing their private businesses. None of them is interested in justice. So the guys with the guns and everything that's supposed to be breaking pipeline and shutting down the country and sending all these rich fools out of the hinterland so that they'll leave they are busy collecting from them. And we know the people that are keeping Nigeria like this. There are those who have those oil blocks, who have mega empires in this country, keeping it like this. We need to occupy the places where they have to seek power. But who are going to lead? Not when they start from the west or the south, the northern ones say, no, we want it, we are not, we don't have any problem. Like during the NSAS, we saw some people say, no, we like the country is still good. You know, everyone has to understand, agree that we are all suffering. There's no, now that the fuel is not unaffordable, there's no Yoruba fuel or Hausa fuel. There's no Yoruba bread or Igbo bread. There's no Fulani rice. Everybody is jointly suffering. So that means it's a joint effort. Or are we trying to say, okay, let us go our separate ways? At this juncture, we know what's happening. CSU, everything joined together. This government is illegitimate. It's overdue for takeover. The military doesn't want to do anything. What are we going to do? That's my question. Who are going to lead this fight? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can I answer your question?
Let me take a stab at it first, or a shot at it. As they say, I don't know why we use all these phrases, these eternal phrases. See, if you want to change stuff, you have to start first. You have to start forging a kind of ideology, and the ideology has to have a nationalistic component because obviously it's for the whole nation. And the beauty of ideology is that it allows differing views to coalesce under one umbrella. And when you do that, then you can have a set of people start pushing that ideology forward. Before you know it, the environment will permit that ideology to take hold, if it is the right ideology for the nation. When it takes hold, the leadership will fall. I think recently, I didn't normally check it this way before. I tried to investigate how this is why I say Nigeria should be doing investigation. Investigate how people like Lenin came to power in Russia, and how Mao Zedong came to power. All those people, you start seeing that they have this type of discussions we're having. They start forming different camps, and then they form ideologies, and then from there, one of them come like the bourgeoisies in case of Lenin. Those were the ones that actually won the argument. And even if there were two camps that started off at first, the one broke away, and the one that broke away were a little bit more how do I put it, more liberal. But while the bourgeoisie that Lenin belongs to was a lot more strident, and they really they are very, very nationalistic. They want change quickly, and they don't want to slouch. They don't want to sit back to wait for change to happen. And that's the section Stalin also belongs. Stalin went on to start advocating that they should even attack government institutions just to change the country. So you can see how strongly some people feel when they want to change their country. They did all these things from overseas. Then when they went back to the country, the environment was right. The kingship was failing, and they took over. They took over the country, and they never looked back since then. And the same thing happened with this in China. You have to have that class that is willing to do the right thing. I'm not sure how bloody it was in Russia. I never really investigated that. I'm not sure it necessarily needs to be that bloody. It's just that when the right people are according to one of this narrative that they said, that the military people that were representing the monarchy in Russia, they knew Stalin was there. They knew Lenin was there. They were coming to take over. They didn't do anything because the people were on their side. Even the soldiers were on their side. They couldn't do anything to them because they had already won the argument. And that is the kind of idea you want to. There's a way you approach this thing that it will be a fait accompli. The leaders will know their time is up. Either they change or they make way. In the case of the Soviet Union, they had to make way. And the rest is history. So that's how I will look at it. If we band together, yeah, we can change the country quite I wouldn't say very, very quickly, but quite inevitably it will change. The elites, like it or not, the ones that are there. Please, I think Righteous Man wanted to add something to this.
Yes. The fastest way of us realizing a change in Nigeria is to make sure that people get more stock. That's the rate of poverty should increase, maybe up to 90%. Because black men, we can't, no. It looks like a laughing thing, but that's the reality. Until you push a black man to the wall, he will not act. Right here in Nigeria, religion is what dominates. If you go to church tomorrow, The pastor preaching will be telling you, trust God, you know, even if they are selling a liter of fuel 1,000 naira, what you should pray is that God should provide it for you and your family so that you'll be able to afford it without considering the next person. You know, the moment an individual is okay with his family, he doesn't consider the next person. So until poverty grips Nigerians to the extent that they can't breathe again, then that is when they don't need a leader. That is when everybody becomes a leader. And you see them on the street. Then the bourgeoisie or the elite will now know that it is no longer a joke. So it's poverty that will only push Nigerians to achieve that.
Thank you. Eddie.
All right.
Thanks for your patience.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to come on this platform. It's always nice to come here and be able to air your views. I've been listening to the show in the background, and I came in. I heard Francis say something about the killings in Nigeria just started. When he said it, I said no. In the past, in previous administrations, it used to be the killings of the political elites. They used to be assassinated. They used to assassinate themselves. You know, that's when they would come out. When somebody is feeling challenged, he will go out and send people to kill whoever he feels is challenging him. For one, look at our former Minister of Justice. He was killed till today with no answer to it. It only shifted from killing the political elite since they became friends with each other. Now they are pitting Nigerians against each other. Now you have people from the north killing whoever, people from the east killing whoever, because they don't want to kill themselves anymore. Like I said, they keep pitting the people against each other with tribal issues or religious issues. It's time for the people to wake up. Nigeria has a problem, right? I believe it can be solved, but these guys don't want to put their heads together to do it. They come here, they see what's going on. They go back to Nigeria. In order to keep power, they continue to impoverish the people with poverty. It's unfortunate. Okay, look at this petrol situation, for instance, the petroleum situation, for instance. The world has moved to a certain point now where we don't have to depend on petroleum products to actually move vehicles around, right? I know we have power situations in the country. Okay, if you cannot solve the power situation right now, develop places where you can actually have, electric vehicles be charged. You are talking of transportation. Transportation is what's causing inflation in that country today. Majorly would be the transportation of goods to and fro different parts of Nigeria. If you can solve that problem by putting electric vehicles in place, having charging stations where you can look at China. They use most of these things. Are you saying that we can't go there? Okay, even if we are saying we are too poor, go there and buy some of these vehicles. Put it into the system. It will reduce the cost of living. But Nigerians, the leaders won't do that. All they think about is how to steal, how to just, put their cronies in power, in positions. I'll give an example. Look at the National Assembly. A bloated government. There's so many people in there. They're not doing nothing. The speaker, deputy speaker, they have the speaker on his own has about 500 people who he can employ as workers under him. To do what? Deputy speaker, about 400. What are they doing with those amount of people? We are running a bloated government. You borrow monies to pay staff. You think it's madness. How long will Nigeria sustain itself that way? Go again back to the petroleum products. We say, okay, we have refineries. We can't put the refineries in order. We are giving Dangote the right to build refineries. If Dangote can build refinery wherever he's building it, why can't Nigeria build it? Why can't we even have it? Why can't we put those refineries in order to make it work? You know why? Because the people in power, they know once it starts working, right, you are taking money out of their pockets. And that's where the problem is. We have leaders who do not care about the people. Then they start to pit Nigerians against each other. Then we start to fight. Oh, he said this about Mohammed. Yeah? He is from the north. This is not how we solve problems. We need to stay focused. Again, transportation in Nigeria is where where our problem starts when it comes to inflation. If we can transport people to and fro, goods back and forth with low cost, things will drop. We don't have to depend on petroleum products all the damn time. We can solve these problems, but we have people in power who are greedy. They have stolen the country blind. Once they see that, okay, we have a government in power for 4 years now. Once they see that, oh, okay, let's say they lose elections. Immediately they know they've lost the election, they will clear out the accounts. Take the monies away, let the next government come and solve the problem. How do we move forward that way? It's just unfortunate. It's really unfortunate. Sometimes I sit down and I wonder, where are we going to that country? When I talk to people in Nigeria, they tell me, oh, dollar is this amount. Man, Nigeria is heading to nowhere. At the rate we're going. At the rate we're going. Anyway, that's my little submission I want to put in. And one more thing. I hear you said you're in Georgia, right? Yeah, if you have the time, maybe we can meet up so that we can discuss Nigerian issues. Don't go there.
Oh my God!
All along we are talking. We are looking that direction.
Bro, this is have your say. It's hard to say. You can't stop a man from having a say.
Sarah, don't
My
put
sister,
your mouth.
my sister,
Sarah, don't put your mouth in it. Just stay away.
My sister,
Leave this here alone.
when you guys are meeting,
if he's capable.
If
he's capable.
You are not invited. Just me and his discussion.
I was
when
looking,
you guys are meeting,
he was looking like this. I say, what is why this guy looking this way?
When you guys are meeting, please consider going to Chicago State University. Please, we need a result there, please.
Anyway, sorry, just to add to what Eddie said, I know, the government have talked about CNG, which should be a lot cheaper to run because we have gas in abundance. These are the sort of things you expect. And this has nothing to do with whoever is in charge. It's not against Tinubu or Buhari, but it's just the political elite in general. Do they even care? Because this CNG should have been thought about. If Buhari had started it and Tinubu is finishing it off, it makes it easier. But Tinubu is now starting it and they're saying it might not come into effect until next year. Well, we have abundance of gas and gas should be cheap. Now, cooking gas is 1,000 per kg. In that same Nigeria where we say we have abundance of gas. It's just wicked, sheer wickedness.
It's more than now.
They will give it 1,000 excuses as to why this is happening, as to why people I saw people in the comment section saying, these people also on the platform, and maybe some other people in the comment that they will cry for 80 years. And you begin to wonder, so that you can say you won, or why? So your fellow Nigerians will cry for 8 years. They said they cried like that under Buhari. Sorry, are the APC people buying gas cheaper, like Eddie said? Are they buying gas cheaper? So when you say people will cry for 8 years, you think it's only the obedience or the PDP people that are suffering. Nigerians are suffering, but it's almost like you don't care. My party won. You people will see. You see, they said it before election, lessons will be learned. Lessons will be learned. Threatening your fellow Nigerians that they will learn the hard way. Of what benefit is it to you that your party is in power and the people are crying?
That is the division I talk about. That is the division I talk about, where they just divide the country so that they can continue to share it amongst themselves. What is a speaker doing with 500 staff? What is he doing with it? To make it worse,
the best way of saying this is, did you see the video of Wike cooking? That nonsense video. 2 men are cooking, and you had about 20 other grown men there laughing, giggling. Those are the people they will call their special assistant to this, special assistant to that. And they're saying we're broke. If 2 men are cooking, who are those other hangabouts? Like 20 of them, grown men in the kitchen. What's your job? They will tell you special advisor on this, special assistant on that, and they will come and tell us we're broke.
Most of them are even ghost workers. Most of them give them questions and they don't even show up. Sure. Nobody asks any question, nothing.
Sure.
That's why I say we are long overdue for occupying.
Yes, go on.
Are you aware that things are not getting better politically? Are you aware that Oba, he has decamped this party that brought him to APC? Now tell me how Nigeria is going to work.
And you know, I think I read somewhere that Uba has a case. He has a court case coming up in the next few weeks. But you know that Oshiomhole said once you join APC, your sins are forgiven. So he's a smart man.
Okay, there you go. Institutions
He's a
that are
smart
supposed
man.
to work. You have people in power telling you, oh, once you come to us, don't
Your
worry
sins
about
are
your
forgiven.
government. How do you deal with it? How?
You know, so who's next? Clifford is gone. Concerns. I'll let you speak. Then we'll
Chin,
go
are
to
you a comrade? Chin.
Jim you don't cut and
are you a comrade?
Anyway, don't worry. Let me allow Concern talk. I'll talk about that when I come.
because Concern hasn't spoken much. Don't worry, Jim. We'll come back to you.
Thank you, Osho, for allowing me to hear my views.
No
and
problem.
thank you all of everybody there. What is happening in Nigeria is a matter of hatred, ethnicity, and also those who believe that they own Nigeria. Those who believe that they own Nigeria don't want them, as long as they don't want Nigeria to change. Today, we know what's happening in the oil wells. Who are those who are having the oil wells in Nigeria? Are mostly the Hausa Fulanis. They are having the oil wells. With what is this one they call the richest African man or richest black man. The richest black man, what is helping him? Because the government is corrupt. So he wants to remain in that corrupt system to continue to enrich himself. Today, the Hausas
Sorry,
are in control.
concerns. 1 second. Sorry, I muted everybody because I was hearing a feedback or echo. I wanted to be sure it wasn't you, so I muted everybody, but I can still hear the echo. So if you have another device, maybe you have YouTube on, close YouTube, and you carry on StreamYard. We can hear echo.
Okay.
Thank you.
So today, the Yorubas believe that because Tinubu is there, they are in charge of the government. They are not.
I don't believe that.
Let me finish.
Okay, go on.
If what they're having today is appointments, but those who are controlling the government and control the system is the Hausas, the Fulanis. That hegemony that is still there in Nigeria, that's the system. Because if those people want Nigeria to change today, they don't know what to do. Immediately they set their people on to go and start protesting in the north today. You see that the government will change immediately. So that let us all of us know that in mind. You see, the East cannot protest anymore. Because if the East go to the street to protest today, they'll be killed. If the Yorubas are noted for protesting, why did the Jonathan go? Why did they chase away Jonathan? Because they believe they're not in government. So that's why. And now today they believe they're in the government, so they cannot protest. So whatever this Tinubu does, they will support him. Mostly, majority of them. A majority of the Yoruba elites believe that they are in government today. That is why somebody like Falana, Shoyinka, all of those people, all of those Yoruba elites, they're not talking anything about this government. They're not criticizing this government because they believe that this is Yoruba turn. Even though it was not them that supported Tinubu at initial time, it wasn't them. The people who brought Tinubu at initial time was these Hausa governors, these Fulanis, because they believe that Tinubu has many baggages which they can control. And they know that Tinubu cannot do anything, can never help the country. As long as Tinubu is there, it's still the Hausa Fulanis that are still in government. The same thing that happened when Jonathan was there, the same thing that happened when Obasanjo is there, the same thing going to happen today. And the same thing that's happening when Buhari is there, the same thing that's going to happen. That's why there's no insecurity in Nigeria today. If this government, if for example, APC was changed, a new person comes in there, I don't think Fulanis will still be the Minister of Defense and so on and so. They cannot. But because in the same way they plan this in, this man, you're gonna be there, and whatever we say is what we're gonna do. That is why things are still the way it is in Nigeria today. Why are they killing the Benue people? Why are they killing the Plateau people? Why are they killing the Igbos? Because they believe that these people are more intelligent, or those that want to make Nigeria better. That is why they are killing them. And again, this issue of the foundation of Nigeria, this is what Buhari started, and that is why they handle this. They give this government to Tinubu because of this issue of Muslim. Before they can, if they continue like this, they will reduce the Benue people because they know the Benue people are very strong. Plateau people are very strong. They will reduce them. And when another northern man will come in, it's going to be over for the Christians. Whether you like it or not, whether you believe or don't believe. That is what they are planning to do. Now, for the issue of this, what they call this man, this Tinubu and certificate. You see, the thing is that nobody talking about the certificate anymore. Doesn't help. Why did Atiku go to CSU? It's because the certificate that Tinubu submitted at what they call it at the INEC. That was the bone of contention, and he has found out that that certificate was fake. So we are telling ourselves again that Tinubu, whether he went to school there, it's not why he went there. We know that whether Tinubu went there or Tinubu went there, but the problem is that the certificate submitted at the INEC was not original certificate; it was fake. So we go talking about that again is just wasting our time. For the Supreme Court, it's unfortunate that people have been captured. So if we are expecting much from them, I don't know. Because I think they're going to toe the line of presidential tribunal. That's the line they're going to toe. Because even when you listen to most of those who come to comment at Arise and all the rest, like Abati was only emphasizing whether they will accept this new evidence, whether they'll accept new evidence. A man like that, I believe he overgrown his senses. Instead of him to talk about how Nigeria can be good, he's only talking about how APC continue to rule, whether the Supreme Court will accept. What is that? That's not supposed to be his problem. Rufai and other lady was talking about what this man did was wrong, but Abati was only talking about whether they will support, whether they will accept, whether they accept it. That is not where the problem lies. The problem lies is for you to condemn what Tinubu did that is wrong. It's not about the Supreme Court to accept it. So we're talking about Supreme Court every time. We're talking about the issue of that is, I think that one is settled. Tinubu, and from when you hear from other people, you can believe that Tinubu didn't go to that school. That's that thing. This thing which went on the what they call that certificate or what which she used and they entered into that school was for a woman. That was for a woman. So Tinubu did not go to that school. But that is not the bone of contention. Bone of contention is the certificate is submitted at INEC. It's fake. And it has proven that it's fake. So let us, I believe, let me honestly speaking, I watch you people every day. Sometimes I come in to contribute my own quota. But if you're talking about those who love Nigeria, it's you people that bring out your time. You people are, honestly speaking, God will continue to bless you people because you people are living whatever you're going to do. Some people are now enjoying, drinking, dancing. They don't care about Nigeria. But the people who care about Nigeria more is you people that every time bring out your time here to talk about how the country can be good. If those people in Nigeria or those leaders
you're muted. Okay.
Hello?
Yeah, go on.
If those people in Nigeria want Nigeria to be good, they know what to do, and Nigeria be good. But when some people say, let's divide, if today Nigeria is divided, can you tell me that many Yorubas will support Tinubu to be the president? It can never happen. But they believe that it's a time now that the Hausas have taken their own share, let the Yorubas take their own share. But again, they refuse to understand that. What if another Hausa comes in tomorrow, after 4 years, after 8 years? Where would they be? What will happen? And these appointments that are given to some of these Yorubas, it is not appointment for the Yoruba people to progress. It's appointment for those individuals to progress.
Facts.
The Buhari that gave appointment to his people, what happened? They not still poor. Are they not poor today? They are poor. So all these appointments, the finance minister, it doesn't help anything. It cannot help anybody. Even though what they call it, a Benin man comes in today and goes into and begins putting Benin Bendelites, it's not going to help all the whole Bendel people, because it is still there. Those families that are going to gain, not the hope, not Bendelites are going to gain. So let Yoruba people bear this in mind, that if what today they are cooking that Tinubu is this, Tinubu is Bedebes, if we don't know what the outside people are going to bring, they are going to be even bring, they may even bring Guru Maharaji to rule Nigeria. And then when they bring him, what did the Yoruba say? What did the South say? So that is why it's very, very bad to support evil. If Tinubu was somebody that is good today, somebody who has a bit of integrity, honestly speaking, everybody will go for him. Everybody, every Nigerian will go for him. But the kind of man they bring, and now they're supporting him, they don't know that these people, these houses, they put a trap for them, and they are into that trap now. To go out is difficult. To go out, to come in is nothing. So that's what I'm saying this night. Let us continue to hope and pray that we're going to work hard. We continue to work hard, and for those in Nigeria, it's better if people know what to do. Go and protest. Go and protest. Nobody dies in protest. Even if 1 or 10 or 20 are died and the country becomes better, it is better than
who will take care of our families? No, who will take care of?
All right.
Are you alive? The other day you complain that it's better to die than to. It's better for you to go out than to stay there. You are talking about people are dying every day. These people they took in Benue State and the massacre yesterday. If they are protesting and they kill in protest and Nigeria become good, it could not be better for us. That could have been better for us. So let us think about towards that line. We have to protest and see that the country be good. People made countries to be good. 1 person or 100 people or 1,000 people. With the one Nigeria today, if 1,000 people are killed and Nigeria become good, it's better for us. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Constance.
Can we ask him questions?
No. It's not our guest now.
Ask me a question. Ask me, no problem. Ask me.
Please, from what you just said, you talked about the Yorubas and you mentioned some tribes. Please, I wanted to know, per capita,
yeah,
who are the poorest ethnic groups in Nigeria? Per capita. And per capita, do you see the Igbos doing well?
I don't think we need to reduce all these conversations to ethnicity.
No, because he was saying because he was saying that. That's why, because he was mentioning, because I don't believe.
Yeah, okay, so he has aired his views. We can come in and constructively counter those views, which is one of the things I'm waiting to do.
I didn't want to counter him. I just wanted to.
Let me tell you. That's why I told you that Yorubas that are supporting this government today, they're not supporting this government today because it's their own government. Because at the end of the day, it's those that are given appointments that are going to survive. Those that don't have appointments are still going to be the status quo. You understand?
Okay, Concern, thanks.
So it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Okay, so
all right, thanks,
so, Concern, I hear you, Concern. I understand your emotions, and at such a time like this, our emotions will necessarily get heightened. But that being said, I don't think it's right to reduce. This is not a Yoruba planned government. Let's be very clear about that.
My brother, right I said before that it was not the Yorubas initial time that brought to Buhari to Tinubu. No,
hold on. Okay,
it was the But today, let me tell you, my brother. Today, whenever you talk anything about this Tinubu, they refer to Obi. So that shows you that many of them, and look at me, let me tell you, if the Yorubas want to do something today, I know the Yorubas have power. The Yorubas are educated. They know what to do. But today they can't protest. Tell me now, which Yoruba man is talking against Tinubu?
Okay, Concern. We can go on and on and on. I don't want us to go that route.
I want to ask you, which Yoruba elite today? Which Yoruba
I'm about to. Okay, hold on now. Let me speak.
Let him answer you, Concern.
Let me speak. Let me speak. Hold on. Let me speak. So, number one, let's not forget that the guy who took an initial bullet for Obi is a man from Ogun State who they had to go and fish out his previous ills. What's that man's name? Dr. Okupe. Dr. Okupe is a Yoruba man. Number two, the guy who has, I can tell you that Labour's current DG, what's that his name? Please, guys, remind me, please. I forget his name. Oshuchokun. That guy does not have a stomach. He has no stomach for Tinubu. You guys know this. He does not like Tinubu for anything. Now, what's his name? Adebanjo who is a Yoruba man. The guy is not even missing words about it. And then on top of that, we have
Mr. Chima, let me tell you. When
Hold
I mean Yorubas,
no,
I don't
we
mean
can't
all
have a
Yorubas.
conversation
I mean
like this. No.
Show
You guys need to do something about this. We can't have a conversation like this.
I didn't mean all the whole Yorubas. I mean about 8 to 9%
Hold on
Yoruba
now. You have spoken. Hold on. You have spoken. Hold on. So that it can be. See, I have nothing against what you have said per se, but I just disagree. No, listen. I didn't say you're saying all Yorubas. I'm even saying let's not even bring it down to a Yoruba issue. It's not right. It's unfair for, I know, let me tell you, I've said this on this platform. Yes, Obi may have gotten 100% of votes in the Southeast, but if you take it from the quantitative analysis level and look at the volume of votes each group gave him, Edo State, not a Yoruba state, people in Edo State carry this thing on their head. They carry this Obi matter in their head than any group. Or is it the middle belt, they play two people? So the same way in Lagos, there are a lot of Yoruba people that suffered because they wanted to vote for Obi, and people like MC Oluomo and his group try to block them. Yes, this thing that is going on is this is my view. I believe that Tinubu's political group played an ethnic card. They played an ethnic card, and there will be gullible people involved. Ojus Okalo supported Tinubu. Ojus Okalo is from Abia State. Omahi supported Tinubu. Omahi is from Ebonyi State. And there are lots of other people. What's that woman's name? Onochie, that is constantly bashing Tinubu. Onochie is not a Yoruba woman. You understand? The lady
that's prostitute. You're talking about that prostitute. Or that Olosho.
I don't even want to go there.
That one is a useless woman. Okay. The don't want Nigeria to be good. It's a very useless woman.
But she's a useless Igbo woman.
Okay, but the point is this.
It doesn't matter. No, whether it's Igbo, it doesn't matter. It's a very useless Olosho woman. It's a stupid woman.
Okay, so concern. Okay, you are entitled to your opinion.
I've
but the thing is this: we lose the national narrative when we reduce everything to ethnicity. I have said it on this platform, and it sounds like it. If you present Dr. Akinwumi Adesina now, and you bring Dave Umahi, I will not. Before I used to say Ojus Okalo, there's no point bringing Ojus Okalo in this conversation. And again, if you bring Dave Umahi and bring Akinwumi, I won't vote for Dave Umahi. That's my level of understanding of what Nigeria needs. So I don't want us to reduce this thing. This is exactly concern. What you're doing now is exactly what Tinubu's camp want you to do. They want it to be brought down to this level, rougher, ethnicity, religion. That's where they thrive. That's where they thrive. But if people are sensible enough, stay above this thing. David Faro, to me, who's been out there every day, is a non-Yoruba man.
Daily Momodu does like a daily podcast now, or whatever you want to call it.
In fact, that guy uses some languages that are sometimes I'm saying, I was like, this man, what are you saying? So let's not bring this thing. My view for me personally is that our elites are in cahoots. Our elites are working together, whether it is Igbo, Yoruba, wherever they come from. Listen, when it suits them, okay, let me give you an illustration. When the late Francis Arthur Nzeribe was still active in politics, Arthur Nzeribe was among those who said Chiuba Okadibo was being removed from office. Do you know why they removed Chuba Okadibo? What for Atom Zeribe, his own argument? Though. I'm not saying Okadibo did not offend, but do you know what his argument was? He spoke in Igbo. He said there were contracts given, and Benga, his father used to be a professor of economics and was minister. They are from Ekiti State. Try to remember Benga something. He used to Senator Benga. What's his father's name? His father was a minister under Abacha's government. Anyway, he said that guy was given a lot of contracts and no Igbo man benefited. And then when they were talking, he asked Okadibo in Igbo language, I will say it the way he said it. He said, Okadibo, ndi Igbo ole ketere. How many Igbo people got a share in this thing? So for him, it was not even that what Okadibo did was wrong. Can you see? There was nothing about that. So it wasn't a case of, oh, if there was a sharing of contracts that were wrong, this is wrong. It was that, okay, you shared the wrong contract and no Igbo person got a share. Can you see how these guys operate? So while for me personally, my grounds with Tinubu is this guy acquired a certificate that I worked hard to go to school, spend 4 years, spend 2 years, spend how many years to get, and he's trolling and bringing a forged one, and people are supporting him. That's for me, that's my grounds. And since our law says you are not supposed to present fake certificates, that is my grounds. My grounds is not that Tinubu is a Yoruba man. If you bring a clean Yoruba man, not perfect, but at least based on our values, he is clean enough. I may have my differences on policy. I will not have a problem with him that he's the president of Nigeria. That is my issue. So let's not reduce this. This is exactly what these guys want us to do. And it's a divide and rule tactics that has worked severally. Let's not fall for that narrative because it's very, for sometimes imagine a Yoruba man who is supporting Obi or he's in obedience and he hears what you're saying. There's this, I mean, listen, we are first and foremost our ethnic group before we become Nigerian. So Chief Buffalo Nwolo said it that he's first a Yoruba man before he becomes a Nigerian. That's the truth. So there's always that sentiment when you are bashing any group and they feel this is unjust or unfair. You are going to lose their sympathy unless the person has shown a transcendent level of understanding for them to be able to look beyond, whatever you're saying that may be offensive and say, irrespective of this, I will stand on what is right. Then to electricity and to development in Nigeria, I think, why do we have a centralized system of this kind of service? Everywhere, I live in Canada. Some people are using hydro. Some people are using coal. Some people are using other things. Why does it have to be, if it is gas, I don't even know what is our major source of energy in Nigeria. Is it gas? Is it Kainji? Is it water? What is it? Why can't we decentralize these things very well? If there is enough water to use in Shiroro and Kainji to run the entire north, let's keep the power generated from Shiroro, use it to power the north. I'm okay with that. If we have enough gas, let's use the gas to power the south. Or if there's something else we can use to power the southwest and then separately to power maybe the south and southeast, let's do that way and save ourselves this nonsense we are creating. This centralized system of, the federal government will hold everything and now start liberalizing it. And then, it's not working. And for as long as we continue to run our system this way, we are harming ourselves. We cannot industrialize. Our people will be in darkness. Small scale businesses cannot grow. Sometimes I don't know how our leaders think. I think that some very things that for me personally are very basic. I see these things and I'm like, who do us this thing like Rudolph would say? Who did this to us? Why are we punishing ourselves? The same argument I've made when it came to seaport. We have multiple seaports in Nigeria that we work and make life easy for our businessmen and our importers. But we want to concentrate everything in Tinkan Island. And it's not working, and we are bent on doing it. Yes, I know somebody will say it's a government policy, but personally, I think sometimes there's some individual policies involved in this thing intended to punish certain people. I keep saying it. I haven't seen any nation that punishes itself. I haven't seen it. I live in Canada here. Just yesterday, the Supreme Court of Canada ruled that there's a policy that Justin Trudeau put in place. They ruled it null and void. Because Alberta, where I live, that policy has been affecting them. Alberta is an oil province. And they said this, they've gone to court, and the Supreme Court says the federal government is wrong, that they should change that policy. They're going to change it because it's been shutting down oil pipelines, and Alberta thrives on oil jobs. That is how a nation runs.
That's because they have strong institutions.
Sorry? Exactly. So that's what I'm saying. Thank you very much, Eddie. Let's build our institutions to function. Let's focus on doing all those things. Let's focus on, say, for instance, and this is my last point, and then the next person can take over. While it is a president's job to appoint attorney general, appoint FBI, but you know that in a place like the United States, the moment you appoint that person, it becomes difficult to remove him unless that person offends. Because the attorney general, once the president is accused of any wrongdoing, is the same attorney general that will institute an independent panel to investigate you. And at that point, you can't remove him. It becomes difficult. If you remove him, they will suspect that something fishy is happening. But in Nigeria, once our president appoints somebody, he begins to manipulate the person like a yo-yo to dangle and do his bidding. The person cannot be independently do their policies, they run their ministries or whatever. We need to build an institution. EFCC chairman should be strong enough, one appointed, to, without fear or favor, if the president's son offends, the EFCC chairman will find him guilty and fine him. Until we build these institutions, we're just going to keep having problems. And then people like Concerns will be angry. You understand? And so I want us to look at it from this perspective. We don't have institutions, and that's one of our problems.
Well, concerning your last point, right? Concerning the last point, the way you phrased it, even in the US, I used to believe they had strong institutions until we had Trump come to power. Trump was able to manipulate. He was able to manipulate those institutions to bend to his will because he knew how to do it. I guess that's the same thing that's happening in Nigeria. It's just that Nigeria, we don't check it at all. Over here, even with the check they have.
Brother, don't compare US with Nigeria. Don't compare US with Nigeria. That's where you're getting it wrong. You can't compare US with institutions here. No.
Why do you say so?
No, you can't. You can't. America is different from Nigeria. You can't even compare Nigeria with even South Africa or even Namibia, even Botswana. No, Nigeria is a different ball game.
Why not? Because we are not human beings like them.
Thank you, Shola.
Concerns. Are the Americans, are they not human beings? Do they have two heads?
They are one, but they are strong institutions, but it's difficult to manipulate the institution here. It's not here we are. It's not here we are. You are in Georgia, I'm also here. It's difficult to manipulate this thing here in America. It's difficult. Even Trump tried, but he couldn't.
It's difficult to manipulate the process, but I'm saying he manipulated the institutions. He manipulated the institutions. You can't.
I don't think I agree. I don't think I agree. Remember, Eddie, the guy who instituted the what is it against Trump was his attorney general. He couldn't stop it. But in fact,
don't compare America with Nigeria.
But he was able to get them he was able to push them off some things they were going after, like his taxes. He didn't want anybody to look at it.
No, the taxes have nothing to do. No, sorry. So Eddie, what you need to understand is this: if you go to court and the judges rule in your favor, that's the judiciary. He did not manipulate anything. He went to court.
You can't manipulate. It's difficult.
You can't manipulate it.
No. Before he went to court, when this guy Mueller was when Mueller was investigating him with the Russian affair.
Yes,
they wanted to look at his taxes. He told them. There was comment. He said that is his red line. He doesn't want them to go to step. And with that, they kind of step back. No, I followed.
I don't think that's correct. I don't think that's correct.
I know what I'm saying. Google check is online.
All right,
but anyway, on a lighter note, so those who have been asking about my beret, that's for the fact that you're asking. That's why I wore it.
Which color are you flying? Now, this one that you're wearing red, me too, I'm wearing red.
Which color are you flying?
That's why I want them to make this inference. I know, you see, Nigerians, we know how to anything. Which flag is it flying? That's why I wore it, just to create that. You go ask prior today.
I'm going to mention two things quickly before I sign out, and the forefathers would take us into the early morning.
Why are you signing out now?
Forefathers will carry on. It's 1:45. He has energy, me. 1 a.m. I'm done. I'm just going to mention two things quickly. I know a few people have raised in the comment section because that's where I belong, really. Sometimes I come and play with the big men on this panel. In the comment section, people have mentioned that a particular gentleman has been blocked.
Big man.
They say a particular gentleman has been blocked or banned or something. Tim Ajek, someone who contributes a lot, very popular in the comment section, and is sends super chat from time to time. I'm just putting this out there. I didn't block him. I've never blocked anyone. Rudolph does not believe in blocking anyone. Forefathers, I said it many times, he does not think anyone should be blocked. Let them say what they like. So, between the three of us, I can tell you categorically no one has blocked him or blocked anyone. Now, I know that particular gentleman has had issues. Pardon? I know that particular gentleman has had a run-in with electricity. When electricity hosts his midweek shows, I would watch. I wouldn't comment or join the platform. I can't join on Monday, then join on Saturday. So I would watch sometimes, and I've seen that electricity. I've told him a few times, I'm going to block you permanently. You stop calling me Mumu. You call everybody Mumu. So we would find out from electricity if he was the one who's done it. But just to clear the air, because people think we banned him or there's an agenda, I didn't even know until today. And I know Tone is very, he has a lot of issues with the people in the comment section. And he said somebody who was defending him was blocked today. And I'm thinking, how? So maybe YouTube, all these things would figure it out and come back and let you know what's actually happening. But no one has blocked anyone. What I advise people to do, which I've done, is on my YouTube, not StreamYard now, when I'm on YouTube just listening, there are people who spam, who be sending the same thing 1,000 times. You do that once, I click on your name and I block you. I will never see your comment again. And there are one or two people in this comment section for Dr. Damage's show that I blocked not because they say they support you. I don't even know who they support, but their comment is not, it doesn't make sense to me. It's almost like there's something going on there. So I've blocked people.
This claps out. Who's just going on with all his?
If there's someone that some of them attack me, I don't mind. But when you're not making sense, I just block you. So I never see your comment. In fact, this particular person I blocked, I forgot they exist until I see people typing their name to say, what are you saying? Then I'll be like, oh, this person actually used to exist. So block people who are disturbing you. You never see their comment. How hard can that be? If it's an issue, just click their name and block it.
Don't block anybody. They can say whatever they want to say. That's
exactly. But what I'm saying is, if it bothers you that much, if there are a group of people or one person that bothers you, my advice, personal, click the person's name, tap on it, and block. Problem solved. But in terms of blocking people as a channel, we haven't blocked anyone that I know of. We'll speak to electricity and find out. I don't have his contact. Rudolph will do that and find out if he's blocked anyone. What are the reasons? Is it valid reasons and all of that? So that's what I wanted to say. And one last thing, that Tone mentioned that FBI are going to drop some smoking guns. I don't expect it. I think people should manage the expectations with this FBI thing, because if I'm America, if I'm the US, I would redact what I would release. They said they have 70,000 pages on Tinubu, which doesn't bother some people. It's cool. What's the big deal? Like, they have notes on me or they have notes on you. But for some people, that's fine. Nigeria's president gets filed with FBI, 70,000 pages. They said they will release 2,500. Drip, drip, drip. 500 per month. They are teasing all of us as an entity. Shame, no, they catch people. Fine. Yeah. I think what they will do is they will redact what they will release, but just to let Tinubu know that, assuming they have something that, damaging or incriminating, they will release a little just to let him know that we can actually mess you about. So you have to play ball. Whatever we want you to do. Because if I'm America, that's what I'll do.
I thought they wanted to use him.
Yeah, I would seriously doubt. I would seriously doubt if the FBI would do that, because they wouldn't want to cause instability in some parts of the world. If they say they would do it, if they say it will be done, maybe I haven't heard of it.
Oh, they started from October. 500 pages.
They would do it. It's not only FBI. Even IRS also said they would do it. 500
pages every month. What show is saying is that it's going to be an empty document. There will be nothing.
Seriously, because I don't think they want to cause
certain things.
But they have 70,000 pages on Tinubu. FBI have 70,000 pages worth of document on him. It's not hearsay. It's not social media nonsense. This is official. So they said out of the 70,000, they would only release 2,500. And those 2,500, they would release 500 pages each month, starting from October. Our president, they will be
on what exactly?
Show.
Sorry, what exactly? That's what I'm trying to
So,
understand.
It's
so
drug
is that
dealings
the running with the law in the US? Is that the running with
These
the
are
law in the
repetitions.
US?
But
Pardon?
show. What do you think? What do you think the American government will want to achieve?
That's exactly what I'm saying. They're not going to do that. It's going to destabilize that part of the
Achieve by
world.
what? There was subpoena. Some people requested it. Freedom of information. Freedom
No,
of
I know.
information. Some
I know. I
Nigerians-
mean,
wait. Some Nigerians requested it. FBI said they wouldn't release it. They went to court, and the court subpoenaed them to release it.
Hyundai, that's this guy, David Hyundai, or what? He's the one that took them to.
Yeah. So go on, Xero. What's your question?
Yeah. So they'll be releasing some 2,500 documents of empty pages of empty or redacted documents.
That's what I think.
Yes, I know. Showing Tinubu, because they've already called Tinubu from the White House when they wanted him to invade Nigeria. So my question is, what would they now, after releasing these things, putting fear in Tinubu, what would they now want? What are they likely to use
You are
Tinubu
saying
to
what I'm saying. I said those who are expecting smoking guns, manage your expectations. They're not going to give you anything. They'll give you blank paper. It'll be redacted. But anyway, on that note, I'll leave you to it. Paul, good to see you. I'll leave you to it. Forefathers, have a wonderful show. I'll keep watching on
Thank
YouTube.
you.
But me, I'm shutting down for the day.
Thank you. This is show.
No problem, brother.
Yeah, I think the question Eddie was asking about Trump, because he was able to keep his record, even if they were investigating him out of their hands for throughout the time he was in office.
Yeah.
And that was very puzzling for me. That how is it that you can't even reach? It's such a rich man's tax returns. You can't find it out publicly. That is really strange. But you know, we just assume that the West don't have their own peculiarity. They do. They do have their own peculiarities that indicates elitism. You know, it's something that the poor man will not get away with. They will get away with it quite easily. It's the nature of capitalism. When you have a capitalist system, if one side has more money, they will be able to get it. It's not because they necessarily cheat. They know how to navigate the constitution better than you. They have lawyers. They don't have to cheat to even succeed in doing that. So I think who is next? I don't know who hasn't spoken.
Another thing I want to say about.
I want to go to bed, please. They have seized our lights. I want to sleep, please. Can I make
all
my
right?
last submission?
Yeah. Go ahead, righteous man. You know, you are really pulling our Nigerian list in chains here. You know, you because you are in Nigeria. But it's all good. Go ahead.
No, but okay. Let me remove the torchlight I'm using. You will see that it will be dark.
There's no power.
That's what I'm telling you. They've seized the light.
Okay. Please go ahead. Oh God, Nigeria.
So, you better come back.
I'm using CNG now. I've transitioned now, like everyone else. Go ahead.
So my question is this: though show just left, I wanted to ask him a simple question. If the 2,500 documents they want to release on Tinubu has nothing to offer, nothing tangible, then why would they be releasing 2,500? Again, why will FBI and other agencies have that kind of amount of documentation on an individual?
No,
is
that's
it
what
how
they
it
do.
operates
No, that's
in
what they do.
America? If there is nothing smoking,
that's what they do. They have intelligence on most of the governments around the world. That's what they do.
No, what I'm saying, if there is nothing smoking, why would they keep that?
I'm sure there's something smoking, but they wouldn't want to put it out there because they wouldn't want to destabilize this part of the Nigerian.
Eddie, let me broker it to him so that they understand this implication where we are right now. If you think FBI has how many 100 or 1,000-page document on the Tinubu, think about what Google, Facebook, and Instagram, all of them have on all of us. We don't understand what they have. Our lives in their hands, our lives, our secrets, everything. We've submitted it to them. What we have done to ourselves, we don't even know how deep it runs. But we are worried about what FBI has got. They take information about anybody that they believe has potential to wield influence in any country. They are probably monitoring Dr. Damages himself. So it's like that with these things.
Right.
Okay.
You may not know, but they keep information, right? Virtually all the governments in the world.
Yeah.
Yeah, Chin, I was asking you, I'm the one that asked you about the beret you were putting. I said, are you a comrade?
I'm a comrade of Jesus Christ.
Oh God.
All right, there was one other thing I wanted to say, forefathers.
Which comrade do you want to hear now? Forefather, which other comrade do you want to hear? I'm the comrade of Jesus Christ.
I thought you want to
saw that
represent for
beret,
the ones that are wearing the red berets.
when I saw that red, I was thinking something else. That was why I asked you. But anyway,
okay, I'm not going to ask you what you're thinking.
No, don't ask me. There's no need.
By the way, the last man that wore that beret is still answering questions. You know, Showore is still having court cases
for wearing beret.
It's carrying out. You don't know the Showore movement.
So,
is it for wearing beret? Sorry, exterior. Is it for wearing beret?
The last man that wore beret is still having court case.
Okay. Where I live, I'm allowed to wear beret. I'm allowed to wear camouflage. I can even have a camouflage painted car. Nobody disturbs me. So maybe I need to thank God I'm in that environment.
You need to thank God.
So I will be saying good night to all of you because it's 4 minutes to 1 a.m. in Nigeria. That's early Sunday morning. So good night to every one of you.
Good night, righteous man. You did try, eh? You did try.
Thank you for joining us, righteous man. We appreciate you coming over, to join us.
It's doing well in Nigeria.
Wait, forefather, you are owing me data. You promised me data.
Well, I promise you data. I don't have any way of reaching it. Don't worry, I will speak to Dr. Damage. Damage is very hard to get a hold of, I have to go through Dr. Damages.
From you. Don't play robo
I'll not be robo man. Don't worry. You never know. I might be. You can't be sure. Don't worry. I'll get you to come to you sooner or later. Yeah. Take care.
Bye. Yeah, bye.
Thank you for joining us. Yeah, I think I would just want it to be a more free discussion and about current affairs and how it relates to us. Because one of the things I noticed about what the Hamas people did that I really thought about, I said, you know what? These people, they went and did what they did, knowing full well what Israel is going to do to their people and to them. And they did it anyway. Because their calculation is that if we don't do it, we're already dead anyway. It's just in slow motion. And they said, we are not going to take it. We're going to fight back. And if the world wants to watch all of us die, that will be on them. And they are going to do what they need to do. And they did. And Israel, relying so much, this is why I keep telling you, human beings, you can't underestimate human beings. We have human beings and our leaders are not using them to defend us. But look at what human beings were able to pull off. Israel was relying so much on electronic intelligence. And even when they were warned, they didn't even pay attention to it, that this stuff was going on. And they carried on, and look at the results of what happened. Because when you have so much power and you're using it against other people, you forget that people you are oppressing, those people, they are not like us. When they oppress us, we tend to just lie down. No, those ones, they because they are used to it, they've seen their brothers, their sisters be oppressed by Israelis killed, and they've seen it. And one reporter was talking about it. He said he was in Gaza about the last, I think one of the invasions that Israel had with Gaza. He said while they were burying the people that Israel killed in the operations that they had in Gaza, they were training young people at the same time. Hamas was training young people. Those young people, that was years ago, I think 2006 or so, that those young people are the ones that are probably attacking Israel now. Because they've seen it. When you've seen it, you tend to be more alert to what is happening to your people. But what we see is only us targeting each other. We never know the power that is controlling our destiny. But those Gazans know it, and they don't care.
Father, don't you think our people, Nigeria, first of all, if you look at the Black Americans during the civil rights struggle, at some point was a do or die affair. So don't you think with the way our society has, with our bad governance that we've experienced back home, that the generation of, especially those who did that toll gate thing, what do we call it again? NSAS. we're getting there gradually as a people. Where our people, you know, one of my lecturers once said Nigerians have what he calls a Sambo personality. You push the person to the wall, he goes to the wall. You push him, he even creates a hole inside the wall and enters the wall instead of fighting back. Now, my point is, don't you think with where we have gotten to in Nigeria now, people are fed up that we're possibly going to start seeing people pushing back? We can see what is happening in the north with all those terrorist groups. We can see what is happening with, you know, the IPOB guys in the southeast. It's just a matter of time before it becomes a national trend that people will suddenly just say, you know what, if I like, what's his name? Dino Milaya will say, if I talk, I die. If I don't talk, I die. I might as well, die or whatever. So when you push people to the wall to an extent, they lose that fear, that self-preservation, and begin to say they throw everything to the wind and they don't care anymore.
Go hard for Africa.
I think I like to also go more in depth in this, because I think from what I saw with NSAS is that those youths that were getting attacked by the NSAS officers were the ones that got fed up with it. Some of them were not killed, but they were abused, and others were their friends. They lost their friends, so they got tired and like, enough is enough. We have to fight back. But the ingredient, there's revolution in the air in Nigeria. There's an air of revolution, but the problem is that the ingredients to have it so that it is national is not there from the point of view, because most of the people that have the conversation, they tend to have it regionally. They don't tend to have a coherent message. This is why sometimes people get frustrated and say, let's just break up. But the idea, what you need is you need to glue the nation together. You need to have it amongst all the groups. The elites now, they all gang up against all of us.
Exactly.
So why the ones that want to change the country don't gang up? You have to gang up. You have to talk to the people in the north, talk to the people in the west, the south, everywhere. If you do that, it's a conclusion. And because what I found out is that when you are, it's like an alternative government. When you are a viable alternative government, you have ideas more than the one in office. Even they will concede ground. They will know they have nothing to offer. They will concede ground to you.
Well, Fofana, there's this country where they occupy the government house, the president left, and they changed the president. They put the vice president as president. I've forgotten the country.
That's Sri Lanka now.
Yes,
Sri Lanka.
It can be done. Yes, we have the population to do it. In fact, Nigeria's situation is rife for it. But how do we convince people from the northern part to join this movement? Because that's where we seem to have the dichotomy.
Let me say something, please.
I think what you're talking about. Okay, go ahead, Ndubisi.
Okay,
Ndubisi, go ahead.
So, in Burkina Faso, that was the way Blaise Compaoré was removed from office. After he planned a coup and assassinated Sankara, he became head of state. Eventually, along the line, he transformed himself into a civilian ruler, president. He had the constitution. The man kept changing the constitution because he has control of everything. The country was not getting better. If the people come out to protest, he will use his elite card and the other security forces to disperse them. But at that time in 2005, the people were determined this time to take him out. I don't know if 2005, but that particular year when they took him out, the crowd was so massive. They first of all headed to the parliament. Nobody told the police or military men there that this is beyond them. Everybody left. Then his elite guard, who are even more well-trained than the regular army, are the ones guarding him. He gave them order to disperse them when they come to the president's palace. They told him, they looked at the crowd. The head of that team told him, sir, we can't do this. How many people are we going to kill? What we can do for you is to get you your helicopter, your planes at the airport, take you to the airport. Thank God the crowd didn't even think of going to the airport. That you can call any head of state you know that is close to you, so you can fly to that place. That was how the man left. So it was people's movement. But like we said, like some of you are saying here, people need to be enlightened. And again, maybe our security officials, our regular security people in the police, and they should be called the enlightened. So that when people come out to protest peacefully, they'll just say and watch them, except if the thing goes violent. Because that is where the people have their fear, that they will send them against them. Because they too They have families and they are going through the same pain, but they will not say it because it is their code. Don't say, obey the last order. But if they too wants to change the country, they should equally key in into this thing, not by getting violent in any way, but by giving the people, just like we do it in the Western world, where a protest is going on. You see the security men, they are out for to maintain peace. People will protest normally. If this thing keeps going on and on and on, at some point, this is who we cave in. This is how many are they? But like I said, the main problem is the tribe, the ethnic and religious angle to it. Let me stop here so far. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul, thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
You've been absent for quite a while. I think, yeah, go ahead. Whatever you want to talk about, really. This is a free session.
I'm so happy that I allowed Ndubisi to talk before the other head just joined, and that just makes me happy. Yeah, because I think this morning he misunderstood what I said about the Israel and Hamas issue, that I blamed America. I blame America because America is just coming out from the Second World War. Fofana, you want to check somebody that is having feedback?
Yeah, I'm looking for it. Probably in Ndubisi. Oh no, it's not him. He's of course it's TA. It's all right. It's TA. You know, look at
He is watching a movie. He's watching a movie and watching this program at the same time.
Don't mind him.
In there for one man show and in there for Dr. Damages at the same time.
Don't mind the busy man.
So what I'm saying is that America is just coming from the Second World War, that they become officially world power. Then Britain trying to settle this so-called, what we call the Israel today, these Jewish people today, they have all it takes to bring peace. And between then and now, then I just oppose back a little bit and just talk about the Holocaust. Like the Jewish people keep crying, Holocaust survivor. What the Germans did, they can be able to bring peace. Jewish people are still in Germany. They are doing business. They are living in Germany. These both countries have relationship together and everything. They can find a way to resolve it. The same way I'm waiting for America to also do the same thing. If America is telling us that, oh, Iran is sponsoring Hamas, and Iran is coming out to say no, but America is making it openly. They are showing their bias by sending all these weapons, sending all these things. The UK is showing their bias and everything. These people can bring peace. I'm asking, let me just switch the goalposts a little bit. Look at Russia. Russia went into Ukraine. They are doing what they're doing in Ukraine. What did the West do? Sanction. They did not get a weapon to say, go fight back, that they kill Ukrainians. They are sanctioning McDonald's, leave our country. Burger King, leave. This business, leave. Is that not what we see? Did you see their accent to give them weapon to say, shoot into Russia? They didn't do that. They didn't do that. You understand? It's a white country and it's a world power. They know the implication. But what I'm saying is that the way I am way older than one of my younger brothers. I'm older with one of my younger brothers with 12 years. And that my brother is beating me. No matter how punch that my younger brother will punch me, if I spike him in his butt, my mother will still blame me because that one spike that I will spike him, he's still going to cry. I will not cry. Then my mother will blame me. You know, don't say that your junior brother. Why do it like that? There is a way we can do it. These people understand, and they understand very well that they can't fight Israel. And they are saying it, and at the same word that the Palestinians said, the Hamas said, it is the same word that Russia is saying. Russia said, we are not fighting Ukraine, we are fighting NATO. And I say we are not fighting Israel. We are fighting the West. If the West is accusing Iran and Iran say no, but the West is openly showing their own bias. When these people are so powerful, they are the world power, that they can bring peace. And I believe if genuinely in their heart, if they bring the type of peace that they bring with Germany, you understand, the world will be a better place. But they are not rolling in that direction. They are waiting for one side of the story where this person will just make one little mistake. Then everybody will just ride on it. So this is what I'm saying. That's why when I use the word white, I use the word because Germany is white. they still find a way of bringing themselves together like they did in 1896 to say, let us go out and go invade these other colors. But we are all the same. Why are we fighting ourselves? Remember, England and France fought for 100 years. They've been fighting, but when they see opportunity for an outsider, they stop the fight, they stop the bleeding, and they go outside to go do. So the same thing that I'm saying, that the West can genuinely bring peace, not this thing that is going on. So this is where I am blaming. So I'm not talking about what is it called? The Jewish people that they are white. That's why America is supporting them. The Jewish white and the Arab white. It is because of Christ that they said Christ is not white, Christ is brown. That's why America had those Arab people that they are Caucasian, just to increase the white popularity for them to continue to maintain census that they are majority in America. But when the chips are down, we know that all these people, even though the people themselves know say will not be white. So I just want to clear that part. But coming to this same Israel thing, I keep saying the same thing. I really feel bad, and Father, I really want to apologize to you. You've been saying this thing for a very long time, and I see it clearly. And I'm so happy because I'm learning. I learned about Uganda, that they were to give these Jewish people land in Uganda. I also learned today again that they were to give to Argentina too. And we see what the Britain did to Argentina, and we see what they're doing in Africa. If these Jewish people were to be in Uganda, Kenya would have gone today. Maybe Ethiopia too would have gone. Maybe the whole East Africa would have gone. You understand? Religion never compromise. That's why you never see a Jehovah's Witness invite a Pentecostal to their church. They are in one class Christian. Muslim, they don't bend between the so-called Muslim. They don't bend. So it's hard to broke these people when it comes to religious line. And at the same time too, to these white people, it's also hard to broke them when it comes to other race. You understand? All they do is just being diplomatic. Nobody is being sincere. When I watch all the news in the CNBC, the Fox News, the CNN of this world, the CBS of this world, I just see the uniform for ones that they come together just to demonize one part. And when you watch the same news from the Arab League too, you also see how they also unite for their own parts too and everything. But at the end of the day, what they are doing, they are all talking about justice, but nobody's talking about peace. And peace just will definitely bring all of us together to be a happy world. They are preaching clean energy. Sending all these missiles out and everything. Is it cleaning the energy? Is it helping the ozone layer? You understand? Why did they think in that direction? Why? That's why I use the word when people say don't talk about Christians. Christians in Palestine is 1.9%. Christians in Palestine is 7.6%. In Israel is 1.9%. So when we say I am praying for Israel, if you are a Christian, you are praying for Israel. Are you not praying for your fellow Christians in Palestine? If you are a Muslim, you are praying for Palestine. Are you not also praying for your 18% Muslim in Israel? You understand? Then the most biased one, very prejudiced one that I hate to say, the so-called Jewish people and everything. They are the very prejudiced one because they don't even like you. They don't do business with you. They don't do anything with you. They keep to themselves. They stay in their bubble and they are comfortable in their comfort zone. You understand? And it's not bad. Don't get me wrong. And everything. So we cannot just stand up and fight for them and leave everything. It is just better for everybody to happy. Everybody, for them to bring peace. I am waiting for the West to bring out the peace, how they resolve this thing, that they can talk Holocaust, but the whole thing is gone today. I'm waiting for that. That's my thing. So Ed, when I say racist because of the way they are treating the Palestinians. You understand? Let them bring peace. I'm not just saying it because
Let's calm down. I think Eddie, you have to allow Ed. Since Ed was
because
I just want to ask
don't worry. There will be time for you to respond.
Have opportunity to
see. I think that there's a lot of response that many of us gave that was based on soft power that religion confers to people, and I've warned our people about this. They don't look at the stuff objectively. They just go based on their subliminal religious this bias to just back this Israel, even when the numbers and the actions shows that these people are not behaving like religious people at all. But it's okay. Ed, please go ahead.
Okay, so let me start from the statistics that he quoted. I can't find any statistic on the internet that says Palestine has up to 7% Christians. Actually, most statistics say they have about 2% or less, which is approximately what Israel also has. But if you look at the share population, Israel has more Christians in terms of share number. But that aside, I agree with your general sentiment that everybody wants peace. But the point I'm trying to make is, first, you made an assertion that Uganda, if they were in Uganda, they would have cleared up to Kenya and all of that. Before I make this point, let me agree that there seems to be some sort of, expansionist tendencies today in Israel. But let's look at where we started from. Israel had just declared that they were a nation in May 1948. And the reaction that triggered immediately was an Arab coalition went to war with Israel. So it was as a result of winning that war that
correct
Israel,
that part. It's not about Israel, it's about the UK. Plus the land, the UK.
They fought with Israel. The Yom, is it a 6 day? No, I think it's the Yom Kippur War. The first war that they fought against Israel. That was a coalition of Egypt, Jordan, Syria. I think Libya was also among of them. And on the side of Palestine, they fought against Israel. And when Israel was able to push them to a large extent, that's where Israel got a lot of lands. As in Israel actually, as a punishment to them, because, Israel expanded because they felt like there was some sort of national security advantage in being able to control their frontiers, right? But over the years, Israel also ceded back some of those lands, like the Golan Heights was ceded back to, I think, is it Jordan? And then some part of the close to
Golan Heights is with Syria, it's still with Israel.
No, it's not. Look at it.
Golan Heights, let me confirm that. Golan Heights, let me confirm.
Look it up. And then they also ceded. They also ceded
Syria
some
were
land.
squabbling over that land now.
No. Israel has ceded some land over, like, because they had to enter some sort of treaty with some of these neighboring countries, and part of that treaty was, okay, we're giving you back some of these lands. So it's not like Israel initially just said, oh, we are going to like dominate this area. Recently, that would seem to be the case, especially with trying to like push more towards that's what I'm hearing. I can't authenticate that, so please don't take me on that. But it's not like Israel just started and say, oh, we're going to dominate all the land. Part of it was the national security imperative of being able to control their frontier. That's one. And then on the issue, I just, as you said, what everybody should be fighting for now is peace. Let there be peace in that land. But we can't also take away the fact that the controlling authority of Palestine, which is Hamas, they have a sworn commitment to see that Israel does not remain a state.
Exactly.
Right. So how would you, it's easy to look at Israel on one's perspective and say, oh, these guys, they are just colonizers, they are controlling. And I don't
Israel actually controls Golan Heights, for one. And I'm not sure you are aware that Israel actually supported Hamas in the early stages.
That's not correct. Poporas, I just read it. Israel ceded Golan Heights back to Syria.
Look at it now. I'm reading it right now. It says Israel currently controls the Golan Heights. This is something I already hear about. Where did you get the information? Send your link, please. Let me check it.
Okay, wait here.
Please. So we can compare notes.
How do you negotiate peace with people?
Because from what I know, Israel is the one controlling the Golan Heights. I think where the way Ed is narrating it, you can tell. For me, anyway, I feel like you have a religious tilt towards because you're not looking at the land that they took away from other people. One,
no, they did not take away the land. Wait, can I finish?
They didn't take it away.
Wow. This is part of, no.
They didn't take it away. They were there. They were there 60 years ago.
They didn't take it away, but they are giving the land back.
No,
but they didn't take it away.
No,
but they are giving it back.
80 years ago.
Paul, sorry, Ed, can I say something, please? Paul, you guys didn't listen to him. I'm not trying to defend him. He said in the course of that first war, they grabbed more land because listen, when you win somebody, there are booties from war, and it was land. They got
so you took the land from the people. What kind of talk is that? You are justifying you want to take land. What kind of talk is that?
Can I make my points? Can I make a conversation?
You are justifying what? You are justifying that they took land from people because of which war?
Can I land forefathers?
That's the bias I'm talking about.
Is that land historically the land of the Palestinians?
Yes.
How?
Was it because they have been there right from the beginning? Even when you see, let me give you a heads up because I know where you are going with this one. Even during the time of this in Moses, when they went there, there were people there.
No,
there were people there. The land was not empty where they went to.
They were. Can I land now? That land originally belongs to a group of people called Canaanites, and the Palestinians do not have any direct trace to Canaan.
Who told you that?
It's historical. I've read. I've been reading.
Oh my God, this is unbelievable.
Okay, no, don't emotionalize it. Give me a proof that today's Palestinians are descendants of Canaanites. Show me.
If you want to go there, then you can also say, how do you have proof these people that are in Israel now are the descendants of the Israelites, not the Jews or the Israelites?
Who are the Jews?
And these Jews that you are talking about, most of they are the European Jews that have stayed in Europe for millennia, 2,000 years. And you are trying to say that they have
forefathers.
Let's get somewhere. First, all the information I see is saying that Israel controls the Golan Heights, not the other way around. They take land and they cede the land. And what you are justifying here is, even when they are talking peace, they are still going to take more land as we speak. They are still building properties in the West Bank. Hold on now. Because when you are saying stuff, I don't know why nobody pushed back on some of the things you were saying before.
This is my time.
They are still doing it right now.
I make my points. You just angling on my points.
I'm just trying to challenge anything. You're going to
let him finish now. Let him finish first.
Of course, he's going to finish his point. I'm not going to stop him. He's going to finish his point. I know that. Go ahead, please.
And you're talking like you don't have a slant in this. Let's just be very clear.
I don't actually. If I have a slant,
you also have an anti-Western slant, and that's the frame. Looking at this. So let me complete my point.
I have a pro our people stance, and I'm also a humanist. I don't have an anti-Western stance.
Okay. Let me complete my points. The people today that are called Palestinians. First, how did the land become known as Palestine? That name was given to it by the Romans, and they did that after the Jewish revolt. I think it's called Bar Kokhba, sometime in the early 80s. Yes, that's when the late BCs, just before Christ. So there was a Jewish sort of revolution against the Romans, and when the Romans were able to quell that, they named the land Syria Palestina. And that is the name that has descended till today. So it was not like the land was originally called Palestine. If you can give me a proof that today's Palestinians are direct descendants of Canaanites, I would concede that to you, right?
Okay.
And to start with, there's evidence from even Palestinian leaders saying that their origin is even more of an Arab, Egyptian, and Syrian origin, right? Mm-hmm. So there's a lot of evidence there. So okay,
no, there is no evidence. Go ahead.
For Christ's sake, I know how to read. I've been reading about this because I've been trying to I don't want to be biased on this topic. Yes, I'm a Christian, but I've tried to educate myself, and I had to go through several sources, even Palestinian leaders. Then you talked about the current Jews not being the Jews of before, right? The truth is, for people that were driven away from their homeland in 70 AD and only returned in 1948, they've intermarried, but they kept their roots. It's just like you're telling African Americans today that they are not Africans. Does that make sense? Just because they've been in the diaspora for that long? So let's be very objective. The Golan Heights, yes, a part of it was ceded. You can check that. A part of it is still under Israeli occupation, but a part of it was ceded to Syria.
And also, they also ceded some lands to Egypt. So it's not like, I'm not trying to, again, I made my point.
The point you are making is that it's like equivalent of African Americans coming to Africa to take over Africa. That is their own.
Can I land?
Kick all of us out and take over the. That's the equivalent of what you are making.
No, because we Africans are indigenous. They came out of us. So let me give you, because you're not making that, and you always do this. You don't make direct equivalence.
But they are not coming to fight and take the land.
Let me
land, Paul. Let me
land.
African
Americans into it.
If the African Americans had a clear history as to what their indigenous land is, if they had a clear history, and then other people are occupying that land today, that would be the exact equivalent.
You see what you did? The Palestinian people, let me read this. I think you make claims that are not very accurate. I have to be correcting it, because this is one of the things I like to seriously do, because I don't like people making claims, and our people are hearing this, and they kind of conditioning our people to be thinking in a certain way. Let me read this. I said, where are the Palestinians ethnically originated? He says the Palestinian people are ethnically and culturally linked to the historic region of Palestine, which is situated in the Middle Eastern and includes what is now Israel. This is something, it's a fact of life, and we just
what you said it does not change anything, because yes, there's.
But you are saying they are Egyptians now? Seriously?
No.
No, he says they are more linked to the Egyptian area.
You know what?
You use the word Egypt. You brought it here. I didn't make it up.
Can I give you? Okay, ask yourself. The place that they said that it's called Palestine, was there a name for it before it became Palestine? Ask yourself that question.
There was a name for it now.
What was that name?
They used to call them, they were the Philistines and all those people that used to call in the Bible.
No.
Okay, who are those people? Tell me, they vanished from the face of the earth, didn't they?
What was the name of the land called the region of Palestine?
Ed, sorry.
Why do I have to know that? The point is that the people were there when these ones arrived. I don't know what you are going on about. They are really confusing the issue.
It's
not bias. Hold on.
Okay, hold on. There's a difference between
it's not bias.
Philistine
just fact.
And Palestine. You're mixing two groups together.
Hold on. My point is that they are from that region. And secondly, it depends on what time you want to start counting. I think what Ed did just now, he went back to 2,000 years when the Jews were present there. You can go further back when they were not there. You can go after that when they were not there for 2,000 years. What you are missing is that the people that occupied that land occupied it longer when the Jews were not there. For 2,000 years till now, they were still there.
A direct connection between the Canaanites and Palestinians, because that's the only historical.
I just read it to you. What else do you need to know?
You said they originated from Palestine. You didn't say they originated from Canaan. The land was originally called Canaan.
See, if somebody originated in that region, did they say when they? You know what origin means? You know that, don't you?
Let me give you another clue.
Hold on. If somebody is said to originate from somewhere,
let me give you another clue.
It doesn't matter how far back you go.
Wait. Can I give you another clue? Can I give you another clue? If you ask what is the origin of the Yoruba people, it will tell you they originated from a place in southwest Nigeria. Or if you say Igbo people, it will tell you they originated. But the Yorubas moved from a place to that place, and it's even in Yoruba legends, it's even in Yoruba oral history that they moved.
Yes, and when they told you,
but when they moved to this new place that they moved, did they tell you that people are living there?
They moved thousands of years ago, not 2,000 years ago. When the Yorubas moved, they didn't say just 2,000 years ago. They moved way back.
And where they moved to, they didn't move there and find people there.
There's an equivalence I want to make, if you allow me to make. So, Liberia and Syria alone. Remember the people that were brought to Liberia and to Syria alone. These were slaves that came from different parts of Africa or wherever and ended up in the plantations. And when slavery was abolished, they brought some of them back and told them, if you want to give them a homeland in Liberia. That is part of the confusion going on in Liberia till tomorrow. Because there are indigenous Liberians who feel these Americanized Liberians are coming to lord it over them. So, for instance, George Weah is an indigenized Liberian. Samuel Doe is an indigenized Liberian. Tubman was an Americanized Liberian. And so is
Charles Taylor
and co. So you see, those are some of the challenges. We also have it. Even Sierra Leone has that same crisis. So these are the crises that colonialism created, the white man created.
Yeah,
you understand?
that's true.
But so
I
back
agree with
to
you
what Ed
because
was saying.
they were brought. Some of them were brought from America back to this thing. But what happened? They were Africans at least, and at the same time, they were not taking the entire land and saying bye bye and we'll jail you in one corner. That's not what they were doing.
Are also Middle Easterners.
Can I come in now?
Yeah, you are free to come in. This is free. No. I'm being. See, you are not. You are not looking at a people that were jailed. The people that are being humiliated. I can't believe how you can just ignore that.
Now that's you're misinterpreting me. I have humanitarian concerns. Let's be honest.
Okay.
Israel is not even a Christian country. So I'm not just defending them on the basis of me being a Christian. So they definitely they are human based like society. They have their flaws. We cannot take that away. But that does not mean we should now change historical facts. Or as in the only way you can prove to me that Palestinians own that land is if you can trace their origin to Canaan. That's the only
Ed, seriously?
Ed, can I ask you a question?
Okay, ask me the question.
Can you say that?
No, because that
I can read Jewish people Canaan. Is the Jewish people come from the lineage of Canaan?
No, I agree. But
so they came and took it, but he gave it to them.
The Jewish origin is Syria.
Wait, guys.
Okay,
do you know that the true Jews are truly black?
Hey God!
Don't
start now! Don't start here!
Let me
always
break
go
it down.
one sideways point.
Let me break it down.
Jews are originally black now,
so that you can go and do your research.
We know this one. I agree 100%.
You have come bomb without discussion.
Okay, now look at it this way.
They're originally black.
The Jews that you guys are talking about, they are the Ashkenazi Jews, which are the European Jews. They scattered around the world. Yeah,
correct.
Now the real Jews back then. Let me just break it down. The origin, you have something they call the black Jews.
Please, I'll let you talk. I know AY is in the comment section. AY is usually a panelist here. Please, AY, I do not appreciate the kind of comments you're making. If it was just a normal commenter doing that, I'll be okay with it. But please, let's respect ourselves. I do not appreciate that. Continue to hear.
Is it the normal AY that comes on the panel?
That's
AY for real. I see. Okay.
See, let me see, guys.
Make it easier.
I've been seeing see on this panel, you guys should just show some love to each other. Like I always say, I've got nothing but love for you guys. Because looking at you guys, if I see you on the street, man, I holler at you anytime, any day.
Now, all these British people, why are they London hungry? They catch me all of them, not show face. I bet pack one side.
Not sure you love him.
He never told us he was around. He told us he was going to Manchester.
No, I did. I was in London. I did. I called. What is his name? Loco.
All the understanding was you're in Manchester.
Loco pushed me. I did. Look. I can show you proof. I was in London. I rented a car to London.
Next time,
I did.
Let me know.
I talked to Loco. Loco was telling me that you have show's number. Loco, take me out. And the internet was punishing me.
Oh no!
Yes, I did.
Sorry about that. See,
now I saw that love me. After I don't go back to my desert.
Paul,
don't mind
See, if you try and dig deeper, you have the what's it called, the origin of the Hamites and the Shemites, which you guys call the Semites as well. So the Israelites were of black race, and the biblical Abraham, which is called, which you guys call Abraham, was a black Shemite as well. And that's why sometimes when you guys look at, even in the Catholic Church, at the inner side, you see that they have a black structure of Jesus as well. Do you guys know that? That, in some places, even in the Roman stuff, Jesus is painted as black, but it's kept in the inner room. Just do your research on that as well. So back to what I was saying. The black Shemite, because I know I'm going to change, a lot of perception here. I just try and dig deeper into
it. Don't start with it. We are discussing a different direction. You just turn it to the rest of the actually. You are taking us in a different direction.
See, forefathers, you know why? Yeah, it's because we blacks, we don't know our what. I won't lie to you. Look, if you go to Ethiopia, you have Jews there as well. Jews that even some of them are now migrating down to Israel.
I said it. They're taking us to Ethiopia.
See, it's because we don't know our what. Even the Igbos here, the eastern parts of Nigeria, there are still some of them that are practicing Judaism, which is being passed to them from their forefathers. It's because we don't know our what.
I think when we say that, we forget that maybe they copied us, not the other way around. And in terms of this, there is a history there where you have the king of Israel having an alliance with the Cushite kings. And the Cushite king on the other side of Egypt, where they were ganging up against this. So there's history showing that we Africans were here. And we're having influence during that period, and we're working with people in the Middle East. And this idea that there's black Hebrew Israelites, I don't know, man. I don't know where that came from.
You're gonna come back. Just do your research. You know what I'm saying? So when I did the research as well, I was like, it was even being backed up, by Bible as well. But which I'm not gonna go deeper. Where it says there that look, Okay, let me ask you a question. Eddie, listen to this. Now, during the time of slavery, do you know there was a time God said that, the Israelites will be in chains, bound in chains, be transferred over the seas and stuff like that. It's within the Bible. Next time I'll do the research, I'll bring it over.
You never said anything about them being black, though.
No, that's what I'm saying. No. See, look at
they actually describe the Queen of Sheba as being dark, and because they know they were not dark.
Even
but they describe her as being dark because they know they themselves were not.
Even King David, he has a woolly hair, those kind of hair that we blacks have. You understand? Go and do research about that as well. But look, now back to Palestinian and the Israelite. What I'll just say about that one is that look. It's solution, 2 states, simple as that. Let them have 2 states. Let them have Palestinian state as they have the Jewish state as well. Then everything will be, maybe they'll come down. Then another thing, even the reason why I joined was about somebody was saying about 70,000 pages on Tinubu and stuff. And I was just thinking that it's so funny that everyone on this panel, you have a file in FBI, if you don't know. In as much you use, except you don't use the internet, except you don't use the Google. The moment you use WhatsApp, you use Google and all those big internet stuff, they have a file on everyone. That's what is happening around the world. So don't be surprised that, they have a file about this or they have a file about that. The way America operates, they are the main, security of the world. They have a file on our own prime minister here. They have a file on every president around the world. Go and read about how the CIA, how they operate.
But that's not the kind of file that they are trying to.
How do you know, Chin?
Well, let's just wait. Let's just wait. Let's just wait. Let's just wait if they ever.
We always because look, one thing I know about my brothers here, One thing I know about
let's put our fingers crossed. Digital footprints and files.
What?
What you're referring to is digital footprints.
See, let me see. When you're talking about digital footprints, there's something we call I'm a project manager, so there's something we call when you do a scope, for a project now, before you now go into the plan, that digital bit. If you see on your phone, Tone, you're in UK, on your phone, there's some words. If you see on the phone, I bet you MFI will be at your door because I've worked with them. I've seen the way some of them operate. You understand? So what I'm saying is that look, because you are no threat, you're just normal stuff. But every time, every day. Do you know now, even in UK, yeah, they're bringing something out that where even while you're walking on the street, although they're using it for cars anyway, which every cars in UK is, you know, recognized wherever, you know, ANPR, you know, camera. But now it's the human that is going to put your face, digital face. Now look, it's going to download everything about you so the police can know which people are still fighting against. But right there in the States, they're already ahead. They've been using
It's
all
already
those things.
happening in China already. They already have all those things in China.
Exactly.
So,
now, before I leave the floor quickly, forefathers, you remember there's something that you shared a few weeks back about some people in Nigeria that they speak Chinese, that, you know, and
yeah,
do you remember?
Yeah, the Han people.
Yeah. Now, while I was not doing more research, I found out that in South Africa, you understand, South Africans are the one that migrated, yeah, to China. South Africans. So when I was doing the research, they were talking about, you know, the looks, and if you look at what's it called, Mandela, there's some people.
The San people, the Khoisan. Yeah, Mandela seems to have their lineage too.
Exactly.
Yeah, but that's how these Nigerian ones to look. They look a little bit like that too. You see those features amongst Africans now and again, in a fleeting manner. So yeah, I won't be surprised they are part of the people that went to the east, or they just had they evolved these traits more recently, because from what I gather, that the earliest people in Africa were part of the ones in South Sudan area and the Sudan area. But now that when they go to South Africa, maybe they changed, because the first humans were not formed in South Africa. So they changed and they became like the Khoisan that we know today. I'm sorry, go ahead.
So as I was, you know, just to leave the floor for the guys here. So if you look at the map of Africa, yeah, all those northern Africans, yeah, you know that they conquered those places before there were black people there. Even in Egypt, that we knew definitely by true DNA that the people that ruled Egypt were blacks. The Arabs are telling you, no, they're not. That they're Arabs. You know, even after DNA proving it, you understand, they still believe that no. But now, thousands of years to come, you don't even see any black Egyptian in Egypt. Look at the Sudan people. The Sudans are black people. But now, the infiltration of the Arabs, things will start changing.
They are Arabizing them now. That's the thing. I was talking to an Arab recently. I was talking to an Arab recently. I told him now, I said, you know, because sometimes they don't even realize some of their traits, some of the things that they do to other people. Like you guys, when you go somewhere, you uproot everything, and it's not, and I also made this statement to him that this is not even about the Quran. You will go beyond the Quran and do things to enforce your soft power. Exactly. You go beyond the Quran. Didn't say you should install emirs wherever you go, or sultans wherever you go. They are the ones doing that. Quran didn't say Arabize the world. Teach them Islam, not Arabize the world. But they go beyond that because it's all about power in the end.
And that's why on the issue of Israel and Palestinian people, there's some fights that you can't win. You know, either you like it or not. I do not agree, with the way the Palestinians are being bombed. Likewise, I do not agree when you're poking. It's like you're poking a bear. I do not agree the Palestinian going over kidnapping people. It's so barbaric. You understand? So things like that, you poke the bear, you get the consequences.
But to be fair, Israel has got 1,000-something Palestinian prisoners that have not been charged. You can call that kidnapping too. I don't know.
Hey, wait, those ones, they didn't.
Forefathers, they don't go across. They don't go to somebody else's country. They don't go and kill babies. Babies.
No. I'm not. Don't bring babies. When you bring babies, I never oppose that one. You're against. I'm against killing babies in principle. Don't even start that. Nobody is in support of that. I'm talking about kidnapping. Exactly. When you use the term kidnapping, because Israel has got over 1,000 Palestinian prisoners that have not been charged in their prisons right now.
Can I say something which nobody has said
I'm
all
not
day
sure the
whilst talking
Israelis
about
just
this?
go in there and start to
We
kidnap
keep
people.
saying the Palestinians
That's why they
are
took
the
those
one
people,
that
because they want to exchange it. What do you think they took there for? They want to exchange it for the prisoner that the
It's not going to
Israelis
happen.
have.
Listen. This with what they did, with what they did, the Israelis are going to take their own pound of flesh, whether they like it or not.
Exactly. Oh yeah. They will. See, they are already taking it. You see, what you don't understand is that.
If they do not do something about it,
Sorry, Stone. See, they are going to take their pound of flesh. From the point of view of Gazans, they don't see it as any different. They are already taking it every day. They are humiliating them, taking their people, killing them whenever they like. If you go down you are just remembering what happened in the last 2 weeks. Go back the last week. I mean, go back the January this year. Look at what the events has occurred in that area. You find that Palestinians were dying almost every week in the hands of the Israelis. They were arresting them, doing all kinds of things. They would say they are carrying out security operation. They are doing this. They are controlling their lives completely. You don't want to absorb them to become part of Israel. You don't want to let them go.
Okay, forefathers, if you look at the story of South Africa, for example, yeah.
Was it Tone? Tone, sorry, TA, Tone wanted to say something. Tone doesn't say a lot.
Go on. Oh, sorry. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, I was saying that everybody keeps talking about Palestinians, that the way Israel have come down on them, they've come down heavy-handed. Okay, I'm going to give you a classic example that is right near home. Let's say tomorrow the population of Boko Haram, which we know that most of them are non-Nigerians, of course, they grow and they will say, now we want part of Nigeria. Do you think the Nigerian government will ever negotiate with them to be part of Nigeria? Because they're terrorists at the end of the day. Now, we forget that the same Palestinians wait.
No, this one is like, this is totally different scenario you're painting here.
Yeah, go on, Tone. Go on.
Okay. But we forget that the same Palestinians, they hide within civilian houses, domiciles, building to operate.
The population.
So what do you want Israel to do? Do you want them to fold their hands? They are playing dirty. It's just like someone saying, okay, come and fight me, and all that. I'm behind, and it's supposed to be a bare knuckle fight and all that. But behind his back, he's got a knife.
They use civilians as shields.
They have their factories within buildings and all that. So what do you want them to do?
I think we are mistaking explaining situation for excusing it. See, I'm not saying that it's okay for Palestinians to be attacking Israelis like that. And I also understand that Israel has to defend itself as an entity. You have a right to defend yourself. However, you also have a right to free other people from bondage that you put them. You have a right to stop humiliating people. You have a right. So who is more culpable? Because it's not equal relationship here. One side is more culpable than the other. One side is aggravating the other on a daily basis.
Okay,
Can I say something there? People are not addressing this. The leadership of the Palestine, I think it's Hamas.
Hamas people,
they are not.
They don't want
they are making it very difficult. People that have continually said that, listen, we want to wipe Israel from the map of the world and all that. You can't do that.
You can't do that.
How can you negotiate with that sort of people?
How like that? So come on, you don't believe that they can wipe Israel out of the Israel is a nuclear power. They can't even do that, even if they try.
Of course, but you can't start threatening people like that. You can't.
Yeah, but even if you say that, it doesn't mean you don't talk. See, you don't talk to your enemies. You don't talk to your friends for peace. If you want to talk, you talk to your enemies for peace. And besides, you guys forget, these are the original inhabitants of the land before the Israelis.
They are not. Stop making that.
Let me finish my point.
I was listening to us.
They were there. Let me finish my point now.
They are not the original.
See. They were there for thousands. They were there for over 1,000 years. If somebody is on a land for over 1,000 years and it doesn't belong to them, God help us. Who does?
So what if there are people before they were there?
They were there. They were the original people. What are you? I just read it to you.
The original. Okay.
Oh my God! Let me read it again. Let me read it again. Hold on. Let me read it again. It says. So hold on. Let me. It says the Palestinians. Let me finish reading so that we can get it straight. Let me read it. It says the Palestinians. The Palestinians treat they said the Palestinians traced their heritage and ethnic origin to the various peoples of who inhabited the region for thousands of years. Not yesterday, for thousands of years, not 1,000 years.
Why
So-
do you like a single story? I put something here
I'm
from
not.
Wikipedia.
I'm not putting only a single story. I'm also acknowledging that the Jews were there too. So, but the problem you have now is that the Palestinians were there for almost 100,000 or 1,000 years or so. Then the Jews came just 80, 90 years ago, kicked all of them out.
So were there Jews?
Hold on now. They kicked most of them out. The historical Palestinian territory, they occupy almost 80% of it already now. Nobody is crying for that. Let the 20% that they have, let them go.
Forefathers.
You don't want to bring them into Israel. You don't want to let them go. What kind of wahala is that?
Forefathers. When did that land become known as Palestine? Let's start from there.
I don't know when it got. I don't know. You said it yourself. It was 2,000 years ago. What does that got to do with anything? The people that were there is what matters.
Forefather. When did that land that the people in United Kingdom is living known to be the United Kingdom? When did that land that we call Nigeria is known to be
People have been
Nigeria?
there. Just because they change the name,
It is the indigenous people that is there. They are the people that.
Paul, the reason why I make that point is that if you just look at the name that it had before it became known as Palestine, it will tell a story. The land used to be called, just before it became known as Palestine, it used to be called Judea. And before it became known as Judea, it was called the Kingdoms of Israel. And before it became Israel, it was known as the land of Canaan.
Okay,
these are secular.
And do you know that the history of Israel, they were taken into bondage several times?
With the Philistines?
The history of Israel, they were taken into bondage
They
several
are their
times.
descendants.
I don't understand why people say this.
They are not. Shim just also made that point. They are not. In
Hold
short,
Ed, we agree they are not. If you call these Jews that you are talking
Philistines
about,
are not Palestinians.
Philistines are not Palestinians.
Okay, where are the Palestinians from now? They came from heaven.
Ed, hold on.
Shame,
Hold
where
on.
are
I
the
want you to have
Palestinians
it.
from then? They
Ed,
dropped from the sky and landed in that land by accident.
I want you to add it. These Jews that left, that they are coming back. Why they are coming back? They met people there. That place have become their own place. And you came and you meet them there. So for the only thing for you to do is to evict every one of them. This is not like the Biafran war that an Igbo man had a house in Lagos and went and came back. You met them there.
I like the argument you're making now that they came and then the Palestinians were there.
And remember what caused the fight. Hold on. Remember what caused the fight in 1948? When Britain is settling these people there, you understand? From that day that Britain is settling these people there, Britain give them more land than the Palestinians. That is already there.
No.
My brother, let's tell ourselves the truth. That is where the problem starts. The problem starts immediately.
The British did not divide the land. Have you heard about the people? Have you heard about the Pew Commission?
Hold on. How can you be completely dismissing the existence of the people? And you talk about justice.
Do you know that migration?
Exactly.
No, do you know that migration exists?
Their whole existence. If that was your own people, would you be smiling about that? Hold on. Whatever part you are from in Nigeria, your people were there and they just displaced all your people from there. Would you be happy? No matter how long you have been there for 1,000 years, and they come and displace you. You'll be like, oh, yeah, we deserve it. We deserve it because we are just here for 1,000 years.
You people are not still getting my point. My point is not about the treatment of the Palestinians. Yes, you can make a point that, well, the Israelites, I mean, you could say they're a bit heavy-handed, but my point is really about those people that keep saying it's not as an Israel has no
heavy-handed is the only occupation in the world today that is still standing. It's basically an apartheid. It's not a little bit heavy-handed. It's a people that just refuse to release other people to go free or absorb them into your state. Palestinians are opening to both sides. They refuse.
That argument. Don't make arguments about the current Palestinians' historical claim to the land. That's where I have a problem with you.
Because it's when people try to make the opposite claim that it belongs to Jews or Israelites.
The Jews
that's when I say
longer,
it doesn't have anything to do with it. Because if we are going back to that, then you will start arguing that Israel should not even exist. That is not my argument here. You don't want to go back to that kind of argument. The argument is that we have a reality on the ground now.
That argument. That's
no. I'm not. I've not made the argument that Israel should not exist. The argument we're having is that there is a reality on the ground that you either make peace with these people or you absorb them into Israel, and they are open to vote.
The numbers of Jews,
and if you agree,
the
then
numbers of
hold them
Jews
accountable for not
in Israel,
doing it.
outside Israel, is in America. If you take Jews outside Israel, the numbers of Jewish people, they domicile heavily in America, and they domicile more in New York and in New Jersey. They didn't just go there and go ask for land to say give them land. They are working hard to buy people's property, gentrification and the likes. You understand? But when you cage people and you feel the people don't have any right to talk, then the day the people fight, you blame them for it. I don't think it works like that.
Paul, now you're making points that border on humanitarian reasons. My argument ever since was that argument that historically the Jews do not have a claim to that land. And that's not true, because
can I quickly come in? Let
me quickly land this point, please. Because I'm not even making my arguments on the basis of the Bible. I'm making my argument on secular history. Go to Encyclopedia Britannica, go to any secular history.
No, it depends where you're reading.
Look anywhere.
Even what is reading is interpreted the wrong way.
Really, guys,
your interpretation is wrong of what you are even reading.
Forefathers, I'm not dumb. Don't say.
No, it's not to say that you're dumb.
Even what you told me that, and yet it still didn't move me to your position. Even if I said it was true, that shows you that you're not interpreting it properly.
Let me try my best if I can. Let me try my best if I can to settle this argument. I've been watching for a long time. It's been very interesting, and I tried my best to stay out of things and just be entertained.
You can't settle it. You cannot settle it.
Jago, because you're a businessman to the Jewish people.
Well, brother, I have to speak my speech. I like what you said, Ed, in terms of you're not looking at it in biblical terms necessarily, but you are trying to see it from a humanitarian point. Now, if you are trying to look at it in historical terms, then there are a couple of questions that have to be understood. And I think the most important one is, who are these people who are calling themselves Jews, who are presently located in what they now call Israel? If you understand their history, then you may have something completely different to say. Understanding also the history of the plan to place the Jews somewhere. Initially, they chose Africa. So would that have become the Holy Land? Would that have become what we know as the Holy Land? Would it have changed the geography of what we now call the Holy Land? Is it really the Holy Land? All you know is what you've been taught. That's all you know.
Yeah.
History, in depth. Wait, let me say, in depth, for the actual mental stimulation to the truth of your own being. Not that you have to join Christianity to think in this way, because largely religion is extremely powerful and it would hold your whole attention. Even if you're trying to think differently, if your mind is encapsulated in any religion, you are holden to that point of view, whether you like it or not. Breaking away from that is extremely difficult. Now, I would like to challenge you on your point of view, but it won't be in religious terms. But if you want it in religious terms, I can still give it to you in religious terms.
No, let's go secular. Let's go secular history. The lands known as
secular history.
Please hold on. Please hold on. The lands known as Palestine today, right? Was there a name for it before it became known as Palestine?
We can go back as far as to say it's Canaan. We can do that. I've been listening, and in saying that, the Canaan and the Canaanites are not of Hebrew stock. This is where we have to get language correct.
True. I'm not even making that point.
No, they were not of Hebrew stock. So in even saying that, we know how the name Canaan became in the first place. because it didn't come from nowhere. So we're talking about tribalized people who now, through history, become more and more glued. And I can tell you that there are people known as Palestinian Jews. Are you with me? They're known as Palestinian Jews.
Correct.
They've been there since the time of time. You understand? Before these new ones came. So we all this point. Wait. Let me land. All this kind of point of view that you wish to have, that would tell you in today's day that you can just vouch for the Israeli position in today's Israel, as they're calling it, I think is folly. I think he's not looking at the humanitarian face. No, but let me land, please, because I've been listening. I've been listening to you carefully. So I'm speaking to you almost directly. That's why I've come on, to try and share the history of fact. We understand where it comes from. But once you take a point of view that Israel is correct in its actions,
no,
Israel,
let
me just land my point.
You get that wrong.
If you take that point of view, if you take that point, I said if you take that point of view that Israel is less culpable than what we call the Palestinian people, I said then I'm afraid your point of view has been offered to you by the European diet of nonsense. So that's how I'll land.
Guys, you just wait. Let me respond.
Let me come in.
Wait, now let me respond to him.
I waited for you before now.
Sorry, go on. Jagun is misinterpreting me. You know, even when I spoke on this issue earlier today, I made a point that this issue is a very dicey one, is a touchy one. You know, most of us, I tried to run away from, who is right or who is wrong today. That's as in, Shim can bear me witness because it was here earlier in the morning. I didn't want to talk on that issue because they're humans dying. You know, I was only suing for peace. The point that I'm trying to clarify is when people say, oh, the Egyptians and the Israelites just came and took away a land that did not have any sort of historical attachments to. That's why I keep saying, let's go to
but what's more? Once you come to that stage, then you have to get into the minutiae of the subject. You can't just make that sweeping statement as though it doesn't have connotations. The connotations of what we now call Israel was backed by Balfour Beatty, the Balfour Group.
Yes, the Balfour Declaration. Yes.
The Balfour Declaration. And inasmuch the Britain had sway over that whole region. Britain had sway because the empire still existed to a diminishing respect. In this motion, they saw it fit for the ills that Europeans did to a people. It should be now positioned in another geographical arena. And they've finalized that it will be what they called Palestine at the time. You understand? So in this time, they did not negotiate necessarily with the Arabs about this move. They did not. I'm afraid they did not. What they did was position them.
You're pigeonholing me into a position.
No, I'm not pigeonholing you. What I'm talking about. No, I'm not. Let me tell you what I'm doing. Let me say what I'm doing. Let me say what I'm doing. I'm just giving you a small narrative. I'm not saying that this is your view. I'm just giving you a small narrative within the history of what took place.
Jagun,
wait, let me land so you understand me. Because I've understood I've understood what you said.
We are being warned that we might get flagged. Please.
Yeah, let's
I can imagine that. I can imagine that. But I think we have to be gentle on pointing out other people's point of view, because you come across rather tough.
But they talk about it on the news 24/7. And
but
the language they use on TV is crazy. You can't even use it on YouTube. It just doesn't make sense.
All I'm saying to Ed is that you have used a rather powerful yet sweeping statements to those who feel Israel has a wait. That what I'm going to answer you. I want to land.
The reason why this is a very
wait. Let me land,
Ed, please let him land there so that he can go. Don't worry, it's not.
All I'm saying is that your point of view, which is fair enough for you to have for any reasons, points to the opposite point of view, as though that point of view should not have breathing space. And I feel that that is quite tasking where we are concerned. It's tasking because if you don't know, bruv, I've been listening, and that's how it comes across. And my view is one where you land, where you say that humanitarianly, these are human beings that we're speaking of. They are culpable of. They are culpable.
Can I ask you a question?
Go for it.
Quickly. Yeah, quick one. Do you believe that the Jews are black?
But I was listening to you when you were speaking on that level, and I heard the laughter around, and the laughter in itself told me that people aren't reading. They're not doing any research. All they're doing is believing and believing and believing. Once you start digging, then you'll see the truth of these things. There are passages in the Bible. Many of. Let me just answer his question. Let me just answer his question to the best of my ability.
Show me those passages. Show me.
Yeah, exactly. One can show you. I can show you, but I'm not necessarily going to do it now. All I'm going to say, answering Ed's question, which you should allow me to answer, is that whilst you are laughing at him, you don't know that where these books are found within the Bible because you're not directed there. I shouldn't have to show anybody. I shouldn't have to show anybody who calls themselves a Christian any passage. You being a Christian and me having to direct you to where it says X, Y, and Z, in order to show you the error of your ways within your Christian understanding, shows me that your Christian understanding is directed. Because you don't know these passages. You don't know these passages, and they're there.
Sorry, guys. Just a comment. Just a comment. I'm not saying one, Jago. So I've heard this comment, used severally here, where somebody says something and he or she relates it to maybe an academic work or something they googled or whatever, and someone says it depends on who you're reading. So my question is this: if that source this person is reading, you find it fallacious or suspect in believing, what makes the one you're bringing more superior? This guy
it doesn't make it superior.
Hold on a second. So what I'm saying is, and I'm not saying this to point a finger at anybody, I'm just saying that somebody says, oh, I saw this, I can show it to you, and say, oh, it depends on who you're reading. It depends on who anybody is reading at any given point in time.
Absolutely.
That's the truth about the matter.
Absolutely.
It all depends.
And this, let me please try my best.
Guys, I'm going because
don't go for now. Don't go for now. Go in about 5 minutes.
Time with you guys. So I need to
see, the Romans did take some people, some of the people that were defeated in Jerusalem to Rome. And the depictions of those people in Rome, I'm not sure they depicted them as black people as we know them. Maybe like that look like Somalis or something like that. So there are people that were in that actually have records of what happened, when they were.
You see, again, Forefather, if I may, because I hear where you're coming from. The question was from TA asking me whether I believe that the original Jews were black. And I pointed to the gasp that when he uttered that, of every one of you who thought it laughable. But the fact of the matter is, in that region, which we call the Middle East, which is not really, I mean, we say the South in Nigeria as a geographical no-no, but the Middle East is even worse. So really, when we understand that geography is being manipulated just for our mind's sake, just for manipulation's sake, then we have to ask ourselves, who really was in this part of the world at those times? Now, if we understand the Sahara was African in terms of not just the geography, but in terms of African people, as we know African people today, without having to dice things up and start using terms like sub-Saharan African. Rubbish, all these rubbish terms that in my memory, I know when they began to even use these terms, because they never always use these terms. So it's all for manipulation, and we are heavily manipulated, and we have to accept it. We may not like to wait, man. we may not like to understand that a lot of the understanding that we've taken in is largely given to us. The understandings that we necessarily need to dig out for ourselves, we're largely too lazy to do it. We're largely too lazy.
Show us these books you're reading.
No, it's not. Look, my friend. You're my friend. You're saying you're speaking as though there are books. And show us these.
Like you guys keep
no, bro. I can. It's not that, bro. I can. But these things aren't necessarily that important. I'm just saying that this information is out there, and it is for your own reasoning to check yourself, your present understanding of things, and then check what your understanding of things would be after you've taken in this new evidence. Because I'm talking about evidences. I'm not talking about those chit chat. Evidences.
Let me get. Do you know that in UK? Yeah. Wait, guys. In UK, our forefathers just mentioned about the Roman stuff. Yeah. When I found out that there was a black man, which was the Roman emperor, I mean, I was shocked.
Adrian's Wall that depicts Scotland from England. The Roman centurion, the Roman
Septimus Severus.
Yes, he was an African. A direct African within the room. If you don't look, you're not gonna find anything. You blindly believe.
No, Jagu, that's derogatory. That's
wait, it's not derogatory. I'll give you the expand. You blindly believe that if you understand what a Hebrew is, and what a Hebrew person is, and what the culture of the Hebrews was, and then you think that these non-believing people who call themselves Jews are the same people, bruv, then you have an issue. Because you have an issue.
Flag that statement. But let me I was going to say, let me say this.
Just a quick one. The Black Roman Emperor, that I just talked about now, Septimus Severus, if you go to where his statue is placed here in UK, it's painted white. You wouldn't know that he's a black man.
You would not know. Do you not call that manipulation?
Okay, exactly. I'm not going to argue all those things. I
think you can.
Sorry, please, can I quickly say this?
Okay, let me let you respond, and I can respond.
Because they said something.
Don't worry, you don't need to leave now. You need to be roasted a little bit more. I
really because this issue is very sensitive. I have sympathies for the innocent Palestinians as well as innocent,
all innocents
that are being killed in this case, right? So my own point was not really about who is right or who's wrong now. Like I think it's very controversial. I don't want to get myself into it. It's because of this issue of the origins of the land that I intervened. But let me talk about something that he brought up, because this is an argument that Hebrew Israelites make a lot. They make the argument that, it's in the Bible that this person's hair was like wool. See, let's do you know what a synonym, right? When they say something is as this, as that, right? That's a synonym. And most of the synonyms that you guys point to is when they say this person's hair was as white as wool, right? The Bible that you refer to, you're using that to say, because they say this person's hair is as white as wool, it has a woolen texture. The key words there is on white. And let me tell you why. Because another
you mean like TA's beards?
That's their interpretation. They're not interpreting
it's like it's direct, that's it right there.
I hope you see that I'm respectfully listening to you. I hope you see I'm not jumping in at every angle that you're wrong at. Continue, my friend.
Okay,
continue.
Sorry about that. Because the Bible, no. I feel I have a commitment to defend the Bible. I'm a Christian. You can't change that.
I too have a commitment to defend that book.
Okay, so let me. So when people say,
why do you all have a commitment to defend the book?
I do, and it's not because I'm a Christian. It's not because I'm a Christian.
I don't have a problem with it. People just feel like I don't know that we are fighting over some other person's.
Please make it short because I want to land this.
Ed, wait now. Ed, do you believe they are black angels?
For Christ's sake, I don't care about.
Why don't you care? You have to care.
I've made that point. I told you their angels are black. You'll be shocked.
please, I've made that point before.
Angels were black too. I
don't
never saw that though.
wait, forefathers.
Do you guys believe that Turkey was a Christian-dominated place before?
Exactly.
I believe.
I'm not joking.
Jim, I believe.
Wait, can I land? Because we're in the frame of the Bible now. Shin, please let me just quickly make this point. You talk about how white as wool means that person's hair has a texture like wool. But the key word, the operative word here is white. So when he's describing wool, he's talking about the whitish nature of wool. And how do I know this? The Bible clearly says in Isaiah chapter 1, I think verse 19, it says, though your sins are scarlet, they shall be as white as snow. And though they be as crimson, they shall be as white as wool. So in that case, scarlet describes a color, right? In the same way that wool also describes a color. So how do you people see texture?
Do you believe that Jesus is black?
Wait, let him land nicely now.
I've already landed my points.
Okay.
Generally, they describe black people.
Let me just say, if I can just go back at him. If I can just go back at him for 2 minutes.
Yeah, go.
Now, you see, everything that you described is accurate. I'm not going to argue with you. But when you talk about white as wool, it is not only the color that it's referring to, it's the texture of hair. Because
it should have said hard.
No, wait a minute. We're talking about the Bible, which is an older English than the English that we like to interpret very easily. We're talking about a much older English. So when he said as white as wool, he was more referring to the texture. The color where he was referring to there was white within like wisdom, like old, like this kind of thing. We're talking about Jesus who died at 33. So that's who we were describing. Anybody who's at 33 years old, we know in today that generally you don't have white hair, my friend. So we have to give it its expanse of understanding these things. I will tell you this, let me just land like this. Let me just land like this for the sake of Ed. I've read the Bible, and I'm not the most.
How many times?
Wait, please, if I may just land this point. I've read the Bible 3 times, whereby I've had a different look on the Bible. I read it when I was young, and I had the fallacy of everybody being white within the Bible, just because of the Christianity that I was given. I'm not saying it was forced upon me. I would say subliminally, I understood everybody in that Bible to be of European stock. You understand? So that's how I read the Bible. Now, coming on, I came to a flux in mind where I was still searching, if you like, on a spiritual level, yet trying to make some arguments for myself as to the reality between me, fleshly me, and the esoteric things that are being spoken about within the good book. When I came to the point of understanding that actually the history in this book is rather deep, these things actually took place. They're talking about particular people. Once I came to this arrival and I understood that the people that they were largely talking about in this book were of African stock, it was more like African history to me.
Exactly.
Then I looked at the proposition that when I read the book, anytime they're describing somebody who is not of African stock, they're largely describing a European or somebody else from outside of the African stock. When I began reading the Bible like that, understandings were coming to me more clearly. All I'm giving you is my little path to where I am now. So that's all. I'm not talking to anyone. I'm just saying that's where I am.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question quickly. Do you know that? Is there a question? Okay. Do you know? Do you know that? Have you ever heard that there is a black queen in the monarchy of United Kingdom?
Oh my God!
When we say black queen, we are not about mixed race.
See, let me quickly make it. Let me.
Not a black queen. Why would you get 25% black? Are you calling person?
I must say, whilst I'm saying all these things about being black, I'm not as a Pan-Africanist politically, if you like. I am not one of these people who just wants to say black, blackity black, everything is black in it, black. I'm not one of those. So I want you to get that straight. I'm just letting you know that there are certain particular histories that we have to understand that they're being diced with. Thank you.
But I would say, can
we just understand? Wait,
let me finish, guys.
Wait.
No, this is what I'm talking about research here. Sorry, quickly. This is what I'm talking about research. Now, about research here, just Google it, because all these things here is whatever they want you to know, that's what you know. You have to do your own research to know all these things. Now, there's a lady here called Charlotte. Yeah, is remembered as a faithful wife and a tragic figure connected with King's mental illness, back then. So, which is a black biracial queen. You understand? But right there in the palace, you not see a frame is kept sideways so that you would know. Now, do you know that Africa as a continent is bigger than Europe in size? You guys will not know, but when you see the map,
we are really extending this topic.
No. So what I'm trying to let you know,
nobody's arguing.
It just injects something new every day.
Nobody's arguing. Nobody's arguing.
Talking about the map.
I said, do you know that Jesus is black? What did you say?
Jesus is not black. Let's be clear about that.
Because you have to do research.
Why should we? What is Jesus?
You know what?
You see what you just said there, my friend. It's very condescending. When you say Jesus is black, wait. I have to put it back to you. When you say Jesus is not black, let's get that straight. Okay, what color is he?
Okay, do you know that?
No.
Can I land? Oh God!
Is a straightforward question now?
Yeah, you asked the question.
You can't make that statement and then not be able to answer it straightforwardly.
You can say Jesus is brown. Is brownish, but it's not black. Let me explain why.
Is Jagun black or brown? Jagun, is he black or brown?
Jagun's a black man, but as in when I say oh my God, you people like you.
No, I didn't say that. Jagun looks a little bit like
you people like using little nuances. Like you guys like this. Can I land here? Wait, now let me answer your question. Let me answer your question. Let me answer your question. Because you guys are looking
Tone is not black.
Can I make my point? You guys like this gotcha moment. You say
how white it is.
No, let me tell you. Because
this one don't be AI.
Can I wait now, Tone?
But Ed, you're a proper black man, Like
I am a black
if anybody's
man.
going to be called,
I'm very proud of my black.
But why are you always like acting as if you are going to be defending other people first?
No, but Jesus is not black. Now that's wait. Now there's historical facts.
Oh, no, I'm not saying Jesus is black. I don't think any of us.
There's no historical facts.
That's what they said.
Stop talking like that.
Jagun, you say Jesus Christ is black too? Yeah, I don't know.
No, listen. I'm not a colorist. I don't have to know what color Jesus Christ was, but I do know he was born in what is actually understood geographically as Northeast Africa, because the plate of Israel. No, wait a minute. Let's be real.
Can be.
Wait, let me land.
Was he not born in Jerusalem?
He was
exactly. And the tectonic plate that is African and the tectonic plate that is of Asia, the one that is African is under it holds where what we call Israel is. So it's that whole land is Africa.
Let's assume the land we call Israel today is in Africa. Let's even assume that the point is that the people that were present there, Herod was the king then, we knew these people were not like part of the Benin kingdom. They don't have any contact with us.
Wait, Herod, when you're talking about King Herod, you're talking about a European, because King Herod is a European. And
I thought he was Jewish.
Can I land? No. King Herod was not Jewish. It was not Jewish. That's why even the Jews.
Was he Roman?
No, it was not also Roman. I think it was more of like that Syrian,
Palestine?
that Axis.
Palestinian?
Wait now, let's never.
You see, now he was come out now. The truth is going to come out now.
Wait, now he was not.
You need to testify Palestinian.
No. Go.
You're talking about Africa as a whole.
Can I answer your question?
Quick one.
Sorry, you're going to frustrate Ed. TA, come on, hold on, let Ed finish now. First, you brought this whole black man thing up. Let us finish it.
Because we like beating ourselves down. That's why.
Okay, go on. You know the problem I have with black people. They think by aligning themselves with probably the Jewish history. That's what makes us great. I think it's actually a disservice to our personal greatness as a race that we have to like align ourselves to say we are Jews. That's really like that is like the
I don't understand that. I don't understand.
Yeah, that's the worst level of lack of self-confidence that I've seen. But then they will say that I'm the one that is anti-black. But there's genetic evidence. CNN actually did they broadcasted sometime like in 2005 a genetic study that was done on what Jesus would have looked like. They found DNA that dated to around the time that Jesus lived in the area where Jesus lived. And what they found, this is not even me making up, just look it up. The historical Jesus, what they found was someone that was very dark, very dark brown skin, but not a black man. And let me land.
What they did was a big makeup. It doesn't mean anything. All of that, if you're following that,
what are you
all that narrative could be swept in the dustbin.
Wait. Do you know that CNN?
Put some everything together. Look at Jesus. That's what Jesus looks like.
Wait. Do you know that CNN? Wait. Do you know that CNN? Yeah, did the fact on Iraq that Saddam Hussein had, weapon. You understand? What's it called?
That's not the topic again. Now.
No, I'm just telling you, it's CNN now.
Okay,
it was a
time
lie.
TA talks, he opposite
you understand? You're backing your argument with CNN. Okay, now look at it this way. Do you know that when Jesus was born?
AI in the comment section.
When Jesus was born, listen to this.
Please look it up because I know you.
Okay, wait. When Jesus was born, listen. When Jesus was born, yeah. Now, because of Herod, they ran to Egypt with Jesus. Now, as an European or maybe an Arab, you understand? Arab have lighter skin and stuff like that. Would they be able to blend in Egypt with the kind of people there? And they will not be noticed. That's what we are now. Wait now. I'm just listen. Now, the so-called the Jews back in those days, when you're talking of Jacob, yeah. Now, when they migrated to Egypt, you understand? Like exactly we Africans know each other. If you're coming from South Africa, I know you're South Africans. You understand what I'm saying?
Are you saying the Egyptians that lived then were black?
The Egyptians were black, definitely. That one. What are you talking about?
Okay, bye.
You should say bye. You need to do some reading.
Oh my God. The guy didn't know. He doesn't know that some Egyptians had a lot of.
Not some. The original.
No, the original ones were black. That's
you understand? Let's be serious. Let's stop messing around, man. You can too. You see, this is the thing. When we are so colonized and we don't, it's a sad thing to say, because I can tell from what TA has been saying that you are new to this information. However long it's taking you, I can tell you're new to this information. Me, I've been in this information a long time, and it's indisputable. What this kind of understanding is indisputable from any true historical, intellectual scientist. If they're speaking on that level and they're speaking about the history of what was Egypt, it's clear across the board. There are those who throw stones with a narrative of that these people were actually Greek, which is just absurd, but they will still throw those things. When you look at it in real terms, you make your own understanding up, because you have to understand that since you've been born, you've just been hearing lies. Exactly. From your parents, from the institution, the government. It doesn't matter who.
I think where the confusion tends to come from is that the Egyptian debate is because there was a time in Egypt changed. Egypt changed over time.
Yeah.
So mixed people started coming in. We even saw some of the stories in the Bible, how they come into immigration, started moving into Egypt, and a lot of invasions of Egypt. So the color changed. But
even
we know
before
the
then,
founders were definitely black. They were from the southern region of Egypt.
Even within what you're saying, the other ethnicities around Egypt, both north, south, and east, were within the cosmopolitan society that we call Egypt at that time, from the very beginning, because many things were going on. It's just like anywhere in the world, you're going to interact with your neighbors. Now, these neighbors largely were of black stock. It's not to say that somebody from northern Assyria, somebody from Macedonia, somebody from what we now call Iran wasn't located in Egyptian space, but that whole society, that kingdom, that philosophy of conduct was Egyptian and it was African. This is what we fail to appreciate. And once we begin to appreciate that, this is why I say to you that when you, forefather, often speak about the judicial wigs that are worn through the UK Parliament and the UK judiciary in itself, to spread itself around what they call the Commonwealth. Nigeria wearing it does look odd, because we do look at it as a European thing. But the fact of the matter is, if you really study that thing and what it is, and you study that what's been built here in Europe is largely what they call, apart from the pagan elements, it's largely what they call Egyptology that now became Freemasonry. Now, this Freemasonry is what is underpinning the European culture in general, but it belongs to an African culture. And we don't understand that this is what's taken place. What we speak about, identity theft. That's what's going on globally. And they've made you not understand who the hell you are, so you just behave like a gimp, and I'll put it in those ways, in order to take the position of a lamb walking into their sacrifice.
Jagun. See, when you were growing up, you don't see. I mean, while I was growing up, you understand. I believe when we start talking about scientists, we start talking about Isaac Newton. I remember back one of the quote of Isaac.
You are changing the topic again.
No, quickly. I'm just trying to quick one. Where Isaac Newton said, and I quote, "Of all the wonders I've seen on the earth, the availability of water is the greatest." Now, what I'm trying to say is that, look, we blacks here, we like to put ourselves down. It was later that I started finding out that, look, even the electricity that you're talking now was, invented by blacks. A lot of invention were invented by black people, but we don't see that in school. You see what I'm saying?
The thing is, my friend, just to bring it back down to the conversation in terms of at least Egypt, in that you give the term electricity. All these things are technologies. The fact that the pyramids, the Great Pyramids of Giza, line up with a constellation of stars, and it's kept that line up to the point of 99.99 degrees. It's that kind of accuracy, which is maths and science together. We don't appreciate that science was available to us at that time. They don't really understand what the pyramids were for, but they found type of batteries within. These are studies that are out there, but because largely we have busy lives, we ignore these things and we just go with the narrative. And
exactly,
the man has run away now, not trying to learn something that he doesn't know, but he's stubborn within his colonization.
I think sometimes I think what jars people like that is when we just say, European queens were black. Sometimes it's not necessarily accurate to say
I'm not saying European queens,
or it's because when we make categorical statement, we don't offer the kind of nuances that comes with it, like saying,
which
okay,
is very important.
yeah,
Very
yeah,
important.
because then it comes across as, oh, we're just coming across like Afrocentrics, that you think that
Yeah,
everybody's
absolutely.
black.
No, I
Is
agree
what
with
I
that.
mean.
I know, I
Yeah.
agree with that. I agree with that 100%.
Forefathers, I agree with
One
what
has
you're
to be
saying. Yeah.
articulate if you're making these, and not only articulate, but kind of, because you're bringing such a new subject to the table.
Yeah.
I think to stay away before even speaking about it and know that you understand it before delivering anything is very important. Because once you stain somebody's mind with rhetoric that is not appreciated, for them to entertain it again becomes difficult.
Yeah.
So you have to be able to put it across in a way that is somewhat palatable, with a mind understanding how you were when you came across this for the first time, and what the shock was for you. You understand? So you have to know how to speak it. Many of these things.
Yeah, but one thing I noticed is that, look, it's just like what we're seeing now that is happening in Nigeria. Yeah, the colonization of Africans here has brought a lot of leaders backwards. You know what I'm saying? They're not thinking forward. You know what I'm saying? Because how do you imagine as someone that's got a lot of money, instead of investing that kind of money in where your people are, and you're bringing it to Europe to start buying houses that you don't live in? You know, it's part of that colonization, that slavery mentality that happened back in those days. You know what I'm saying? So, and that's why even when you tell people facts, even the reason why I joined tonight is because forefather was saying something, but they're not buying into it. He was saying that, look, in as much you use Google or you use WhatsApp and stuff like that, yeah, your
Yeah,
name,
I'm here. I'm here. Don't run away with me. I'm here.
Okay, that your name is on the FBI list, either you like or not, because they're monitoring. It's something that I know about. But when you say it, people just say, "No, here you go again. Why would my name?" But that is the way the world runs. You understand? It's about information, communication, information, and that's why when I say some things, you know, I don't have to start coming here, start defending myself. Go and do research. You know, the research is there. Go in there. When I talked about the what's it called, the Roman emperor, you understand? Septimus Severus. You understand? If you tell you that, okay,
I want to check. I want to share some links, though. Sorry for interrupting you.
Yeah.
I will let you go on. I wanted to share some links from Haaretz. It's a Israeli newspaper about something that maybe I would like also comment on. I think Okija hasn't said anything because this one is regarding the vetoes America seems to be using on behalf of Israel. This is an Israeli paper, by the way. That's why it's also good to use it, because if you are using other people will accuse you all kinds of things, from anti-Semitism and all the rest of it. It says that when will Israel, the US get tired of helping Israel with UN votes? So from what I gather here, America has voted against UN resolutions veto with about 53 times. Out of 80 something times America has ever used their veto, they've actually used 53 for Israel to veto anything to do with Israel. So that's it there. That's the vote this in there. So if they use 53 for one country, that tells you that they have a stake in something that is going on there. It's not for no reason. And this is why I keep saying, like, the issue that they have with Russia right now and the issue they are creating in Israel is not Israel. They are just as captive to this problem as any other group. People would not like to believe it. Just as our elites capture us on their behalf, that's how the elites of Israel have captured the people on behalf of this thing, the West too. Because what can they do? They can't do anything. Many of the people are against the occupation, but they can't break out of it because America is giving them money and telling them, go ahead, keep going, don't make peace with the Palestinians. And what they are doing is that they are using it to divide the region. Israel was in a process recently of having a talks with Saudi Arabia. All that now is completely blown out of the water with what is going to happen now because of this conflict. So now the region is split in half, weakened, and Europe too, the same thing. Russia was coming close to Europe, sending them gas and everything. They are integrating the economy. America goes there, breaks it in half. And people don't ask themselves, why is America doing these things? And what has occurred to me was that if you look at the continents of the world, they are mostly grouped together. Like the continent that Europe sits on is the same continent that China is on. And they are very, very close to Africa. Everybody's grouped together. But America is on its own, like a lonely guy in the middle of the ocean that's doing his own thing. So if all these big groups come together, America's power is going to reduce. So the only way to keep control of that region and they remain relevant, you have to make sure they are not working together. And that, for me, that's the reason why most of all this is happening. It's a kind of geopolitical play for power. Sorry, go ahead.
For that, I was going to say that, look, America is not backing Israel, you know, for just that, okay, to divide that area. You understand? I know, I mean, every year, America spent $3 billion, you know, to Israel every year. It's always passed, you know. Now, if you look at it this way, I don't like what is happening around that area. But look, Obama said it the last time. He said the best way for this solution is to have two states, you know, which maybe Israel was trying to do before, you know. Maybe they are trying, you know, if Israel could be going to Saudi Arabia, you know, for an alliance and stuff like that, you know, I think they are backing down. Now, just because of that alliance with Saudi Arabia and the Arab Emirates, those guys, the Hamas guys here that attacked the Israeli people, you understand, is for that thing not to go ahead, is to stall it. And that's why I said, look, you can't start poking the bear and not, you know, receive a retaliation.
Yeah, but
although the retaliation is bad.
I hear what you are saying, but the impetus to do that, because there's even evidence that they discovered that something was going to happen and they warned the Israelis. The question is the impetus to do that. The environment, who created the environment that made Hamas to the point whereby they have to do that? Because they understood that if that area is divided, as a matter of fact, there are times when Hamas does things, I feel like Hamas is actually coordinating with Israel. And you have to be careful sometimes when you are getting conned. I've said it before, even in Nigeria, when our leaders con us. Because it turns out that I just found out recently this week, I didn't know that before, that Israel supported Hamas in its founding period. This is not a secret to now. It turns out that it's not a secret, but I didn't know that before now, that Israel was partly funding and supporting Hamas. And they didn't. It's a fact. No, I can Google it down so you can see it. I didn't know that until about 2 days ago when they were discussing on CNN.
Maybe they are talking about support for infrastructure?
No. The founder, because the founder of Hamas didn't like this in Yasser Arafat. Israel supported that one. They supported him and they made sure they frustrated, because when they were leaving Gaza, the Fatah was supposed to be in charge of that these Palestinians. So instead of them to coordinate with Fatah to take over Gaza, they made sure that they did it in such a haphazard way so that Hamas becomes powerful in that region. So you can see that, and since Hamas got to power, all Hamas has to say is that they want to destroy Israel. Israel say there's no pattern for peace, so let's carry on building settlements and let's just ignore the Palestinians. That is the whole status quo. Then now in the game, Hamas will attack them and they will go about hitting the Palestinians and stealing more lands from them. So the game is being played on a high level. It doesn't mean it's a very, very wicked game that is being played.
This is how they say it. This is how they say it, forefathers. They say the world is a stage and we are all players upon this stage. And if we understand these kinds of philosophical edicts that let us know that we have to really look out at everything that we are being shown, because we have to understand that death is at hand. Our soul, our being is at emergency level of risk. Now, I would let you know, backing up what forefathers has just said, that the way I read it is that there is going to be somebody who comes up to solve the whole issue. And the way he's going to solve it, we are all going to be enthralled with the wisdom that is being used to package solvent over the global wounds, particularly that in Israel and the Middle East. Now, once we get agreement here and peace is cried, this moment in time is really where there's a separation that's going to go on, a deep
Do you
and
know who the man is?
hardcore separation. And
do you know who the man
I
is?
would just say that what forefathers have just broken down, it may not seem spiritual, but is accurately depicting the game that's been played, because it's a big game that's been played. So
Jago, you just said something. You just said something. Bless you. I know you read a lot. I now believe that you read a lot. Do you know that portends big trouble? I don't want to see that man, and that's the Antichrist.
Why are you worried? You need him for the world to see
No,
Christ. You have to see the Antichrist to see Christ. Why are you trying to avoid the Antichrist?
You don't want to live during his reign.
I don't understand the logic of some Christians.
Forefathers, this is not a joking matter. Jacob knows what I'm talking
I
about.
want to see Christ now. You have to go through the Antichrist. Yeah, you understand the rules, how he works now. You want to forestall the end of times.
When a man is revealed, man, you don't want to be under his rule, man.
We don't, but I will take it so that I can get to Christ. You see, in part, you have to. You see, the way I try to read things is that if the Bible tells me that Christ is coming, but you have to go through Antichrist, how can I wish not to go through Antichrist? Then I want to get to Christ. It's contradictory, isn't it? So
I don't want to
bring
see
it on,
Antichrist as
bring it
well.
on, bring it on. Let's get to Christ.
See, I don't want to say. See, guys, before I leave here, let me just say my last words here. Before I leave, because I'm going to church tomorrow. Oh, this morning, sorry. So I was going to say that, look, I pray that the war in Israel and Palestine, that is resolved peacefully. I pray there's no more bloodshed, no more shelling. You understand? And I believe, that God should just intervene in whatever is happening there. Another thing that I want to bring to you guys' mind is that that in 2015, because you guys always change the topic, but sorry about this. In 2015, it was passed in Nigeria about the GMO foods. So crops that are being, sold by Bill Gates now to Africans, they are the genetically modified food. You understand? People are not talking about that. Bill Gates is the kind of person that believes that the whole world is too populated and they need to reduce the population as well. You understand? And so when you're buying genetically modified food, which in UK, although we have, do we have it here in UK? No,
of course we have it in here. What are you talking about?
I don't do. Oh yeah.
I'm not sure.
We do.
Of course we do, bro.
We do, but
we may not have it in. We may not have it in swaves, but if all you need to do to know that you've got genetically modified foods is what foods you buy. See how long it takes them to go off. When it's taking when it's taking 2 weeks to a month to go off, no, that is genetically modified. Over.
Yeah.
Some of those tomatoes, they are so red. It just scares me. Like, this is too red. This can't be natural.
Seedless grapes.
Yeah. What is that all about? Seedless grapes.
There's a lot of and those kind of food here, it gets you obese, cancer, all those kind of stuff because it's been modified. And it's so funny that in Nigeria, for example, no one is talking about it. Do you understand what I'm saying? They could use that as a weapon to kill people as well.
They're already bringing it to Nigeria. I didn't hear it this year. It's already
2015 is passed. It's been passed into law. 2015.
Oh my God. They've already started doing it genetically. Oh my God. Nigeria.
Don't know, but people don't know. And these are the because you just see that
what
people
is wrong with, oh my God, we are so behind.
Well, yeah, exactly. So guys, I don't want to go, but I gotta go. Peace out, man.
Yeah, thank you for coming in. I'm glad anyway. We might actually close early today because I have got things to do too. Thank you, Ike San Antonio. Yes. Thank you for coming here. I'm fine. I made effort to.
My brother, I just got off of work. I didn't even know that you guys are still on.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Yeah.
I'm sure you heard about all the events of the week. with Hamas doing a kind of Hail Mary move, thinking, you know, they can. Basically, they did something that was quite remarkable, but at the same time, quite evil. Let's not mince words. This is what it is. You can't just go and start killing innocent old people, children, and all the stuff. We can try to explain it for whatever it is still not excusable. But Israel too is going to do a lot of evil things too.
Even though
Evil versus evil.
Even though it's not is explainable, or their behavior is not the way they behave is not something that they should have done. But for your information, Netanyahu is always, he have been always trying to do this. He always wanted to demonstrate his superiority. Netanyahu is a bully. I'm sorry to say. I'm a Christian, and
he's a nationalist, though.
It doesn't matter.
Like him.
It doesn't matter. He's still a bully. He barely won this term. Netanyahu is a hater. Even me and you that are talking about Israel, Netanyahu hate black people.
Completely.
In general, me and you that is praying for the Israel to have their own land, this and that. Netanyahu as a person hate black people. He doesn't want to see anybody else except the Jewish people. To be honest with you, in San Antonio here, Netanyahu used to frequent San Antonio when Obama was the president, because one of the pastors, Pastor Hagee, I don't know if you have heard about him. Pastor Hagee is one of the person that raised money for Jewish people. And, you know, he have a lot of Jewish friends. Netanyahu used to come to San Antonio all the time. He couldn't stand Obama.
He couldn't.
He couldn't stand Obama.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, America allies themselves with Israelites, the Israelites.
And Obama did a lot for Israel. I don't know what Obama. That's why one of the things I don't like about him. Do you know that 53 vetoes that America did, Obama alone was responsible for 21 of them, and Obama passed some laws to help fund Israel, which they are using to fund Israel right now with this war that is going on. Obama did a lot for them, but look at the spice and the way the Netanyahu treats him as if he's dirt. So that's why sometimes I was like, why did Obama just do all those things for so many other people, but hardly did anything for the continent? If anything, he caused problem for us by removing Gaddafi.
Home and abroad. Well, he did bad. Obama is a difficult person to speak about.
One thing you have to...
Sorry, my brother. Obama and his presidency is as ugly as Tinubu's presence at the presidency in Nigeria.
That is not true. That's not true.
Excuse me, my brother. Let me say, the continuation of somebody who's basically in the way of our progress at the time when we have no time is a curse. It's a direct curse.
That is.
We may be. Wait, my friend. I understand you have your understanding. I have mine, and I put it out there for you to think about, because I already know your understanding by your objection to what by your objection to what I'm uttering. I'm uttering certain things that you don't know of, but you're not willing to hear. So I understand where you're coming from. For me, it is simply that when in a country like Nigeria, that really is a good 70 years behind itself, when you still have somebody in play that is not doing anything for the growth of your company, of your country, and yet is there as a disgrace generally in terms of the conduct as to how he actually got there and what he's presently done since he's been there. If that's not clear to people, fair enough. However, the reason why I liken him to Obama is because in Black America that voted for him totally. They received nothing for their efforts.
Nothing. Yeah.
The same was done, portrayed on the African continent as to what he was bringing in. So these things are just things that are.
And Biden didn't do anything too.
Can you allow me to talk then when you finish?
Go ahead.
Because I was talking, you're jumping to this. For your information, I think when you guys talk about American system, you forget that the American system is not center. The presidency does not do much in what happens in America.
Yeah, but it does, they manage to do for other people.
No,
Look at what they're doing for history. It doesn't matter.
Let him speak what he believes. Like we don't know what he believes. Let him speak it. Continue, my brother.
Look, what Obama did during his time is what every president that have come along did during their own time. Guess what? All they care about what is America going to be benefited in your system. But it's up to your system, especially when you guys talk about Nigeria. It's up to Nigeria's system to decide if I make you an offer and you decide on your own to accept that offer. That is your problem, because I'm making you an offer based on my own, what I'm going to gain from that.
Are you talking about from presidency to the people, or are you talking about on an elite basis? I'm not quite sure where you're targeting the Nigerian end of your conversation.
You said that what Obama did to Nigeria. I'm telling you, Obama did what he needed to do to benefit American system. That's what I'm telling you. Then when you talk about black people, what Obama did to the black Americans, I'm one of those black Americans. Believe me, because of Obama, a lot of things were stopped happening in America, a lot of things that are evil. But once Trump came into the system, the whole thing is like invoke the evil that America can offer. I mean, healthcare.
I'm not sure of what you're saying, bro.
I mean, healthcare in America.
Are you talking about like racism that became a bit more aggressive and bold under Trump?
It's emboldened.
Okay.
And that is the reason why when people talk about evangelicals in America, I told them the American evangelicals can go to hell.
Yeah, but don't you think
Because
that is? Let me ask you. I wanted to ask some questions while you are talking.
The evils that are happening in the world today is the evangelicals that are doing it. Go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you that. Don't you think that sometimes, like the Republicans and Trump, they can be in your face with their racism? Don't you think that maybe that is sometimes better than Democrats that are racist but pretend as if they care about you, because they don't really do anything for us.
If it's a strategy.
Yeah, it's a strategy now, because they are not doing anything for us, but they pretend as if they care. Look at it. They left Africa.
When you say that, give me an example of what you're talking about.
An example of what I mean is like the George Floyd stuff now that they were supposed to pass a bill for. That fell through. You see America acting like a pan-European country all the time, whether it's under Republican or not. But when Democrats get into office, there will be black people there. There will be black people in the House of Senate and everything. They don't demand anything on behalf of Africa in any way, or black people even. Not even in black people in America. They don't even demand anything for their own people.
At all.
So they leave their people fallow. But all they need from their people is vote. And then they don't do anything for them.
My brother, it doesn't really work like that. When you say that they are not doing anything for black people, it doesn't work like that.
Okay, then tell me what they are doing then, so that I can understand, because I'm not seeing it.
If you go to the Senate now, probably you have only 3 or 4 black people.
That's a lot. That is a lot, because the Republican Party, one senator held that Republican Party for a long time to pass one bill.
Listen, I didn't say the Senate or the Democrat, the Republican or Democrat. I'm saying in total, out of 100 senators,
yes,
you probably have only 4 of them. When you talk about filibuster,
and you should have more. If it is representative, you
when
should
you
have
talk
more.
about filibuster, that is a different story. That somebody can talk for 24 hours so that he passed time. That is not what we are talking about.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. That they require his votes to get something done, and he will block them. I think maybe that was the Democratic senator. Actually, there was a Democratic senator too. A president wanted to get something done, and he blocked the vote. Even the Obamacare, most of the people that made that Obamacare not to be as inclusive as possible were Democrats. They were blocking it.
Who told you? Obamacare was the best thing that happened to America, and the best thing that happened to white people, and that is the reason why it's still in existence up to today.
Yes, but the problem is that when it was being passed, it would have been more generous. It would have been more like that of many other countries. But the problem was that the Democrats were blocking it.
What is wrong with it?
What is wrong with it is that the premiums can go very, very high.
Who told you that?
Because the facts are out there. I don't know.
I mean,
even Obama admitted. Even Obama admitted that he lied about it.
What you're just talking about is what I'm dealing with every day.
I don't know, man. Obama admitted that he lied about the premiums not going up.
It's so tamper-proof that even Trump could not take it down. You know why?
Do you know why? I know why. Okay, you tell me. Tell me yours. I'll tell you mine.
Let me tell you why. The biggest beneficiary of Obamacare is white people. And that is the reason why it's still in existence. You know why? Before Obamacare came, if you have a company to get insurance, if you have a company of maybe 5 or 6 people working under you, to get insurance, you cannot make it. Because in the 90s, our family owned a company. To get insurance with the deductible is over $20,000, but your premium individually in that setting where you have only 6 employees is over $1,000 a month. But guess what? Obamacare made it so possible that if you own a company in America, it's easy for you to go to marketplace and buy insurance without worrying about it. And your premium is so cheap that even the coverage in medicine and the seeing doctor is so cheap. Some people hump from their employer's insurance and go to marketplace to buy insurance because it's cheaper.
Okay,
so
good.
Forget about what we're talking about TV, Obamacare, talking about TV. The reality is that a lot of white people own companies, small scale company.
I understand that. See, from my point of view,
why it works.
From my point of view, what I gathered was that I think to an extent you are correct for what you said. It aligns with what I wanted to say. That the information I got was that healthcare was so expensive for our African Americans, or African Americans, I mean, that sometimes they can even go bankrupt, because of health issues if
That
they
is
don't
not
have
true, because
the necessary.
a lot of African Americans are in Medicaid.
No, sorry, I'm not talking about this in African American. I'm talking about all Americans actually. That that healthcare was becoming a big body whereby if something happens to a member of the family, they could go bankrupt because they have to pay a lot of money to treat that member of their family. So
what you said,
because they were not insured,
is where we are right now. Even with that insurance, like for example, I have
you're talking about the deductibles, isn't it? It's still quite high now.
That
is the problem, and that's why I say that's my point. That's why I was saying Obama. No, hold on. See, even Obamacare doesn't cover everybody. The reason why those things happened was because of the Democratic senators. They prevented it from happening. They blocked it. That's the point I was trying to make. Now you have gotten to where I'm getting to. Now you mentioned the deductibles being very, very high, and not everybody being actually covered, which is the normal universal healthcare system. That's how it's supposed to be.
It wasn't designed to cover everybody.
But it should. That was the goal Obama was going for. They prevented him from doing it.
That is not true. The Obamacare was not designed to cover everybody, because the reason why is that your employer is supposed to offer you insurance.
That's the idea. They say, but if your insurer cannot afford it, you can get it easily,
and that is
very
the reason
cheap.
why.
And if you cannot afford it, we will make it easy. We will provide you the resource to go and get it. That's what Obama was selling.
And that
but they
is
prevented
what
him from doing it.
Obamacare is doing. If you don't get Obamacare on marketplace, actually it's affordable care. Forget about them. They need Obamacare. It's affordable care. And that affordable care, if you don't qualify, if you have a company, you can go to a marketplace and buy. Then if you are people of poor background, you can go to your Medicaid, which is provided by state.
Yes, and I think if I'm not mistaken, it's for more elderly people, not necessarily for poorer people.
No, there is a Medicare and there's a Medicaid.
Okay, Medicaid. Yeah.
Medicare is federal, which for people of 65 and above.
And the Medicaid, it covers all kinds of illness, and you don't need insurance.
Yeah, Medicaid is paid by state.
And you don't need insurance to get that.
Actually, you don't pay anything. You don't pay.
And do you get the normal kind of care that other people get?
They get a better care. You know why? I guess I'm a farmer. In my setting, people, let's say for example, there's a generic and brand drug. Medicaid will cover brand drug for poor people than giving them generic. But me that are paying the tax that pay that Medicaid cannot afford to get that. That is American system. If you work hard in America, you get penalized. That is really the reality. And that is the reason why you see Republicans fight tooth and nail in things they do. For example,
but they said healthcare in America is not universal, meaning that not all Americans have equal access to healthcare services.
It can never be
universal. But you're making it sound as if it's universal, though.
No, I'm not making it. I'm telling you, there is 3 types of insurance you can get. The one provided by your employer, affordable care, and the one provided by state, which is Medicaid.
So you are saying everybody has one of them? Not everybody has at least one of them.
No, not everybody.
So whom are the ones that don't have any of them?
People that are not interested in having one.
Whom are those people? Whom are those people that don't want healthcare cover?
Imagine
young people. People
young
between
people.
between 25 and 40 years old.
So they don't want health cover. So when they fall in, they go bankrupt.
Because guess what? They don't want to have insurance and pay for the insurance. But guess what?
This is the point I was trying to make, Nisi, to get you to where I wanted you to get to. That's what I was saying, that Obama wanted to plug all these gaps. The Democrats blocked him from doing these things because Obama wanted to make it universal so that everybody definitely gets a cover.
It doesn't matter who you are. You can never succeed in America making a universal insurance.
Why?
You know why? You know why?
Yeah.
You know why? Once you make it universal, like they play in Canada, that means you set
UK.
That means you said how much the doctor will make, how much nurses will make. You said it.
How do you say that by just giving people health care?
Oh, no. Because when you do universal for everybody, when you do universal, then you determine how much the government will pay the provider. And if a provider doesn't want it, you penalize them.
Who told you that? But that's what's happening now already.
The only way
the government is not penalizing them.
The provider will survive is to be in that universal system. But America doesn't do something that the government will confine the provider. Because, take it anywhere.
But see, the UK have universal healthcare, but the private sector still exists. So it doesn't necessarily prevent private people from doing what they are doing. As a matter of fact, the government can buy it from the private sector. That's what Obama was proposing. Buy from the private sector for the private sector for the people.
In UK, where you are, who determine how much a doctor is paid to? How much
It's
does
the employers. If the government is the one employing them, they determine how much you are paid. Yeah, it is the employers, isn't it? That's how it works everywhere.
So employer, let's say we talk about employer is the hospital. How does the hospital get their funding, get paid?
In NHS, you're either NHS or you're a private doctor. As a private doctor, you can earn a lot more depending on how you're set up. But as a within the health industry in the UK, the NHS would have their because there's a lot of paperwork, a lot of administration, and that takes right now a good chunk of the money before wages. And so wages are trickling down for nurses, or they're not staying at the pace for nurses, but doctors are earning pretty well for the hard work they do in the NHS. So whilst there are complaints, we're not America. And if we were America, I believe that we will still have this system. A system that is largely universal. Because what we're talking about, we have to remember, is the health of a working nation. So if in America, the working nation's health is not seen as important by the government, there is a massive issue in the minds of people in the UK, at least.
But UK is one of the countries that get taxed more than anybody, right?
The tax in America is much higher than we pay, much higher, and you work longer hours. I'm telling you,
really,
you guys are slaves out there, bro.
So let me ask you, somebody that is making about $100,000,
you would earn more. The wages are higher, depending, but your taxes are much higher.
Making about £100,000 a year. How much? How many percentage do you think goes to?
When you're earning that kind of money, it does.
You say what?
45.
45,000, right?
No, 45%.
45%. I use 100,000 to make it easy, which is £45,000, right?
Okay, go on.
Right?
Thereabouts.
Nobody in America.
But there are ways round it.
What are you saying? Let me hear.
There are ways round it, though.
Oga Chalu, hold on. What I'm saying, for example, I'm working for a private company.
No, finish, please. Finish your thing on 100 grand. You began somewhere now.
That's what I'm saying. Allow me. I'm making 100 grand a year. I'm making that 100 grand a year. How much percentage of tax would I pay on that 100 grand?
In the US.
Allow me.
To give you the breakdown.
Hold on. That 100 grand is a paycheck, not money you make for business, but a paycheck that you receive.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the normal rate of tax is what you're being paid. Give me the percentage.
No, I'm asking you the percentage that they will.
I don't know. We don't. We're asking you for the American percentage. We've given you the UK percentage.
So let's say somebody's making about 100,000 here. 100,000. You're single. Much you can pay in that 100,000.
Wait, let me give you the breakdown. I'll give you the exact figures. Okay. This is what I do.
No, you say what you're going to say. Let him finish.
Over here, the max, a single person who making about that 100,000, highest they pay 25%.
Highest.
It's not even going to get to 25%.
Okay.
So now talk about UK.
Okay. Let me give you the breakdown, yeah?
Go on.
For 100K, it's broken down to your national insurance and your tax. Okay, that's the major breakdown. So for 100K, for 100K, you're going home with monthly 558745.45.
Okay,
that's the exact figure
on a monthly basis.
Yes, that's what I do.
So you're talking about 100K per year, per month.
Yes, 100K.
So
yeah.
Now say the American one now.
So when you do,
say the American one. Have you got the American stats up there?
No, I can only tell you about
I
the
think you're going to
UK.
make a comparison. That's why I wanted to hear.
Let me check the UK one.
No, he's just
No,
done
the
the
UK
UK one.
one I'm just giving you.
US one.
I'm just giving you UK one to the last. I could tell you the breakdown. Actually,
Okay.
for your national insurance, 459 more or less of 500 goes to national insurance, and then 2,286 goes to your taxation. And your taxable income at the end of the day, monthly, is 7,285. Yeah, 7,285.
Okay, but the total you get each month, what was the figure you were going with?
What you take home is 5587.45.
What is the gross income then? That's the total that you normally get
The
at first
gross
before the
is the
100.
gross income is 8,333.33.
8,333. So altogether, the percentage that 8,333, and then what do you get out of it? That's what do you take home out of the
You
8,333?
take home 5587.45.
Okay, 5587. Okay, that's about 3,000. Just about 3,000 off it. So that is equivalent to about 40%, 45%
Yeah.
tax that you pay.
That's what I
And
said.
yeah, that seems like quite a bit, isn't it, compared to US? US
It's
income
quite a
tax. I
bit,
don't know
but
whether they pay any other
however,
thing on income
there are
tax.
ways around it though. Some
Of
companies
course,
have
yeah.
found
If you
ways
have
around it.
companies, you can
No.
use
No,
it
no, no,
for
no. My
expenses.
point is, if you have a company, it's a different story because there's ways you can avoid tax because there's things you can put to navigate that part. But what I'm talking about,
Yeah.
somebody, because the most people that pay tax in every country is the people that get paycheck. Those are the people that pay more. Because if you get paycheck before you get your check, I don't know how it works in UK. In US, they take their money before they take their money before they give you your balance.
Yes, sir.
So those are the people. That is the reason why middle income people, middle income, all the way to upper middle income people are the pillars of America because they work and support America. The people that own businesses can navigate around to bypass that. That is the reason why I'm telling you, UK pay more taxes because of that universal insurance they provide for you. So then if you're married, now that even your percentage of tax might not even look up to 15%. It might not be up to 15% if you're married, because now they're gonna give you credit for how many children you have and stuff like that. Although when you get to certain level of income, that doesn't matter anymore. But if you're around less than 120, that matters. But once you pass 120, that credit doesn't have anything to do with anything because a lot of people didn't know that until you reach to that level. So the universal system will not work in US because for them, if they do universal system, you will not be able to attract talent. You will not be able to do things. And that is how it works here. So that is where I'm going. But Obamacare helped a lot. And that is the reason why it's still in system. It helped a lot because the people that benefited on it is people that own their own businesses, small businesses. They have opportunity to go to marketplace and buy the insurance for their little employers, or even their employers, the employees can go on their own and buy buy insurance from marketplace. So that is my point. I'm not saying that American system is better than British system or UK system, but I'm telling you,
They're very similar.
You can never succeed universal health insurance in America. It's not going to work.
Yeah,
So many people have
US tax is about 20% compared to the UK from the calculations, or if that's the amount you are earning. So they pay less tax than UK. You know, one thing I noticed about the US is that it's very, very unusual. If I use that same figure now for Canada, you are going to find a higher tax rate, a better healthcare system.
Because Canada do universal health system.
Hold on, because you're not letting me finish what I'm saying. So you see a pattern here. I want to show you. It could be a coincidence, or it could be a fact of life with the way these Europeans like to do things. America is an unusual country for a European nation that is dominated by Europeans. Very, very unusual. The gun culture, the lack of proper health care, the exceedingly low tax rate. That is not normal. All the other European countries have them. And what you find with those European countries is that they tend to have more Europeans in them in proportion. Because America has less of other this in the Europeans in terms of the proportion of other races that are present in America, could be the reason why they are transitioning towards a more aggressive system. Because you see that in the UK too. The UK system used to be more generous before, but the more foreigners show up in the country, the more they move away from that system. And you can even see that in Italy.
But that could be the economics.
It could be the economics, but the other countries remain the same. New Zealand, all of them, they still remain the same, except their immigration is going up too. If you look at the Scandinavian countries, except their immigration goes up, that behavior doesn't change. And if you look at the reasons why they change this system, it tends to be tied to European foreigners coming in too. They'll be like, oh, foreigners are coming to get their healthcare system.
That's a direct economic argument. Even though you can argue it from other areas, if there are more people impacting the system, which is free, it's obvious it's going to become more expensive. So it would happen.
I think it can be an economic argument, but the same people that were there before were able to cater to the economy. So why can't this new one also cater to the economy? They can cater. As a matter of fact, they are more likely to, because you didn't have to educate them from a young age. They came highly educated already, many of them, and they are going to go and work for the system. But yet they turn on them. My point is that the orders seem to remain the same. And if you look at Australia, where they dominate the population there, they maintain very good healthcare system. But watch, when the Chinese grow in population there, they will change it. The same thing in New Zealand. In Scandinavian countries, you see that same pattern. But I was trying to talk about Italy. If you look at even Italy, they said in northern part of Italy, the economy is doing very, very well in the northern part of Italy. And in the southern part is the one that is doing worse. And guess the kind of people that show up in the southern part of Italy. And if you look at the nations, they're always like the UK now. The southern part of the UK is doing well, isn't it? Because the southern part is where most of the economic activity is. But it's that you don't see that in a place like Italy, where you find that the south has the GDP difference between the south and the north for the last about 10 years is 20% point difference in the GDP size between the north and south. So it's a very, very odd relationship. That I feel like maybe it's a coincidence or it's a deliberate thing, because you are looking at America and Canada right next door to each other, totally different cultures. Totally.
100% total different culture, but at the same time, close proximity. But the only difference is that America is, I guess, it's called capitalistic country, where.
Gotta go now. So see you guys later.
Thank you for coming in, as always, Tone, and thank you for always, sharing your this thing. I guess you are this, you are the chat people always have this frenemy, this is the relationship,
Until they get sense.
They need to. You guys need to start praising Tone. Tone is one of those kind of people that he's used to people being nice. He's not used to people being rude to each other. So thank you for coming in, Tone.
So the news, what are the news that you guys discussed today that are coming out of Nigeria? Where do we go from here, guys?
I think where we need to go from here, I think it's about time we need to start forming it. You see, Nigerian politicians, they don't have ideology. That's one. They don't have any form of ideology. They don't even have nationalistic ideology. They don't have it. The only ideology is to enjoy themselves.
That is the problem. And that is the reason why nobody pays if they misbehave. Because if you have ideology, then that ideology, if you don't meet it up, you will pay the price. As an individual, you're going to lose that position. Somebody who have that ideology will come in and take over and take you and take you out. But because Nigerian politicians do not have any ideology, somebody, if whomever that is ruling today, I can go to that party and join. If it's APC is ruling,
that's
today,
how they can join. They can shift parties so quickly without any questioning, and they can change their behavior. Nobody will hold them accountable because there's no ideology to it.
Exactly,
There's
and
really
that
no
is the
ideology.
reason why when you go to Western world, where if you're in this particular party, there is a structure that say this is what we believe in, and this is we can't budge on this. We can come in the middle on this, but certain things like in America when they say Republican, if you call yourself a Republican, right, you're pro-life. It's a core embedded in them, and when they're voting, that is one of the fundamental core things that they vote on. And they say, less tax.
Yes, they have a very clear agenda. Yeah, can you imagine a Republican president coming and say, "Oh, we want to increase tax"? Everybody will be like, "No, you can't do that," because they understand their ideology. Exactly, they understand. That's why ideology is important, because it sets everybody on the same page on what is expected.
Nigeria will never succeed until the young ones today that is being suffocating wake up and march to every state house, every government office in their state, and walk over there and sit that nothing happens until they start listening. Those people over there, all they care about is how much money. I tell people, during the time of Obama, there's a Tea Party. The Tea Party came. It's a little caucus, little amount of people, but they were on TV promoting what they wanted to promote. And that Tea Party stopped Republicans, stopped Democrats in moving agenda up. Now, in this election in Nigeria, the Labour Party, they put how many people in total? About 100 people. Those people walked in over there and joined and start singing the same cross, because nobody's asking them, what have you done since we put you over there?
If I can, my brother, you see, again, in listening, and you come to the point of political ideology, of which is highly missing in the Nigerian politics.
100%.
You see, without a political ideology, we're going nowhere. My understanding is that the political ideology of a place called Nigeria should be Pan-Africanism and Afrocentric. If it's not, then it has no way of not joining wholeheartedly the aspects of other cultures and economic policy. Because economic policy is at the base of the said Pan-African philosophy, this now guides you as to how your money is spent. It now asks the political class to form agendas against or for or against this Pan-Africanism and how it works. So therefore, Pan-Africanism across a country like Nigeria, I believe, would allow Nigeria to capture large geographical territories. Firstly, I would say what we call ECOWAS. Secondly, I would say to include the Francophone countries of
Central
Africa by way of a unifying currency. Then there is another two from there, which is the entire Africa, possibly very next, if not the Caribbean, South America, and the Americas, in terms of the political landscape that we fit into quite generally. Upon this, you now have a global machine that works towards your economy. And to me, these things are easy. I've been thinking about them for a long time, but I always see us making the same mistakes. And I don't see anyone being able to fix anything from the authority of a mindset that suggests this is who we are. Because at the end of the day, when we look at the European politics that we marvel over so much, and we see the right and left aspects of their politics, the Labour and Conservative. These are philosophies that are built on in terms of their capitalist political society. So whilst they're speaking about Labour and Conservative or Liberal and Democrat, whilst they're giving these divisions, they are not really divisions because largely they're built on capitalist ethos. So the economy is what girds these nations. So we have to understand that we have our economy largely under our feet. We, as a backing, our forefront is our culture and our people. This is what we're selling based on soft power and hard power, and how to now engage these pillars of your infrastructure. Because doing anyway.
You said something about it being Pan-African.
But before you be Pan-African,
you have to be nationalistic first, otherwise your nation has to stand first.
Well, absolutely, but you see, I agree with that. And where you look at a country like Nigeria, the kind of economy that we have, even in the broken down state that it's in, the recovery that the people and the elements under our ground can build that country to a point of economic strength, a powerhouse.
Exactly. But the problem you have is that
this powerhouse would easily be able to enforce and infuse that same energy into the whole of West Africa that we call ECOWAS politically, and the Francophone countries economically, in changing the currency and making sure we're all under one economic root.
Nigeria have potential to do that. But unfortunately, Nigeria is not going to get there with the current system that we have.
Of course not. Of course not. Because as I said, they're not thinking in this direction. Before you make a plan, you have to ask yourself, who are the partners of this plan? Who are the beneficiaries of this plan? Who are the partners of this plan? Once you enforce the people, then you can entertain a geographical aspect of where this economy rides.
Okay.
And you know, we have to be, the strategies are there, but because the initial thinking is clearly not there and has never been there since the founding fathers. You know, we may say the founding fathers had an idea, but it seems to me every leader away from that aspect of our polity has not looked at.
Everything you say is correct, but the fundamental problem, just look at the state where you come from. The state where you come from. Somebody become governor of a state. He doesn't make plan for the whole state. He's busy fixing his own local government and said that this local government is not my local government. Because it's not my local government, I don't give a damn about it. I'm from Anambra State. The flood that happened in 2022 swallow the building I was building in the village, swallow it completely. The road to get into my hometown, the bridge that get into my hometown, detach and break into two. If we had about 17 people that died in the boat, it was my area. And that bridge detached and killed those people that are running away. Do you know what our governor, who went to school in Britain, who call himself professor of economics, thinking that he's more intelligent than anybody. Do you know what he said? My people did not vote for him. Because of that, he cannot make it a priority.
But okay, let's allow
how are we going
Janaba
to
to come
do
in.
pan Nigeria if we cannot even do pan states? Talk less of pan Nigeria, talk less of pan Africa. That is the
It's based on ideology now. That's why ideology comes in. This is why you have to. It's not everybody that will join it. Like somebody's told me this week, it takes just about 3% to transform a nation. If you have a group of people that believe in ideology, that's why I will give anybody that's watching this. Take your time, study other nations. I never really bothered to even look at how some of all these other nations were transformed, how the processes they went through. Study how the people what they went through. You will start seeing the paths that you need to walk to get to where you need to get to.
But you have to be one to have a plan.
That's the point. Now you have people that see. I say we need to start coming together. We spend a lot of time talking here, forming an ideology that focuses on solving our problem. Ideology is just a collection of ideas on how to solve problems in a country. That's just what it is. So we have to start forming it. And some people you will always have people that have different opinion. If they need to, because from what I gather, they tend to split off. You will say this one goes this way, this one goes that way, but one of them wins out. And because the nation is in the mood for change, these leaders have not delivered. These ideologies, one way or the other, one of them will win out and take charge, because it's like democracy. One government, one party doesn't have a lot of things to offer the country anymore. Then suddenly a new party just emerges, or the opposition party takes over because the current one doesn't offer much benefit anymore. That's what ideology is. If you create a new ideology, sooner or later, even the ones in office will be exhausted. They will run out of steam. They will surrender, and you will just take over. So it's not always like that. Sometimes you have to fight for it and be quite deliberate about these things. So, but I think we need to start thinking about that, because I used to think that ideology doesn't matter too much, but now I understand it's like a container of wishes and goals that the people have, and that is why it's actually quite useful, because everybody will be on the same page. You don't have to have a specific leader. Even if the leader is gone, the ideology remains. Is the infrastructure that actually guides the party or the group of people that needs to do what they need to do. Welcome, this in Jonaba. Yeah, you are free to go on anything really, or you carry on with our ideological discussion.
Janaba, put mouth, make we hear you. I see you, they calculate air.
How are you guys doing this
Very, very well, my brother.
All right. I was driving from a city. I was listening on YouTube until I got home before I joined the live one. I think everybody is, I've been listening, everybody's doing well. You don't have to be one to do something. You just have to have one person that have one vision, but you don't have to be one. Everybody is going to be different, but the idea of one person can transform a nation. So, and then the only thing is that you have enough conviction, because what you can visualize, other person may not be able to do that. Everybody have a limitation and interest. So it's disappointing that I think Ike says that simply because the people from his area do not vote for the governor, he doesn't care about what happened there. It's a narrow-minded individual. After politics, whosoever win elections, he emerges to become the father of the state or a nation. You put the differences aside and you do what is right for the whole people. So for him to do that, that happened not only in your area, it happened across Nigeria. In Kogi State, for instance, during the election, just Bello, simply because certain people do not believe or will not vote for him, he started doing road construction in order to make sure that nobody
The night
go to
before
that.
election.
so that is a people who can never make a change, and I hope their conscience hold them captive for what they
They
do.
don't have conscience.
They do have conscience, they can numb it, whether it's through power or through any substance. But end of the day, the problem you think you are solving or what you are ignoring, or it doesn't matter because you are high in anything, your eyes will clear. But
Okay,
then,
these people, what matters to them is the money they will carry and
yeah,
go abroad. Did you see our ex-governor walking drug in the street of Houston?
Yeah.
In his neighborhood, walking dog.
I know. Yeah.
But he cannot walk dog in Oka
Yeah. You
or
see,
his
that
proper
is
grade where he come from.
what is it? What is his name?
Obiano.
Obiano. Yeah, I know. I live in Texas, so I know, and I know it's in Houston there. But the point is that environment enable these people to do this, and that is why on this channel or any other places you have opportunity to speak out, you educate the people. It's not easy. You can see a fine person, a good-looking guy, well-educated, but then their mentality, they have been robbed of their
Jonaba,
basic
though,
human right.
Jonaba, you said one good person can change a nation. That is true. But if anything happens to that good person before he changes the nation, without an ideology, nobody else will carry on, or they might carry
Yeah,
on, but
that is why. Yeah,
you'll be
you
having.
impart people. You impart people. Now, listen. Look at this. So many people have. You can bring it down to a loyalist. People are loyal and people are committed to some certain thing. Let's use the Christian or whatever the religion, even Islam in Nigeria, for instance. You can go after the head of that group and or remove them or they die, but the ideology or the beliefs still continue, right? So it's about the people knowing where you are taking them to, and they have tested it. What happened in Nigeria, in the new Nigeria or the younger Nigeria, the older Nigerians see good of Nigeria. They see how school work. They see how you work hard. You go to school. You are rewarded. Everything work. The newer generation, they are victim of what the older one couldn't do. So, like I said to someone, I think I mentioned it today, whether in this platform or where I was earlier, there's a guy who have worked and retired in America and went to Nigeria. And then he told, when he came here a few weeks ago, we were talking and said, oh, Nigerians, even a kid in Nigeria is a crook, that 3 to 5 years old child, you send them, they want to rob you. I said, no, they are also a victim because they are a product of the environment. They didn't know better. You can't tell the children in America or any other developed country that you cannot tell them, or they cannot come back and tell you lies. But they see it as a way of life. They see their children, their older one lie like that. They do that. So that child is a victim because it's a product of the environment. If you guys have lived your life and fight for a better Nigeria, we that follows will not be here. And if we cannot straighten it up, that's when the ideology come by changing things. Like now, it doesn't matter how you look. China. China is doing well. You go and look at the statistics in years to come. How many percentage of them will continue to grow? But there is ideology. So if we want to do that in Nigeria, two things have crippled us, and it's a long walk to freedom. It's religion and tradition, and tribalism. It's religion and tribalism. That okay, even when you have a better idea that you can shape the nation, simply because you are not you do not practice their religion, they may not vote for you, even though whatever you have can make their life better and the next generation. So it's a whole lot of things.
But that is what it's all about. Lack of understanding that religion or tribalism should not play a role on nation building.
It's the backward of the society, the primitiveness of the society that do not understand that none of these things really matters. It
But
doesn't
why
matter.
is it that we that are in diaspora, we leave Nigeria and we go to diaspora and we immerse ourselves into that system and become successful than when we were in Nigeria?
Because
Why?
there is a structure and you have no choice and you fear of the consequences. Nigeria is a lawlessness country whereby everybody is trying to cut a corner. What you may like to cut it, but when you are caught, it's about consequences. So if you think twice, that even though as smart as you can, you think you can dodge the system, but
So
once you
it's
know that the
difficult
system
for
will
one
catch up with
person,
you.
John Albert, it's difficult for one person. One of the things I understand, even in America, let's take, for example, Martin Luther King. He died, and the legacy he left is what made Black people where they are today. Because, based on what you're
Don't
saying.
just say black, say you make us who we are today. You are
Who
also
we are
one
today,
of
okay,
them.
okay. But in Nigeria, so many places are corrupt for one person to put their life on the line, and no soul wants to put their life on the line for Nigeria to be better.
No, there are a lot of so want to put their lives to Nigeria to be better. It is because Nigeria do not reward those people even when they're gone. They will never be remembered again. So that is the problem. Many Nigerians are still dying as me and you are talking right now, or in prison, or being locked down because of being there. That kind of Nigerian you are talking about. The
But
thing
the
is that the
problem,
Let
Nigerians
me
do not
say,
have a
let me
rewarding
say,
system.
let me say between what you're both saying, which I agree upon a lot, but again, there are words that we need to use accurately because we're falling into that place of raising an issue and letting another issue down by certain utterances, such as, and I know you possibly did not mean it like this, John Abba, but if we take religion and tradition, as you said initially, be that tradition in any people's culture, any ethnic culture, where we talk about Nigeria. Inspiration and matters of faith and matters of tradition and religion and tribalism, if you wish, would have to come up because you have to be inspired by something outside of yourself to care enough to allow this energy to pass through yourself in order to wake the people. These aspects of our lives as individuals, as human beings, as Africans, can never be looked over. They are, and they do present a complex, esoteric appreciation in order to be involved or for it to impact the individual in order for it to impact the masses. But this spark, which normally comes from outside of us and enters into our imagination or into our minds, it's needed because.
So I'm gonna say something before I leave.
Sure.
I appreciate you guys. This is my belief system. If Nigeria are gonna be better, to me, they need to start from bottom. The new generation need to start from bottom and build up. What do I mean by that? Let's say we go to a town and elect a young person as a councillor. Each town elect young person as a councillor. And after that, one of those people that did well, we elevate them to local government chairman. Then we continue building from local government chairman to house or
that's of right.
Yeah, start from the bottom and make it a 10 to 20 years goal. The problem we Nigerians have is that we don't have long-term goals. And that is the reason why even when we go to Western world, that is the reason why you will see a Nigeria dupe America, for example, in healthcare, dupe them $20 million in 2 years, and they get caught and they get locked up forever. But you will see somebody in American system dupe America or Medicaid or whatever, or Medicare, 20 million in 20 years. They do it under the radar. I use that example. It might be a bad example. We Africans, we Nigerians, then I'm an Igbo man. When I talk to my young people, people of my age, people of younger than me, people that I mentor, I say in your life, you have to have a long-term goal. With those long-term goals, you put short-term goals to build up to that, to obtain or achieve that long-term goal. For me, I believe in 20 years goal. That's me. I have done it 2 times already. I'm in the second one because I'm in 50s. I'm in 50. I'm in early 50s now. For me, if you cannot establish long-term goal for this nation called Nigeria and put place short-time goals to obtain that long-term goal, Nigeria will never go anywhere. Me and you, John Abba, you say you live in Texas, right?
Yes.
In Texas, everything they do, I live in Texas. I've been living in Texas for over 30 years. Everything we do in America, even when they pass law, they say how many trillion in 10 years, how many trillion in 20 years. They didn't say how many trillion today or 1 year from now. Everything they do is a long-time goal. And they put structures in place to make it to happen. But the problem I have with the leaders that are in Nigeria, 80% of them have gone to Western world and educate in Western world, and they go home instead of use what they have learned in Western world to do it in Africa or in Nigeria, where they come from. Guess what? They go over there and become worse than the people that are there. So, for me, Nigeria is in a state of unrepairable. Nigeria is in a state of unrepairable until these kids, these young kids, because me, when I was young, things were better, but they were saying it's bad. In the 80s, things are bad. In the 90s, they keep on saying things are bad, things are bad. Today, things are very, very bad.
Things are worse, right?
So the only way, and once something go up in Nigeria, it doesn't come down. Once something go up, it never. I haven't seen anything that went up that come down, both in the price, both in everything. But there's a mindset in Nigeria. That mindset of criminality is now embedded in us. Young people looking for somebody to steal from. Nobody want to work hard. Old people looking for somebody to steal for. I was in Nigeria. Somebody was on the phone talking to somebody in America, telling them that he's in the bed, in the hospital, in the bed, that he need this amount of. He's telling a family member he's in the bed, and the doctor said that they cannot see him until they pay 100,000 naira. I was like, really? You are not in the bed, you are scamming your family member. Because guess what? All of us that went abroad now, once you cross Ikeja airport and they arrive and somebody say you confirm that you have arrived, now money is on the tree where you're going to grab it. So for me, Nigeria is a place I love. I frequent Nigeria all the time. I go to Nigeria 4 times in a year. I love Nigeria because there is something about that country that I love that makes me, it doesn't matter how I hate what is happening. I always, every quarter, I always want to go there because I love it and it structures me. In the next life, I will be a Nigerian. I will be an Igbo man. I will still come from the same state where I come from. Irrelevant of how many years I have lived in West, Nigeria is the greatest country on earth. I'm telling you, if our leaders, or if they didn't took us the wrong path, it is the greatest country. Because once you get out of the plane, you realize I'm home. And there's no place like home. That's me. That is my opinion. It's the greatest country on earth. And to God be the glory. My children love Nigeria. My children, I'm trying to go home this season. My children are begging me, Dad, can we go? Because they go often and they love Nigeria. My daughter was 16 years old, fly from Texas all the way to Nigeria with no fear. Stay 2 months in Nigeria for summer and fly back on her own. During her prom, she wear complete Nigerian dress to go to prom. And when she went to prom, she put this thing women put. She took her mom's, is it horse tail? She put it like that to go to prom here in US because of loving, being from Igbo, loving that country. But unfortunately, that country still disappoints me every day because of nonsense those leaders are doing.
Thank you,
It's so
for your
terrible.
submission.
Thank you,
And,
guys.
Yes, so we like that.
Thank
We
you
like that
for you
submission,
being
brother.
a proud dad and a proud
Yes, sir.
Nigeria. And it's encouraging to hear you that even if you are to come the next life, you want to be an Igbo man, you want to be a Nigerian. It's very encouraging. But one thing I will remind you is that no country in the world that the leader is the one that shaped the vision, is the people. Because it is the people that say enough is enough. The elite all over the world, they have a similar character to oppress, to deny others, or to use them for their own gain. But the people have to rise above it to come to the realization that these people, they are no different than us. You talk about Martin Luther King and every other activist around the world. They do not change the government. They speak to the citizens to rise up. So it is all of us to rise up against and change the system, because the 1% or any number, the lower percent you can get from any nation that oppresses their people, they will never change until the people, and when they see the change on the people, let me tell you a simple thing. When the EndSARS happened, Tinubu run out of Nigeria. It is when they clear it and he think the country was safe, he returned. If happened that momentum was kept on, and the people that are supposed to